Portions of this broadcast are sponsored by Rocket Money.
And here we go. We have liftoff. Propulsion continues to be nominal.
R68 chamber pressure looks good.
Following up. Roger, roll, Atlantis.
Water towers, fly! Yes!
Tango down to nominal.
Sliding down to SC off. Bring in SC off. It's orange!
R45! Oh my god! Oh my god!
Decollage.
What is it?
Put that in the big bag, Jingle.
343 unfolds to go.
Indeed.
We rise together, back to the moon and beyond.
The methane would be igniting in the flare, correct?
Yikes. You dead? We don't need any more of these.
$119 years ago, humans successfully took to the skies in a powered winged machine for the first time. 62 years ago, humans took another step and ventured into space for the first time. 53 years ago, humans first walked on a celestial body other than Earth. 42 years ago, we flew a reusable spacecraft into orbit for the first time. We celebrate these events as parents would the first steps of their children. Carl Sagan said that humanity is a way for the universe to know itself, and these small baby steps represent milestones in that never-ending quest for knowledge. Today, as we aim to witness the first launch of a fully reusable rocket, we continue that tradition. We seek new knowledge. We aim to better ourselves, our planet, and to better know the universe that birthed us. And even if everything doesn't go according to plan, we will continue our quest. We will pick up the pieces and journey on into the cosmos, searching for knowledge, searching for wisdom, searching for truth. Today is about history. Today is about the future. Godspeed, Starship. I'm Jack Beyer with NASASpaceflight. Thank you for joining us on this momentous day. Oh my goodness, Starship Integrated Flight Test, Take 2. I'll be your host for the first little bit of this broadcast, and as we do, we will be cycling people in and out. But to start us off on tonight's marathon broadcast, it is going to be myself and Mr. Max Evans. Max, how do you hear me?
I got you loud and clear, Jack, and good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to everybody, wherever you may be watching from, on this very, very historic and exciting day.
Indeed. And also joining us for the start of the broadcast is Mr. Ryan Caton. Ryan, how are you doing today? It's today for you, right?
It is luckily today for me. The sun has risen on the east coast of the UK. It's time to get ready for, oh my god, it's actually happening again. Because there was a lot of that on Monday, and I think we're going to be feeling that plenty more times today.
Yeah, oh my god, it's really happening for real this time. No take backsies, for really real.
I promise this time.
For double realsies. Of course, if you guys are new to our broadcasts, we do a interactive sort of thing. It's not just us talking our heads off. You can ask questions. So if you have any questions, type them into chat, just at NASASpaceflight, and put your question there, and we will see your question pop up in some nifty software that Michael wrote. Speaking of which, in the background, running the stream today, we also have Kevin. Thank you, Kevin, for all that you do for NSF. And also, we have Patrick. Thank you, Patrick, for all that you do for NSF. All right. I know we're all super duper extra excited to see this thing launch finally. We are just under 8 hours from the opening of the window, and we recently had a tweet from Elon that all systems are green ahead of launch. So props to all of the teams at SpaceX that absolutely just went all out and got this vehicle ready to go for attempt 2. Let's get right into it. And how about we answer some questions? Right off the bat, we have a question asking about Starhopper. Musical Wolves is asking, why is Starhopper blue? Is he chilling? Oh, I thought it was a real question. Wow, way to go, Musical Wolves. You got me good. Let's see. Here we go. David is asking, why do so many people assume they won't get past reentry? With the vast amount of knowledge that SpaceX has, shouldn't it be easy? I don't think any is easy. A fully reusable spacecraft is sort of the holy grail of spaceflight. And there's a variety of reasons why I think people are not expecting it to get through reentry, but I think we can give sort of our own 2 cents as to why. Because I don't know if any of us is expecting it to get past reentry, but that's okay. Because really, this test flight is about launching Starship, about not destroying the ground systems, and about learning as much as SpaceX learning as much as they can. But Ryan, do you think it's going to survive reentry? And if not, why not?
I am going to say that if the flight gets to the point of reentry, I think I'm going to give it about a 10% chance of surviving, just because this is an untested thermal protection system. It isn't been flown before. Obviously, SpaceX has experience with Dragon. However, flying Dragon compared to flying Starship is like a Cessna compared to a 747 multiplied by 1,000. They're 2 completely different ball games, and also the fact that these heat shield tiles are there were tiles used on Shuttle, but on Starship it's kind of a different design. Instead of having unique tiles spread throughout the vehicle, they are pretty much all hexagonal, and the vast majority of them, apart from the ones around, say, the nose cone and the flap and things like that, they're pretty much exactly the same. And yeah, that's why I'm going to give it about a 10% chance. But this isn't going to be the last Starship flight. This is the first, so we will have plenty more attempts to test out the thermal protection system. So if it doesn't survive this time around, no fear. I'm sure SpaceX will be hot and ready for more Starship flights in the near future.
Yeah, no disagreements on any of that here. Max, do you think it's going to survive reentry? And if not, why not?
It's really difficult to say, because we have to keep in mind that Starship as a whole is a brand new vehicle inside and out. Everything from avionics to flight control systems to the philosophy behind its TPS, or thermal protection system. On top, and not to mention the Raptor engines themselves being a full flow stage combustion cycle engine, and the Raptor 2s, of course, being the second iteration or generation of the Raptor. So I'm just hoping that if there's any kind of anomaly, it's already out over the ocean and that it doesn't nuke the pad. If the flight gets to a point where they reach stage separation and the Raptors on ship ignite, that I think is farther than I personally believe Starship will get into its maiden flight. But if it does make it to the point of reentry, I am not hopeful. I'll say that much.
All right, then. Well, thank you for that, both of you. Good question there from David. Really quickly, I do want to make sure we continue to thank everybody for all of the support that they are showing. We have a bunch of new members, which, if you don't know, we do have a membership program. You can sign up and support us with a monthly amount. You get various perks for the various levels of support. At Red Team and above, you get a new members-only multi-view, so you can see all of the cameras all at once. Don't have to go cycling through different streams or have multiple screens or anything like that. At Capcom level and above, you get Discord access. So all kinds of cool ways to support us. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, Peter, for becoming a Red Team member. Roland Mine, thanks for the support. Glenn Bank, thanks for becoming a Red Team member. Definitely love seeing all the new red team members. It shows that you are enjoying our perks that we give you, and that new members multi-view is really snazzy. Westy the Third gifting a red team membership. Thank you, Westy. Be sure to thank Westy if you got that from him. Also, we will rocket you in parentheses. Let's go. Gifting a red team membership. Musical Wolves, thank you for the support. They say, can you verify this isn't a dream? Is it actually going to try and launch? Sure seems like it. Not a dream. Pinch yourself, and that's how you can kind of know. Homebound Traveler, thank you for the support. Mr. Bonkers, thank you so much. Appreciate the kind words there. Whoa, Brittany Mahoney. I hope I'm saying your name right, Brittany. Thank you so much. That is an outstanding super chat there. That is a $500 super chat, or $499.99. Holy cow. Right off the bat, too, to start off the stream. Thank you so much. I know things can get sort of labored here when we spend a lot of time thanking people for the support. I do want to reiterate one more time, Brittany, that is absolutely outstanding. Like, thank you so much. That is just beyond appreciated. And, you know, we'll in return, we'll keep doing what we do. And we'll keep providing you guys with some commentary, answering questions, and doing our NASA spaceflight thing. So thank you so much, Brittany. I wish I had better words than just thank you. It seems sort of cheap and worthless compared to that amount of support. You're voting with your dollars, and you have voted in support of NSF and what we do. So thank you, Brittany. Thank you so much. It's I don't know. I really honestly I don't even know what to say. Steve, thank you so much for the support. Jeff, thank you for the support. They say they've been following since Starhopper. Keep up the good work. Thank you for the kind words. Steve, thanks for becoming a red team member. Russell, thank you so much. And Kai, becoming a Capcom member. Hop into Discord, Kai, and say hey. Or say Kai. I'm sorry. All right. More questions, shall we? I know we probably have a lot of questions about what we're going to expect to see today. The opening of the window is in just under 7 hours and 45 minutes. I believe it is going to open at, 8:28 local time? And that is the start of the window. It is a little bit of a shorter window than the previous attempt. Do we have any indication, Ryan, as to why the window has changed? Or is it just sort of, we don't know?
Personally, I'm not too sure why the window has been shortened. I would speculate and kind of hazard a guess that it could be to do with air traffic. Potentially, it might get busy as we get later into the day, so I would guess that is why the window is shorter. But yeah, I'm not sure if we've actually received any concrete word from either SpaceX or the FAA. All I know is that we saw a lot of juggling about of flight TFRs and NOTAMs and things like that over the last couple of days, leading us to think it was Friday and Thursday, and dates kept shifting. So yeah, I'm gonna guess it's just to try and manage air traffic a bit better.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. If you remember when SLS first flew on Artemis 1, there was a lot of talk of, keeping windows tidy because Florida, right on the Space Coast, and Orlando, that's all a busy travel corridor, and it was right around Thanksgiving, so you definitely don't want to inconvenience folks too much. Good shout. The Quad Father is asking, did they fix the leaky valve? Max, have we heard anything concrete about fixing the leaky valve or what have you? I know teams were kind of all around the vehicle working nonstop for the last couple days.
I don't think we've heard anything specifically regarding the valve, but we have heard multiple reassurances both from Elon himself and from SpaceX saying that they are still attempting to push for a launch attempt on the 20th. So, and of course, they wouldn't do that if they weren't confident that the issue hadn't been resolved.
Fair enough. Yeah, they're not just gonna throw this thing away. Good questions. Keep your questions coming, y'all. We really appreciate everyone just sort of engaging. You don't have to contribute monetarily. You can just hit the like button or tell your friends about us. Be like, say, hey, I'm I'm watching the Starship stream. This is how you can follow along. It doesn't have to be a monetary thing. We like hanging out with you, everybody, and just sort of having a good time and, talking about space stuff. Sad Boy Dex is asking, expected T0 today? Want to wake up in time for launch if it's still green? I mean, previously they had been targeting the opening of the window, and I expect the same thing today. So, it would be at 8:28 a.m. local time is the opening of the window. Now, as they load propellant into the vehicle, as they progress through the count, that could be tweaked and changed. So, at the very least, you're going to want to be up around 8 o'clock Central Time. Replicant09 is asking, why a suborbital launch when Starship can go orbital? Ryan, why do you think they're going suborbital on this one? Or perhaps a better way to say it would be just slightly shy of orbital.
Yeah, because this isn't going to be any kind of like the origin hop. This is going to be pretty much a throw all the way around the Earth to Hawaii, the long way around. So it's only a few meters per second off of the velocity required for orbit. However, Starship to this point is still an untested system when going at these speeds and heights. So it would be pretty reckless kind of on a first flight to leave something the size of Starship. Remember, this isn't small. This is a massive vehicle, right? Leaving this, say, God forbid, the thrusters failed as soon as they got into orbit. What are you going to do? There's nothing SpaceX can do at that point apart from waiting for the orbit of the vehicle to naturally decay, and that could cause a hazard for launches, that could cause a hazard for other space debris, and it could just cause a whole bunch of problems to leave something the size of Starship just stuck in a very low Earth orbit, just waiting for it to naturally decay. So the reason that it's a forced suborbital flight is, if the thrusters fail, we know it's coming back anyway. There's no chance of it getting stuck in LEO for weeks, potentially years, if anything fails on the vehicle. And let's all remember this is the first flight of Starship in since May 2021. This is the first flight with the booster. This is the first flight that's going to be going above 12 kilometers. This is a big flight for Starship. Theoretically, yes, it can go to orbit, but technically it hasn't been yet. So does it count? I'm not too sure. But we know it can get there. It's just not getting there on this test flight.
Yeah, good shout. It's all about not leaving Starship in orbit to re-enter ballistically in the event something goes wrong. So let's move now and take a look at the weather and see what's going on there. Ryan, what's going on with the weather?
Well, unfortunately, I'm going to have to fill in for Sawyer at the weather desk. At the moment, this is currently about 25 degrees Celsius, with a little bit of wind coming in from going towards the southeast. Rather, humidity is at 94%. As you can see, it's a bit foggy down there as well, so visibility is not the greatest at the moment, but that is what it is. And yeah, so we're about 8 hours away from the launch. So I'm just going to quickly see what our forecast is telling us for then. If you just bear with me a moment, it's taking a little while to load.
I can't bear with you, but I will human with you. See, we're both filling in for Sawyer now.
Yeah, here we go. Let's bring this up now. So in about 8 hours' time. So what? Yeah. So that's going to be at 8 o'clock Central Time is roughly when the window opens. 28 minutes past 8. We're looking for potentially a little bit of possibility of rain. That's 10% possibility, and the winds are roughly the same. The temperature will go up to or stay around the same, actually, maybe go down even to around 25, 24 Celsius. Humidity will stay around the same. Cloud cover is going to be around 76%, so that may mean that we can't see Starship as it ascends into the upper parts of the atmosphere, but we'll keep our tracks going as best as possible. So yeah, unfortunately, it seems like the clouds may roll in much more than they were on Monday, which is a disappointment, but unfortunately, controlling the weather is not something that we currently possess the ability to do.
Maybe after we get really experienced launching Starship, we'll be able to launch the weather controlling machines.
Yeah. Blow the wind out of the way.
There you go. Solarian Inquisitor, thank you so much for the support. They say, what work has been done on Starship between now and the first scrub? We don't, I mean, as is so often with these sorts of questions, we don't hear concrete things from SpaceX. They've so rarely will, give us sort of updates on specific details of that manner. What we can say is that crews were up working on one of the hydraulic power units, and crews were sort of working all over the tower and on the mount itself. Max, you've been out taking a whole bunch of really amazing photos. Props, by the way. What sort of work have you sort of witnessed them doing as you've been out and about shooting that great imagery?
Oh, Jack, you flatter me. So basically, we've just been seeing a lot of the workers basically just around the base of the booster on the OLM. So if that's any indication of where this faulty frozen valve would have been, I guess that's our best prediction, or our best indication of where it would have been. We don't know exactly whether it was on the methane side or the oxide, or what the cause of it was, but we have been the workers have been going pretty much nonstop all through last night and all through today to get this issue resolved as quickly as possible. And a friend of mine was actually out there after I had left, and she had said that she had heard some cheering, I guess, from the orbital launch mount. Which I guess can only mean positive news.
All right, well, that's what I like to hear. I like to hear positive news. Thanks for that, Max. Let's see here. Eric becoming a launch director member. Thank you so much, Eric. That is one of the higher levels of membership. You get all kinds of cool perks. You can basically get all the perks, including the very highest level perk, which is your name at the end of NASA Spaceflight Live episodes, which is what we do every week on Sunday. So definitely thank you so much, Eric, for coming in at a launch director level. Hop into Discord and say, hey, enjoy the members-only multi-view, enjoy the members-only emoji, and the behind-the-scenes videos and photos and all the good stuff that you're going to get with the membership program. We cannot stress enough that the membership program is key to what we do. It looks like we have the image of the roadblock here, and it looks like some of the law enforcement officers are beginning to drive up Highway 4, away from the launch site, past the production site, and clear the road, which is a good indicator that we are progressing as expected. Excellent. Goonybert, thanks for becoming a Padrat member. Javon, I hope I'm not butchering your name, but I suspect I am. Becoming a Red Team member, thank you. 08 Samer, Red Team. Zach coming in at Red Team. Matt, thank you for the support. I have a track meet at 8:15. Sorry, buddy. Lily Givens, thanks for becoming a Padrat member. Buck Rogers with a 420 super chat, thank you. 420 on 420. Ralph Cairns, Capcom member. Enjoy Discord, Ralph. We got all kinds of cool channels in there. We've got a small sat channel, we've got a SpaceX channel, a Starship channel, a ULA channel. We've got all kinds of awesome spots. There's even a gaming channel where you can go and look at all the horrible things people make in Kerbal. I'm not saying horrible to be a jerk. I'm saying horrible like people kind of at times seem to have a competition to who can make the most absurd rocket. I certainly enjoy it. HyperRip 450, thank you for gifting a Red Team membership. Lone Wolf becoming a Red Team member. Whole lot of Red Team members. That's what we love to see here. Because Ryan, I'm sure I don't have to tell you this. We could work really hard on some videos, and sometimes YouTube algorithm just doesn't pick up that video, and it's nice to have the membership program. In fact, it's critical, because the members serve as the glue that sort of hold everything together and allow us to make content that we think should exist, whether or not we think the YouTube algorithm will bless us with 1 million views. So, I don't know, Ryan. Is it frustrating sometimes when you make a video and it doesn't necessarily get the views you think or hope it should?
I mean, yeah, because you can put hours into a video. I've traveled personally. I've traveled many hours to places on location to get exclusive footage and stuff like that for content. And just because it isn't, you know, Starship or another popular topic in the eyes of the algorithm right now, it means it doesn't get the attention that I think it deserves. So yeah, definitely the memberships give us a bit of a buffer there. So even when the news slows down a little bit, like it was during kind of 2021 and the start of 2022, it still allows us to keep going and making all of the content which you love to watch.
Absolutely. And it's just, you know, it allows us to sort of plan, do forward planning, and plan and hope to do even cooler things than we already do, which thank you so much to all of our members. Just want to reiterate once again, membership program exists. Consider signing up for it. We would really appreciate it. It looks like some more law enforcement is leaving the pad, maybe clearing the pad. So you can see the roadblock there on the left, and you can see a vehicle with flashing lights on the right. So by all accounts, it looks like things are progressing with about 7 hours and 30 minutes to go until the opening of the window. Sir Weasel, nice name, is asking, what's the plan for Ship 26 regarding its heat shield tiles? Production change, or do you think it's going to be expendable? Brian, do we know what's going on with Ship 26?
Well, we've actually had from the, I think it was from the launch license or a document similar, we've had word from officials that the next 2 flights of Starship are going to be recoverable. They're not going to be well, they are going to be re-entering. They're not going to attempt to survive past re-entry, which is a good indication that the bare flipless starships, as I've been calling them, Ship 26 and 27, I believe, are going to be the next 2 vehicles to fly. So we are expecting Ship 26 to launch next, potentially on Booster 9. And then Ship 27 to launch after that, and on another super heavy booster. This is, I would add that is speculation. However, that is based off of what we've been told in the kind of official planning documents. So the production, it is a production change in terms of manufacturing. They just haven't put flaps or tiles on them. However, it is not kind of like a random change. We've learned from the documentation that instead of wasting time, resources, and budget on installing flaps, installing thermal protection systems, they can save them 17,000 tiles from each vehicle and put them to better use on a vehicle that is actually going to attempt re-entry.
Yeah, sure enough. I couldn't have put it better myself. Thank you for the good question there, Sir Weasel. I almost feel like Sir Weasel. It's like almost a derogatory name. But at least they're a knight. Ragfire asking, is there a sister ship of the WB-57 in Hawaii to cover Starship's reentry? If y'all don't know, the WB-57 is a sort of a 1950s era bomber that has been converted by NASA into a research vehicle. It is a plane that can fly at extremely high altitudes. We're talking like 60, 70,000 feet. And the nose cone of the plane has been converted into a giant camera gimbal that houses all manner of different cameras that can track vehicles either re-entering or launching. There are 3 WB-57s, 2 of which I believe right now are operational and 1 of which is under maintenance. Now, I'm pretty sure that on the first launch attempt the other day, both of them were stationed out of Houston and were taking off out of Houston. So I don't think we expect to see a WB-57 in the vicinity of Hawaii. Max, did you get eyes on the WB-57 on the previous attempt?
No, I did not. But then again, to be honest with you, Jack, I was not looking. I was looking at the launch pad the whole time. So
yeah, I don't blame you. Let's see. Ryan, any insight into what we expect in terms of those WB-57s?
Well, not really. I'm just looking at the flight tracking data that we have here. The WB-57 number 926 hasn't flown since the 15th, which would have been last Saturday, and 927 obviously last flew on Monday for the last launch attempt. So yeah, neither of these aircraft has made the trip out to Hawaii, so it looks like we're not going to be getting re-entry footage from 50,000 feet in these WB-57s, which is unfortunate, but again, Hawaii is quite far away, so I wouldn't I'm thinking how to say this. I'm not surprised that NASA has decided to not fly out over the Pacific to Hawaii, just to be stationed there for a few days.
Right, yeah, and it'd be quite a ferry flight, let's just say that. But I do wonder if there's some other asset, maybe like a Global Hawk or something, provided by the military that might be out there watching it, or just some sort of tracking rig on one of the islands of Hawaii. Safe to say that this thing is going to be watched very, very closely, whether it's by a WB-57 or not. We here at NSF kind of have a soft spot for the WB-57 because it's just such a cool aircraft. Let's see here. Big J4 Gaming is asking, what are the chances of SpaceX beating NASA to the moon? I mean, NASA is going to the moon along with SpaceX. Now, if you're asking what are the chances of, say, the Dear Moon mission coming before a human landing system mission that's contracted by NASA, that's a good question. I would wager to think that in terms of resources spent, NASA comes first for SpaceX. In the same way that for the Crew Dragon missions, NASA came first, and only after they had launched several crew missions for NASA did SpaceX start launching private crewed missions. But I don't know, Ryan, what do you think about this question? What are your thoughts about SpaceX potentially beating NASA to the moon?
Well, it is all going to be under HLS, the Human Landing Systems contract SpaceX has with NASA. So personally, with the current development timeline that we're seeing with Starship, even with a flight today, it's yet to reach orbit. So a development timeline to reach the moon, alongside the NASA HLS timeline, lines up and makes sense. So I don't personally see a timeline or a reason why SpaceX would head out to the moon before that. Of course, they could decide to launch a Starship and do test landings or something like that, or try and do some test flights trying to get translunar ejection and things along those lines. But yeah, other than that, there's no reason, in my opinion, for SpaceX to try and get to the moon outside of their NASA contract at this moment in time.
Yeah, it makes sense. And it just bears repeating once again that NASA and SpaceX are not competitors. They're working together. They are, NASA has contracted SpaceX to make a Starship human landing system variant that will land on the moon. They are working hand in hand to get this done. So, I mean, if SpaceX gets there, they're probably going to get there with NASA, as a partner first. That would be my guess. Max, you have any thoughts here, or should we move on?
Nothing really new that Ryan hasn't already said. But NASA and SpaceX are locked hip and hip for the development of Starship in the Artemis program. Of course, SpaceX as a private company has their own goals and their own private endeavors, such as Dear Moon. And of course, the company's ultimate goal is to bring humanity to Mars. But at this moment in time, NASA is, I believe, SpaceX's biggest backer, for lack of a better term, on the development of Starship. So I believe, I don't believe there's any real reason for SpaceX to be trying to reach the moon before NASA with the Artemis program.
Yep, 100%. I mean, this question's interesting because today I had somebody actually stop me on the beach and say, "Hey, you think SpaceX is going to beat NASA?" Basically the exact same question. And I was kind of like, Dear Moon is definitely a thing. The Dear Moon mission is going to happen. Do I think it'll happen before HLS missions? I kind of doubt it. I feel like their priority is, number one, launch Starship. Number two, prove that they can repeatedly, reliably, and rapidly launch Starship. And then three, launch the Human Landing System variant for its test flight for NASA. Everything after that, I think, is sort of, up in the air a little bit, but I expect Dear Moon to be sort of, I hate to say it, a long way off. Maybe like 2027, 2028 timeframe, somewhere in there. Like, there's a lot of work to be done, especially, and I don't think we've heard anything concrete on this, but especially if the crew for Dear Moon is actually going to launch on a Starship. If that is the case, it's going to be a lot of work and a long road to get Starship human rated. And there's a lot of launches that come before that. So, good question, though. We have a super chat here from Tim Fields. Thank you, Tim. They're saying, driving to South Padre now, where do I park? Well, Isla Blanca Park is, in fact, the best place to view the launch from. And if you can get in, then, there is parking in Isla Blanca Park. That said, I believe the gates on the previous attempt opened at 4:30 a.m. I haven't heard anything one way or the other about when the park is going to open this time around, but suffice to say, if you are planning on viewing from Isla Blanca Park on South Padre Island, which is an excellent place to watch from, get there early, have a lot of snacks and a lot of water because you don't want to get dehydrated or anything, and just sort of relax and take it easy. Be prepared for a long line of cars to get in, be prepared for a long line of cars to get out, and like I said, bring some food, bring some snacks, and don't get frustrated if you're in a long line of cars, because it's just a matter of we're all trying to watch this thing, and it's like no one's going to go in a sauna and complain it's hot. There's going to be a lot of people watching from South Padre Island, and oh yeah, and it's cash only. Definitely bring cash. It is a $12, I believe, entrance fee to get into Isla Blanca Park. There is no ability to pay with a card, so definitely bring cash. Let's see here. King Elvis, thank you for the support. Kerbal Engineering Systems, thank you so much. Talking about Starship surviving reentry, the Space Shuttle Boundary Layer experiment tested bumps in shuttle's TPS and found not great results. And yeah, we have sort of seen in a lot of pictures of the tiles on Ship 24, they aren't exactly smooth and uniform. So we'll see what happens there. All right, let's take a look at the launch timeline. See if it pops up here on the left. There we go. So the road is closed, and as we saw with all of the law enforcement with the blinky lights, they are working now to clear the area and clear the pad. Then after that, at T-minus 4 hours, the tank farm should spool up approximately around then. Then at an hour and 45 minutes to go, the flight director will verify that they are go for propellant load, followed shortly by an hour and 39 minutes in the timeline. Booster methane and LOX load begins. Then, with T-minus an hour and 22 minutes to go, ship methane load begins. Then at an hour and 17 minutes, ship LOX load begins. Then at T-minus 27 minutes, ship header tank loading starts. If you don't know what the header tanks are, they're smaller fuel tanks up in the tip of the nose cone that hold the landing propellant. And Starship is not going to attempt a landing. It is going to belly flop directly into the ocean, but you still sort of want to test as you fly, or fly as you test. So they are loading those tanks just the same. Now, the next thing after that is at T-minus 16 minutes and 40 seconds, booster Raptor engine chill down starts up, because you don't want the Raptor engines to be warm when you are flowing cryogenic propellants through them. You don't want any kind of thermal shock going on there. So that is a chill down that occurs so that all the propellant lines in the engines are ready to accept their cryogenic fuel and oxidizer. Then at T-minus 5 minutes, ship prop load finishes. At T-minus 3 minutes, booster prop load finishes. At T-minus 40 seconds, fluid interface vent down begins, which I believe is sort of like purging the lines in order to ensure that everything is clear and ready to go, and no residual propellants are hanging around and potentially, available to ignite. Then at T-minus 8 seconds, Raptor startup sequence begins. And of course, at T-minus 0 seconds, excitement is guaranteed. And now, let's go over to Ryan with the weather.
Thanks, Jack. So at the moment, I'll give you the live weather, which we are getting from Port Isabel, which is pretty much the closest data we can get to the pad. It's still showing 25 degrees C. The winds haven't really changed, and the humidity is staying roughly the same. So there you go. That's what it's currently looking like. It's a tad bit warm. It's mildly. It's just been updated actually. So this is the weather at 8 actually. So this is what we're expecting at the opening, just before the opening of the launch window, just after sunrise. You can see the temperature dipping there a bit, the wind calming, and the humidity decreasing as well. So that's what we are expecting for the launch window, and what it's looking like right now.
I like that it's decreasing. The humidity is decreasing to 92%.
Yeah, it's a 2% decrease. It's going to be extremely noticeable. Jack, you're going to be on the roof. You're going to be like, oh, the humidity's gone down like a significant amount. 2%. I can really feel it.
Oh man, I am outside right now, and I feel like I am sitting in a swimming pool. It was extreme. It is extremely humid. There's condensation on everything. It's just sort of how it goes down here in South Texas at times.
I can confirm it is quite sticky out tonight.
Yeah, make sure you got your cameras bagged and your lens caps on and your hand warmers ready to go, and pray to the humidity gods that they shine on us today with a nice crisp morning. Okay, so how about we do this? Ryan, if you see any questions that pique your interest, we can jump on them momentarily, but first, I am going to thank some people for their support because I don't want to get too far behind here. We got a 26-minute ago, somebody became a Capcom member, Crumble, looks like. And I just want to make sure everyone knows that we appreciate what we're doing here. Tracy, thanks for gifting a Red Team membership. Jeremy Johnson, thank you for becoming a PadRat member. Eric, thanks for becoming a PadRat member. Gideon, thanks for the support. They're asking if we think the chopsticks will work as intended. Well, they're not going to be trying to catch Starship this time around, so I think they will work in terms of moving out of the way and hopefully not getting too roasted. Thomas, thank you for the support. The beach is closed and the road is closed. Bunch, thanks for the support. They say, will Elon celebrate 420 launch with 420 fun? Who knows? Jeremy Hancock, thank you for the support. They say 420 themed merch if it goes today. That would be hilarious. Retro Man, thank you for becoming a Red Team member. Huxcrux, thank you for becoming a Capcom member. Georgiana Hennessy? Padrat, thank you. Rian, Padrat, and Musical Wolves. Oh my gosh. Musical Wolves said, will Ship 24 find SN11's ghost if it is foggy at launch? We're not even going to think about that, Musical Wolves. It's going to be crisp and clear and just as beautiful as Monday was. And I say that with a sad tone in my voice because, Monday was a beautiful day. It's a shame that it scrubbed on Monday because you don't get a lot of days like that out here. So hopefully this morning we get awesome views just as we would have gotten on Monday. BPace777, thank you for the support. Thoughts on the next milestone assuming perfect launch? Max, really quickly, what do you think they'll do next if the launch is perfect?
Oh boy. Well, ideally, assuming the pad isn't damaged, or they can fix the necessary, or if it is damaged and the damage isn't too severe and they can repair it in a reasonable amount of time, Booster 9 should be making its way out to the launch site next. Although I'm not quite sure off the top of my head whether that has gone through full cryo testing or not, or Raptor integration. And then shortly followed by Ship 26 going through its potential cryo tests and Raptor integration and potential static fires as well. The timelines for that
26 is ready to go with Raptors already. It already did past cryo and has Raptors. So hopefully we see a static fire campaign with 26 coming up soon.
That would be even better. Absolutely.
But sorry, I interrupted you. Continue.
Yeah, but of course, I think the timelines that SpaceX and or Elon would be giving us for any kind of launch or testing activities sometimes can be on the optimistic side. So I think, but everything in the future depends on how the launch, hopefully this morning, goes in terms of damage and repairability.
Yep, sure enough. I mean, I think if I was going to answer this question, I would just say, if everything goes perfectly on this launch, then I think they'll try and do it again. Do it again a couple times. In fact, that's sort of borne out with what we were talking about in some of the documents that we learned around the time the launch license dropped, that the next 2 launches are planned to be expendable and also ditch in the ocean near Hawaii. Isn't that right, Ryan?
Sorry, I was yawning. Can you repeat the question?
Oh, just if everything goes perfect on this launch, what are they going to do next? And I was sort of saying, based on that documentation that came out, we sort of expect them to repeat the same thing over again 2 more times.
Yeah, that's pretty much what we're looking at right now. I don't know if it's going to get into a proper orbit with ship 26 and 27, but pretty much all we know is that they're not going to be recovered.
Yep, sure enough. All right, really quickly here, Jonas, Red Team member, thank you. Morgoose, Capcom member, enjoy the Discord. Nick, becoming a Red Team member. Eric, becoming a flight engineer. Thank you so much, Eric. That is the highest level of membership that you can achieve. Ken Rico, thanks for becoming a Red Team member. Lisa, becoming a Padrat member. Torben, thank you for becoming a Launch Director member. Another one of the high levels of membership. Thank you so much. Gotta love seeing all these members because it's absolutely going to result in us being able to do even more and even cooler stuff. Gavin, becoming a Capcom member. Thank you. Once again, enjoy the Discord. It's a really fun community. Ryan, becoming a Red Team member. Steven, thank you so much for the support. They say greetings from the Starfleet Tours team. Oh, that's awesome. I think Starfleet Tours might be out here, like on a boat, ready to watch this thing from the water, which is going to be really cool. Probably a very cool view. Sam, thank you for becoming a Red Team member. Silver Match, Red Team member. And Evan Drew, Red Team member. Also, James P. DePirza, becoming a Launch Director. Thank you, James. Samuel, becoming a Capcom member. Nevada. Ooh. Nevada with a store purchase. Let's see, what did Nevada get from the store? As a reminder, you can grab something from the store and put a message in. It'll show up the same way that Super Chats do, and we can show a little thing on screen. They got a Starship OFT unisex hoodie with that sweet patch design that Pauline made. Gotta love that. If you don't know, we do have the merch store active, and we do have the full stack of plushies available for purchase. We also have the Destination Known collection with a whole bunch of really cool designs. I gotta love this Starship design that Pauline made. She's really killing it lately, and always, let's be fair. But yeah, it comes in hoodie form, t-shirt form, even mug form. So check out the merch store, buy yourself some merch. We really hope you enjoy what we're putting out. We've been working so hard to up our merch game and just make stuff that people enjoy and want to wear and nerd out with. So definitely appreciate that. And I would be remiss if I did not say we also have available, oh, it's got the new logo, yay. We also have available metal prints. You know it. All kinds of awesome metal prints. A lot of these are from Nick. Some of them are from other people on the team. We've got the Rocket Garden. We've got Starship. We've got all kinds of rockets, whether it's Starship, Falcon 9, Falcon Heavy, SLS, you name it. I mean, just look at that. They look great. They don't need a frame because they're made out of metal. They're printed directly on metal, and they come up with everything you need to hang right out of the box. So check out the merch store. Get yourself a t-shirt. Get yourself a metal print. We really appreciate it because just like the membership program, it really helps us do what we do, and it should be repeated, do even more, because we're not satisfied with our output. We just constantly are trying to look to up our game and do better and do more and cooler things. So that's the merch store. Thanks so much for considering buying some merch. All right. Here's a kind of an interesting one. Garbage is asking, if Starship were to explode shortly after getting off the launch mount, what do you think the blast radius would be? Now, I've heard people say that this, if it went in the exact wrong way, would be the largest non-nuclear explosion in history. I don't think we're really prepared to discuss like exact blast radius in meters or what have you, but I don't know, Ryan, what do you think we would be looking at in terms of damage-wise if this thing were to pop shortly after launching off the mount?
Well, we've got the official keep out zone, which is essentially a few miles down the road and goes all the way down south to the Mexican border and goes all the way up north to the channel that leads in from the Gulf of Mexico into the port of Brownsville. So I'm going to hazard a guess that the actual blast radius for a Starship going very, very wrong would be significantly less than that, because not only do you want to have the general public protected from that blast radius, but you also want to have some redundancy just in case, I don't know, some little piece of shrapnel manages to go miles and miles away. So that would be my best guess. Yeah, if you basically, I'd say probably 2/3 of the distance between here and Port Isabel is a bunker. So that's what I would assume based on the keep out zones that have been marked for this launch.
Makes sense. Max, what's your view like right now? You're on top of the Margaritaville South Padre, right?
I am, yes. But I do regret to inform you that while we do have it normally on a good day, a great view out to the pad, you can practically cut the moisture in the air tonight with a knife. It is very humid, very sticky, and quite foggy, to be honest with you. While I cannot see the actual pad structure and the tower and the OLM and, of course, the vehicle itself, I can only see the white flashing lights at the moment. Hopefully this clears up by the morning, and with the sun coming up, hopefully it should burn. Hopefully most, if not all of it off. That would greatly be appreciated for everybody watching, I'm sure. But right now it is quite sticky and honestly quite nasty.
Yeah, 1224 Chris NG in chat says, please no SN11. I think we're all sort of on the same page there. Here's another one kind of on the same vein that we've been discussing, like worst case scenarios. Roar Torque is asking if the booster was to RUD, that's rapidly, what is it? Rapid unscheduled disassembly. If the booster were to RUD, will Starship perform an escape separation? It will crash, but to test the booster RUD. Like so many things, this is not something we really have any. Oh, looks like cars are headed to the pad. Hopefully this is like a closeout crew.
Yeah.
Interesting. We'll keep our eyes on that. But yeah, we don't have any concrete word as to what the plan would be for the ship if booster does go pop. But yeah, I don't know. Ryan, what do you think? Is this something that they might do? Try and do an escape maneuver with the ship, or?
See, this is a tricky one, because there's not really there isn't an abort function for Starship like how we've seen historically. We see kind of towers on like the Saturn V with the Apollo command module, and also on Soyuz we see kind of pusher systems like we see on Starliner and on Dragon. Starship doesn't have anything like that. I think the most concrete information we have on a Starship abort at the moment is Elon answering a question from Chris G in 2022 at the February update, basically saying, we hope that the thrust-to-weight ratio of Starship will be good enough that we can perform an abort with the Raptors in the event that the booster shuts down or fails to do its job in any way, shape or form. That's pretty much all we know. So yeah, it's kind of unknown what they'll do. As this is a test flight, we're not even going to orbit today. I'm gonna say if something goes wrong with the booster, S-24 unfortunately is gonna be going along with it, because the abort functionality for Starship, I just don't think it exists yet.
Yeah, like you said, Starship is a completely different rocket and second stage than any other, and crew vehicle than any other. It doesn't exactly have the tractor tower or a pusher system or anything like that. So it'd be interesting if they did try that, but We don't really know one way or the other, and it's not really a capability that Starship has at the moment. Let's see here. Max, this one's for you. Oh, where did it go? Let's see if I can find it. Here we go. Abdusar, I'm sorry, I'm butchering your name there. They're asking, is there a flight termination system on both Ship 24 and Booster 7?
Indeed, there is. So to access the FTS on the booster, the vehicle actually has to be destacked, so crews can access and activate the flight termination system on
the ship. You mean?
Is that the ship or the booster?
So they can access the FTS on the booster without it being destacked. Like the booster can be on the pad and they can access it. The ship has to be destacked so they can access it.
Oh, interesting. Apologies for that.
No worries.
Yes, but to answer your question, yes. And that is currently the best way to handle any kind of anomaly with the vehicle. And going off of Ryan's point with adapting any kind of launch escape system for Starship, integrating any kind of launch escape system on a design as unique and new as Starship is going to be quite the challenge, especially having the time and ability to human rate it as well.
Yes, indeed. Let's see here. Ryan, this one's for you because we're talking about the Starship trajectory, and I know you worked on that video that we put out a little while ago about that. Morguz is asking, good morning from France. Is there a chance to see the ship trajectory from France? Thank you so much.
Sorry to break it to you, but no. Not only will it be daytime here in Europe during the flight, we're also on basically the opposite side of the planet to where Starship will be. We're right up in the northern hemisphere, around this longitude. The latitude of Starship will be going over South Africa pretty much. So that is the trajectory from Boca Chica. It's going to be going, threading the needle between Florida and Cuba and the Bahamas and the rest of the Caribbean. It's going to be going down through the Atlantic, going over the southern half of Africa, just tipping the bottom tip there of Madagascar, going over the Indian Ocean, going between Indonesia, Australia, flying over Papua New Guinea, and then splashing down, fingers crossed, face palming the Pacific Ocean just north of Hawaii. And that is the splashdown hazard zone. But of course, if anything does go wrong, the debris hazard zone for the re-entry is it's the longest knot-mile I've ever seen in my life. It is absolutely gargantuan. It runs all the way down past Hawaii, all the way down into the Pacific. It's so large that from this perspective you can see the curvature of the Earth in the knot-mile. It's huge. So yeah, it's absolutely massive, that re-entry debris hazard zone. So yeah, if you are, let's run through here. So if you're in Canada, if you're in Europe, if you're in Northern Africa, if you're in the Middle East, if you're in the majority of Asia, or if you are in the majority of South America, it seems as if your opportunities to see Starship are limited. What I will say, however, is that if you are around Northern Australia, Papua New Guinea, southern parts of Indonesia, if it is dark at the time, which I believe it might be, or heading towards that way, keep an eye out, because there could be the possibility that the shiny side of Starship is pointing towards Earth, so you may be able to see it. That's not a promise. We don't know what orientation Starship will be in, or even if the flight will make it that far, but that is a possibility. And there's also the possibility that if you are in Hawaii, if you look out towards the south and then towards the west, you may be able to see Starship re-entering in whatever way it re-enters, either as one piece or as many different pieces. But again, we are not making any promises. We have no official word. This is just speculation based off what the light levels could be, and the time of day, and position from the sun, and the Earth's rotation, and a bunch of other factors. We don't actually know what it's going to look like, but those are potentialities.
Thanks for that, Ryan. I knew you would have a good answer there. John Paul Chambers, becoming a PadRat member. Thank you, John Paul. Carl Magnus Berglund, asking where is Musical Wolves. They're here. We've had a couple questions from them. Let's see. Oh, Ryan, do you have a word from our sponsors?
I do indeed, Jack. As this portion of the broadcast is sponsored by Rocket Money. Are you considering travelling at some point to Starbase? If so, there's a good chance you're trying to manage your money so you can save up for that dream vacation to Texas. That's where Rocket Money comes in. Rocket Money is an all-in-one finance platform that helps you to save more and spend less. The personal finance manager can help you manage and potentially even save your money. That includes helping to cancel unwanted subscriptions. Rocket Money safely and securely identifies recurring charges and cancels unwanted subscriptions for you with just a tap. You can even upload a photo of your bills, and Rocket Money will negotiate with internet, phone and cable providers, just to name a few, to try and save you cash. Plus, you can choose a set amount you want to spend on a certain category, and Rocket Money will notify you if you've exceeded that amount. And it's trusted by more than 3.4 million members and counting. In addition to the web, it's also available on iOS and Android. To try it out for free and unlock more features with Premium, visit rocketmoney.com/NSF or scan the QR code on your screen. The link is also in the description below.
Thanks for that, Ryan. All right, let's do some more questions. Question time. Pew, 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 pew. I kind of want a soundboard. I kind of feel like everybody would hate me for it, so so I will refrain.
Yes.
Let's see here. Looking for a good question.
There's a question here from JR, if I may butt in. Sorry, Jack. Asking, is the pad closed right now completely? We've seen some vehicles going to the pad, but we think that's the closeout crew. So that is kind of the status which we are at. Again, we are just under 7 hours from the opening of the launch window. The roadblock is in effect. So yeah, there is. It appears as if the final preparations are now taking place. We also, or I should also probably note that if you are in South Texas, please do not attempt to go down Highway 4. Just don't. Head up north to South Padre Isle, head across the bridge, and try and watch from there instead. That's going to be your best bet. Please, 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 do not try and drive down Highway 4. You will not be able to see the launch from there.
Yeah, you won't even really get too far down Highway 4 because there is a roadblock up. So, and even if that wasn't there, there's really no good spots to view from that anybody could possibly get to at this point in the game. So, yeah, your best bet's go to South Padre Island. Although, Ryan, I like South Padre Isle. It makes it sound very fancy. So, yeah, definitely pad is closed, road is closed. Don't venture down Highway 4. Go up to South Padre Island. Yeah, and there you can see the roadblock even. So, Sukanor Singh. I know I'm butchering your name. I really apologize for that. They're saying, who is currently at Starbase? Thanks for the gifted membership. Well, I am in Starbase. Max, you're there. You're here in well, not technically Starbase, but you're in South Padre Island, about 5 miles away, right?
Yes, indeedy. Got here last weekend in preparation for launch, which we all were hoping was going to be on Monday for various reasons, but alas.
And we also have Nick, of course, on site, and Mary as well. We also have Michael Baylor here, and Das is here. We have a whole mess of Starbase Live operators here. Rough Riders and Roger and a bunch of other people all hanging out. We've got the whole team out here in force. I hope I'm not forgetting anybody. I'm trying to think rapidly. I think that's the vast majority of us. So yeah, we do have a bunch of people on site. Really, like we've said on the previous broadcast, we've pulled out all the stops. There are no stops. The team has come out in force, and we are doing our best to bring you the very best coverage of this moment in history that we can. Jack Fowler is asking, do you think Starbase will always be a public road to the beach? So Highway 4, if you don't know, is a public road in Texas. It's basically a road that ends in sand, is I think what Das has called it. And it's absolutely correct. Oh yeah, Adrian's here. Oh my gosh, Adrian is here. Thank you, chat.
How could you forget, Jack? I mean, come on.
I've been having so much fun.
He's come over especially for the launch, and you just forget about him like that. I mean,
I'm a big dum-dum. Yeah, tut me. I deserve the tuts. I deserve all the tuts. Chat, give me a tut if I deserve it. But yeah, so do we think the beach will always be public, the public road next to Starbase? Certainly things can change. Never say never. But it is written into the Texas Constitution that you can't just close off a public beach. So hopefully it stays how it is. And, times change, things change. Access can get increasingly limited over time as it goes from being a pile of dirt out in the middle of nowhere in Texas to a fully fledged spaceport. But, yeah, so far, so good. Hopefully things stay this way. Because really, if you want the public on your side, if you want people to be excited about spaceflight, this is a great way to do it, is by letting people get up close and personal with the rockets themselves.
If I'm correct, I think there's also a road that kind of leads into the production site area, kind of somewhat,
Yep.
that's still technically public.
Yep, that is Remedios Avenue, and that is the road that branches off Highway 4 and goes towards the Rocket Garden. And that is sort of in the same vein where a lot of people will drive or walk. I guess you kind of need to walk up to it since you can't park on Remedios. But a lot of people will park on Highway 4 and then walk up to the Rocket Garden right there. And you can get within, I want to say 10 or 15 feet, which, of a Starship, of multiple Starships, which is really wild and a really great way to get people sort of up close and personal and invested and excited. And you can see there the Rocket Garden on the left. You can see Ship 26 connected to the crane still. So that is the road that we're talking about there. You can sort of walk right up to the Rocket Garden and get a feel for how massive these vehicles truly are.
And apart from the people who are building these things, it kind of boggles my mind how close you can actually get, because I'd say the closest you can get to other rockets will probably be like the Kennedy Space Center, Visitor Center, or something like that. But they're retired. These vehicles are either soon going to fly or were intended to fly. Yeah, it just boggles my mind how the access is this good for a private company. This isn't NASA. This isn't the government. They don't need to share things, but they are, and they're sharing it more than anyone else has shared it before.
Absolutely. I mean, I've been to Kennedy Space Center. I've been to Cape Canaveral. I've shot launches there. I've shot launches from Vandenberg many a time out on the West Coast. I've even shot launches in New Mexico and over at Blue Origin's Corn Ranch out in West Texas. Nowhere else that I'm aware of on the planet is quite like this. It's extremely unique and extremely special, and we're just lucky that we get to exist at this point in history. Max, is this, forgive me that I don't know, is this your first time in Starbase, or have you been here before?
So this is actually my second time in Starbase. My first visit was last year for the update, but literally the trip was so quick. I was in and out of Starbase in about 30 hours.
Wow.
Yes, and so this is, of course, my first time here for any real activity beyond just a presentation, and of course, my first on the team with NSF. So, and as someone who's based over at Kennedy and has been for over a year, I have to say that the kind of access and how close you can get to the pad, the orbital launch mount, and all of the ground support equipment over there as a member of the general public is staggering, because over at Kennedy and the Cape, you can't even get close, and the times you can get close, you are either being escorted by members of NASA or the Space Force over there, and that is also only for a very, very limited time. And I mean by that I mean upwards of 15 to 20 minutes. So being here and being able to have the views and the access that the public has is quite frankly unheard of, and it's the only place in the world where this is possible.
Yeah, it's really special. I mean, if you want to have a bonfire on the beach and make some hamburgers and hot dogs, obviously you can't do it right now because the beach is closed, but when the beach is open, you can do that. If you want to hang out and camp out on the beach, you can do that. If you want to sort of sit on the side of the road and watch the workers work, hope, don't get in their way or anything, don't break any rules, but you can do that. It's really, really special. So part of the reason we're all so amped up for this program. Let's see here. Rich Martin, thank you for the support. Hans, thank you so much for becoming a Red Team member. August, Capcom member. Lord Disp, thank you for the support. They're asking how well the GSE tanks are insulated. Is there boil off, and is propellant cooled further when loading into the ship? Yes, they do cool the propellants. They subcool them in the same way that they are cooled for Falcon 9. And the tanks are significantly insulated. There's a sort of a shell within a shell, and a insulating material in between those two shells. But there is still boil off because it's just impossible to not have any. Good question, though. Josh, thank you so much for the support. Tim Staruk, I hope I'm not butchering your name. Thank you for the support. The Hustle Mallard, thank you so much. They said, do you think I can see the reentry of Starship? I'm currently on Oahu in Hawaii. Thank you for the amazing footage, by the way. Ryan, what do you think? If you're in Oahu, what do you think in terms of visibility there?
I'm just going to bring up my map quickly so I can get my Hawaiian geography correct again. So, yes, I am cheating. I'm not doing it off the top of my head. Sorry, everybody. So
How
Oahu
dare you,
is...
sir?
Oahu is the next island along in the archipelago. It's a little ways away from Kauai, and just north of Kauai is where the vehicle will be impacting the Pacific if it does make it that far. So I'm going to hazard a guess that the light pollution of Honolulu may impact your visibility of a potential streak of plasma in the sky. But if you're in some more like more rural, more remote areas of Oahu, or even any of the other islands of Hawaii, and you have a clear view to the south and to the west of the Pacific Ocean, I'd say you're in for a pretty good chance of seeing something, but you've got to keep in mind that Starship 1 may not get that far, and 2 may be too far away that it may actually start its re-entry over the horizon, depending on what kind of trajectory it ends up on. It's targeting an apogee of 250 kilometers for a re-entry into the Pacific north, or over the Pacific, and a impact north of Kauai. However, I don't know, say there's a problem with the Raptors and it doesn't get that far. That's the kind of thing that we are that you have to be prepared for. So yeah, there's no guarantees you'll be able to see anything, but if you're anywhere on Hawaii, my best bet would be look west, look south, and if you see anything, put it on Twitter, because it'll probably go very popular very quickly.
Yeah, yes, well said. Is that the drone there in the bottom right? Looks like there's a drone
Looks
up.
like it, yeah. Little light flying about.
Very cool. Let's see here. Tim is asking,
actually, sorry, Jack. I'm just thinking maybe because there's the observatory on Mauna Kea. Maybe they'll get a good view of it. I'm not sure.
That would be killer. Oh man. Tim is asking, when do we think they're going to test the chopsticks? Well, it won't be before Flight 4. That's for sure. Bo Cotton, thanks for the support. They're asking, how far away can you hear launch from? I don't think we have any concrete numbers there, but suffice to say, people in Brownsville will have a very good chance of hearing launch. So I would say for many, many miles around. Stephen Howard becoming a Capcom member. Thank you, Stephen. Black Pink Fan Club. Thank you so much for the support. Matt Covey, thanks for becoming a Red Team member. Nub340, thank you for the support. They say, assuming Launchpad survives intact, how soon till next flight do you think they will try and catch the boosters on the second attempt? We don't know if they'll catch the booster on the second attempt, but hopefully the next flight follows within a month or two, depending on how much damage there is to the pad. Max, what do you think the flight rate is going to be here, assuming things go well on the first flight?
I mean, assuming things go well, I mean, it's just a matter of how quickly they can repair and repaint the legs on the OLM, and also make concrete repairs to the base at the bottom of the OLM. It's tough to put even just a speculative rough number on it. But I think SpaceX is targeting between 1 and 2 months between launches. Personally, I think it's going to be closer to about maybe 3 to 4 at the earliest, because of course with Booster 9 there's brand new technology on it, including the electrical TVC. So there's just different technology to check out and more testing on each vehicle as well. So I would say personally between 3 to 4 months.
Yeah, makes sense. Eric, thank you for the support. Vegard, thank you for becoming a PadRat member. Jome Art, thanks for becoming a PadRat member. Tim West, Red Team member. Josh, thank you for the support. They say SpaceX currently static fire Falcons at McGregor. In the future, do you anticipate the same with newer refurbished starships? Short answer, no. That's what Starbase is for.
Yeah. Trying to get a Starship, one, down the interstate, or up the interstate to McGregor, and then down the interstate to Starbase is kind of impossible. The reason, or one of the reasons with Falcon 9 is the diameter it is because it's designed to fit under all of the bridges between Hawthorne and Cape Canaveral. That is the reason that it is that size, that shape. So yeah, Starship is not going to be going anywhere apart from Starbase and the Cape at this moment in time. Unless, I don't know, they go to Vandenberg or something. But I'd imagine they will be delivering via barge for that. And they probably, I don't know, would a Starship fit through the Panama Canal?
That's a good question. I think it would. It would be a heck of a barge job, though.
Yeah. So there you go. But a Vandenberg Starship is not something that is on the table right now. That is just something we can dream of in the back of our minds.
Indeed. Stefan, thank you for the support. I will not stop making bacon. Philip, thank you for grabbing something from the store there. Really appreciate that. They're thanking us for the coverage, and they say, I've been trying to figure out how much methane replenishment is needed after a scrub. How much can be reliquefied, i.e. what percentage is lost to condensation, venting, and etc. That's one of those things that, we just don't have concrete answers there. Now, what we can say is after Monday's scrub, we saw an absolute just train of tankers coming in, both with oxygen, nitrogen, and methane. So suffice to say, it's many, many dozens of tanker trucks worth that they need to replenish, especially in the case of a scrub late in the count when they've loaded so much onto the booster. Let's see here. Here's one. Nicholas Hall is asking, the strong back for Falcon 9 leans back to avoid getting roasted. Any plan for protecting the infrastructure at the pad in a similar fashion? Max, do you think that... I'm obviously asking this sarcastically. Do you think there's any plans to have the launch tower do a throwback maneuver?
If SpaceX can pull that off, I'd probably honestly put a wig on for the rest of my life.
If y'all know, Max is a member of the Bald Guy Club. We have meetings every Tuesday.
Represent, absolutely.
But yeah, no, the tower is not going to do any kind of throwback maneuver. Now, in a lot of the renders that SpaceX has put out, we have seen the tower sort of looking much different, sort of clad in a protective cladding. So, would not be surprised if the tower grows up to look much different than it does, with a whole bunch of protective panels on it. Now, does it look like that now? Obviously not. So we'll just have to sort of wait and see what happens there.
And to add to that real quick, in the renderings it has that look, but also keep in mind that the LC-39A fixed service structure has that black and white look on it.
Yep.
So it's not entirely out of the question. I mean, it would look incredible if they could. And I think also in the renderings, the chopsticks also have some kind of clad armor, or at least covering along the skeleton of the chopsticks as well. So it's not out of the question. It would look pretty cool, but I guess we will have to wait and see.
Yeah, in the same way that the orbital launch mount until very recently did not have its shielding installed, I expect sort of a similar thing to happen with the tower at some point, where it'll get a whole bunch of shielding installed to sort of cover it up. Now, if you want to cover something up, you know what you can do? You can head on over to the merch store and grab yourself a patch. We not only have the Starship patches in patch form, we also have it in sticker form and in t-shirt and mug and hoodie form as well. So check out the merch store. Grab yourself that awesome patch design that Pauline made. It is truly epic. We also, of course, in the merch store, once again, we have Oh yeah, check it out. We got all the patch designs. We got the hoodies. We got the mugs. We got the banner even. There's a banner if you want to fly your Starship flag. Ooh, there's a pillow. Okay, I'm gonna have to get that pillow. But we also have metal prints. Metal prints, I always say this, I underscore this, because it's unique and special. They are printed directly on metal. No paper, no frame needed, nothing like that. They print it on metal. I don't know what they're using, some kind of wizardry or magic or what. Speaking of magic, check out that rainbow in that shot. It's beautiful, Nick. So yeah, the metal prints are truly great. They come with mounting hardware in the box, already attached to the print. So you can hang them on your wall. You don't need a frame. You don't need any of that stuff. Just take it out of the box, put it on your wall, enjoy the artwork. So thank you so much. Check out the merch store. We hope you really appreciate the merch and everything that we're trying to do. Speaking of something a little kind of different, a little special here, my girlfriend and I, Lorelei, have worked on this metal enamel pin. She put a whole lot of work into this design. We have pre-orders open on her website right now, and if you want to check out the website, we'll throw the link into chat right now. It is a super cool pin. It's 1 inch in diameter. It is made of high quality metal and enamel, and I think it looks really awesome. So check it out. I'll throw the link into chat. We would really appreciate it if you would grab a pin or two, maybe a mug version or t-shirt version or whatever. So check out the pin. We really appreciate it, and thanks to NASASpaceflight for letting me mention that on the stream. A lot of work went into that. She put a lot of work into that pin, so check it out. Buy one or two if you so desire. We would really appreciate it. All right. Let's get back into some questions. Pew, 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 question time.
Waiting for an official sting to be made for that.
Yeah, I know, right? We need, like, the lasers ping. Firidus King is asking, what is the apogee and perigee for the Starship flight test? Well, the perigee is suborbital. That's why it's going to re-enter after not in one entire orbit. Oh, I disappeared the question. That's my bad. Sorry. And the apogee, I believe it's something under 250 kilometers. Ryan, do you know that off the top of your head?
I think we've heard from SpaceX through the through some communication channel that it's 250 the target, potentially 250 kilometers. Obviously, if we have Raptor issues, that will be reduced unless they extend burn time. So 250, to the best of my knowledge, is the target. But if it falls short of that, do not be surprised. This is a test flight. It's suborbital for a reason. And let's be honest here, Booster 7 and Ship 24 are already obsolete. So we are testing obsolete hardware here. Elon said it in his Twitter Spaces the other day. They want to launch this to kind of get them out of the way. So yeah, they have nothing else to do with the booster and the ship. They've run out of space at the rocket garden. Let's just launch them and see what happens.
You know how Electron and Rocket Lab sort of name all of their missions like a cool little phrase or name? I sort of wish this mission was called Suborbital for a reason.
That would be a good name. Although, I'm going to be honest, I don't know how Rocket Lab haven't ran out of names yet, because they've done like over 30 flights. It's just, yeah. A big props to the PR department.
Right? Suffice to say, a lot of clever people working at Rocket Lab. I mean, it's almost like they do rocket science or something.
What's harder, rocket science or name science? Anyway, back on topic.
Let's see here. Andrea Doria? Is that a person's name or a shipwreck? Sorry, Andre. They say, thanks for the coverage. Will the stack perform a roll program after clearing the pad? I suspect it will, but I don't think we know anything concrete one way or the other. Ryan, do we know if we expect a roll program?
We don't know. The timeline we got from SpaceX that's on their website, which personally I'm taking with a little bit of a pinch of salt, considering we've got some conflicting data from the website and other information which we have received. I'm just looking on here quickly. I do not believe any kind of roll program is mentioned in the timeline on the website, but I'm not sure whether it is going to be accounted for in some kind of timeline. For example, when the Saturn V launched and the shuttle, there was a call out on the mission control loops like roll program complete. However, there is the only item after T0 is max Q at 55 seconds. So yeah, there's no mention of a roll program. I'm in Jack's club here. I expect some kind of roll program in order for the flaps to be kind of level with the direction of flight. However, that is just speculation.
Max, what do you think? Roll program or no?
So I've been thinking about that a lot lately, actually. So if you actually look at the position of ship and booster compared to the ocean, of course, Starship is going to be pitching over the ocean, and I have a feeling, and I have no method or reasoning to confirm this, but they would probably aim to keep the flaps level at the horizon and the heat shield pointed at the ground in the case that they have some kind of anomaly, or add booster separation in the event of reentry. They would have to perform as minimal maneuvers as possible. So my guess is probably no, but I have no way of confirming that.
Makes sense. Really good question there from Andre. Thank you, Andre.
I'll also just point out that something I just thought of when Max was answering, Starlink, that's going to want to point towards the sky. So the side of the booster that has the Starlink dishes on will want to ideally be pointing upwards.
Yeah, that makes sense. Lisa, thank you for grabbing something from the store. Really appreciate that. Also, Rendell, also grabbing something from the store. Vigard, again, popping up with a super chat. Thank you. They say, what's the chance of a scrub today? I have a feeling. Who knows? We haven't heard anything otherwise, other than SpaceX seems to be all ready to go. Elon tweeted that all systems are green, so hopefully the weather cooperates and we get a good launch today.
The correct answer to that question is simply yes.
Yeah.
All right. It is time for us to watch an awesome video. Let's check it out. It's Starhopper to SN15. Let's take a look back at where we started, where we've gone, and sort of extrapolate from there what we'll see next.
Oh my god, it lifted off. Oh my god.
Folks, it's going. Look at that.
This is the part where SN8 reached successfully as well. The next step will be that landing flip maneuver, hoping for a better outcome on SN9's flight.
Whoa!
Oh my god.
There you go. There's your methane leak.
Yes.
There's your...
Folks.
Boom. Did it?
Our camera.
It hit the ground. Okay.
Our camera. Flying debris.
Starship heading back to the landing zone.
Look at this! Right here!
Oh my god.
I landed on the hopper!
There you have it. Sort of an excellent overview of what we've seen so far. Some amazing times, some big booms, and some really just outstanding sights to see. So always love to look back and just sort of extrapolate. You know, that was the last 2 years or so. Just imagine what we're going to see in the next 2 years, and then the next 5, and the next 10. It's exciting times, everybody, and we are sitting here watching it live, and y'all are hanging out with us. How cool is that? Sometimes you gotta love living in the future. Absolutely special stuff. Let's see here. Let's find some more questions. Ryan, do you have any questions that are piquing your interest here?
Well, I'm just going to take this one quickly from SpaceX spacecraft, appropriate name, saying, will the FTS be used on crewed ships? Max was kind of talking to this point earlier. Yeah, we doubt it, but we truly don't know, because Starship is the second stage, and second stages, say like the Falcon 9 second stage has FTS, but Crew Dragon doesn't. It's a second stage of a crewed vehicle. It's an unknown thing. I doubt it, but we do not know the answer.
Thank you for that. All right, I think about this time, Max, my buddy, my guy, I think we're going to let you mosey on. Thank you so much for joining us for the start of the broadcast, buddy. Oh, look, they're doing a FireX test.
Oh, would you look at that?
Oh, they are. Look at that. Talk about timing, right?
Yeah, right? They did that just for you, Max.
Oh, good. A farewell send-off, I guess. Man, is it that time already?
It is. It's that time already.
Man, well, thank you, gentlemen. It was good talking to you, and hopefully we will be back on soon.
Indeed. Well, thank you so much, and we will now transition to a new commentator, and we are having Alex jump in, aren't we? Alex, what's up?
Yeah, I'm here, I guess, because I gotta be right. I wouldn't miss any of this. It was exciting to see that FireX test.
Right. So, now that we have you, how about you give us a quick overview of what that system is? It's the Launch Pad Detonation Suppression System, I think is the fancy name, otherwise known as FireX. Tell us what that's all about.
Yeah, so it's similar to how on the shuttle and SLS we see those sparks coming off from below the engines. Those are used to burn off the residual hydrogen. In the case of Super Heavy, it doesn't use hydrogen, it uses methane. But some residual methane is left under the engines when they are going for engine ignition. So you don't want that residual methane to burn off explosively, basically, when you light the engines. So before that, what they do is they turn on the FireX system, which uses nitrogen and water. It's basically like bubbly water, so to speak. And what it does is it displaces the methane out of the air. It also avoids fires, so you avoid fires, detonations, and things like that once you light the engines, and that is good. We don't want that kind of stuff happening on your launch mount. So, yay!
I'm just going to put some questions here. Jack, you there?
Thank you for that. I was talking while muted like a dummy. But if you have a question, go for it. Let's do it.
There's a question here from Likith, sorry if I'm pronouncing that incorrectly, saying, do we have any cameras on Starship's impact site? Are we going to be using a U2 spy plane to view it? Well, no planes, unfortunately, that we know of. Definitely not a U2. The aircraft that would be used for that kind of operation is NASA's WB-57, which is a high altitude observation aircraft used for reentry and launching, like we saw with SLS and like we'll see later on today. So we don't know of any aircraft that are going to be watching. We don't think there are any, but Starship does have cameras on board, so we should be seeing some views if Starship does get that far and SpaceX can get the downlink working. I will just add that downlink from spacecraft is incredibly difficult. These things are going thousands of miles an hour at hundreds of kilometers in altitude. So yeah, you try you know when your phone signal gets dodgy just because you're a few miles from a cell tower. Try doing that. Try doing that over hundreds of kilometers at thousands of miles an hour.
Yeah, that's a really good point, and I really like that you mentioned that because so many people out here right now in Brownsville and South Padre Island, etc., are going to be dealing with a significantly congested network and trying to get a signal out. So it's pertinent. Love it. Let's see here. Joseph, thanks for grabbing something from the store. Greetings from New Zealand. Love the coverage and commentary. I wish I could be there watching in person. Well, Joseph, you got the next best thing. You're watching from the comfort of your own home. It's not 90-something% humidity for you, at least I hope not. It is not super buggy. There's no B-52-sized mosquitoes feasting on your delicious blood. You have the cushy seat. And honestly, just not to belabor the point, but as somebody who is here, when you're here, it's sort of like you're one cell in the body, and you only get to see all the things that are immediately around you. There's so much that goes on that you can't see from the field, that you don't have visibility on, either because you're signal constrained or because you're just busy and running around and working on cameras and stuff. So in a lot of ways, the best place to watch is from the comfort of your own home. You have good signal. You can have multiple feeds open. You can have like Twitter open. You can have all kinds of things going on, and you sort of have your finger on the pulse versus sort of having your head down and working hard. So all that is to say, thank you for grabbing something from the store there, Joseph. No worries that you can't be here in person. There'll be plenty more Starship launches, so do not fret. George Jenkins, thanks for the support. Anonymous, thanks for grabbing something from the store. They're thanking us for our hard work. Anonymous, again, with more stuff from the store, or different Anonymous probably. They say, if all goes well, what is the timeline for follow-up Starship launches? We talked about that a little bit earlier. Alex, what do you think? If all goes well, what is the timeline for follow-up launches?
I believe the next launch is going to be with Booster 9 and Ship 26. That's what the boss said the other day on Twitter. Plans can change, though, and I'm thinking maybe after summer that could be. I know they're definitely targeting way earlier than that. They're targeting about early summer, but I'm thinking more after the summer for that launch.
That makes sense. All right. Next up, how about we take a look at the timeline once again? Alex, you want to run us through the timeline?
Sure. So we have had road closure already in place. We're now waiting for that path clear. We should come up in about an hour or so at a maximum. Then we'll see that tank farm spool up. The tank farm will be in chill down, all of the vents and everything. We'll start seeing that OLM vent, the tower vent and everything. Then we're going to proper countdown with the flight director verifying go for launch. They're going to go with propellant load both on the booster and on the ship. Then going from the main ship tanks to the header tanks on the ship, going then to booster Raptor engine chill. They're going to complete that propellant load, and we'll see a launch, hopefully, by 8:28 a.m. Central, or in about 6 hours, 18 minutes, and 10 seconds from now. Now, how are we looking for that weather? That, we're kind of wondering, is there going to be any sort of visibility? Because it's kind of worsening.
Well, you can see the current weather, 25 degrees Celsius, the wind heading to the southeast, like 12, 13 miles an hour, relatively humid. As you can see from our cameras, it's a little bit misty out there at the moment. The visibility isn't too great. I'm hoping that as the sun rises, that kind of layer of fog will start to burn away. And sunrise, I believe, is 1 minute past 7, or roughly 7 o'clock local time, and it's just gone past 2. So in under 5 hours' time, the sun should be popping over the horizon. Obviously, it will start to get bright just a few minutes before that. But in terms of the actual forecast for 8 o'clock, the opening of the window. Well, actually, quickly, this is the view from the hotel. So as you can see, the visibility is suboptimal is the visibility at this moment in time, but we have over 6 hours for the fog to burn off before the opening of the window, and who knows, SpaceX may encounter some glitches again and push it further into the window. But here's the forecast. So the wind is going to be calming down slightly, the humidity burning off by 2% to 92%, and the temperature coming down ever so slightly. But I also imagine as we get towards midday, it will also start getting warmer by then as well. But fingers crossed, this flight will be way around the Earth by then, and heading towards Hawaii, if not already impacted the Pacific Ocean. So that's how the weather is looking like, and the current visibility, which isn't great, but we just kind of have to deal with it.
Yeah, it's significant because the view from the Margaritaville Hotel is normally absolutely stupendous, but of course the weather has to cooperate. So even though the view is normally absolutely stellar, this is sort of what we've got right now, given the humidity and the fog and all of that. So like you were saying, Ryan, hopefully when the sun comes up, all this starts to burn off, and we get some good views for liftoff. Muhammad, thanks for grabbing something from the store. Rasmus, also store purchase, thank you. Edward, thank you for becoming a PadRat member. KCJ Bomber for the win, thank you so much for the support. Let's see. Black Hawk New Zealand, launch director member, thank you so much, Black Hawk. Anonymous, thank you. Watching from Australia. Hey, everybody, where are you watching from? Post where you're watching from in chat. Also, sorry, mods. Thomas?
Yeah, the carnage unfold.
Yeah, right. Thomas Marshall, thank you for the $10 tip there. Oh, I deleted it. That's my bad. Oh, man. I wish I could get that back. Well, thank you, Thomas. I'm sorry I missed your question. At me in chat, and I'll, if I can see it with everyone mentioning where they're watching from, I will try to answer your question there. Eddie, thank you for becoming a PadRat member. Elizabeth, thank you for the super chat there. They say, currently on South Padre Island, debating on taking young kids to Isla Blanca to see the launch. Will it be too loud? I mean, you can always just buy some earplugs. So, you know, just take the kids. I mean, definitely take the kids. You're there. You're there. You might as well go. You could not be in a better place. So, yes, go. It will not be too loud. Let's see here. Ruby, let's play. They say, hey, NASASpaceflight, can you show the answers to the questions on screen in a shorter version for people who can't watch with sound? That might be something we can do in the future. It's not something we're set up to do right now, but good idea. Let's see here. Mad, thank you for the support. They say 70 years old, watched Armstrong step on the moon on a little TV screen. Hope I live to see man step on it again. If I get to see man step on Mars, ultimate bucket list checkoff. Well, good luck, Elmad. Thank you for watching the stream. I really appreciate your support there. Paul, thank you so much. They say, good morning, guys. For all of us here in Romania, we salute you. Thank you, Paul. Oliver Sander, PadRat member. Man's on Mars, thank you. They say, what are the chances that the ISS will be able to capture pictures of starships should the ISS orbit and Starship trajectory intersect? I don't think they will, though. But, gosh, that would be cool. Alrighty. How about we do some more questions, you guys?
Go for it.
David Fortin is asking, will the grid fins rotate to vertical to lessen the drag? Alex, what do you think? I mean, I think no, but what do you think, Alex?
I do not think. Yeah, I do not think they're gonna do that. The whole deal with the grid fins is that when the design of the grid fins is such that the maximum drag that they actually apply is when the booster is going down and not going up. So the top of the grid fins is flat. They don't have any sort of grabbing surfaces because they're just like on the bottom of the grid fins. There's like indents, like teeth out of the grid fins, and that is sort of to grab onto the air and have more drag as it comes down through through the atmosphere and be able to control better with the grid fins. Now on the top though, that doesn't happen, and so what occurs is that the grid, it's actually very, very fine. If you look at it from just above or even just below, for example, you can also see that, the divisions, the sort of material is very thin. It's not really that big. So the drag that it actually creates on the way up, it's not really that big. So they don't need to rotate. Actually, probably if you rotate them to vertical, they probably create more drag because you're then having that long side of the grid fin pointed upwards and being right on the airflow. So you're probably worse in that case than if you let them be just flat.
Yeah, that makes sense. Let's see here. Brian Barr is asking, where do you think that Starship will accommodate solar panels on operational vehicles? Ryan, we've kind of seen where those panels are in renders, right?
Yeah, so the original interplanetary transport ship, or system, sorry, ship, which we first got to see in 2016, I believe, had come. I'm trying to think how to describe them here. They were kind of like fish fins, solar panels that just kind of stuck out of the ship and just kind of, well, they didn't flap, but they just kind of stuck out as kind of like a fish fin shape, kind of like them little
Like a
things you
fan.
put in ice cream, like a little, yeah, like a fan, like a little wafer thing you put in ice cream, that kind of shape. But that wasn't a prototype, that was just a render, so there wasn't any kind of actual hardware that needed to be designed for that. Since then, I'm not too sure if we've had any other concrete renders or information on solar panels on Starship apart from the HLS lunar landing variant, which, according to the latest render, has the solar panels pointing around, not pointing around, or wrapped around the kind of the diameter of the ship, near the under the nose cone section. So that's all we know about solar panels at the moment, I'm afraid. But of course, if we get any more information, we'll bring that to you. So keep an eye on Twitter, because I think after this flight, we should be heading into kind of the finalish kind of design for Starship. Obviously, the design is going to iterate many times, like we saw with Falcon. Like if you compare Falcon 9 V1, sorry, to Falcon 9 Block 5, the difference is staggering. So just imagine how Starship and the booster are going to develop over the next few years. But after we get this flight finally out of the way, and fingers crossed successfully all tested, we get the data, hopefully hopefully SpaceX can then start to focus on other parts of Starship, such as solar panels, crew support, and things along those lines. Hopefully we'll start to see more information on that.
Yeah, it's one of those things where as soon as part of what we're watching, we get kind of used to it. Like, at one point in time, a full stack was very unique. And it was like, oh my god, it's a full stack Starship. And now it's kind of like, yeah, it's what it's supposed to be. As soon as something sort of becomes, like, we get used to it, there's many more things to see and learn and be excited about on the horizon. And that is part and parcel of one of those things that we hope to learn, is solar panels, little, legs on the Mars version, legs on the human landing system version, all kinds of stuff that we're just dying to learn more about. Then we will over time. Let's see here. Benoit says, good morning from France. How long or how far from the trajectory line would I need to be to have a chance to see anything around Madagascar? I am from Reunion Island, east of Madagascar, wondering if I could see anything from here. Ryan, you were talking about that a little bit earlier, right? In terms of if the shiny belly happens to catch the light and all of that. And the ship is flying sort of just just near the southern tip of Madagascar. I don't know. What do you think, Ryan?
Forgive me for my ignorance here, but I am not aware of the time zone offset in Reunion. So theoretically, where Reunion is compared to Madagascar, you should be able to see it if it is nighttime. But I'm looking at the longitude here. I'm gonna just kind of go off the fact that you're off a similar time zone to Dubai because I know the time there, and at the opening of the window, it's going to be the afternoon. So I'm going to hazard a guess that it's going to be unlikely that you'll be able to see Starship going overhead due to the fact that the sun will be out and it will be much brighter than anything else. But if it was later at night, where the sun was kind of shining over the horizon, so kind of the conditions where we get the jellyfish effect upon launch. Basically, the sun would be shining on the booster, on the ship, on the shiny side if it was pointing down, and then it's darker on the ground, so you might be able to see something. But yeah, it all depends. The Earth's rotation, the sun's position, what time it is, all of that jazz goes into figuring out if you'll see it or not. If it's evening, heading towards sunset or after sunset would be ideal. That's probably your best bet.
Yeah, it's sort of the same kind of deal as when the International Space Station flies over. In certain conditions, you don't see the International Space Station fly over, like, for example, daytime. But there are times when the ISS flies over and it gets hit by the sun just right, and it's twilight or nighttime or just after sunset, and you get that big bright star just hauling butt across the sky. Who's to say? Maybe if you're in the right place at the right time, you get to see the same thing with Starship. That would be something truly special to see. Let's see. Tadima, or Tidy Man, I think is the name there. They say, with all of the NSF staff have seen the Fifth Element before Starship launches. Well, if it launches today, no. Not all of the staff has seen the Fifth Element yet. If you're new to our streams, we have a long-running joke where Adrian has not seen the Fifth Element yet, but he will, rest assured. Whenever we have time, when the launch madness has died down, we are going to strap him down Clockwork Orange style and force him to watch the Fifth Element. It'll be great. But if you're a member, keep your eyes open for some member content related to that at some point in the near future. Let's see here. Looking for some more questions. Yorin is asking, the previous flight test became a wet dress rehearsal because of a frozen valve. How can SpaceX prevent valves becoming frozen with liquids this cold? Alex, do you have any thoughts in this realm? Mitigation to more frozen valves?
It's probably more complicated than we probably think. There's probably multiple layers of issues here if it's not that simple as, a frozen valve. Because obviously we don't know all the ins and out of this issue, right? And we've seen them thoroughly checking things like the booster quick disconnect, the hydraulic power unit, and things like that. So definitely it's probably not as, as just a frozen valve. And it seems like it didn't happen on the wet dress rehearsal. So it's something that probably cropped up between that test and, Monday's attempt. And definitely they've probably worked thoroughly to be, or in order to not repeat that issue. Again, we fully don't know what is, because a valve doesn't just get stuck just because, right? Usually there's some failure of other system, some other issue going on there, and we definitely don't have all the details here. And they probably have been working on that thing behind that probably caused the valve to get stuck and frozen. So, again, how can a SpaceX prevent valves to become frozen? The first thing that you do is investigate why they have become frozen, and then avoid that from popping up again in your system.
Yeah, and it's worth mentioning that Booster 7 has been outside in the elements for a long time now, and perhaps that is part of why we saw the issues that we saw on Monday's attempt, or at least part of the reason why. it sort of boggles my mind always that they are building these things just sort of out in tents and out in the field in Texas and right on the beach with super caustic beach air, salt spray, all of that. So quite interesting that we had a valve issue on Monday. And I do really quickly just want to mention, yes, they had a valve issue. Yes, SLS also had valve issues, and we were sort of very frustrated by those in SLS's case. And we're not giving Starship a pass here, but I think part of the reason why SLS was frustrating in the way that it was is because, there hadn't been a full wet dress rehearsal because of the issues that NASA had. And it's sort of like, do a wet dress rehearsal, work those issues out. Now, SpaceX did do a full wet dress rehearsal, and the issues obviously cropped up after that. So it's not really a one-to-one comparison. We're not giving SpaceX or Starship a pass. It's just we're all very much wanting to see this thing go in the same way that we wanted to see Starship go. In the same way that we wanted to see SLS go.
Yeah, and it's worth mentioning as well, the different philosophies here where Starship is not a finished system, whereas SLS was supposed to be all ready and done, right? And so when you have multiple issues, one and again, you sure understand that issues can happen, right? But it's stressful with a system that has been touted for many years that, oh yeah, it's all ready to go from the onset, it's all, already crew rated and everything like that. But at the end of the day, rockets are just basically tanks, pipes, and valves, and one of those has to fail at one point if you use them too much.
Yeah, I like to say it's really fancy plumbing.
Exactly.
And of course, Starship does not use hydrogen, which I think is also part of what played into that there. Hydrogen is a tricky beast, and suffice to say, I think we're all very happy that Starship uses methane as its fuel and not hydrogen, because holy cow.
I'm reading the chat and people are mentioning WD-40. You don't want to use that on a leukoduction valve. Just saying.
Yeah, that's gonna cause some issues, huh?
Yep. There's other treatments and other materials that you can use to get valves unstuck.
I do like that people are mentioning WD-40 though, because if you don't know, the WD in WD-40 means water displacement. It's a formula that's displacing water, and it's literally the 40th one. So,
yep.
So that's water displacement 40. If you didn't know, this stream not sponsored by WD-40. All right, let's see here. Drake09 is saying, when will Starship probably take humans to space? Ryan, when do you think Starship will take humans to space?
So that's Polaris 3. We're getting Polaris 1 sometime this year, fingers crossed. So 2025 at the earliest, I'm going to say, because that ties in with Artemis 3.
Nice. Alex, when do you think Starship will take humans into space?
By its own, 2029 or 2030.
Wow.
On
okay.
HLS, it's probably going to be earlier, maybe 2027, 2028.
All right, then. I'm going to go 2027. Just to, prices right it out and go right in between the both of you. All right, well, I think at this point we are going to let one of our commentators go. Ryan, thank you so much for joining us on the start of the broadcast today.
It's been lovely, even if it means I have to get up at 5:30 in the morning. But it's worth it. It's Starship, so fingers crossed it does go this time, because I don't want to have to get up at 5:30 again. Thank you, everybody.
Thanks, Ryan. We will be seeing you later. Appreciate all you do for NSF. Great work on the intro graphics there, and we'll talk to you again soon.
See you later.
Bye. All right, let's do some more questions, Alex. Chris Harrison is asking, how do we keep the butterflies in our stomach calm? Short answer for me, I don't. Very often when we get in the terminal count, I'm shaking. But I don't know, Alex, how do you keep calm?
I don't. I just basically push through. I do everything while I'm being shaking. Definitely not the best moment, I guess, for me to ask me something to stay in one place if I'm all shaking.
Right. Well, it's about that time where we can ask some more of our friends how they keep calm. Das, are you there?
I don't know, Jack. Am I actually here right now?
Ooh, you sound great. You are here now.
Ah, yes. What's the status, Jack? Like, what's going on right now?
Looks like the pad is being cleared, the road is closed, and we are waiting for more action. But I do want to know, when we're getting into the terminal count, when we're like T-5, do you have butterflies? How do you keep calm? What is your methodology?
Oh, absolutely, always. Like, we always have, like, your hands are shaking and, you're trying to, like, stay, like, at some point I feel like I need to, like, do push-ups or jumping jacks or something to get it out of my system.
Right.
But you don't keep yourself calm. You're like, there's a lot of adrenaline, there's a lot of excitement about it, so.
Yep, exactly. And I think at this point, I am going to bid you adieu. Das is going to take over hosting duties. I'll be back later, and taking my place is Mr. Adrian Bile. Adrian, how do you keep calm? Also, hey, how do you keep calm? I heard you jumped around a lot.
I don't keep calm. That's the answer. Basically, I think at about 12 hours before T0 for this launch, I started getting a bit nervous, so I already had to keep my energy low. I actively tried to keep my energy level as low as I could. I was not very successful with that so far, and I think I'm really not good at keep calm. I'm already completely nervous wreck at like 60 minutes before T0.
Somebody,
Jack.
Das, please shoot some video of Adrian hopping around when he gets into that mode.
I will. I got some last time. I needed to upload it, but we were all so exhausted after the last attempt. I never got it uploaded, so maybe we'll get that over in the members program, I think. Are you on the way out, Jack?
I'm on the way out. I'm going to put my headset down. I'm going to get some rest because I will be back later. But thank you, everyone, for hanging out with us. And we're going to continue going on just with a different set of commentators. I will leave you in Das's capable hands.
It's true. That's what we're going to do. Anyways, folks, like Jack was saying, we are tossing the proverbial baton here at Starbase. Adrian and I are actually sitting next to each other over at our rooftop command center. And we're basically sitting in a cloud right now.
Yeah.
Like, all of our gear is absolutely soaked. So we've left all of our big tracking cameras and stuff like that down in the hotel room. And we're going to wait. Hopefully it gets a little bit... Yes, that's us.
Yeah.
That is us sitting in the cloud. That must be the view from the hotel cam over here. And literally our gear is just completely covered in water right now. So it's not raining. It's not even misting. It's just there's so much humidity up here that it just condenses on everything. I feel like a starship. But anyways, my name is John Galloway over here at Starbase, hanging out on the roof. We're actually on the roof of the Margaritaville Resort South Padre. That's the place we are. And Adrian's here as well. Adrian, how you doing?
I'm doing fantastic, besides the fact that I made a mistake to wear like a cloth hoodie.
Yeah.
And as you said, it's not raining, it's not misty, but for some reason, everything still gets wet. It's like the longer you're out here, and I'm now out here since about 2 hours.
Yeah.
You just at some point you're just wet. It's really an interesting feeling to sit in a cloud.
See, I've done a lot of work on the roof up here, and I am wearing a raincoat right now.
Yeah.
Like, I'm literally wearing a raincoat because I know that when you come up here and it's dark and humid, you're going to get wet. So anyway, sorry, Adrian, I didn't pass it along. How are we doing? It looks like there are tons of questions. The scroll bars and the questions in the shop and stuff like that are teeny tiny right now. I don't know if we needed to speed run some stuff. How about we grab some questions, Adrian?
Yeah, let's do that.
All right. You see any you like?
Let me go lick.
Or you see any you don't like?
I don't like every question.
I'm gonna grab one right off the top here. The top of the pile. This is actually from a little while ago, but I can answer it. John Westwood was saying, new to the channel, with the loss of both a rocket and Starship, what's the financial cost of both of these? And the answer is SpaceX hasn't told anyone. There's no exact number for exactly what it costs. And you get into the whole, has anybody mentioned shuttle yet?
Oh,
Not
boy.
sure,
I don't know. We just
now
joined.
I would
Well, I
say
mentioned the hydrogen burn-off system, so I guess I already
Okay.
mentioned shuttle.
Cool.
bingo.
Should
Bingo
already have that on your bingo card. Good. But the financial cost, you get into like the shuttle sort of thing where what was the cost of the shuttle? Right. And when NASA was sort of booking the cost of the shuttle, they had to include the test facilities and they had to include the staff at Wallops or whatever. They had to include all the different places. They had to include stuff at Vandenberg. And so the cost of things for shuttle, because of the way NASA sort of accounted for the cost, was astronomically high. It was really big because NASA was counting everything involved with the shuttle, right? Well, SpaceX doesn't do that. And sometimes the numbers we get from like Elon or something are the raw cost of the fuel or the raw cost of the stainless steel or something like that, but never what does Starbase cost, right?
Yeah.
And you can't launch a Starship or a Super Heavy without stage zero, without the OLM, without the tower, without the tank farm, without all that stuff. But SpaceX and Elon specifically never really put that into the cost, right? So what's the cost of a rocket? What's the cost of the OLM? They've never really told us that. They have these aspirational numbers that they want the cost to be, but they've never really given a completely clear answer. Does that make sense, Adrian?
Yeah, I think I would call it the magic of accounting.
There you go.
Because there's so many things how you can twist a number.
Yeah.
You can, for example, Falcon 9 boosters, they have build costs. Do you account these build costs to the first launch? Do you account them to the average launches you would expect? To the first five launches? To the first 15? You can make numbers look better or worse. What about recovery ops? Are recovery ops just a silent cost somewhere, or are there direct launch costs?
Yep.
Like, you can make and change and twist these numbers a lot to fit a certain way how you want to present numbers.
Yeah.
That's why it's kind of like there's no universal standard to compare rocket cost.
Right.
Which makes every comparison between rocket cost usually a bit of pointless because they could account different things differently.
Yep. So I don't know if that's a good enough answer there for you, but that really is the reality of it. Like SpaceX loves to talk about their cheap, fully reusable rockets, and there's a lot of truth to that, but we never really get exact numbers like what did it cost to build this rocket or this part of this rocket or whatever. So if you're talking about like a total loss of the rocket in Starship, or I guess the super heavy booster in the Starship, SpaceX hasn't exactly released those numbers. And I know some people have tried to go out and say, oh, well, here's what the stainless steel cost. And then, I mean, what the heck does like 2 years of renting a United Rentals bucket lift cost? Like, do you count that into the cost of the rocket? Do you not? What about the high bay? Like all those different things. So I hope that's not too much of a cop-out answer, but that really is the reality of the situation. SpaceX is in control of what they tell you the rocket costs, and they haven't given us any exact numbers. Let's see here. If we get another one, I'm just grabbing some from the queue here because we just sort of came in hot. This is one from Intala, I think it is. It says, what happens if the separation failed? Will it ignite the FTS in space, or will it be burned up in the atmosphere? Alex, what do you think?
Well, I mean, it is interesting because the separation failing doesn't really matter in terms of the FTS as long as the trajectory of the ship and the booster sort of continue into that trajectory. Now the FTS is obviously something that because the question is talking about will it ignite the FTS? I don't think so. As long as you're in the good trajectory, you're not endangering anyone on the ground. As long as the trajectory is sort of following the parabolic arch, all the way to the ocean.
Yep.
It shouldn't be a problem, right? Because you're not endangering anyone on the ground. Now, if it does go out of bounds, then you could expect that FTS to be triggered.
Yeah. I think there's one thing they may try before they trigger the FTS. Like, say, air quotes, the separation fails, right? I would probably just light the Starship engines and see what happens.
Hot staging.
I mean, it works for Soyuz, right? Like just light the upper stage engines, and you have to be really, really, I guess, attached still in order for the upper stage engines not to be able to separate you. Now, you could damage your upper stage engines if you did that, but that's probably what I would do. Like if for some reason Starship and the Super Heavy booster didn't separate, I would probably try to give them a little nudge with, I don't know, a couple of Raptor engines on the Starship itself and see what happened. Adrian?
Yeah, I guess they would at least try to maybe you still have a chance. Maybe you can free the ship. Maybe you can continue the mission. It's a small light chance, but it might work. And also at the point, if you're in space and you trigger like some sort of FTS, you're basically creating giant shrapnels if you have bad luck. So it's like, do you reduce risk with the termination system even, or are you increasing risk because you're bringing different kind of steel shrapnels in different kind of trajectories?
Yeah.
So I think it's always a situation of, are we even helping the risk?
I think that makes sense. All right, let's see here. Let me see if I can't grab one more just regular old question out of the queue before we get going. Again, we've changed shifts here. I'm Das. I've actually met a lot of people. Like, so many people were out at Starbase, and a lot of people, we of course drive around in the NSF truck, and so many people came up and said, oh, it's the NSF. Are y'all with NSF? And we're like, yeah, we're with NSF. So my name is Das, and a lot of people have come up and said, hey, are you Das? And I'm like, yeah, I'm Das. Also with me right now is Adrian.
Hello.
That's the voice of Adrian. And Alex is still with us as well. Alex, you still here?
Yep, I'm all here.
All right, good deal. So let's see here. One more question. Here's one that is a process sort of question from Wanted for Work. As they say, NASA spaceflight. Will Ship 24 slow down and land into the water if it makes it back to Earth in one piece, just like Booster 7? If it makes it back in one piece. So, assuming it makes it all the way around the planet to Hawaii luau mode, right? What's going to happen with Ship 24 there, Adrian? Are they going to like try to land it, or are they just going to let it come augering in?
Yeah, the later actually. Based on the timeline that SpaceX has published, the case is that it will perform a re-entry, so basically trying to slow itself down using the TPS. But after that, they have no scheduled burns. There's like no landing burn schedule. So it seems like the Starship will just splash into the ocean and probably be torn to pieces by the forces once it hits the ocean. That's the like. To be fair, if Starship gets to that point to have that ending, something went very right with this mission. Like that would be a very good outcome.
I really wonder, like we say it's going to splash down off the coast of Hawaii. I'm not sure that splash is really the right terminology. If it's coming in at like ridiculous velocity, I feel like it's just going to obliterate itself on the water.
Yes. Water at that point is basically as hard as any other surface. You don't like the water is kind of slow in adjusting for things hitting it fast.
Yeah.
So you basically hit like a concrete wall.
Nice. And here you can see on the screen right now the trajectory going all the way around the planet over the southern part of Africa, just missing Madagascar. We're gonna get some Australia. Nope. We're gonna go through like the islands there. What is that, Malaysia or something? And then we're coming up towards to Hawaii, and this is where it's supposed to, air quotes, splash down and or completely just obliterate itself against the solid surface that is the water if you hit it fast enough. I learned that, well, I probably shouldn't say this on the stream, like jumping off bridges when I was in high school, and you would like jump into the water, and if it's so high, you like break your leg jumping into the water if you don't do it right. Don't do that. NASASpaceflight not responsible. But yeah, that's a thing. So anyways, I think what we've got coming up yet. Oh, geez, it's time for me to do this. It's time for me to do this. Y'all know that we're able to do what we're able to do because y'all keep showing up and supporting us. And there are lots of different ways you can support us, even just showing up in the stream and, oh, nice. there's that stinger. I love the little animation in between things. Even just showing up in the stream is awesome, and like chatting and asking questions. That's why I kicked it off with some, not super chats or anything, just getting random questions from people in the chat. But another way you can support us is with our merch store, and we have these full state. Do you know how much work it was to make these plushies, Adrian? How much work was it to make these plushies?
It's a month-long process, and I want to give a special shout out to Mark and Pauline.
Nice.
We've worked like every single week on these, and we are like looked at prototypes, then changed something, then like there's a process where you try to adjust it over and over again. And it's a really, really long process, month-long. And I'm really glad with the product it turned out actually.
Well, I gotta say something. Like, wait, hey, show the price again, right? Let's hop off the side. Yes, there's engines. I get it. But the price is $79. And people are like, oh my gosh, it's a stuffed animal at $79. We literally had to edit the title of this thing because it's a 2-foot tall plushie. It's not like a little wee thing that's on a keychain or something. 24 inches is 2 foot. 22 inches is almost 2 feet. It's a 22-inch plushie. The ship
55
is like,
centimeters.
Yeah, 55 centimeters. Thank you. The ship is like 10 inches and the booster is 12 inches. And when you stack them all together, it is a big plushie. So anyways, this is another way that you can help us out. A lot of people there's been a lot of orders for these. We were actually surprised with how many there were. But if you do want to grab one of these, toss it to your dog, recreate the trajectory by throwing it into your pool. I don't care. Like, whatever you want to do. Sleep with it. It's almost big enough to cuddle with, honestly. We put a lot of work into it. It's got the right number of engines sort of detailed there. It is a little more pricey, but that's because it's almost 2 feet big. It's not like a little teeny tiny keychain size plushie or anything. Anyways, we also have all the awesome middle prints, like all the photographers out here taking the fantastic photos of Starship. We've actually been putting some of these around because we're decorating the places we stay here in Brownsville with the awesome metal prints. So if you got like, dorm walls or something, or you've recently moved into a place and you need to, make it not be a blank wall or a sting poster or whatever. Nothing wrong with that. But we have the metal prints as well, which are fantastic. So yeah, we do. That's what we should do. Adrian, we should talk with the hotel and we should put metal prints in the hotel rooms.
I think we should. Actually, we should.
We should. I mean, yeah, it's like a Margaritaville theme sort of Jimmy Buffett thing, but they should have like a Starship floor that has Starship metal prints instead of parrots.
I think we could make that happen.
Yeah.
I am pretty sure.
Chat, help us out. Would you be more likely to be excited about a room near Starbase that has Starship art in it, or like parrots and seaplanes?
It needs to be like the south-facing rooms. It's like the south-facing rooms, since they are most likely being rented by Starship fans.
Starship rooms.
Yeah, the Starship special rooms. I think that's a thing. I actually have to bring
People
up
are saying
that
yes.
because, yeah. Anyways, people are saying yes.
Yes.
Nice.
Yeah,
Nice.
most definitely. 100% yes.
All right. Margaritaville Resort, South Padre. Clip this for them and tell them they need Starship-themed rooms because people would go wild over it. Anyways. Moving right along. How'd I do for my first merch plug of the evening?
That
I
was
got a
great.
thumbs up from Adrian.
Oh, that's a problem. We are sitting next to each other, so that I can do gestures. That's a problem because you cannot see them. So,
Oh, geez. Hey, real quick, y'all. I'm just gonna say thanks to some people that have hopped through here with things from the store. Like if you buy something from the store, you can leave us a little message. A lot of people just leaving nice messages about how excited they are, how inspired they are, stuff like that. So I want to read some of these on air. Austin came through a little while ago and said, I'm excited about this launch, impatiently waiting. I hope I can stay awake to see it. Well, we'll be awake. So if you just keep listening to the sound of our voices, hopefully we'll keep you going. But we appreciate the store message there, Austin. We've also got Rob Converse who came through, says, watching with James. I'm glad you're now hooked. Let's do it. Rob, thank you so much for stopping through. Again, like if you have like a big technical question or something like that, I'm like, oh, okay, another question. But if you have like, you're watching with your friends, you're watching with your family, I don't know, your dog is watching with you or whatever, your dog's a Starship fan. Those are the messages I love to see. So I'm trying to read off some of these. Donald came through with a store message saying, we're going to see a blast off into a new world. Starship definitely opening up new horizons, not the space probe that went to Pluto. You could actually send a whole boatload of New Horizons probes to Pluto in a Starship. So I look forward to somebody sending a literal battleship the Kuiper Belt or whatever. See here, Rip City said just got a 60 by 60 metal poster. Super hyped for it. Go Starship. Rip City, appreciate the support. And I think you got a metal poster and then you did a super chat to talk about it. So we appreciate you there. We've got Coco Alien saying I ordered my Starship plushie last night. Coming in hot from New Zealand. I'm looking north tonight just in case. Good luck, Coco Alien.
You know what's also coming out from New Zealand?
Oh no, what?
Starship.
Thank you, Adrian.
No problem.
Coco Alien, we appreciate you. Keep the eyes on the skies here. If you see it go from here, you'll have less than 90 minutes to New Zealand. You probably like more 60 minutes to be on the lookout over there. Jonathan McDowell actually had a chart that showed like the time downrange. Like 5 minutes, 10 minutes, 15 minutes, because it's almost 90 minutes to go all the way around, if I remember correctly. Anywho, here we got a couple more real quick. Richard, nothing goes better with a cup of coffee than NSF, Allentown, Pennsylvania, PA. Thanks, Richard. We appreciate you. We're going to need a coffee delivery at some point, I think, is what we're going to need.
Yeah, we are.
We've got Trevor watching from Somerset, UK. Thanks for all you guys do, Trevor. Thank you for supporting us. And let's see here. There's one from Arkansas. Anthony from Arkansas. Using the tip system, actually, tips.nasaspaceflight.com. Another way to support us. A lot of people asking, like, oh, I don't have this account or that account or whatever. So we do have a way to directly support us. ! Tips in chat. And you don't have to have any sort of special account on any sort of viewing platform in order to do that. Just come straight to us. Here we've got Stefan Batiste. I'm going to go with those are euros. And it says, let's get this show on the road because water towers can fly. How about that, Adrian?
I mean, I wouldn't call it a water tower anymore. I think we are doing the full stack not enough justice if we just call it a water tower.
What do we call it though?
A rocket.
No.
I mean,
That's exciting.
I think that was actually one of the biggest things that came with like the newer boosters and the newer ships. They don't look like hardware that was just I don't know, like water towers. They didn't look like water towers anymore. They looked like actual rocket hardware.
Huh.
Especially like the ships with the new TPNs.
Is it as cool to say like rockets can fly? Like, no duh, rockets can fly.
Yeah, it's like cars can drive.
Cars can drive. Ships can float. Like it's not surprising.
Yeah.
Right?
It's kinda given.
Oh geez. All right. Let's see here. What are we doing next? I'm gonna get oh nice. Nick has brought us refreshments. Thank you, Nick. Nick will be joining us.
Nick's friends have brought you refreshments.
Nick will be joining us in just a minute here, y'all. Let me see what we're supposed
refreshments
to do
too.
next.
Come on.
Oh.
It's not fair.
You have to fly to Starbase to get refreshments, Alex. Jeez.
Darn it.
I sent a memo and everything about that. Let's see here. Real quick, speed run some Crab Raves music. Appreciate the support. Carl Magnus Berglund misses the 4 towers. Peter says when NSF Live starts accepting Bitcoin Lightning payments, more tips, no transaction fees. Not currently accepting any volatile methods of payment, Peter. We appreciate the support there, though. See what you get from the shop. But thank you so much. April Canton said, thank you for being... Oh, didn't say this. Actually became a Red Team member. And here's one. Okay, I actually got a text message. There was this question tonight. Would I be able to see Starship from Galveston Island, Texas, right outside of Houston? Captain Z, I don't know. Because remember that trajectory has taken it from Brownsville all the way on the other end of the Texas coast, across the Gulf, shooting the gap between Key West and Florida and Cuba, basically. And so it's not really going close to Galveston for protection purposes. It's not flying over Disneyland in Florida or anything like that, right? So I don't know with the sun coming up that you'd be able to see looking east or southeast out across the Gulf, the Starship flying. Now, if there's something that the Starship leaves behind, like some sort of mega structure like a contrail or something like that, you might be able to spot it in the sky because of that. But I think the Starship itself, if it's just leaving a clean trail behind it and you don't have a big, cloud trail or something tracing it or like pointing it out to you, I don't know. I'm going to encourage you to try and look in the right direction, but I think the sun is not going to be your friend as you're looking out to the southeast out of Galveston. Either way, we appreciate the support and thank you so much for the help. All right. There's another thing coming up here. Hang on. I think there's going to be like a video we're playing.
Yeah,
Look at
the
this.
testing of Booster 7. All the way to this point. That is...
Oh. Technical difficulties. We'll hit it with a hammer.
There we go.
There we go. So all the different steps that had to happen for Booster 7, it's not you just put it together and roll it out. This first one is the cryo test, where they were actually, wow, I can hear the venting. It's like I'm there. Oh, wait.
I'm now fearing for one. Oh, no. Yeah, exactly. I'm fearing for that test.
Ooh, the spin prime rod.
This was the spin prime rod. This was the, yeah, that's not ideal.
I was there.
There's go.
Not a
That
service.
was,
There we go.
That was an issue with a little bit of a, was it a detonation? Did it just burn really fast?
according to some other rocket companies in the recent past, I would say it was a fast burn.
Honestly, all rocket companies talk about that different ways.
Oh, that
Everybody
label
likes.
should probably be fixed because it was showing a rod.
Yeah,
It's
that one
not
was
a rod.
that one was good. This is an actual successful static fire all the way back to August of 2022.
And you see how long this campaign of Booster 7 was.
Yep.
It's it has been going for a longer time. We were waiting for this.
Adrian, would you call Booster 7 a Pathfinder?
Yeah, I think in terms of what you would expect from a Pathfinder, in terms of it will do more tests than every other, because I wouldn't expect this amount of tests, for example, from Booster 9. Like, I do not think it will perform as many tests. I'm sorry that I have to.
Yes, many tests. It'll probably run through a few of these, but
Yeah.
probably not all of the tests.
As
Yeah.
many tests, right?
Yeah.
Exactly.
Either way, we'll be here to see them, whatever
This
they're
is
doing.
the one, I believe, with 7 engines.
Plus, Booster 7 also performed a lot of tests because it had multiple not so great
Oh, it did.
experiences with A, the downcomer, B, the spin prime. Like it's a kind of miracle that this booster is still going
on the pad, getting a countdown to go to space. Here's a full stack wet dress rehearsal, WDR. If you want to be cool, WDR. It actually stands for wet dress rehearsal. They're actually going through. You can see the frost lines. They're loading the booster up with the cryogenic propellants. Of course, the humidity, which is currently soaking all of our gear, is freezing onto the side of the Starship there. And going through like the entire process of loading it up with fuel, venting it off, maintaining the pressure, moving all the systems, etc., etc. Here's another one from February 9th. Another Booster 7 static fire.
The one that was with was intended to be 33 engines, but in fact was 31.
And that's like 2 of the engines just decided they weren't going to play that day, right?
Yeah, one of them was turned off before the test, and the other one was basically automatically shut down by the computers at ignition.
God, look how wrecked the orbital launch mount is after that.
And that was just 50% thrust.
Yeah, that was 50% thrust on 31 engines, and the orbital launch mount looked like it got in a fight with a larger, meaner orbital launch mount. Or Raptors or something.
There's always a bigger launch mount.
Yeah. Anyways, let's see where we are. It's, what time is it? 2:58 local time? 2:58 local time. Just under 5.5 hours. Hey, is our countdown going for the start of the window here?
Yes.
Okay.
Yep.
I just joined. I like this shot, by the way.
I like it.
You like it?
It's like
It's
like a
Hoppy.
road to this.
Yeah.
It's like from Hoppy to orbit.
Hoppy looks really big, honestly.
It is like, to be fair, Hoppy is not small. Like, it is small compared to a full stack.
Yeah.
But compared to any other object you could imagine there, Hoppy is still big.
It's big. It's got some beefy arms on it. 3
Yeah.
beefy legs, I guess, really. So, Anyways, let's see here. Hey, I'm going to get another couple people. Some folks joined the membership program. Old Mustard, thank you for becoming a Red Team member. Appreciate the support. Chadwick Shinomura. Chadwick, that was actually not a membership program, but we appreciate you anyways. James C. has become a Red Team member. I'm going to scroll down. There is Slon Nerd. I actually don't know what Slon Nerd is, but thank you for becoming a pad rat there. We've got Blaze R. Blaze R. Thanks for being a launch director. And I'm going to scroll down to get a couple more memberships. Somewhere, oh my gosh, is that like 50 store messages from one person? We'll come back to that. Dim in Debt was a Red Team member. And I've got a couple more. Interesting, no gifted memberships. I'm used to seeing a lot of gifted memberships in there. There's Patrick Walzer. All right, Patrick Walzer was becoming a Red Team member as well. Remember, we've got that special members multi-view. The way we do these broadcasts is we just throw so many cameras into the field that we're really happy if half of them work when it's go time.
Can confirm.
And we have a lot of those cameras on a multi-view that is available for some of the members. Adrian, which members is the multi-view available for?
Red Team and above.
Red Team and above. Nice. So if you join the membership program, you can actually get access to... There you go. There's a preview of it. Some of the cameras are still pretty dark right now, but it switches between, what is it, 9 to like 18 different cameras or something like that. Some trackers aren't online and that sort of stuff, but that's sort of the behind the scenes. If you join the membership program, you can get that multi-view and see all of the different cameras that we have tossed into the field, hoping that some number of them work when this thing lifts off. I can say that. I'm sort of like
Yes,
in charge of that. Tossed into the field. Anyways, yeah, there we go. It's a Red Team and higher. Thank you. So I think now it's time for us to say goodbye to our Alex friend. Alex, you taking off?
Indeed, I'm leaving you guys to take over here. I believe Nick is coming in as sort of replacement there as well. And yeah, you all are there, like all three of you. I'm feeling jealous because I'm not there with you guys.
Don't feel jealous. We're getting like soaked on the roof of the hotel and really wind is picking up. You know something though, y'all? I see stars. Like I'm looking up above us and I see holes in the clouds and stars.
But that's the star that we want to see is a Starship. And look at this.
We don't see the Starship from the hotel right now.
Exactly. The stars above, cool, but this is cooler.
We do see stars above us though. So anyways, Alex, thank you so much for joining us here, hopping on the commentary. Always good information. You've heard Alex's voice before. Actual name, Alejandro Alcantarilla Romera. We appreciate you being here with us. Have a good evening.
See you
Morning.
guys.
Whatever time it is for you. And then
am I allowed to talk now?
No, not yet. I haven't said your name.
Okay.
Tagging in to NSF late night Starship WrestleMania or whatever. I don't know if we could call it that. Starship Mania. We have Mr. Nick and Sweeney, also soaked to the bone on the roof of the Margaritaville Resort South Padre. Nick, how are you doing?
You know, a little tired, a little excited, a little bit of caffeine, a little bit of adrenaline, but all of the above, doing well. You know, we're here, we're excited. This thing might launch today.
Did you get a nap?
No, I have not slept since. Well, I just haven't slept.
You just haven't slept. Period.
It's been a while. Just been a while.
Like in general, everybody.
Dust was like, "Oh, we just tossed some cameras out in the field and hope they." I'm like, "Yeah, we just tossed them out in the field. Yeah, we were just driving down the truck. We just chucked them out the window. Yeah.
I don't know, man.
No effort involved in that.
Sometimes when I look at the wiring, I wonder. But you know, let's just move right along.
All right,
y'all. You know Nick's name. He is our full-time photographer out here at Starbase. If you've seen any of the fantastic shots, the metal prints that are in the store and stuff like that. A large number of those are Nick because Nick is always here, right, Nick?
I haven't left the zip code in 6 months. I don't know.
Jeez.
No, actually, 4 months.
Okay.
I guess I went.
All right.
It's been 4 months.
You went up to SLS and you did Falcon Heavy in the fog and stuff.
Yep.
Yeah.
Falcon Heavy in the fog. Fog and heavy.
Yeah,
Falcon Heavy.
Falcon Heavy.
Fun fact, Nick has probably seen as much Falcon Heavy as I have in my life.
Nice.
Accurate. It's an auditory experience.
Anyways, we are continuing going along here, and we appreciate everybody joining us this evening as we wait the overnight shift for the Starship flight test. Under 5.5 hours now. You know how we do. We do marathon streams. We're answering your questions live. We're looking at blinking lights that are very bright on the camera here, talking about what's happening.
Can I say something? I did get a text message a couple minutes ago. Did you guys get the same text message?
I didn't.
No, I don't know if my phone's behind or what, but I think it said the Boca Chica road was closed.
I don't even know where my phone
I
is.
haven't really had time to be watching the stream because I've been running around with my head cut off. Is the road closed, Adrian?
Yeah, they are clearing, or may have already been completely cleared the path.
Ooh, path is clear. That's good.
They're moving definitely. Then usually the beach message, like the beach is now closed, means actually they have cleared the pad.
Nice.
Which is weird and confusing. Also, is this the first triple cast next to each other by NSF?
It is. It's very confusing. Like, we're all sitting next to each other, so we can, like, look at each other and wave at each other and make faces at each other that y'all can't see. So anyways, here's what's coming up. You can see that the road is currently closed. I got it on my phone as well. I got the Boca Chica Beach is now closed. You can sign up for that with Cameron County, and it'll send you text messages. Standard messaging rates may apply. But coming up, we are also going to, if the road is closed, it's a pretty good sign that the pad's clear as well, right?
Yeah, we are at least, like, I think we are still trying to confirm if there's like one little
SpaceX
light
worker
worker rounding around.
Yeah,
but,
okay.
But it's very close, at least, to pad clear.
So shortly, we'll maybe mark that off and say that the pad is clear. In about an hour and a half, we're going to expect the tank farm to be spooling up. That's approximate. Again, SpaceX sort of.
Well,
what?
Look, would you? I mean, that's talking about tank farm spooling up. That's
that looks like
off the screen. It wasn't right. Nice. It slid to the side. Adrian, tell us about the tank farm.
Well, the tank farm is.
Is it tanky?
Yeah, it's a tanky and it's a farm.
It's a tanky.
Yeah, this is definitely the tank farm sign. My God, showing some early signs of activity. Of course, it doesn't look like yet like the subcoolers are completely going and everything, but there's certainly activity here, which is good. We want to see activity. We want to see pre-chilling. We want to see the tank farm going into its operational mode, because once that is done, SpaceX can then put cryogenic liquids into the booster and the ship to make it ready.
You know, we're not kidding. Like, walking around Starbase with Adrian, every time there's a tank farm noise, Adrian, like, looks like a bird dog. All of a sudden, like, oh, what? A tank farm noise. A tank farm noise? Oh, that's a venting. And he's, like, talking about those are the coolers. Oh, the truck just drove up. Oh, like literally, Adrian works very hard out here, but Adrian pays a lot of attention to the tank farm.
I mean,
we love it.
I mean, the other day I was with Nick out, and we actually discovered a sound where they filled one of the water tanks.
Yes.
You could hear like a splashing sound of water being filled into the water tanks. I was like, oh, they're filling water into the water tank. That made me very happy.
He's literally like, oh, that sounds like liquid going into a hollow crevice or something. So maybe they're filling this up. And I'm like, really, Adrian?
I spend a lot of time looking at these tanks.
Nick's out here more than I am, but I'm out here enough where I'm like, oh, there's the tank farm again. I got to go to the beach.
There's nuances. There's nuances.
There's nuances.
There's a lot of nuance, but there's also a lot of venting every single day. And at some point, I just say, "Hey, Adrian, what's venting?"
You're always allowed to send me like screenshots in Discord or something, or maybe actually video recordings of venting, and be like, "What's this venting?"
I might start doing that because you are the resident expert on the tank farm, which is currently venting. Very exciting.
Yeah, we had a couple like label in the past. We've done some labels where we have, when it's brighter, you can't really see it at night from some other cameras, but we sort of label like, here's the methane side, here's the LOX side, and we sort of show what's going on. So maybe when the sun's coming up, we have some of those labels ready. We'll see what the deal is. But anyways, that is good news. You see the venting and vapors forming around the tank farm. Got to get the, just like me in the morning, you got to sort of get the juices flowing before you're really awake. The tank farm is waking up here as well. And that is what we want to see if they're still going for this test in 5 hours, 18 minutes is the opening of the window.
opening.
So let's see here. I am going to see if I can't grab some more. Hang on, I gotta go over and see if there's something.
You don't have your
to
big
do.
panel of monitors, Das. How are you even doing this?
I
stream?
know, right? And
Normally,
people are like telling me like
I've seen pictures of Das's setup, and it's just an entire wall of monitors in his little studio setup. And we are sitting here on a roof with some laptops and 1.5 monitors. One of them is
It's
broken.
actually just one.
Just one.
The
Yeah.
other one is.
Somebody dropped it, and his name may or may not rhyme with Schmick Mansweeney.
McMahon Sweetie. Nice. This is like a late night radio show.
I know. Welcome, me. Call in at 1-800-WhenWillItLaunch.com. Wait a minute.
That's not a real number,
The
folks.
phone number.
Please don't call that number. Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
I don't want to know what happens if you call that number.
Oh my gosh.
Let's see here. There's a lot of questions in here. Here's one from Thomas Marshall, a little bit aged, asking, to what extent does the structural integrity of Starship and Super Heavy rely on their being pressurized? Adrian or who? Wait, you can raise your hand.
I can raise my hand.
We
I'm
need
raising
a buzzer. You could buzz in and answer the question. Okay, Nick, go.
Well, just like your classic can of Big Red, which is DAS's most approved form of soda.
Not sponsored.
Not sponsored.
When they're not being spilled on me.
When well, it was exploding on you. Just like the Big Red. It's more structurally sound when you have some pressure on it. And so they would pressurize the vehicle to some extent with ambient air. Just when it's sitting there. And when they roll it down the road, they pressurize it a little bit more and make sure that there's a nice amount of pressure keeping the stainless steel nice and rigid. And when what's the question?
Oh, yes. It's about structural integrity.
Yes, it is structurally integral.
Yes.
I haven't slept in many, many hours. I don't know who decided to leave me on
I
comms
should
at
probably
3 in the
finish
morning.
this question then.
Please do.
Oh god, there's another cloud coming over.
No clouds.
Oh no.
Blow away.
So yes, the pressurization is really important. In fact, we've seen some dents in starships and boosters, and everybody's like, "Oh my gosh, it's dented! What happened?" Sometimes we know when the pressure's not high enough, or they've entered it without actually pressurizing it, because the starship actually sort of it oil cans itself is the term for it, and it'll dent itself just sitting under its own pressure or its own weight. It sort of gets dented a little bit, right? And then we're like, oh no, the sky's falling. Well, the sky's not falling. SpaceX plugs a hose into it, and they repressurize it, and the dent pops right back out, and then they're going to launch it into not quite orbit, right? So the pressurization is a very important part of the Starship. In fact, there was one test, somebody can help me out, but there was a test where they depressurized the LOX tank on the bottom, and they still had the methane tank full on the top, and the whole thing just collapsed. It's one of the SN
Should be SN3.
Ooh.
Because SN4 was the explosion, SN3 was the collapse, I think it was SN3.
One of those.
I'm feeling pretty sure it's SN3.
Yeah, where it literally collapsed because the top was so heavy and the bottom wasn't pressurized, and the thing just failed all of a sudden. So, anyways, moving right along. I hope that helped you out there. Thomas Marshall, thanks for using the tip system, tips.nasaspaceflight.com. To the tune of $10. We appreciate you there. Woohoo. We keep getting some here. Extreme Weather Chaser. I can read your name. We appreciate you. We've got... Here is a lot of store messages.
Ooh, I love store messages. I really love that feature. Michael wrote a cool piece of software that connects our store with the live streams. So even if you're watching SBL on a regular Tuesday night, you can order something from the store and type a little message in while you're checking out and have it appear on the live stream, which is really, really cool. And there's another one, new order.
There it is. No, this is the one from Robert. The message is, thanks for all the late nights. Here in Qatar, it's launching in the middle of the day.
Ooh.
Did I pronounce that right?
Wouldn't that be nice? Qatar? Yeah, I think so.
Qatar?
I believe so.
They have like F1 there and stuff?
Yes.
Okay,
I
cool.
actually just watched F1.
Well, there you go.
A while ago.
Next one, me and James will try and make it. So, Robert, there's a ton of these messages here. I'm just going to click on all of them. It's the same message over and over again. You apparently went crazy in the store, but we appreciate the support. Thank you so much. Hey, here's one from Thanos Panda. Thanos Panda, some euros. Been watching since SN5. Can't believe the day might be here. Thanks for all the awesome coverage, guys. Godspeed, Starship. Thanos Panda, thank you so much. Leopold had a store message. Says, I can't wait to get the plushie. Enjoy the launch, everyone. Thanks for your great work. Here's one from Remco. Says, we need a 40-inch version for better cuddling. A 40-inch Starship plushie. Let's go for that on maybe the second orbital flight.
Yes. Give the store team like a few weeks of rest.
Oh, the story.
Starship body pillow, anyone? Let's not go there. Moving right along.
No.
Helen, just placed the plushie order. I'm in the UK waiting for the lunch. Not sure much work will be done today, as got one eye on YouTube. Helen, we won't tell your boss that you got one eye on YouTube, one way or the other. But thank you so much for joining here. Thanks for pre-ordering the plushie, and we really do appreciate the support. Thanks for watching over from the UK. Let's see here. Tristan Blizzard came through as well. We appreciate you. Here's one. Look at this. Antoine de Stoop says, hey, I'm on night shift at the Gigafactory.
Ooh,
the stream is a perfect way to spend the night off. Will I be able to see the rocket from near the factory?
Gigafactory is in Austin, Texas. I was there a couple days ago.
Yeah.
And not a days. That was January. That was a lot of days ago.
That was a while ago.
That was a while ago.
I think chances, since it's
not
launching east and Austin is not in the east.
Yeah.
I think the chances are rather zero.
I think the best way to see the rocket from near the factory is actually going to be right here on the stream. Cringy? Not cringy.
No. Actually, the best way to watch this rocket is to hop in one of the Teslas that's rolling off the Gigafactory and hightail it down to South Texas. You have 5 hours and 11 minutes, which if you're coming from Austin, you might just make it.
NASASpaceflight not responsible. Drive safe.
Not exactly.
Anyways.
Maybe not 5 hours.
And
Maybe like 6 hours.
Thank you so much for the support there. Let's see if we can't get some regular questions here, guys. It's not all like I know something that I'm always aware of. We're not just about reading super chats and doing store promos and stuff like that. We want to get some regular questions as well. So let me have a look over here to the regular queue. Maybe Adrian, maybe you could talk about this one a little bit. Being the GSE aficionado that you are, do you guys have any idea how they solved the valve issue? Did SpaceX say specifically what was wrong with the valve? What do they like? Get some valves from, I don't know, Starliner or SLS or something, or what?
Well, we know the valve was frozen, so
Right.
that's the first step. The second thing we know was the booster was
Look.
the chopsticks are opening and going into launch configuration.
Sorry to interrupt.
Wow. This is really exciting. Like, I know this is take two for all the late night aficionados who have been doing this 2 nights in a row now.
Yep.
Not in a row, but
Is this like
it
our
feels like
official title, the late night aficionado?
sure. I like that title.
Sure.
Keep it.
I think it should be
But, like-
NSF on the roof, but whatever.
Yeah, we can workshop that. But it's always really exciting to watch the largest rocket ever constructed, and hopefully will be flying soon, begin entering its launch configuration.
Yeah. This is an important step because up until they get to this part, they actually have the chopsticks next to the Starship. They're still stabilizing it, but then they disconnect and they open up out of the way like this because when this thing takes off, you don't want the engines to go as close, I guess, to the chopsticks. You want to minimize the damage due to flamey bits, basically, right? And so opening the chopsticks is an integral, it's an important part of preparing for launch. And seeing that, I know it's dark, I know the chopsticks are painted black, I know it's sort of hard to see with the black sky behind it, but those chopsticks are opening up. And that is a part of it. Also, in the news, updates from Starbase, the roadblocks moving up the road.
No, that's the next step.
Oh, sorry. Should be next.
Yeah, the next would be the
So we're going to watch.
Yeah, there it is.
Yep, that's
And
the
it will
roadblocks.
move all the way through the very annoying traffic light behind that and block it there.
So this is the normal roadblock spot at the Y. And we actually have a cam called road cam because it was supposed to watch the roadblock, and here we are, right? But that roadblock at some point should move away, and that's an indication that they're looking at, that's an indication they're moving forward in the process, right?
Yes.
Excellent. All right, cool. Thanks for the help there. Let's see what else we have. Grackle cam.
Oh, Grackle cam?
We should
What?
we should capture a grackle in a net and strap a drone FPV camera to it.
Huh.
I would just fly off at some point and they're like, oh, cool, we see you.
I know it'd be very easy to catch a grackle. All you need to do is offer just a little bit of food.
A little bit of food.
Just a little bit.
Anyways, I'm not sure. Grackles are probably not endangered species, knowing the number of grackles that are around here. Anyways.
Based on some
Based on
impressions.
scientific data of me going to the intersection on Boca and 511 at any time in the evening, and there's 800 trillion grackles on the phone lines, they're not an endangered species. I'm sorry.
Nice. Hey, here's one. It's not a question, more of a comment from the Space Peacock. My patch just arrived. Looks great and feels great. Just in time to.
Woohoo.
Space Peacock. I'll say, like, I appreciate you saying that. I've ordered a lot of patches from the company that made the patches, and it's actually the same company that makes a lot of patches for NASA. That's how I found them, was turned on to them originally. And I ordered a lot of patches for my Kerbal Space Academy thing that I did on Twitch before I was so involved with NSF, right? And we were really comfortable getting patches from there because I knew that company made quality patches. So I'm glad you like the patches. Thank you so much for telling us. And if anybody hasn't gotten one yet, we continue to sell them in the shop. They are going like hotcakes, and we have ordered a specific amount. So thank you so much for the support and the kind words. Let's see here. Let's get one more question over here. What? Samuel Simmons, great coverage, guys. Question: where I live, the launch will be between 10:30 and 11 p.m. Which Pringles flavor should I be enjoying at that moment? Original or sour cream and onion?
Sour cream and onion.
Original.
Original.
Gotta go with the original.
Oh, I'm the tiebreaker then.
Yeah.
Yep.
I'm gonna go with sour cream and onion.
Oh, come on. Well, that's okay. He can leave me the original, and I'll eat the original.
More for Nick. Nice. That's what I would go with there on that decide. So, or that decision. So, anyway, Samuel Simmons, there's your answer. Let's see here. See if I can grab another one.
I like questions.
I know.
People should ask more.
Here, okay, this is a great question from June Ordinato. June Ordinato asks, aloha from H&L, Honolulu, I guess. Say OFT makes it till Starship reentry. Will SpaceX's next attempt follow the same trajectory, finishing near Hawaii?
Based on what we have seen in FAA documentation, that might be the case. It seems like they really want to prove this. It's always confusing when people start to look at the pad. I'm like, oh, it's hang on. Yeah, it seems like that might be the plan. They will probably do this 2 more times,
right?
With probably 26 and 27.
Okay.
25 seems to be in a test article. 26 and 27 might be theirs. So yeah.
I guess one of the things to talk about is that there are limited trajectories out of Boca that don't overfly land.
Yes.
Right.
Yeah.
So, like we said, they're shooting the gap between the key lime pie and Cuba. And if you go any further north, then you end up flying over Florida. We try not to do that, especially with our experimental vehicles that are this big. Even small ones, we try not to do that. You go any further south, you end up over Cuba. I don't think you'd end up over Mexico. You're not doing like any dog legs around the Yucatan or anything like that. But they do try not to overfly the land. And so I think they're probably going to use that same corridor, I guess you could say, a couple times. And again, it's all about getting experience with Starship. We're not quite there yet, especially in the United States. We don't overfly land with the launches. Not all countries do that, but we try not to overfly land. We don't overfly land. But at some point, I do foresee a future with as many Starship launches as SpaceX and Elon envision, just being so confident in the system that they've built that they're able to do overflights, especially point-to-point, right?
Yep.
If you're doing point-to-point, you're going to have to overfly land.
Literally. I mean, if they want Starship to be as reliable and as regular as an airliner,
yep,
I'm pretty sure there's a good number of people who don't live next to an ocean that live in America.
Yep.
And America needs to change that if they want to have point-to-point around the country.
Can I propose something for future Starship launches?
Sure.
Not launching them in a humid swampland.
Oh, hey, the mosquitoes build character, Adrian. The mosquitoes build character. Ain't that right, Das?
I mean, I don't know if they built character, but they built something.
I have so much
Scars
character
on
right
my
now.
arms, mostly.
Nothing but
Hang
character.
on. I better check and see if we're supposed to be doing something. No, I think we're good. Okay. All right, cool. Neat.
We're looking at rockets. That's what we're doing late at night.
Yeah,
Thanks for
look at
joining
tank
us, guys.
farm.
Thanks
Still
for joining
going.
us. What is that event we're looking at?
I don't think there's like any specific tie to it. Like the next thing that really is interesting for me is the subcoolers.
Subcoolers?
Yeah, and the subcoolers are
And
chill.
would that show us that they're beginning to do the fuel load process?
Yeah, nah, not really. So what they do when you see the subcoolers being active, it basically means they're filled with nitrogen. There will be a phase where they will be filled with nitrogen, where they're not really going for fuel outlet yet because they have to get the lines cooler, get like everything before they reach the rocket cooler. So yeah, the first thing that would happen is filling these with nitrogen, because you need that to get anything below that temperature. So yeah, that's the next big step we are looking at.
Interesting.
Yeah. All right, let me grab a couple more questions here. This one is from Tristan Blizzard. Says, forgot to send the message of the first one. All good, Tristan. But we do we know of redundancy, or I guess we should say we know of redundancy of the engines on the booster. Is there any redundancy on engines on the ship? Landing.
Oh, landing?
Or going to orbit or whatever. There's 6 engines on the ship, 3 Raptor vacuums, the big engine bells, and 3 Raptor sea levels, the small engine bells.
Yes, there's for landing there was redundancy because what they did in later flights is basically igniting them and then testing which performs good and shutting them down. So what they did is actually exactly that. They have redundancy and they are using that redundancy and igniting multiple ones and then using the one that they feel like the computer feels the most confident.
Right.
So they don't need the full thrust of 3 engines to land. Yeah.
But going uphill to orbit, can Starship make orbit on only 5 engines? ?
I wouldn't be surprised if they could, but that's because they're not putting a lot of payload on this one.
That's true.
So if their vehicles are probably a little overweight right now, you know, they're probably still in their developmental engineering stuff. They probably haven't optimized everything quite so much, and they're not sticking a lot of payload on it as far as we know. They're not sticking 100 tons of something up there. Maybe Elon's going to stick a few more cars up there. Who knows? But they'll probably have a little bit more Delta V to play with.
Yeah, it's also would I guess depend on which engine fails. I think a Raptor VAC always will be worse than a sea level probably because Raptor VAC is optimized for vacuum. It probably is more important for that stage of flight. What I wonder is because as soon as you lose an engine, you kind of have an offset of thrust. Like you have a problem where the ship would be in imbalance. You have to then turn off like some thrust on the other side because Raptor VACs cannot gimbal. It's the sea level Raptors that gimbal.
Yeah.
So, for example, losing one of these sea level Raptors could be very bad for steering, as you basically lose your steering ability on one.
They're
angle.
like the RVACs can't gimbal because they're basically tucked into the skirt.
Yeah,
like there's little divots, I guess, not really a divot, but little cutouts in the skirt so the RVACs fit.
Yes.
Right. And so they can't lean one way or the other. So that's a good point. I guess it also comes out to like, how did your engine fail?
Yeah.
Right. Because there are some failure modes of the engines where it can take out the engine next to it. I think we had some hops where there were some things like that happening. So just, one engine going out may take out more engines, but if one just fails to start or has a thrust underperformance or whatever, it probably, again, depends on exactly when that happens, how much propellant in the Starship has been burned, what were they doing anyways? Like right now, they don't have a lot of payload in it, like Nick was mentioning. So I think it probably depends on a lot of things as to whether or not, or how much further Starship could get if it had an engine out.
I love that most of the answers to these questions are just, it depends.
It does. But
this is rocketry.
It gives us a lot to talk about, though. Like, it's interesting. Like, there's no just yes or no answers, right?
Yes.
It's like, here's all the things you have to think about when you're building the system, you're designing the trajectory, whatever, right?
Ooh,
what happened?
I just looked at the T-minus clock. We are under 5 hours, everybody.
Nice.
That is crazy. The beginning of the launch window. It's getting real again. Like it kind of hit me the other day. Like I was just standing there looking at the pad, and I was like, "Wow, this thing might launch," and it obviously didn't. But it's starting to get real again.
Yeah. In terms of getting real again, like even if they have like some aborts and scraps here, we are definitely in a launch campaign. We are not.
Oh, yeah.
We are not in any testing anymore or
Yeah.
any wet dress rehearsals. Like they're in a launch campaign. They're brute force trying to launch this every time they can right now. And at some point, they will get through the countdown. They will get through Raptor ignition, and then this thing will lift off.
Yep.
This is like
It's like inevitable at this
Yeah.
point.
it,
Like they're
it will lift off.
they're pushing forward for it. They're further than they've ever been before. Well, you said it will lift off. Something's gonna happen.
Yeah, excitement guaranteed.
Excitement guaranteed is the thing. Yeah. Hey, I'm gonna speed run some. Loophole says just bought a plushie. Can't stop there. Thanks for the amazing coverage. You rock. Thank you, Loophole.
Nice.
We appreciate you. We've also got Adam with a store message saying, thanks for all the great coverage watching whilst I work in the sunny south coast of UK. Adam, thanks for stopping through. Here's one from New Zealand. It's Thomas Rockinger. Rockinger? I think I probably gave that name a pretty good shot. It says, greetings from New Zealand. Can't wait to watch the launch tonight. Hey, same here. Positive thoughts.
Yes.
Positive thoughts. Here's one from John C. using the tip system again. If the countdown gets to the point where we hear LDS go for launch, my heart rate will spike. Call and check me. Great job, guys. John C. Actually, that was one of the things that we did not get done for the stream. I have a heart rate monitor that syncs with my phone and sends live telemetry to something that can be shown on stream.
Ooh.
I didn't discuss this with the people in production, though. I literally have that in my backpack. And I thought that might be interesting. The original idea was to put it on all the hosts and have little, like, alien-style monitors.
See, I would be embarrassed to wear that because I'm pretty sure Neil Armstrong landing on the freaking moon, his heart rate was like 80 or something like that. And I was like, come on.
Yes. That was a thing. Like that was a thing, and I have it in my backpack, but we did not actually do that. One day I do want.
Yes.
I want the NSF commentators with like down one side, like let's check on their heart rates or whatever, and you could see a little graph or something like that. I don't know if that's dumb or not, but I thought it was kind of cool idea. Stefan Batiste says, okay, not a water tower, but skyscrapers can fly. I like it. Skyscrapers can fly. Skyscrapers, water towers. There's a syllable difference there. Nocturnal Hunter gifted some memberships, gifted a Red Team membership. We appreciate you there. We've got Ellie M. says, will we be able to view Starship flight path and flight trackers? If so, what would the call sign be in flight? Typically, rockets don't have tail numbers.
Yeah.
And while the FAA or other, the Mexican FAA, LFAA or whatever, La FAA, I don't know what it is, closes the airspace, they don't have tail numbers on the rockets. And I'm not aware of a rocket besides an air launch vehicle like Stratolaunch or Orbit. Virgin Orbit, by the way, out flying after their bankruptcy. I was like, what the heck? Yeah, but those air launch vehicles do have tail numbers. Rockets, I don't think you would see on like Flight Aware or Flight Radar 24 or anything like that.
Well, you can look up on Flight Aware and see the TFR being cleared across the whole Gulf.
And there's like no planes there.
Exactly. I saw a picture of that on Twitter from the last scrubbed attempt that we had the other day. And it was really weird to see no airplanes in this huge amount of airspace.
Yep.
I see something, Adrian.
What is that?
Would you like to take a look at that?
That's the pope vent. Like that's also an indicator of the methane side of the tank farm. That's on the other side. Spooling up. It's not like full subcoolers yet, everything, but it's another sign. It's another indicator getting there. It's we are checking down the boxes here, and I like to check the boxes here because so far I would call this a very smooth beginning of the countdown. It seems like they're progressing as we expect, even a bit faster actually than we expect.
Yeah,
I would be remiss if I didn't ask. Is this checkbox in an Excel spreadsheet?
I don't have an Excel spreadsheet on this MacBook right now, so I'm sorry.
Disappointment.
How are we on the roadblock? The roadblock was like slowly creeping away, I think, from the standard roadblock. But do we still see a sheriff's vehicle at the Y?
I see something.
There's something
That's
blinking
something.
there.
There is something there.
Yeah. But there's also blinking lights back further as well.
I would imagine they're probably clearing the village right now, if I had to guess. They're probably going through each building in that whole area. There's a bunch of buildings back there, not just the private residences. There's just a bunch of office space and storage space. And they got to make sure no one's hiding between the SBMT wheels because I might be doing that, you know. You got to
NASA spaceflight not responsible. Don't hide between the SBMT wheels, please. That is a thing. Like if we go back to the other shot where we saw the standard roadblock position, right? The standard roadblock position is sort of the choke point between the village and everything. There you go. The car on the lower right-hand side with the blinking lights, that is sort of the choke point. That is Highway 4, and the only way really to get out there is from there. But further towards the production site, further towards Brownsville, you have the village, and you've got Esperson, and you've got Weems, and you've got the other streets back in the village, and you have to clear all of those structures. From this vehicle behind it to the launch pad, you're basically clear. But here you have to have all the things in the village, the SpaceX people, the other. Now, they did ask the private residents to evacuate a little bit earlier, but they have to make sure that whole area is cleared. So it's almost like they keep this choke point in place. They have another one up there to keep cars from getting into the village. And they're maybe, I don't know if they're ringing doorbells or what they do to actually clear it, just to have some sort of checklist clearing the village out.
Too bad we don't have to wait to see that.
Oh, yeah.
Too bad.
I'll leave that for later. But that is what's going on. We're watching for that. And then at some point, that hard checkpoint, nice, will move further away. And that'll be another sign that they've cleared that out. They're sort of retreating away, and we're good to go. You're going to have to text me, Nick.
Okay.
Anyways, here's one from Peter. Peter, let's get some Starship views back on the stream, please. Peter says, go Starship, thanks for the coverage with some stuff. Nice. Thank you. I don't mean to be like backseat host driving, but looks like Peter got an orbital flight test mug.
Look at that tank farm.
Oh, of course Adrian sees the tank farm.
Look at, like, I just think it looks beautiful. That's like... That's a tank farm I want to see.
That's the tank farm Adrian wants to see. Yeah. Nice.
Oh, that's actually the sub coolers. Sorry, now I'm backseat. But can we go? Yeah.
No, so there you go.
The sub coolers are now emitting like condensation as well. It's not only from the tank farm itself. You can see how it is coming from the sub coolers, which means there is nitrogen in there now.
Yep.
They are freezing up. There's condensation building around them. This is a next big step into getting closer to fueling. This is very, very good that we see some early condensation from them.
That's the thing. Peter, sorry, you got jumped by a tank farm activity there. But Go Starship was your message. Thanks so much for the support. We've got a couple memberships that came through. Actually, I wonder if this has something to do with the last mention of the members multi-view. We got ZG Maddie, who joined the red team. We've got Alex Jones, who joined a Capcom member. We've got It's Alec with a C. Nice. Becoming a launch director. We got a couple more red teams. Peter J was a red team member, and Max Ackerboom was a red team member as well. All of those levels that I just read out get access to that that's really behind the scenes, but our camera multi-view, where we have so many different camera angles and stuff like that we can keep up with. But thanks for the support there, y'all. And here's one I probably should have gotten a little while ago. Charty Von Riel. Riel? One of those. This is 100 euros from Charty that says, yikes, we do need more of these, people at NSF. Same message for me in the previous live stream. You guys are just awesome. Quality of the cameras, streams always on point, smiley face emoji. Thanks for everything, and I will watch this stream until this stream ends. We push it all the way to the YouTube limits.
We do.
Yeah.
We do 12 hours.
It's literally our decider when we go live. We're like, can we sustain that and make sure we are live all the way?
Yep. And we could go live for longer, but then it cuts off the beginning, and then you lose some of the commentary. So we literally plan our streams around the YouTube limit so that you can go back and you can, like, I don't know, listen to us talk for 12 hours. What's wrong with you? Why would you want to do that? Honestly, I get so many nice messages from people say, some people listen to it as a podcast. They have the video in another tab or something, and they're just listening to us talk.
I know I do that a lot of the time when I'm working on robots out in the field. Thus, I'll download like a long podcast or a long, live stream or something, and I'll have it playing in the background when I'm feeding robots wires and consumables.
Yep.
I have been awakened by my own voice before because YouTube decides when you watch YouTube in the evening and sleep down to it. YouTube decides to go on an autoplay journey.
Oh, it
And
is.
for some reason, YouTube decides, hey, do you want to listen to the stream you commented a few hours ago? And then I'm listening to my own voice and I'm like waking up to my own voice.
That's always fun.
Yep, it's a bit weird.
Some very weird dreams get triggered by that.
Yeah.
Here's one. James C. from Chicago actually says, how's it going from Chicago? Thanks, Guy, for bringing this around the world to everyone. We appreciate you, James C. Thank you so much for the support. It really is cool that we can share this with people all over.
Very.
So many people, Nick and Adrian, coming from out of town. Actually, Adrian.
Yes.
Hello.
Adrian is from out of town.
Speaking of coming from out of town.
DOS. Nah, you get a local pass card. You're around here now.
I grew up north of here a little ways, so many people on the beach and stuff like that. It's cool to hear so many accents. People coming to Starbase from all over the world. It really just shows how Starbase has captured people's interest. Like this whole Starship thing, this massive orbital stack rocket that you can literally stand in the sand dunes right next to, 100 meters away from or whatever, right?
It's really cool also to talk with a lot of people that watch us and approach us about that they watch our stream. And I'm actually kind of sorry that we sometimes have to like run away and do some other things, but we have been very busy the last few days. So if we saw you like close here and we kind of were in a hurry, it's nothing personal. It's just like we had to do very, very many things. So that was the reason we sometimes ran a hurry.
I've taken so many selfies with people, but here's the deal, folks. If you walk up and you're like, hey, can I take a selfie? It's like, of course you can take a selfie. Yeah, sure. But I'm going to make you put the rocket in the background.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
People like have like nothing in the background. I'm like, dude, there's a rocket. Turn around. We're gonna get the rocket. And then we try to get the rocket like between us or whatever. So anyways, a lot of people, some people tweeting out this stuff. I did get a tweet, and I'm gonna say this real quick. I saw a tweet earlier from somebody that said, I saw you, DOS, working around, and I was the awkward person who didn't approach you. Please, if you see us working around, don't feel intimidated. Come up and say hi. We love to see people that say like, oh, y'all are NSF or whatever. We love to say people that love Starship. Please don't ever feel intimidated or like you're not cool enough to come talk to us or whatever. That is not how it is at all for anybody at NSF.
Unless you're in a remote setting area with a sign in front of that.
Don't cross into SpaceX property or cross cones or anything like that. Like if we're over doing work on SpaceX property. But if we're on the side of the road or like sitting in the truck or something like that, please, please, please never feel embarrassed. Never feel shy. Like, come on up. And even if you just look or wave or something, I'll probably say hi to you. So if you don't want to say anything, just wave at me. And
pretty friendly.
I'll say like, hey, how's it going?
DOS and I don't bite, but sometimes the robots do.
We
so
don't.
do be careful about that.
Equipment may move without warning. So. Anyways, I did want to say that because so many people have come up to us and just shared their experience.
That is one of my favorite parts of the job.
It really is.
Like taking pictures, working on robots, seeing rockets, that's all fun. But like, I really love it when I get to hang out with people from. I always say Starbase is like a very serendipitous place. You never know who you're going to meet and what's going to transpire once you get there, and it's beautiful. You never know who you're going to meet.
Yes. Let's see if we can do one more here. There was a Linda. Oh wow, Linda Unguranow. Ungurno? Gurno? I hope I got it. Linda, I really do hope that I got it right. You upgraded your membership to a launch director. I really do try to get people's names correctly, but thank you so much for the support. And then, which was this? CJ Laud is a launch director as well. And we got a Capcom come through too. Good grief, Isaac Chapman upgrading to a Capcom. Let's see here. An animation.
Whoa.
We're talking about the shop. Ooh, look. What are we going to show in the shop?
Fancy.
No, look, what are they going to click on?
Oh,
it's hoodies.
Oh, I love that.
I
love that
I like that one. Yes.
Good hoodie.
The Destination Known hoodie.
They're super comfortable.
I feel like he's petting the hoodie.
Yeah. I'm not even like making this like they are super comfortable. I love how comfortable they are.
Yeah.
I wear them every day. You'll be my witnesses. I wear NSF stuff here literally any day, every day.
My 100% of my wardrobe is NSF stuff.
It is. It's true. It should be. No, I'm kidding. Oh my gosh. Lucky there's not a camera here, Nick.
Yeah.
Anyways, the destination known. It's got the Starship design. It actually looks like a brand or something that you would like sear onto your steaks.
Yes.
Right?
It is a stakeable brand.
And it's got the little stars in there. They're not stars. They're planets. The moon and Mars.
Is Moon a planet?
Yes.
It
is
is
a
a celestial
planet.
body. It's not
Moon's a planet. Is it a
That,
planet?
that's no
It is
planet.
not
That's a
planet.
space
How did
station.
How did the moon get a planet? Like, what?
I have people I can call who will tell you that the moon is a planet.
Okay, well,
And
they
they're
also say that
planetary
Pluto,
scientists.
Will they also say that Pluto's a planet?
Yes, because it's a planet.
What
Good.
about
Good.
Jonathan,
I like these
what
people.
does Jonathan McDowell say?
He does more trajectory stuff. He doesn't do planetary
He's
science.
also the smartest person I know of.
He's so cool.
So he gets. I don't. Whatever his opinion is on. Metal prints. Oh, that is my favorite picture I have taken. I have that hanging up in my bathroom, and every time I get out of the shower, I know weird that you don't want to hear this, but every time I see it, and I'm like, wow, that was a pretty morning.
Nick, you can tell me if this is too personal, but is that in the bathroom because it like fits the bathroom theme?
It's like oceany, you know.
It like has the three seashell sort of thing, like
I do know how to use the 3 seashells. Thank you.
like goes over the back of the toilet, and Anyways,
enough with the story.
I think we're supposed to stop talking about merch.
Here's rockets. Back to the rockets.
Anyways, 4 hours, 41 minutes, 50 seconds to the opening of the window. SpaceX still marching towards the Starship flight test. We see activity. Adrian's ears perking up. We see activity from the tank farm. Some
What activity are we seeing?
Condensation happening from the LOX side over there. We're looking at the methane side right now, but condensation from the LOX side, right?
Yeah,
they're right.
Both LOX and methane side show activity, which is good because we need both. You don't go to space with only LOX.
Right.
LOX-based rockets are not yet a thing.
It's true. There we go. Look, we actually panned over to the LOX side. You see the hippos there.
Yeah, that's subcoolers. They're chill again. Like chill, they're not doing that much of like. Okay, chill is very much the wrong word to use here. They're chilling, not doing that much, not chilling as they're chilling.
How's your plastic chair, Das?
I am mad that Michael bought the cheap chairs.
Ooh.
Honestly.
Ooh.
Look, I went to Walmart and I knew that somebody was going to be sitting in these folding chairs. I had this entire request for chair that I had to fill out. And I wanted a chair that was comfortable for somebody to sit in for hours. So it needed to have some back support. It needed to not fall apart. It needed to be lightweight. So I didn't want to get metal chairs to carry to the roof. Right? There was this entire thought process of DOS in the folding chair aisle at Walmart. If you don't know what Walmart is, Adrian, what's Walmart?
A magical place.
A magical place.
Magical place.
Where you will see all of the creatures.
It's just, you just get everything. It's like, hey, you need food, Walmart. You need clothing, Walmart. You need, I don't
Wedding
know,
rings.
fishing rods.
You need your car fixed.
They didn't sponsor this stream. So let's get back to the chairs. Walmart, we're available, though. Business at NASASpaceflight.com. Anyways. So I'm looking at these chairs, and I bought these two really nice, comfortable chairs. The back is even vented. It's like a lattice work, so it has proper back support, but it's breathable in the heat, right? And then Michael goes to Walmart. This is what I get for sending them with the NSF credit card. And these chairs that I'm sitting in right now, these are the most terrible chairs I've ever seen. Michael is sitting in a nice chair. Michael Baylor. Switch chairs with me. Seriously.
No, he says no.
He doesn't get to say no.
Oh,
look. Wait. The roadblock.
Roadblock has moved, ladies and gentlemen.
Baylor. Sitting in a nice chair while I sit in this scrub chair over here.
I'm also sitting in a
Adrian's, you can sit in a nice chair. You did a lot of commentary the other night. You should have back support. Anyways.
Wonderful.
Baylor's gonna like stand up to stretch, and when he sits down, there's not gonna be a chair underneath him.
I feel like we are very close on getting our own NSF podcast with this whole segment right now. It's we are pitching this.
Oh, so we did. We got a little bit of roadblock movement there. We saw also the chopsticks. Did the chopsticks lower a little bit?
Yeah, they lowered down.
Interesting.
This is all things that we would expect SpaceX to do before entering a nominal count. And chopsticks are down. Road is being cleared out. This is all good signs.
Excellent.
Some good signs, or as Adrian would say, good indications.
Good indications.
I love
I'm
it
gonna
when
do?
he says indications. It sounds so much more intelligent than when I say it.
I'm going over so I can read the live chat. There are 19,000 people. Let's mute that. There are 19,000 people listening to us.
19,000 people?
It's true.
What?
Look, Jellybeam says, love this trio of commentators.
I just got like all self-conscious.
No, it's all good.
Come on.
We're having fun. There's the roadblock moved. You can see that vehicle moved. It looks like it's going up to San Martin, the most landscaped street in Starbase.
Yes, it is. Every single day they're out there landscaping.
They did so much work on San Martin.
I feel so bad because they used to use it for the semi-truck delivery spot.
Yep.
And these poor semi-truck drivers would be driving down this
stuck at the end.
2-lane road, and they get stuck at the end. They have to do an 80-point turn to turn around. I'm like, I'm so sorry, guys. I don't know who's sending you down here, but this is dumb. I'm taking clips of them, but obviously,
yeah, it's like they came through and they're like, no curb, rip the curb out. Don't like the curb. Add palm trees, solar powered lights. You'll never guess which way the solar panels are pointing on the solar panel lights.
North.
Not the right way. Anyways, San Martin, the roadblock has moved up that way, but this actually looks like a vehicle headed towards the pad.
Ooh. That what kind of indication would we call that, Mr. Adrian?
It's an indication that the pad no longer is clear. I mean, that's
Interesting.
literally.
That's what that means. When there's a car at the pad has cars there.
Yeah,
Wow. Okay,
I
I'm
wouldn't.
smart.
I wouldn't call it bad yet. It could be just some checkouts. It could be just.
Oh, maybe some guy forgot his phone down there.
Yeah. Hopefully not. Good
Or
grief.
transmissions.
But we'll see what the outcome of the vehicle is going out there. Maybe going to check something out or something along those lines. We'll see what the deal is. Hey, Jerwa, how you doing? We see Jerwa's name in chat all the time, like a huge supporter of what we do. Jerwa said 19,000 people are watching and only 3 click the thumbs up. Now, hopefully that's 3,000 click the thumbs up. I see 7.7 thousand right now. Apparently the official NASA Spaceflight account, which I am logged into, click the thumbs up. But anyways. If you like this stream, go ahead and click the thumbs up. Let's pay the bills, shall we?
Yeah, let's pay the bills.
Let's pay the bills.
Okay, then I'm telling you about Rocket Money. This portion of the broadcast is sponsored by Rocket Money. If you're looking to save money, maybe so you can buy a ticket on Starship in the future, now is the time to start, and Rocket Money can help. Rocket Money is an all-in-one finance platform that helps you save more and spend less. The personal finance manager can help you manage and potentially even save your money. That includes helping to cancel unwanted subscriptions. Rocket Money safely and securely identifies recurring charges and cancels unwanted subscriptions for you with just a tap. Rocket Money can help you keep track of your credit score. You get complete access to your credit reports and history, and even offer you insights on how to improve your score. Plus, you can get that Starship ticket fund going with a smart savings account. Choose the amount and the frequency, and Rocket Money will automatically deposit savings into a smart savings account. And it's trusted by more than 3.4 million members and counting. In addition to the web, it's also available on iOS and Android. To try it out for free and unlock more features with premium, visit rocketmoney.com/NSF or scan the QR code on the screen. The link is also in the description below.
Adrian, shoe on header that wasn't live.
Huh?
What? What? I've never
Nobody
heard
here
that.
from Twitch.
I've never heard that one.
Put a shoe on your head or nobody's going to believe that was live.
That was live.
Was that
That was live.
pre-recorded?
No, that was live. I
You
just
said
said
that live right now.
Yeah, without any mistake.
I think
Which
you
I'm
did a good
impressed
job.
by. Good job.
Yeah.
Also, great name for an app, might I say. Rocket. Like it's a beautiful name for an app.
And
we're like
Back to this rocket.
No, we're honestly very picky about the sponsors that we have on the stream, and Rocket Money was one of the ones that we were okay with
Interesting.
because I like rockets and I like money.
I love rockets.
I mean, both of these things.
I love rockets, and I wish I always had more money. You know, like,
Plus, I forgot I have a bunch of subscriptions.
There you go.
Like I'm always forgetting, like who hasn't signed up for the little
so guilty of it.
Oh yeah, 7-day free trial, and then 6 months later you're like, oh my gosh, how much have I played that place?
$11.99 keeps disappearing from my account, and I don't know what it's from.
It's absolutely true.
I need to get Rocket Money.
So, anyways, folks, we do a couple inserts like that, endorsements on the stream. We are very picky. Like, we're not going to see, like, mobile games or anything like that around here as long as I have a say in it. But it is something that is useful to us. I installed it on my phone, too. So, anyways, I know that sometimes people are like, oh, no, ads. But we really do appreciate y'all listening. And maybe click the links or something. I don't know if anybody scanned that QR code. But it is another way of helping us out because we really don't just expect all of y'all to constantly pay for everything we do. So... anyways,
those robots are quite hungry.
Moving right along.
Didn't the robots want to eat some zip ties recently?
Zip ties. We buy a lot of zip ties.
Oh yeah, we bought like I think in the hundreds.
Thousands of zip ties.
Yeah.
Nick even knows where some of them are.
Oh, sometimes.
They're in the back of his car mostly.
Never have them when I need them, but they're there.
I bought them for you.
Thank you.
I bought them for you, actually.
I can tell you, like, since I have been here, it has been a constant, like, quest of Nick and Daz figuring out where a certain tool is right now.
It is
in which possession is it right now?
Yep.
We
it's
gotta
all
be frugal. We gotta share the drill.
Hey, Chris C.H. Raven. I saw a message scroll through chat, and Chris C.H. Raven said, I'm a poor teacher, can't afford a subby, I guess, but I did like in share.
Aww.
Chris, please, you're always welcome here. We pay the bills lots of different ways, including sponsors like that, right? But we want to keep things going so that everybody, it's not like, oh, only people who pay us this much money can watch the stream or anything like that. That's not what we want to do. We want it to be available for everybody. So thank you so much for being here. Please, you don't have... Uh-oh. Coast Guard's coming in.
I hear a Coast Guard helicopter. I see a Coast Guard
Yeah, the Coast Guard helicopter's coming back in.
Wow, look at that. Thing's moving. That thing is moving.
Yeah, it's moving.
I mean, yeah, there's a helicopter.
Thank you.
You know.
I don't know if y'all can hear that or not, y'all, but that's a helicopter coming over, and we always look up. Looking over this way towards the production site, is that a little bit of fog rolling in?
Oh, don't say that.
It is. Look at that.
What's the weather looking like?
Imagine Starship launches in SN11 condition.
No,
okay,
don't say that. Undo, delete
Sorry.
it. I wish we had a 10-second buffer here because.
Get a hang glider and hang glide right off the roof of this hotel into the range.
Exactly.
Just kidding. That's a joke.
We were right to range violation on the hang glider.
True. Yeah.
No.
Y'all, did y'all hear the helicopters? Chat, did y'all hear the helicopter go over? Anyways, we don't have to wait. I mean, we'll see it scroll through in a second, but anyways.
This is a beautiful rocket, might I say? Like,
that was the grass.
I might be a little partial, but look at that thing.
Okay,
Sitting
cool.
up all our crowd on top of the tower. I love it.
We're good. All right, okay. They didn't hear the chopper. Wow, we heard the chopper, but the noise cut. The background noise suppression must have got it.
We need an ambient mic up here. We too bad there wasn't
would just hear air conditioners.
Honestly, yeah.
It would be the air conditioner mic. I don't know if we need that one.
Oh, unit 12B, turn on the AC.
All right, let me say thanks to just a few more people because we're coming up on another host hot swap that's going to be happening. Where is the right tab to click? There we go. All right, I'm going to do a couple speedrun sort of things. Musical Wolves, thank you so much. Says, so much hype. Got any sleeping tips? Don't. That would be my tip. Don't sleep. Isaac Chapman upgraded to a Capcom membership. I feel like I recognize that name, but I appreciate you, Isaac. We've got Christian Debney. Thanks for the shout out for my new short film. Reach for the stars, everyone. Christian with some Australian dollars. We appreciate the support there. Molly Merrims. gifted 20 Red Team memberships almost an hour ago.
Whoa.
Missed that one. Molly, hope you're still watching. Thank you so much for sharing the Red Team memberships with everybody else. Rich McCormick, thanks for becoming a launch director. What setup reveal of you on the roof? Actually, that's going to happen later, Kallenstein. When we get the trackers up here, we're going to use the tracks, the tracking cameras to track hosts on the roof at our setup. So stay tuned for that when the sun comes up. You need a new shirt. Andy K's 1970. If you switch back to Hoppy, there's a thing that looks like a KSP mystery goo experiment on the top. There is. I don't know if that's an old COPV or something like that, but there is something that looks like a mystery goo experiment. We've got Leatherman78, a $5 tip. Get some face cams on the triple cast in the fog. Leatherman, thanks for using the tip system there.
Maybe if this scrubs again, we can maybe try that for the next time.
I have the equipment to do it. I could route this into a camera and it would sync up with the audio and we could do it.
Might be a good idea for, like, if this does not go today, we could. I think we should have more of this TriCast if it happens. If we get a third stream.
I like doing it. I do like doing it.
I like it.
We got June Ornato is a Red Team member. Musical Wolves again. We always see Musical Wolves in chat. If SpaceX makes a movie about Starship development, will Adrian watch it? Ooh.
What movies will Adrian watch?
Lord of the Rings.
Besides Lord of the Rings
involved with Starship development.
I would watch I have a hard time imagining how that would work, though. To be fair, I also watch Star Wars, I watch Harry Potter, and there it ends.
All good. All right. We would make Adrian watch it, like Robot Chicken style. So
apparently, by the way, Amazon is making a new Stargate series, and I'm very much worried about that. I'm not sure if I want that.
We'll see. We'll see. Yeah. Hey, here's one more. I'm going to read one more now. Sal Virgo says, thank you for what you do. I love that you are streaming now. This feels like the very early days of EVs when we would talk to one another in chats, looking forward to now when EV adoption is getting normal. I can feel myself in a few years looking back to now and remembering your stream. Sal Virgo, thank you so much for the support. Thanks for hanging out here. Thanks for the kind words, and we appreciate you being a part of what we do. So anyways, folks, I think I'm getting kicked off broadcast. Yeah, that's a thing. Who made this schedule?
I don't know.
I was there.
You were there. Literally in the room.
Well, goodbye, Das. Go get some sleep.
Yes.
Go say hello to Das' wife.
Anyways, yeah, she did come to town, actually.
Yeah, I'm glad.
There were like so many scrubs, and I've been down here for almost 3 weeks at this point, and so my wife flew into town. Maybe has an a chance to watch the launch if it happens.
Awesome.
But there's a truck
there
leaving.
It goes. It's going.
Car's leaving. That's the suborbital site. It's leaving the launch site.
It is. It was leaving. Yeah. But anyways, I'm gonna go ahead and hop off here, y'all. My name is John Galloway for NASA Space. A lot of people call me DOS. I used that name on the internet once and got stuck with it. That's the story. But across the board, thank y'all so much for listening to all of our commentary, our wacky questions and answers and stuff. We do appreciate you. I think that we've got. Well, is he swapping him?
I don't know.
Is it happening right now?
Is Jack here?
When was this supposed to happen? I thought it was supposed to happen now.
It's happening right now.
4 o'clock right now.
Where's Jack at?
Where's Jack?
Jack! We need like a laser beam to point it where Jack is watching from.
I don't know.
Wait.
Ooh.
You're not allowed to be double connected.
Am I in?
Yeah, disconnect. Okay, well,
Oops.
we are going to stand
Sorry.
by, and I'm going to keep talking until Jack shows up. Because here we are. And yeah, I thought that was happening at 5 o'clock. At Jack.
That's funny.
There we go. At Jack. Why are you not on commentary? Fine, you've lost your slot. I'm going to keep talking for the next 2 hours.
Hey.
Chat, for real. Should I keep talking?
No, nobody
Jack
wants
is eating bacon.
Nobody wants us to talk.
Good grief, it was like a train wreck all of a sudden. Did we get the time wrong or something?
No, I don't think so. We're all checking. We're all frantically checking. Yeah, it's 4 o'clock.
Fine, you missed your shift. You don't get to count your time.
Shoutouts, by the way, to Kevin for making this fancy overview.
Yeah.
What is happening?
I know. Somebody see if Jack fell asleep somewhere. He just talked, though, but I don't know why he's not talking anymore.
Maybe they kicked him out.
I don't know.
Do we have eyes on the roadblock there?
I don't know. Anyways, hey,
look at that.
I'm going to keep saying thanks to people until they drag me kicking and streaming from the stream. Kicking and streaming? Anyways,
kicking and streaming.
I have no clue what those letters are, but thanks for becoming a Padrat member. We appreciate you. Here's Collinstein says, please do a Daily Hopper collab and bring us a Starship Chin body pillow. Oh no.
Ooh.
A Daily Hopper drawn body pillow.
I love that. I love Daily Hopper's art style.
I sort of do it for my back and my knees. Like I have to keep a pillow between my legs when I sleep. Too much information, whatever.
Yeah, it was a little much there.
It's okay.
Thanks though.
Anyways, Collinstein, that's not a terrible idea. Maybe for the next launch, we'll see what we could do. We've got Buster's Garage from some Euros there. A space lover from the 80s, really loving the 2020s. Nice. We've got Saw Air. Thanks for becoming a Red Team member. Appreciate the support there. We've got Leatherman78 again with the $5 tip. I want a Starship body pillow. Please get the store team on this. Sorry, Adrian. That's you, Adrian.
Get to
Make a note. Tristan Blizzard became a Capcom member. We got Phil Mills. Your name rhymes. I'm sure you get that all the time. Thanks for becoming a Red Team member. Channel 37 Live. Thanks for the gate coverage. Go Starship. Awesome job. Let's go Starship, says Joshua from the store. Brooke actually ended up in the store as well. Good luck, SpaceX, and good job, NSF. Here's one from Dom. We won't make it to Starbase in time. Is Corpus Christi Beach a decent place to watch from? Tesla F says we can be there by 8:15. Thanks, y'all.
I think we've done some math on that. Thomas and I were looking at that a while ago.
Yeah.
And it looks like Corpus Christi, assuming the skies are clear, which it might not be today, you should be able to see it because it's only about 160 miles north, and you should be able to see it. So,
interesting.
If you're in Corpus, look south down the coastline and see if you can see what you can see.
Same sort of thing where it depends. If it's leaving a trail or something, maybe better off. If it's just no trail behind it, that might be a different thing. But Dom, if that's where you can make it, then try to watch from there.
Nope. This is a historical event. Like this, I keep having to pinch myself that like this is the first rocket. This is the Artemis landing rocket. Like this is not obviously this one, but this is the first prototype of the generation of orbital class Starship rockets, which are hopefully going to be propelling humanity to the moon, Mars, and far beyond, and also Starship point to point. Yes, Chris Bergen, we didn't forget about you. Point to point is a thing.
It's true. All right, let's say I'm going to get just a couple more here. Craig Lieberman, Pad Rat. We've got Anonymous from the store. Remember, if you want to give us a message, but you don't want your name to be said, because then the wife figures out that you bought a bunch of merch or whatever. Ask me how I know. It's like another t-shirt. You have to get rid of 2 t-shirts if you have one more t-shirt coming to the house. It says, love the stream. Keep up the great work. There is an option to remain anonymous if you're leaving a store message for us. And that was actually a couple store messages. We've got Space Beetle upgrading to the red team. We've got Tahi, I'm going to go with. That was a Red Team member. We got a Pad Rat from Djan Bojanjak. I think I got close on that one. And here's one more. This is another anonymous store message. Thank you, NSF, for all your great coverage. What do we know about the reentry shielding between Raptors on the booster? Does it have tiles like the Starship? Adrian or Nick, who wants to buzz in on that one?
I can take that one.
Go for it, Nick.
Heat shield tiles on the Starship are obviously the best color on planet Earth. Black is the best color on planet Earth. Also, the best shape. Hexagons are bestagons, last I checked. The reentry shielding between the Raptors on the booster are not going to be tiles, unfortunately, like the Starship. As far as we can tell, they are big chunks of metal. I don't know if it's re-entry shielding at this point. I don't think they've quite gotten that far down in the development of the booster. But the shielding that they do have on the Raptors right now is more just big chunks of steel to add some mass between the sensitive plumbing and turbopumps and whatnot of the Raptors. But on the Falcon 9, they do have that octaweb shielding, that reinforced octaweb, which does act as a little bit of a heat shield. And that is probably all still in development, and we should see that rolling down the pipe here. Keep tuned to the NASASpaceflight Boca Chica update videos because we will be highlighting any details we see on the booster thrust puck and heat shielding of the engines whenever we see those.
Neat. There are a boat ton of gifted memberships scrolling past right now. I really do wonder if in the list somewhere somebody hasn't gifted. Yeah, there you go. There's 20 gifted red team memberships from Molly Miriams right now. So Molly Miriams, thank you so much for gifting all of those. I just looked at chat and I saw them all scrolling by and thought that I would give a timely thank you.
Well, thank you.
That. Yeah. All right. So I think that we have gotten Jack here. Or I don't know what the deal is. What's going on? Jack, are you here?
I'm here.
All right. Are you alive?
I am alive. I might be bleeding a little bit. I'm fine. Everything's fine.
How are you?
NASASpaceflight not responsible.
It's true. You signed the waiver, Jack. You good to go, Jack, to take over commentary now?
Sure am.
All right, because I have a tracking camera to move from the hotel room up to the roof. Michael and I both have trackers. So what?
Into the clouds.
Into the clouds. It's not so bad right now.
Not right now.
Yeah, my laptop.
We need a
isn't,
weather
like,
check.
soaking wet.
We need a weather check.
We should do a weather check. All right. So anyways, folks, I'm going to hop off here. My name is John Galloway for NSF. Some people call me Das, as opposed to some call me Tim. Whichever. Anyways, Jack is going to be tagging in so I can go get some tracking equipment brought up here to the roof, get it all online and stuff like that, and I will see you later. Jack, take it away with Adrian and Nick.
Hooray, Adrian and Nick. How are you doing, you two?
Go ahead, Adrian.
It feels like we are getting closer and closer again. So yeah, there is some certain tension building up more and more again. At least that's my situation right now. There's also the fear of, I hope these weather conditions do not stick. Because that would really don't be great.
So the weather is always a consideration here. I am doing well. Thanks for asking, Jack. I am definitely excited. We're moving along this timeline here. We have the pad clear as far as we can tell. We have the road closed, and we are into the tank farm spooling up approximately. And that is where we're currently sitting there. Obviously, a lot of milestones to go today before we get to the excitement guaranteed T0. But we are clicking those along. Those little animations are so cool. I love those. But that is where we're sitting right now. I think it's also time we should do a weather check, don't you think, Adrian? I mean, looking around, I do see some stars still, which is good. We are about 5 miles north of the launch pad, and so there's some scattered clouds, and we gotta keep an eye out between those little patches of clouds to see some stars. So, Adrian,
I love that it's 97% humidity. Like, does it at that point, like, does it extra 3% really make any difference? We're basically sitting in a sauna right now.
In a swimming pool. I think 100% humidity is just like underwater, right?
Yes.
I never understood, I have to admit, I never understood humidity. It's like, if it's 100%, why am I not swimming?
Yeah, and this is the weather for 8 a.m. So this is the predicted weather, which we're getting off. This is 74 degrees and pretty high winds. 17 miles an hour is not nothing. I actually don't know what a barometer is, but I'm pretty sure someone else does.
It tells you air. It tells you the pressure of the air.
So that's not just an air pressureometer?
Nope, barometer.
Barometer.
So yeah,
okay.
that would be 1,012 millibars. Is that what that MB is?
I learned something today.
The more you know.
Yeah, we need the star graphic. Patrick, can we get a star graphic, please?
Oh my gosh! All right. Oh man.
But yeah, how about we do? Adrian or Alex on our back channel says it's a lot of bars. It's 1,012 to be precise. At least it will be at 8 a.m.
1,012 bottles of bars on the wall.
Oh my God, we're gonna. There's no singing allowed on NASASpaceflight streams.
Well, how do you think we're gonna fill 4 hours and 14 minutes?
Well, one way is by answering our viewer questions. So if you have any questions, at NASASpaceflight in chat, and we will answer your question maybe. So.
I was impressed by the segue. I have to say, I was really impressed by the segue.
You didn't hear the burp though, did you? I hope you didn't.
No, I didn't.
No, we didn't.
Excellent. All right, so Michael is asking, what is the difference between the FireX and the water deluge system? So the water deluge system is not installed yet, and the FireX system is. Who wants to take this one? Nick, you want to take this one?
Sure.
The FireX system is the system that's currently installed underneath the orbital launch mount. And before a static fire and before this orbital launch flight, we are expecting it to do its thing, which involves spraying water and nitrogen underneath the orbital launch mount in order to suppress as many of the flames as possible. It's not a deluge system to absorb the energy. It is to suppress extra fires and just do a little bit to it, but not do a whole deluge. The deluge system is what they're building out right now, and we should see that installed within the next few weeks and months as they continue rebuilding what's left of the orbital launch mount after whatever happens today happens. And they'll add that water deluge system, which will be a lot more classic of kind of what you'd expect at a proper rocket factory.
You could say Booster 7 will start helping digging the trench for the water deluge system.
Yes. And if it does an Astra power slide, it might end up just digging the trench right to the ocean for us. The drainage trench.
It's perfect.
Yeah. You know, why do two things when you can just do one? Launch a rocket and dig a trench.
So we have multiple people in chat telling us that humidity measures how much water the air can hold, not how much water total. 100% humidity is where the air cannot hold any more water and is when fog starts to form as water comes out of the air. So thank you, Squeak Squawk 4, and also Mohammed Zeed Louizar. I'm probably butchering your names, but there you go.
Jack,
what's up?
You just said the F word. Fog.
Well,
no
you know...
Fog. No fog, Bandy. No fog. Don't bring the fog, Jack.
I think Nick might be losing his mind. I didn't bring any fog. It's not my fog. I live in Los Angeles where there's not really any fog. It's smog in Los Angeles. So
true. Well, don't bring that either.
Yeah, no thanks.
You can right now see the amazing view we are having.
Wow, this is exactly what we're looking at right now. Adrian and I are looking at this. It's beautiful. Like, I cannot wait to track the rocket to orbit with this view. This really might just be an auditory experience for us up on the roof, but we shall see. We shall see. Hopefully, we're hoping and praying for like a little break in the clouds and break in the fog. Dude, Adrian? What are we looking at? That's still Pope Stack?
That's still Pope Stack, and also like some other parts of the recondenser system spooling up. So. Good science. We're good.
Yep, things are progressing exactly as we want to see, minus the fog. But hopefully that gets burned off a little bit when the sun rises. Sunrise is in about 3 hours, so hopefully there's enough time there for things to burn off and clear up a little bit before we get into the business end of the count, as Thomas would always say. Aw, I made myself sad. I miss Thomas.
Oh, we do. Everyone misses Thomas. He's a Thomas promise.
It's a Thomas promise that we miss him.
There's that sticker on one of the
it is. I keep seeing it. Little Thomas promise sticker on the
everywhere
Pelican case.
Nobody watching this knows what we're talking about whatsoever.
That's okay. It's
very inside-y.
Inside baseball, ladies and gentlemen, look out. All right, back to the rocket. I'm not seeing a rocket on the screen right now. Can we take a look at the chopsticks, see if those chopsticks have moved any? Ooh.
Yeah, they moved into launch configuration, did they not?
They are. They are all moved into launch configuration.
You all right?
It's amazing. I really like I like the chopsticks and launch configuration. It's so cool.
Alex is saying in the back channel that the chopsticks could not be moved any further if they wanted to. So like those chopsticks are like, get me away from this, please. Keep me as far away as possible.
I mean, if you had the prospect of being roasted by 33 raptors, would you not want to try and get as far away from them as possible?
I would want to get as far away from them as possible, but I want to leave some bacon near the pad and see if we can get some raptor cooked bacon. What do you think about this, Jack?
I mean, I'm down. That sounds delicious to me.
Methane. I mean, if it's an SRB, I wouldn't want to do that, but like, I feel like methane would be pretty clean, right?
Hopefully. In theory, I mean, that's propane, basically, liquid natural gas, and not really propane. It's completely different, but I'm going to channel my inner Hank Hill and say, that's a clean burning fuel, I tell you what.
Wow.
I think we also need to make sure that the bacon is properly placed away from the ignition, actually, because if it's under the orbital launch mount, while ignition, you won't have any bacon.
No bacon. That's it.
Or you'll have very dusty, dirty bacon.
Yeah, it's carbonated bacon.
You know, Jack, did SpaceX say we could stick food items out when we deployed cameras?
No, but now I kind of wish I'd just like put a hot dog on a stick and like tied
Or
it to
some
the railing
marshmallows.
there. Yeah. How amazing would that be? Just like
Right.
put a GoPro with a marshmallow on a stick in frame. God, that would be perfect. That's a genius level idea right there.
Something to do in the future.
I salute the brave cameras that are out there.
Yes, all F's to the chat for all the cameras at the pad right now because they're all about to get toasty, mosty, mosty toasty.
At least today when we set up the cameras, they made sure that everyone secured them. Whereas previously, you know, there were some cameras that were gonna go fine.
You're talking about my camera, huh, Jack? Yeah. I have this camera. Well, Insider Baseball here because we got nothing but 4 hours and 8 minutes to kill. I have this camera that I was trying to get to die. It's been a camera that's been hanging on to its last little lucky Lars, and it was just living around, and I was trying to kill it on the 33-inch static fire, but unfortunately it didn't die. It's still kicking around. So I was like, you are going to die during this orbital launch, and I want you to get one last good picture before you go out. So I was going to send it off in a Viking funeral. I didn't clamp it down. I didn't tape it down, anything. I didn't do anything with it. And, well, we had to pull cameras and reset. And when we reset, SpaceX was like, hey, Nick, specifically Nick, you need to get your cameras built but better mounted. So anyway, it's all my fault. Sorry.
There was a lot of people with cameras just sort of sitting out willy-nilly. But that is thankfully rectified for this one.
I wanted to. I was like, I'd sacrifice this to the 33-inch Raptors. Like, just go for it. But yeah, no, unfortunately, I have to tie it down or whatever. Also like an Easter egg hunt for my camera parts at the pad did sound kind of cool.
I don't think there will be much to hunt.
Yeah, it'll just be
like
pieces.
Yeah, it's just dust.
Gone. Jack, do we have any questions? Because I feel like I'm rambling. For no particular
we
reasons.
do. We have plenty of questions. I was just going to let you ramble out.
Oh, that's always a bad idea. It's just FYI.
John is asking, will we be able to see the booster touch down on the water, assuming it makes it that far? I think we did the math.
The problem is we don't know how far it will go downrange.
Yep.
It's if it goes further than probably 15, 16 kilometers downrange, we will not see it anymore. Like there's a limit since the Earth is round, where we will not see the booster splashing down anymore. There's a limit to it. So I would say it's quite unlikely.
Yeah, Alex on our back channel is saying 31 kilometers roughly is the landing location, assuming everything goes according to plan, which is probably a big assumption. And hopefully, if there's no cloud cover or fog, it's theoretically visible from the hotel roof. Now, yes. I believe the Hotel Margaritaville is elevated enough that you would be able to see the top of the booster as the bottom hits the water, but I don't know that you would see the bottom. But that is sort of what we're expecting there, right?
Yes. Probably in around that ballpark will be. I mean, still, I think if we get vehicle splashdown, something went very right in this test flight.
Exactly.
That's a point where, I mean, vehicle splashdown to the position where they want to splash down implies that they had a successful MECO. So that would be kind of good. Also, look at that venting. That's a lot of tank farm. It's still going. That's the methane side, by the way.
So, Adrian, since we have you, the expert of tank farms, on here, can you explain to me, like, where is this stuff coming from? Like, is this them releasing it from the tank, or are they like running this over like a subcooler or something? Like, what? Where does all this stuff come from?
It's actually two different things how these come together. There's one, for example, you see it right now of this out of this flare.
Okay.
That's gas that is vented. That is not condensation or anything. It's just direct gas. But there are other areas where, for example, on the subcoolers, where you just have very cold surfaces where there is condensation building. So you have condensation emitting from that. So yeah, there's two different kinds of how venting can be created, and it's not always the same kind.
Interesting.
Usually, venting comes out of a flash stack. Like direct venting comes either out of the rocket or out of some sort of pipe opening.
That makes sense. Thanks for sharing that. Appreciate it.
Yeah, that does indeed make sense. Let's see here. Louise is asking, hello. Will the Starship have any weight cargo for the flight test? I'm pretty sure Elon said the payload on this one is knowledge, or so he said something like that on the Twitter Spaces he did that Chris Bergen, NASA Spaceflight Actual, was on with Elon. He said something along the lines of there is no payload, or maybe he didn't say there is no payload, but basically the thing that is to be done, the work that is being done by this vehicle is learning. Is that right, Adrian? Do I have that? Am I remembering that correctly?
We at least don't know of any payload. Like we don't. There could always be the situation where SpaceX somewhere has sneaked anything in. But I mean, we have people out here that try to catch such things. But even Nick needs some sleep at some point.
Oh no! I mean,
you technically need it. You don't get it, but you need it.
Okay.
So we don't know. There could be a situation where there's something loaded in there for like a funny thing. But side note, it would only be like probably a camera filming it because there's no deployment or opening mechanism on the ship.
No.
There's nothing that could just open and deploy. It's
do you think they'll have a zero-G indicator?
man, I could see that. I could see that some knowing SpaceX, I think there will be some sort of joke attached to this. It's usually what they do.
Well, given the day it's launching, we'll see what kind of joke it is.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, thinking unfoggy thoughts. That is for sure. Thinking some unfoggy thoughts. Let's see here. CMS 1999 is asking, working any issues today? As far as we know, they're not. Right, Adrian?
Yeah. I mean, there's not really like a direct communication links, sadly. But based on so far, I would say they have not given us any indication that there's an issue. The tank farm is a bit of different patterns before what we've seen before. But we see right now the subcoolers, the log subcoolers also my god, my German, sorry. Again, spooling up a bit. So yeah, overall I would say no indication so far that something is wrong.
Alrighty. Let's see. Boobar on patrol says, are they still working on the spacecraft or have they cleared the pad? Oh, the pad is clear, right, Nick?
Yes, the pad is indeed cleared. If we get our timeline pulled up, we have seen a lot of milestones come through on this launch attempt here. We have had the road closed. We've had pad cleared. We are currently in the tank farm spooling up, which is one of the longer tasks that we have on this timeline, as this is taking us from T-minus about 4 hours to about T-minus 1 hour and 45 minutes, where we will see the FD vents go for propellant load. So yeah, that is where we're sitting right now. We're just sitting here waiting, and we are hopefully go for launch. I mean, I don't know. They haven't stopped it yet, right? Like, if they were thinking they were gonna go, maybe they put the chopsticks away and turn things around. But they're still going. Looks like.
Let's see here. Jeffrey Hall is asking, will they try to recover the booster in Starship once they land on the ocean? Adrian, what's the plan? Are they gonna try and tow them back to shore? I mean, I know the answer, but I'm asking you like I don't. What's the plan with the booster in the ship?
The booster and the ship both will not be recovered. The booster answers they will try to open the vents right before splashdown to let water flow into the booster. Should that not work, will they try to move the booster in the water a bit to fill it with water? And should that not work, they will shoot the booster to make a hole in there and fill it with water.
Well, there you go.
Yeah, that's they will sink it. It will be becoming an artificial reef.
Good.
And for the ship, it won't do any braking and will perform a very hard landing in the Pacific Ocean.
That is the best way to put it.
by very hard landing, you mean it will impact the ocean at terminal velocity
Yes.
and probably explode.
I really want
At
to see a
least-
splash cam.
Yes.
That is what SpaceX said in some of the documentation that was released around the time that the FAA gave them the launch license, is that they expect the ship to impact the ocean at terminal velocity, basically cracks to form in the steel at supersonic velocity, and all of the methane and oxygen to mix, find an ignition source, and for everything to go pop.
Poppity, poppity, poppity.
Yep.
Let's see here.
Yeah, by the way, methane side also spooling up here. So yeah, I like this tank farm right now. This is happy tank farm.
Happy tank farm.
Think happy tank farm thoughts.
Yeah,
Happy tank farm makes happy Adrian, which makes happy me. So we're all just happy.
but it's making more fog, kind of like the tank farm's kind of. I mean,
It's not a lot. I think the environment's doing more of that for us.
We need to tow it outside the environment.
I joked about this earlier. We should build a giant roof over Starbase.
I think a lot of the employees who want shade and air conditioning would be really excited about that.
Yeah, that would be great. I'm all for this.
Ooh,
All right, I
look at
think at this point, Nick, we're going to let you jump out.
Thank you. That was actually really naturally on. I was definitely yawning. And we will continue the coverage here. Thank you all for having me. It has been a joy and an honor. And I am going to go set up some cameras and make sure I can talk to some things and get ready to watch this thing fly, hopefully. So anyway,
Hopefully.
thanks for having us. And thanks for hosting, and both Das and Jack. And we will, I will see you guys probably after with a little bit of emotional reactions.
Cool deal. Well, thanks, Nick. And taking Nick's place, we have Sawyer. What's up, Sawyer? Do you hear me?
Yes, do you hear me?
I hear you loud and clear, buddy. What's going on?
Not much, man. It's dangerous. That yawning can be contagious, but then you just look at the screen and you see Starship and you see the tank farm, and it doesn't matter. It's all exciting.
Yeah, excitement is guaranteed, that is for sure, and we are all standing by with just under 4 hours to go, looking at the tank farm spooling up and hoping to see this thing launch today. And I say that there's more than one meaning there, because we are hoping to see this thing launch today, and we are also, given the fog, hoping to see this thing launch today.
It's like hoping to see it launch today and hoping to see it launch today.
Yeah. Yes, exactly. And the thing is we have these nice up-close camera views, so the cameras should see them. We should have a good stream view of the launch, but for all of us here in Starbase, we're sort of fingers crossed that the distance that we have to watch from to be safe is not going to result in us seeing or hearing the launch rather than seeing it. But you never know. We'll see what happens once the sun starts to rise. Hopefully the fog burns off and we get a nice view here and there.
Yeah, we've had that here in Florida for sure, where I remember there was one launch, I believe it was a Starlink launch towards the end of a year, and it was super foggy. You couldn't see the pad. All of a sudden, I saw the tip of the rocket T-minus 2 minutes before liftoff, and it rose out of the fog and became gorgeous. So maybe we'll get something similar, hopefully?
Hopefully. That would be nice. Here's one for Adrian. Nilo is asking, what is the tank farm? This is a nice basic starter question here for those of you who might be watching a rocket stream for the first time.
Yeah, sure. A tank farm is basically so a rocket needs propellants. Let's start there. And to supply a rocket with propellants, it needs some sort of tanks that supply it with that. That is the tank farm. But the tank farm is not only storage; it's also preconditioning, because you need to supply a rocket with fuels, and in this case, methane and liquid oxygen, in certain temperatures, to a certain pressure, in a certain speed. There's a lot of conditions you need to have right for a rocket to be properly operating. So the tank farm is doing just like that. It also supports things like water to the system, because there are some systems that need water. And yeah, that's mostly what a tank farm does. It's basically all the things that that you need to prepare your rocket for space, into space.
I love this graphic. Excellent breakdown of what we're looking at there. Thank you for that, Adrian. All right, here's one for Sawyer. Mark is asking, why do you always say that the rocket is pitching downrange? Why does it never pitch, or does it ever pitch uprange? I think that would be kind of bad, right?
Yeah, that would be kind of bad. I mean, the main thing when we say pitching downrange means that it is obviously going away from the launch pad and towards the again, the range is the area that's covered by, let's say, the 45th Space Wing, in this case, SpaceX, and that it's continuing onward and outward, A, towards its trajectory, and B, potentially towards other ranges that will then take over at that point. So downrange is good. Uprange, I guess you can consider that flying backwards against the rotation of the Earth, which is usually advised against. Might as well go with the Earth and get the extra speed boost.
Good deal. Let's see here. Looking for another question. Well, tank farm is kind of spooling up already, but I'm going to ask this anyway. Robin is asking, at what T-minus will a tank farm start spooling up if all systems are nominal? Adrian, take us through some tank farm information here.
Well, it's taking right now the chill down of this tank farm. It's a massive tank farm. To point that out, it's really not something that that can be chilled down in like 5 minutes. So you see right now it's already preconditioning. Right now, nothing is flowing into the rocket. There's no methane or liquid oxygen going into the rocket right now. This is all just preparation of the tank farm, of the lines, of the vents, to prepare it for getting the propellants into the rocket. Once we are through this phase, which we see right now, the next phase should be that the lines directly going to the pads are purged and prepared, which we also call the OLM vent for the first stage and the tower vent for the second stage. These are basically vents that indicate they're preparing fuel loading for both stages. So that would be the next stage we will see in here. And once these vents then stop again, we would talk about propellant loading, which would be indicated by frost rings forming on both vehicles.
Excellent. Well, we'll keep our eyes out for that for sure. This is getting real here. We're 3 hours and 51 minutes. Let's just do like a quick vibe check. Sawyer, how are you feeling?
It's exciting. I mean, we got a little bit of a taste of it on the first attempt, but the excitement is real, especially just seeing everything finally getting up and running, seeing the tank farm active, and once that sun rises on the booster, I think it's really going to feel real.
Yeah, hopefully we get a nice sunrise today. Let's see here. So, Adrian, how do you feel?
I'm still in a good managed situation. It's still 4 hours away, so we are still in a situation where I can manage my feelings and my expectations here. There's still a lot of steps they have to get through, but usually, like, once you see frost rings on the rocket, that's really when I start to get really nervous, because it's very imminent after that. If you see frost rings forming, it's getting very serious.
Indeed. Let's see here. I'm gonna run through some super chats here because we are getting way behind, like insanely behind. So I'm just gonna run through a whole bunch of these. A lot of these are some good questions, but if I asked all these good questions, we would never get through thanking everybody for their support. So if you ask a question in the super chat, feel free to @NASASpaceflight, and we will be able to answer them. Let's see. Nick Matthews, thank you for the support. Let's see. Nick asking multiple questions there. Okay, Nick, fine. You asked multiple questions. Let's just run through them really quick. They said, can you please speak to the HLS landing system? It has to be hypergolic like Super Draco, since it must be 100% reliable. It cannot be tank venting. Sawyer, you want to talk about the HLS system for landing? Because they're not going to use the Raptors for landing, and the renders we've seen have sort of a different looking engine sort of up near the top of the ship. Any insight into that or thoughts about it?
Oh geez, that's a really good question. I mean, it's definitely something they're considering, in the fact that, yes, it is different from the traditional starships that we're seeing, different from the traditional starships that will be tankers, different from the ones that could end up being just flybys and returning back to Earth. This is a totally different system here. So if you think about it, even the Apollo landers used a slightly different engine on their lander compared to the rest of the vehicle. So it seems like that's going to be the plan here. There may be more that I'm missing to it, but other than that, I believe they moved the thrusters up to the top. Because reminder, this is a really, really tall vehicle that we're talking about here in comparison to the lunar lander. And moving the engines up will actually prevent it from kicking up too much lunar dust as well. So that's, I believe, the main reason behind that design.
Yeah, you don't want to kick up a whole bunch of lunar regolith. That is no good. Let's see here. And also, Nick Matthews saying, DOS, Adrian, well, DOS is gone now, but Adrian's here. Talk about stage separation. It's based on centripetal force. Will it work? Hooks, clamps, how will this work? Check yo staging. Adrian, this is sort of the same kind of deal we see with Starlink, right?
Yeah, basically they will just kind of release the mechanism that attaches the stages together and bring them on a rotation. So if you bring them both on the rotation, they are based on how they have where their center of masses and everything. They will rotate out of another, and you will have a stage set based on rotation. So there's no explosives, no pistons, nothing like that. It will be based on very similar like Starlink, where rotation does the job.
Talking while muted. Sorry about that. Let's see here. Marcy K, thank you for the support. Molly, thank you for gifting 20 Red Team memberships. Holy cow, thank you. That's 20 people now that get to experience the membership program who otherwise might not have or might not even been able to afford it. So membership program has all kinds of cool perks in it. And you gotta love the gifting situation that YouTube has set up so that people can gift the membership program to others. That is absolutely amazing. Let's see here. Holy cow, Jerwa, an hour ago with a $250 tip. Thanks for coming in at tips.nasaspaceflight.com there, Jerwa. Jerwa is one of those names that we see pop up all the time with high levels of support, so thank you again, buddy. They say, hopefully it goes today. The wife is starting to think I have a, quote, rocket problem, and I might need a, quote, intervention. Don't we all?
I think we've all had that conversation at some point with family or significant others.
Yeah, it's real. It's really, really real. Let's see here. Machine Gun Mainder? Thank you for becoming a Red Team member. Rohan, Red Team member. Donnie, Red Team member. All kinds of people coming in at different levels of membership. You get different perks at the different levels. Ollie Edge. Let's see. Pardon Fane with a Capcom membership. Absolutely love the fact that everyone is joining the membership program. We've talked about it a lot, but it really does make a difference, all of the members, enabling us to do what we do without having to worry about, the algorithm overlords sort of deciding what's good and what's not. Tristan, thank you for the support there. Charlie, thank you for getting something from the store. They say, go Starship from New Zealand. Glad to see the other Kiwis willing to stay up in the early hours. Thanks for everything, NSF. Well, thank you, Charlie, for choosing to spend your early hours of the morning with NASA Spaceflight, watching the Starship get fueled up.
And I know a bunch of Kiwis that are watching tonight, especially a good friend of mine. So, yeah, thank you to everyone watching from New Zealand and across the globe.
All right, let's see here. Jerwa gifting 10 Red Team memberships after the $250 tip. Thank you, Jerwa. You're the absolute best. One of these days, Jerwa and Bob Hob are gonna have to duke it out for ultimate supporter or something like that. Swordfish becoming a Red Team member. Evil Sparrow becoming a Capcom member. David Littlejohn becoming a launch director. Thank you so much, David. Draco becoming a Red Team member. Thank you to all of our members, new and old. Logan, Stefan, Roche getting something from the store there. They said, if you're welcome to fly to Mars, what would be your first reaction? Mine would be, oh joy. I would be extremely excited. I would probably be at a loss for words. Sawyer, First off, Sawyer, do you want to go to Mars? If you could go to Mars, would you?
Absolutely. I mean, preferably once things are more fine-tuned and it's not a one-way trip. But otherwise, yes, I would absolutely go. And I think my first thoughts would be something that I can't say on air before the real excitement kicks in.
For real. And Adrian, what would be your reaction?
I would ask about things like own room and bathroom, and would probably decide not to go to Mars.
All right. Well, everyone has their own vibe.
Yeah, I like to talk about rockets. I'm not sure if I'm yet at the point where I want to go to Mars. Maybe if it's like and we're sorry, like if it's more established, yes. But I certainly wouldn't sit on the first flight to Mars.
Yeah, after going on a zero-G flight, it was like, okay, now I want to go to space. And if Mars is the way to go, I will take that happily. What else we got, Jack?
Hang on just a second. Pick a question, Sawyer, and run with it.
Okay. I'll run as best I can. Let's see. We have a question here from Jessica Mills asking, why does the tower have to vent? So, Adrian, what are all these vents on the tower for?
Yeah, most of them are line purchase. You don't want to... you need your lines into temperature where you can actually... you not cryo-shock them, so you cool them down more and more until you get it to a temperature where you're fine with. And B, you don't want to have like different kind of things into your rocket, like other gases. So you purge them. You make sure they're clean and they're very clear for fueling. And once that is done, then you flow through with the actual things you want to put into the rocket.
Yeah, similar to why we see the T-minus 20-minute event with the Falcon 9 is clear those lines, keep them clean, so that way all that's going in is your propellants into Starship, which, by the way, you can own your own version of Starship in plushie form, which is available at shop.nasaspaceflight.com. In case you can't tell the last few days if you've been watching, I am crazy excited about these because it's really cool. It is an actual 1:215 scale model of the full stack Starship. That's 22 inches or 55 centimeters or 5 to 6 bananas tall.
I don't know if people understand quite how big this thing is. It's a huge plushie. Like, it is absolutely massive.
Yeah, and if you can't store it all at once, you can always... Oh, sorry, I was going to say, if you can't store it all at once, you can always separate it into 2 stages with the Velcro stage separation.
I love the analogy with the 5 to 6 bananas. Perfect.
Yeah, that is excellent.
Perspective.
Always bananas to scale, right?
Yes,
but
true.
Yeah, a lot of work went into this plushie. Adrian, I know you and the entire store team really worked hard to make sure all the details are right, the right number of engines, the right look of all the engines, and everything, just making sure this was the most awesome full stack plushie that exists, because we've been getting requests for this ever since back in the Starship days, the high altitude hops, when we had the original Starship plushie. People have been wanting a full stack plushie, and now that we're about to get the first launch of a full stack, we figured this would be an appropriate way to celebrate. So head on over to shop.nasaspaceflight.com and get yourself a plushie. All right, let's see. What do we have next? Maybe some more questions?
Yes.
Let's do it.
AF is asking, do we have any idea how many more Starship flights we can expect this year? I mean, I don't think we have anything concrete, but we can certainly talk about how many we hope to have this year. Adrian, what are you thinking?
Oh,
I'm putting you on the spot because you have famously said you thought Starship was going to fly 5 times. What was that, in 2022?
In 2022. I'm going to say one more time. I think they will manage to clear the tank farm, so there's no significant damage to the infrastructure here. And I think they will fly one more time with B9 and Ship 26, probably in like Q3 or Q4 of this year. That's my prediction. One more flight this year.
I'll throw in my prediction here as well. You said there's nothing concrete. I'll be honest, this is a little bit of a pun. I'll get my one for the hour. The concrete could actually be a potential reason, could be a potential factor in how many we see launch this time. In that once it lifts off, what is Stage 0 going to be like? So not just the tower and the tank farm, but the orbital launch mount, the area underneath the orbital launch mount. As long as it clears that, I could definitely see them doing at least one more flight this year. If there's a lot more damage than that, I think this will be our one and only full stack flight of 23. Jack, back to you.
Thank you for that. Let's see here. Good question though from AF. Let's see. Oh man, this isn't even really a question, but it's a statement that I have to read on air. Contractual. Oh, the Starlink, not Starlink, the SpaceX tracking station dishes have moved to point at the vehicle.
Nice. That's another good indicator.
Yeah, that is a positive indicator. That is something we've seen a lot on previous tests. So that is one way that they communicate with the vehicle is with those dishes. So another good indicator that we are progressing here into the count. All right, here's the thing I have to read contractually. Simon is saying, would be a great joke if SpaceX had filled the Starship with confetti so that when it splashes down and hopefully pops, it would pop with gusto. How amazing would that be? I mean, not necessarily great from a pollution standpoint, but it'd be pretty hilarious. Just like Starship just rocketing in from orbit at terminal velocity and just impacts the Pacific Ocean and just zam!
It sounds more to me like an instant garbage patch delivery.
Yeah, that's fair, but stop being so real, okay?
Okay, I'm sorry.
My concern would be if it doesn't pop, then you've just got soaking wet confetti inside, and if someone has to come out with a firearm or something to sink it, then the confetti's just going to sink with it. You don't get the really cool confetti pop.
Yeah, true. Which is a great segue, Sawyer. Thank you. Into our next question. Should the firearm tactic be necessary to sink Booster 7, would they run a risk of a RUD from the bullets or just an explosion? So what this is talking about is the fact that when the booster hits the water and when the ship hits the water, both of them, if they don't just immediately rapidly disassemble, they are planning on opening up the valves in both of them in order to scuttle the vehicles. So they want them to sink is the idea. So if that doesn't happen, just the same as with Falcon 9, if Falcon 9 has an anomaly and lands in the water, there is a way that they can sink them without opening the valves should that not work, and that is with basically a big gun. I have heard tell that is a thing in the Falcon 9 program. Is that not right, Sawyer?
I believe that is correct. Again, thank goodness, knock on wood, it's been a while since we've had a missed landing or something with the Falcon 9. But in that case, yeah, the goal is to either open up all the valves and get it to sink to the bottom, which at that point, most, if not all of the fuels at least, should be drained. So that removes a lot of your reasoning for a potential RUD. And yeah, if then it fully doesn't sink, keep in mind it's going to be mostly filled with water at that point. So it's the equivalent of shooting Starship in a barrel at that point. So it's not really a risk of explosion, more so just getting it to sink properly and then again eventually be used for an orbital or a coral, reef, a wildlife reef at the bottom.
Yeah, and I'm reminded of Mythbusters, as I am so many times on our streams, where Mythbusters tested, shooting a car's gas tank to see if it would explode. They even used, tracer rounds and stuff, and if I remember correctly, which it's been a long time, but if I remember correctly, shooting a car's gas tank does not just make it explode. So, maybe extrapolate a little bit from that to this. But, yeah, good question either way from Elite's Official on Twitch. Let's see. Also from Elite's Official on Twitch, they're saying, how likely is a RUD to occur? Percentage chance. I mean, at any point in the entire flight?
I think the most dangerous portions of flight would be immediately at liftoff, assuming that all of the Raptor V2s get up to speed and ignite. After that would be max Q, when you got the maximum aerodynamic pressure pushing down on the vehicle, which basically that's the most force on it, and then possibly its separation. So if I had to guess, those would be the three most likely points of a RUD to occur, at least with the higher percentage. But I don't think we have an exact percentage of, there's an 80% chance of it rudding at this point or not.
Yeah, that's a really good point. And you can see here the timeline and each different part of the flow. You can see the booster comes back, and you can see when it's landing about 8 minutes in. And meanwhile, the ship is continuing on to engine cutoff, and then it's going to passively re-enter. It'll go transonic and biff right into the ocean. So that's what's going on there. All right. I think next up we have a nifty video, which will be the history of Boca Chica.
Yes, it will. Edited by yours truly, and you will recognize, I believe, the voice behind the video.
The silky tones of our own Ian Pineapple Atkinson.
Who's that?
Let's give that. Oh, hey Ian, what's up?
What's up?
Yeah, let's watch this video and go from there.
Starbase has had a wild history ever since SpaceX moved in only 9 years ago. Since then, they've transformed the area from wetlands to a launch site at a revolutionary pace. So let's take a quick look at how we got here, ready for the first orbital flight of Starship. Let's start back in 1967, when work began on Boca Chica Village, then known as Kennedy Shores. It was intended to be a small town just over a mile from Boca Chica Beach. However, a Category 5 hurricane hit the in-progress town, stopping construction with only about 30 houses built. Fast forwarding to 2012, SpaceX began looking for a new, private launch site for their Falcon 9 and future Falcon Heavy rockets. After considering 7 sites around the United States, SpaceX decided to build their own new launch site in Boca Chica, Texas. The launch pad and the integration facility would be built right by the beach, while the control and processing facilities would be back near the village. Ground was broken in 2014, but work quickly halted when they realized the ground was not adequate for building foundations. A large dirt pile was formed to compact the soil of the launch site, and the facility was left dormant for several years. In 2018, SpaceX announced they would instead be using the site for testing their Mars rocket, at the time called the Big Falcon rocket, or BFR, and now known as Starship. Around the end of that year, the dirt pile was spread out to make the test site, and work began on Starhopper, the first ever Starship prototype. In 2019, Starhopper began testing, and in July of that year, it lifted off for the first time on a short 20-meter high hop. It flew again just a month later, this time up to 150 meters. Today, Starhopper is used as a water tank for the suborbital test site, as well as a camera mount. Starship Mark 1 came next, and this was the first full-scale prototype. In November 2019, it was moved to the launch pad for initial testing, where it burst during cryogenic proofing. Then came several test tanks, intended to demonstrate new build techniques. The next 3 prototypes, SN1, 3, and 4, all failed during initial testing as well. In particular, SN4 was destroyed after a propellant umbilical failed to attach properly, causing a methane leak that then ignited, destroying the vehicle and the pad. But SpaceX's luck finally arrived, and Starship SN5 took to the skies in August of 2020, performing its own 150-meter hop. And SN6 did the same just a month later. Both vehicles only featured one Raptor engine, and were just the tank section of a Starship. But things were only starting to get exciting. Around this time, work began on the orbital launch pad. Construction was slow, but SpaceX was already looking to the future. Also, the first high bay at the production site was nearing completion. In December, Starship SN8 lifted off, featuring 3 Raptor engines, a full set of flaps, and a nose cone. SN8 flew all the way up to 12.5 kilometers, aiming to validate a full landing profile. Unfortunately, although its ascent was nearly perfect, its engines failed just before landing due to tank pressurization issues, and the vehicle then impacted the pad. SN9, 10, and 11 all had unsuccessful landings as well. SN10 came very close to sticking the landing, but began leaking propellants after a hard touchdown. Much like its predecessor SN4, this leak spelled its doom. But SN15 did it. It successfully performed the first landing of a full-scale Starship, and it survived to tell the tale. Today it resides in the Rocket Garden, watching its descendants get ready to fly to orbit. And Ship 20 was intended to do just that, but was ultimately bumped from the orbital flight in favor of Ship 24, which sports multiple upgrades. And on the booster side, it's been a wild ride too. Booster 3 performed the first engine testing of a super heavy booster, and Booster 4 was set to fly on the orbital flight. But much like Ship 20, Booster 4 would be bumped from the mission in favor of Booster 7. And that brings us to today. All that testing has led to this point. Starship is ready, perched on the pad for its biggest test yet. And it's important to remember the past. Not every Starship flight went perfectly. Many of them failed. And it's okay if the same happens for the orbital flights. That's SpaceX's design philosophy. So best of luck to the Starship teams and everyone at SpaceX. It's a big day. Godspeed, Ship 24 and Booster 7.
I love the orange. Nice orange there on the Godspeed graphic. Props, Sawyer.
Thank you.
It's orange.
I've heard that somewhere before.
Yeah, right. Seriously, great work on that, Ian and Sawyer. There's so many amazing moments in that video. Seeing SN8 transition from vertical to belly flop and like the little wisp of vapor that comes off of it. Seeing, all of the RUDs that we've seen along the way. It's just what a cool little bit of history there. It's important to look back and remember where we came from, and it's really fun to do that in the context of looking forward and imagining where we're going.
Yeah, that video was a ton of fun to make. I wanted to make something like that for the stream.
Yeah, it was fun to edit too.
And it was fun to watch. So yay, fun all around. Let's see here. Oh, it's well, we'll touch on that in a second. Really quickly, thank you Snowski Master with the $50 super chat there. Really appreciate that much support. They say, realistically, will the upper stage break up in the atmosphere on reentry? Even if it survives reentry, will the engines be completely destroyed? I would be worried about some bad actor sending divers to steal engine remains if intact. I don't know that Ship 24 is going to survive reentry. Let's just take that part of this. Ian, what do you think? Do you think Ship 24 is going to survive reentry?
Yeah, well, it's important to know the context here. So this is really an all-up test of course, everything on this vehicle. But looking specifically at the heat shield, this is the first full test of it. They've never done any re-entry of a Starship before. They've never gone through re-entry with a Starship. So they don't know exactly how an integrated heat shield is going to work here. Now, of course, they've done some subscale testing on the ground with, say, a collection of around 10 tiles with some propane torches on them. We've seen some footage of that. But other than that, this is really the first full test of how this heat shield works together. So there's a lot of unknowns there. With that in mind, I would be somewhat surprised if it made it through re-entry today. Only because, like I said, this is the first all-up test. They don't know exactly how this works. And there's nothing wrong with that. So it's not extremely likely that it'll make it through re-entry. Now, if it does make it through re-entry, it's just going to belly flop or face plant straight into the Pacific Ocean. And that in itself is going to destroy the vehicle. And if there's anything left of it after that explosion, which there likely will be, it's going to sink to miles and miles below the ocean surface. And not only that, anything that lands down there is going to be very, very messed up and not really of any technical value to anyone who wants to salvage it. So I really wouldn't be that concerned, and I'm sure SpaceX is really not that concerned too, because they made this mission profile. I wouldn't be surprised if they took that into account as well.
Yeah, that makes sense. Let's see here. Sawyer, what do you think? Survive re-entry, yay, nay?
If we get to that point, then I'm going to say yay. Again, a lot of it I think is going to depend on, for the ship, how many tiles you've got remaining, if any fell off during liftoff. I don't know. I'm going to go yay. I'm going to go positive for this one.
Yay. I think no.
Fair enough.
Not to be a downer, but I would be very shocked if this survives reentry. But if it does, I'll be very happy because that just makes me that much more confident in the resilience of the system, right?
That's what I mean, and especially considering the fact that, you've got I believe it's the tough rock on the tiles, which is relatively known and kind of tested at this point. So I think that, again, like I mentioned, the biggest thing is going to be, will the tiles actually stay on? And if they do fall off, will they fall off in a critical area?
Yeah. Let's see, Fizzierge with $69.42 and 0.1 of a cent. Super chat, thank you for that. Good job. Props. Let's see.
So you mean LOX and methane?
Yeah, I was thinking about doing that, Sawyer, and I was like, nah. But there you go.
There's my one for the 5 o'clock hour.
Right. Craig, thank you for the support. They say, how do they solve the use of non-certified tanks in the tank farm for fuel and oxidizer? Well, the oxidizer is good to go, but the fuel is a little bit more of an issue. Ian, you want to walk us through what's going on with the tank farm and the methane and all that?
Yeah, so the way that they fix the issue on the methane side of the tank farm is pretty much by not using those tanks for methane. We've seen pretty much no deliveries of methane onto the methane side of the Starship-derived tank farm. So those are the 8 tanks, the vertical tanks that are on the other side of the launch site. Now, instead what they did, they installed some dedicated non-SpaceX builds, basically off-the-shelf tanks, towards the side of that. And it seems that they are using those for the methane for the orbital launch site. Now, the Starship-derived tanks, they are still using those for liquid nitrogen and liquid oxygen storage, but it seems that they ran into some kind of issue preventing them from using them for methane storage. So instead, they have a set of, I believe around 7 horizontal methane tanks, and that is on the side of the tank farm closest to the suborbital site. So that's how they kind of went around that issue.
Yeah, basically the solution was add more tanks that are of the right kind.
Pretty much.
All right. Oh, I'm hearing that we have a flight plan filed for the WB-57. If you don't know what that is, the WB-57 is a 1950s, 1960s era bomber aircraft that has been retrofitted by NASA to have a massive camera gimbal in its nose cone, outfitted with all kinds of fancy cameras that are used for scientific research and for tracking vehicles as they launch into space and or re-enter. So this has been used previously on Starship test flights. It's been used for Dragon. It's been used for Starliner. It's been used for all kinds of spaceflight activities. And sure enough, today we are looking at a flight plan that has been filed for the WB-57. Sawyer, do you want to talk us through this a little bit?
Sure, yeah. So the W-57, there's 2 of them. There's 926 and 927. So there's the 2 different ones that they have. 927 was the one that flew last time. This is 926, but they both do basically the same job. So it's scheduled to take off from Ellington Field near Houston, and that is scheduled to take off at 6:40 a.m. Central Time, so about an hour, 40-ish minutes or so from now, and is scheduled to land after the end of the window, around 10 a.m. Central Time. It will be flying at an altitude of 45,000 feet with a speed of over 400 miles per hour, and you can and it will then circle around the area around Starbase until hopefully liftoff.
How many bananas is 45,000 feet?
Don't tempt him. He'll actually do it.
I'm sure someone in chat will do the math for us, but I'm not 100% sure of the banana count for that. I can tell you for a Starship plushie.
Well, what is it for the Starship plushie?
5 to 6.
Nice, thank you.
Okay, I did some quick math here, putting my engineering skills to work, and it's 67,500 bananas in height. Assuming an 8-inch banana.
Ryan in chat says more than 2 bananas.
It's not wrong.
Yeah, no, that's true.
I love it. Oh, man. Ryan is the best kind of correct. He's technically correct. Let's see here.
Which I do want to point out, by the way, we kind of saw this about the same time in the last launch attempt. So it feels like we're kind of along that same timeline, which, by the way, Jack, where are we in this timeline?
Well, funny you should ask that, Sawyer, because we have the timeline popping up right now on screen.
Convenient.
Yep, and we are currently in the phase of tank farm spooling up, as you can see by all the condensation coming from the tank farm there behind Starhopper. But the next thing in the flow we would expect to see would be, or hear about, is that the flight director verifies go for propellant load. So we are not into propellant loading yet. We've got a little bit of a ways to go before we do get into propellant loading. But yeah, that is the sort of the status right now. Is we're waiting for propellants to begin loading into the vehicle. All right. Squeak Squawk 4 is asking, are there any more suborbital tests planned for the future, or are all future test flights planned to be orbital? I'm not sure who wants to take this one. The first person to talk gets to get it. Go.
I could take this one, Jack. So suborbital flights, I assume in this context they're talking about, say, like SN15, SN8, the ones that did about like the 10 to 12 kilometer suborbital flights. As far as we know, those flights are done and over. They've gotten all the data that they can from that. They're moving on to getting full stack data. And that means having both a Starship and Super Heavy flying simultaneously. Now, I guess if you want to be a stickler, well, not really a stickler, if you want to kind of say the truth, you could call the flights like today's flight a suborbital flight. 'Cause it's not going truly orbital, it's just below orbital. Now, if you consider that suborbital, then they probably have a few more test flights left in that regard. But yes, they are done with the low to medium altitude flights of Starship. Now is just going near orbital.
Yeah, and to follow up on that a little bit, in terms of the next 2 flights of Starship, based on some documentation that was released around the time that SpaceX got the launch license from the FAA, they are expanding the keep-out zone in the Pacific off the coast of Hawaii. And the reason given for that expansion of the keep-out zone is that the next 2 ships are not configured to survive reentry, and thus they need a little bit of a larger keep-out zone to account for a potentially larger debris field. Or a larger area of uncertainty for where that debris field would occur. So, all that is to say, the next 2 flights are also they look to be, at least from what we've seen so far, the same profile as the launch that we are seeing today. Sort of a almost all the way around the Earth, semi-orbital trajectory. So there you go. Let's see here. Sawyer, did you add this one to the queue? Charty Van Reel is asking, if Starship hits the atmosphere, how will the flaps withstand the immense forces? They must be connected to the actuator motors via a gear reduction or something. Who added this to the queue?
I did.
Go for it, Ian.
Yes, that's a really good question, discussing how the flaps work. So each flap is actually equipped with 2 Tesla Model 3 rear drive units. And what that means is there's basically 2 very high torque, very high power electric motors actuating each flap. And yeah, like they said, there's a bit of a gearbox involved. I don't know the exact setup, but it does use a bit of a lever system to give it a bit more moment and a bit more torque. Now, each motor has each flap has 2 motors driving it, which is a lot of torque. These electric motors are extremely powerful, and we've seen them. They've proven themselves before on the suborbital flights. They've had really no flap-related issues there. The flaps seem to articulate with no issue whatsoever, and that's thanks to these high-power motors that they have on there. So yes, there's a bit of a gearbox system involved, and I don't know the intricacies of that, but yes, it's a very high torque setup, so the flaps really should not be an issue as long as they are adequately thermally protected.
Good deal. Yeah, the hot gas seal on the flap hinge, I think that is one of those things that, if it gets that far, should be tested pretty thoroughly on this flight. Now, they are going to belly flop into the atmosphere, and they are going to not do a flip maneuver. So the Starship is going to belly flop straight into the ocean.
Yep, and Elon Musk has actually said in the past that one of their main concerns is the flap to body kind of thermal protection seal. That is one of their biggest worries. So that is definitely something, like you said, Jack, that they'll keep an eye on during reentry of this flight.
Yeah, that's something I remember him saying like years and years and years ago. That might have even been during the first Starbase update that Elon did like forever ago. I don't know, was that 2019 or something? I feel like I remember him mentioning it even way back then, or maybe it was a Dear Moon event. Either way, it's practically ancient history. But one of the really, really, really tricky bits, amongst all the other really, really tricky bits of getting Starship to work, is that hot gas seal on the hinges for the flaps. I mean, I don't even want to think about being one of the engineers that had to work on that. So that'll be something that we look out for as Starship actually manages to hopefully launch today. All right. Let's see. We have a question here from Frazier asking, how's the weather looking? And for that, we're going to go over to Sawyer at the weather desk. Sawyer, how's the weather looking?
Thank you, Jack. In case you're unaware, this has been my recurring segment throughout the week of attempts that we've had so far. And right now, there is a little bit of fog, but checking the current temperatures, about 76 degrees Fahrenheit or 24.5 Celsius. There's a decent breeze at 12 miles per hour. Gusts are expected to potentially go up to 24 miles per hour throughout the morning. And the barometer holding at 1011 millibars, which is about standard pressure. Humidity 97%, which is why we have what appears to be a decent amount of fog. Here's a look ahead to right before the opening of the window. 12.5 mile an hour winds expected, temps around 75, humidity's down to about 92%, so hopefully the sun will burn off some of that fog. Gusts up to 17 miles an hour or 28 kilometers per hour, and we will continue to see if there's any updates on upper level winds as well, but there is your ground weather. Jack, back to you.
Thanks. We have a storm message from Jordan saying, shout out to Rob, Adrian, and James. Time to activate their full nerd ability. I'm not sure what that means, but there you go. Let's see here. Next question we have in the queue is a little one from Lachlan Perry saying, so the plan is to scuttle the booster and ship. So then how do you get data off the onboard computers? Outdoor, it be uploaded via land, or do they have to recover them? I assume that's an autocorrect glitch there, but yeah, what do we think about this? Ian, I'm guessing you're the one that added this to the queue?
I did, yes, and that is a good question there, Lachlan. The way that they're going to get the telemetry off the booster is through uplinking it wirelessly. So they're going to have not only traditional rocket telemetry, which is a radio frequency to get telemetry down, but they're also testing out Starlink on this mission. So we don't know exactly how Starlink is going to be integrated in this. If that's going to be it's very likely more like a tech test, just as a secondary backup upload system. I would find it very unlikely if they primarily use Starlink for any segment of this mission. But however, they are still going to use traditional telemetry. So the radio dishes at Boca Chica, we've actually seen they're aimed towards the launch site. Those will be tracking the flight. And those will be downlinking the video, the telemetry, all of the sensors and everything on board the vehicle. So that even if something does happen and they cannot get the physical black boxes and the physical computers back, which, in the ideal flight, they will not get those back, really. If that doesn't happen, they still have a download of the data back on the ground. And that's how it works for really every rocket launch. They have data and telemetry being downlinked actively during flight. So that's what they're going to go ahead with getting data today. And yeah.
Good deal.
Exactly. And there are other tracking stations downrange too. So that's why you've got the other dishes, which you see during other Falcon 9, Falcon Heavy launches. So you've got the ground-based, and then you've got the space-based with those Starlink antennas as well.
And speaking of ground link, if we do get this far into flight, I would find it very likely to hear a call out AOS Cape Canaveral or AOS KSC, because SpaceX does have tracking assets out there, and it will be flying somewhat close to Florida. So it will be interesting to keep an ear out and see what tracking stations they call AOS for today.
Yeah, that's a really good shout, Ian. Well, it's one of those things where we don't really know until it happens. Let's see here. Here's one from Chris with a $5 super chat. Thank you for that, Chris. They say something fun. If you could change anything on Starship, what would you change? Thanks for all the amazing work done by the NSF crew and mods. I gotta think about my answer for this one. So Sawyer, I'm gonna put you on the spot. If you could change anything about Starship, what would you change?
Well, first off, I do want to point out that Booster 7 and Ship 24 are going to be quite different from future versions and variants that we've seen so far. There's already been upgrades to Booster 9. I believe 26, 7, and 8 at this moment don't have any flaps. So there's already a lot of changes that are underway. But if I had to pick one personally, I would honestly just go with the paint job. The silver is pretty cool, and I know it adds weight, but a la STS 1 and 2, I think it would be interesting to see a cool paint scheme on it, just personally. So that would be the only thing I would change, not knowing what the full technical changes are yet entirely to future ships and boosters.
Yeah, that's a good one. Ian, what about you?
I like that comment about a paint job. I'm a bit more biased towards perhaps a Saturn V looking paint job, or maybe a Mercury Redstone looking paint job. But one change that I would make is putting a second James Webb Space Telescope in the payload bay. I think that's something that would be a very, very nice change to the vehicle, especially if it were free, because I do love my space telescopes. Actually, sorry, I'll take that back. Why one? Let's put like 3 in there. You know, I don't think I'm going to have any disagreements here on that.
Yep. Nope. No disagreements here.
Same.
I love it. Let's see here. If I could change anything about Starship, what would I change? You know, I would like it to have flags again. And if you don't know what flags are, it's the legs on the ends of the flaps. And the only reason I want this is because I like saying the word flags. That I'm just a selfish man, so there you go. I want flags. Give me flags, please. Maybe on the lunar variant or the Mars variant, we'll eventually get flags because we don't really have an updated render or anything. We don't know what the Mars or Moon versions will look like leg-wise. I think we do with the Moon one actually, but not with the Mars because the HLS lander does not have flaps, but the Mars lander does. So who knows? Maybe we'll get some flags. Hashtag flags.
Man,
I did see one really good comment, by the way, in chat. They said they would change the launch cadence.
Yeah.
Yep. I think
That's
SpaceX
a great
agrees with
answer.
you on that.
Yeah, great answer. I would change it so that it launched 2 years ago. Or I would change it so they never stopped doing the suborbital hops. Those were really, really, really quite a treat. And something we're not going to ever see the likes of again.
Ship 16 deserved better.
Ship 16 deserved better. Ship 17 deserved not to be partially built and then scrapped.
Yep.
Ship 20 should have flown hypersonic. I mean, Ship 22, poor guy. Like, it just got torn apart. Like, so much bacon in my mouth.
Oh my god. Oh gosh, the imagery. That's not great.
I apologize. No, I don't. No regrets.
No.
Let's see here. Moving right along. Luke is asking, what would happen if an engine on Super Heavy were to fail? Would it be like N1, where the opposite engine would shut down in order to center the thrust? Ian, was this you again?
Yes, that was me again. And to that question, I will answer, very likely not. I would be surprised if they did kind of the N1 style of opposite engine shuts down. And I say that because Starship, or Super Heavy in particular, has a lot more gimbal range, or a lot more gimbal capability than the N1 had. So the N1 only had the inner six engines on it being able to gimbal, whereas on Super Heavy, 13 of the engines can gimbal. So I think if they lose one engine, I think the rest of the 13, or I guess 12 if you lose one of the inner engines, will be able to compensate in terms of gimbal. I don't really see that as being much of an issue. And I also say that because they do that on Falcon 9 today. I mentioned it last night, but there were 2 Falcon 9 launches where they lost an engine during flight. And they were able to make it to orbit without shutting down an engine on the opposite side. And I think that can be somewhat translated here to Starship and Super Heavy. And I don't see it really being the end of the world if they do lose one engine in flight. I think that the N1's kind of guidance system there is a bit antiquated, and I think that modern guidance, along with the strong gimbal range of Raptors, can make up for that.
Yeah, reminder, those also, the first N1 flight, I believe, was 1968. So our technology has improved a lot. The thrust vector control systems, what steers the engines, has improved a lot. The computers as well, which can adjust the thrust if necessary to compensate for an engine out. So there's so many improvements since the N1, which went 0 for 4, I should point out, in terms of attempting to get to orbit. So I think we've learned a lot beyond that point.
Let's see here.
What is
Here's
that
one
sound?
from.
I was just supposed to say, what is that sound, by the way?
I don't actually know. I think it's just tank farm venting.
It
That's a good
is.
question for Adrian, who is not on right now.
It is tank farm venting.
Well,
that's
that
one
is
of
what
those
we
where
want to see. We want to see the tank farm spooling up, and we want to get into prop load. Go ahead, Sawyer.
I was gonna say that's one of those where I knew the answer to. I was just gonna pose it out there, but yeah, that's very important as we continue along the timeline. Is to get those propellants super chilled, keeping in mind that you've got liquid methane and liquid oxygen that are all getting super chilled, super cooled before they end up flowing into Starship. So it's gonna take a little bit for them to fully cool down and get ready for fueling.
All right. Here's one. Here's another one I suspect Ian added to the queue. Which thank you for doing that, Ian. You're adding some really good questions here. No, you know what? No, I'm gonna just completely go right off the rails. Goyle is asking, does bacon belong on a fish taco? You know, bacon belongs on everything, buddy. Bacon belongs on everything. All right, back to the serious time. Octily Airsoft is asking, how will the chopsticks catch the booster in the future when the chopsticks don't move quick? I think they move quick enough. I don't know. Ian, was this you again?
This was not me, but Sawyer, if you don't want to take this, I can grab it.
Go for it.
All right, so yeah, the system that we believe they're going to implement for the chopsticks is not what we've seen some speculation that maybe the chopsticks will rapidly close in on the booster, like within 2 seconds, go from wide open to really shut. We have not seen SpaceX do any kind of testing like that, and from what Elon Musk has been saying, we believe it's really going to be more of the chopsticks are just barely open, just a little bit. The booster will slide down right between them, and it'll hover for a moment. The chopsticks will close shut, and the booster will basically land on the chopsticks. We don't think it's going to be a literal catch, as in, like grabbing something with chopsticks. It's probably going to be more using the chopsticks as an elevated landing platform. Because we have not seen any demonstration of quick closing or quick opening of the chopsticks. That doesn't necessarily mean that that capability doesn't exist on them. It just seems that it's more likely that they're not going to implement that sort of method of recovery.
Oh, holy cow. The orbital launch mount is venting.
Ooh, there we go.
That is a good sign. This basically means that they are beginning to condition the propellant lines that go from the tank farm to the launch mount and the vehicle itself. They are cooling those lines down because you don't want hot pipes that you're then going to flow cryogenic fluid through. So this is exactly what we want to see. It's I believe, a little bit ahead of schedule, which is also excellent. SpaceX getting a jump on things today. So this is excellent. This means that the next step, the next thing we expect to see is propellant loading into the vehicle. Now, the indicator that is about to happen is this vent will stop. So now we watch the tank farm, we watch the orbital launch mount, and we watch this vent. And we look to see it stop, and at that point, the vehicle should start getting frosty. So excellent stuff here at just about T-minus 3 hours to go to the opening of the window. Good stuff. This is exactly what we want to see. Sawyer,
yes,
give me a quick read. How do you feel about this?
I'm excited. I also want to point out that right now it's going to start off as a relatively small kind of trickle. The sign that it's really getting super cooled and ready for fueling will also see, basically we call it the waterfall, where you'll see a large amount of the venting coming out of the OLM, going around the vehicle, and then it will stop. That's the indication fueling starts. But once we get that waterfall, that's when it's going to be very exciting as we get ahead to fueling. And just confirming, that is liquid nitrogen that is used to purge and condition the lines?
It
Yep.
should be, yes.
All right.
But excellent sign there that they are getting ready to move into propellant loading. Of course, they are not that close yet, about an hour and a half away, a little under an hour and a half from the beginning of propellant load, but it takes a while to chill everything down, clean the lines out, and get all of this very complicated system ready for propellant loading.
Let's see here. Oh man, I'm starting to get a little jittery right now.
No, yeah, it's starting to hit.
Yeah, no, it's. Where were you when the tank farm hit?
Oh my gosh.
Jack.
It's like when the beat drops. When the tank farm hit. All right, anyways. When Sawyer is saying, oh gosh.
Yeah, fair point. Yeah, that is true. My pun meter has been a little off the last week or so, trying to stay serious for this launch attempt, but that one hurt.
Let's see here. Do. I'm looking for another question. If either of you has one that you want to jump on, go for it. I'm seeing if there's one that sort of piques my interest here.
Yeah. Oh, go ahead, Sawyer.
No, I was gonna say if you have one that you had in the queue. If not, I can pull one that's in our queue here already.
Yeah, I got one here from Praddock here asking, during the first attempt, there was a frozen leak pattern visible on the nose cone lifting pin section, which is covered. The lifting pin section. Now, I can't think of any vent specifically up there. If they're talking about the absolute tip of the nose cone, which is the first thing that came to mind when I saw this question, that is a vent from the header tanks. Now, an area around the lifting pins, that would likely be some form of tank vent. Now, the reason that it looks frozen is because even though it's a gaseous form, the things coming out of the tank vents, it's still extremely cold, like probably around 100 degrees below 0 Celsius. And with, like Sawyer was just saying a few minutes ago, with such a high humidity right now and such very, very cold gas coming out, it's going to kind of condense that water around the tank vents in the form of ice. Now, if you look, we saw it was on Monday around the tip of the nose cone, some kind of frozen patterns near the tank vents. Again, that is because of condensation from the air. Again, this is so very cold, and that's why the sides of the Starship and Super Heavy freeze and get frozen ice condensation as propellant loading goes through.
Let's see here. Good stuff. Here's one from Claude asking, why did SpaceX never do a hop test for the booster? Do you think that could have mitigated some potential issues with the launch, like a frozen valve which caused the scrub? It certainly would have looked cool, that's for darn sure. Sawyer, why do you think they never did a hop test with a booster?
That is a really good question. I mean, we've obviously had the major upgrades from the boosters, even from Booster 4 to what we have now with the Raptor V2s. They've done so much Raptor V2 engine testing. We've done full static fires, so I think they got most of the data that they needed, especially from the wet dress rehearsals and the 31 engine static fire and working their way up through that whole campaign. So I think at that point, it's not worth risking your stage 0 or the ground support equipment when trying to test the booster hops. Might as well just full send it at that point.
Yeah, exactly. I have nothing to add. Robert is saying, could you remind us what the mission is for today and what the path is for this mission? Ian, you want to take us through this?
Yeah, so we actually have a great animation for that. So this vehicle is going to be flying, like we said, on a semi-orbital, semi-suborbital trajectory. It's kind of a gray area. Either way, it's not going into a full-on orbit. Now, this vehicle is going to fly almost exactly east right off the launch pad. It'll fly a little bit southerly. Now, the trajectory it's going to be flying will have about a 26.5 degree inclination. That's because, as you can see here, it needs to thread its way through the Caribbean islands. So around Cuba, around Puerto Rico, Hispaniola, and of course the oil rigs out in the Gulf. From there, it's going to fly over the southern parts of Africa, fly its way through Indonesia, and make a landing northwest of Hawaii in the Pacific. So it's going to make around 3/4 of an orbit. It's going to take about an hour and a half to do that. And that is our flight path for today. So you can see there is the splashdown zone just north of Kauai in Hawaii, but in case that is only in case of a fully intact reentry. Now, if it breaks apart during reentry, there is a much larger debris zone that you can see here on the screen in green. Of course, that is a whole area cleared out just in case anything breaks off the vehicle or if it fully breaks apart during reentry. Again, this is a test flight, so if it does break apart during reentry, it's not necessarily a horrible case. They will still learn a lot from that. So that's the launch trajectory we're looking at today. Back to you, Jack.
Thanks, Ian. We're getting like really newsy, newsroomy here. I like it.
For those who don't know, I used to work in news before this, so that's where that comes from for me.
It's infectious, Sawyer. It's spreading, contagious. Let's see here.
Thank God it's not 2020.
Oh no.
Oh yeah, true. I missed the before times. Anyways, let's see here. Sam Boone is saying, during a wet dress rehearsal, can propellant be saved or is it not cost effective? What's going on? I mean, how they're not just losing all of it, right? But they also can't save all of it. Ian, I'm guessing this was you again, or Sawyer, go for it. Sawyer,
That was
I
me.
pick you.
I added this
I choose
one, actually.
you. Sawyermon, and I throw the ball, and you come out of the ball, and you're like, Sawyer, Sawyer.
I'll take Sawyer Chew, thank you very much.
Sawyer Chew, okay, thank you.
But yes.
I think I'm losing it, oh god.
Jack, you've already lost it, my friend.
I do need to point out before we answer that question that the tower vent has started. So besides the OLM vent, which is towards the bottom, you have the tower vent, which is what will clear the lines and condition them to load the ship, whereas the bottom will load the booster. So just want to take a second and point that out first before answering that question. And you can see it there on screen. As for the propellant being saved, yes, the tank farm does include items that are called recondensers. So it will try and retain as much as it can from that gaseous form and recondense it back into that supercooled liquid form. Obviously, you can't do that for all of the fuel, and you also have burn-off, which will happen where these supercooled temperatures, you've got normal outside air temperature. At some point, it's going to eventually start boiling off and turning into gas that escapes out. So you can't catch all of it, but they do their best to catch some of it. And keep in mind, the amount that they boil off, by the way, that ends up just naturally boiling off with how much fuel is in this thing, from what I've heard, it's roughly about as much fuel as would fill a Falcon 9. So these tanks are massive. The amount of fuel is massive. So any little bit you can save is great. And yet even still today, we saw hundreds of fuel tankers the last couple days going to refill that tank farm.
Yeah, suffice to say, hundreds of tankers is correct. Also, Sawyer, if you were a Pokemon, you would not be Sawyer Chew, you would be Bulbasaur.
Oh my gosh.
I'm just gonna let that one sort of sit there.
Can I use Vine Whip?
Is this the
It's not very effective.
Is this the part where I say I've never played Pokemon, or should I leave that on the table?
Adrian, is that you?
Oh, thank you.
Oh man, what wasn't there like an argument in Discord the other day about like some people were saying, "Oh, we Yu-Gi-Oh," and I was like, "Yu-Gi-Oh's mid. Play Pokemon." That was like a whole thing.
Oh my
Anyways,
gosh.
I digress.
Back to Starship.
I digress. Back to Starship. Let's take a look. So we just mentioned a moment ago that the tower vent has started. That tower vent, once again, is sort of the same deal as we are looking at with the orbital launch mount vent. It's all about chilling down the propellant lines so that when they do flow propellant through those lines, it is not hitting a hot pipe and then boiling off or causing cavitation or any sorts of issues like that. So yeah, tower vent is good because that means they're conditioning the propellant lines in order to fuel ship.
Very exciting.
Exactly. And again, this may go on
Yay.
for a little while as they need to... You've got keep in mind, a very large vehicle here. There are a lot of pipes, a lot of tubing that needs to go up the whole orbital launch mount, up the tower to fill these vehicles. And as I mentioned, you're talking, I believe it's 1,200 tons of propellants that need to be loaded into the full stack. So we may see this for a little while.
Real quick, so you mentioned 1,200 propellants, 1,200 tons. I mentioned that on Monday. That is unfortunately only the ship. The booster has around 3,000 tons of propellant that it needs too. So altogether, this thing is about 4,600 tons of propellant. So a minor correction there, but that's a lot of propellant that they need to move within an hour and a half if you think about it.
Yeah, so everyone's like, oh, why did they start fueling so late when Falcon 9 does it 35 minutes before launch? Yeah, you're filling a lot more fuel in that time.
Yep, and also keep in mind too that this is a brand new vehicle, some brand new ground infrastructure. I would not be surprised in the slightest if, say, the infrastructure at 39A or some future Starship sites support even faster propellant loading to more closely match Falcon 9. But that's just kind of the limitation that they have there with a vehicle this large and kind of the first generation of this ground support equipment.
Just so wild. 4,600 tons of propellant. That's not even accounting for weight of the vehicle itself. Like, this thing is just utterly, insanely massive. Goodness.
Yeah, that is absolutely nuts. I may have to do a quick banana calculation on that and see how many bananas that would be mass-wise.
Oh, no.
Oh my God, do it.
So is this
do
like,
it.
Is this gonna be like pounds where we have like pounds force, pounds mass? We're gonna have like bananas length, bananas mass, so like BNL, BNM? I'm probably looking too
Yes,
far into
I'm on
this.
board with this.
That would be 3,833,333 bananas worth of weight.
Excellent.
Wow. Thank you, Sawyer.
You're welcome. That is according to bananasforscale.info.
I love that there's a website for it. Of course there is.
Oh my gosh. You know what's bananas, by the way, too? The fact that this vehicle will eventually be going to the moon and Mars once we get through this test.
Yeah.
Isn't that awesome?
Wow.
I still, it just doesn't even work in my mind that we're looking at this generation's Saturn V and Space Shuttle all wrapped into one. Like, the capabilities that this thing will offer, if it does pull through on that and come through on that, will be immense, and it's stuff we can't even fully imagine right now. This is going to really, if it does work out fully, this is going to revolutionize space travel and bring a lot of new possibilities to the table.
And you can commemorate that with some of our special merch at shop.nasaspaceflight.com. Boom, smooth transition. Right? We have our Starship plushies.
Go for it.
No, I was going to say, we got the full stack plushies, and kind of going along the lines of Moon and Mars, we also have the Destination Known collection too, which I think is really cool. Not only does it have the awesome logo there with the Starship in it, but it has little hints in there of those two little stars, which are not actually stars, but in fact, one is the moon, one is Mars, showing the destinations that Starship will fly to. And again, I just love that design, and major props to the store team on that one, who work on shop.nasaspaceflight.com.
All right, we've got a. Speaking of the shop, we've got a store purchase from Colin here. Colin is saying, "My father worked for NASA until his passing in 1984. My wife and I were at Atlantis in 2011. Drove 6 hours yesterday. Now at Isablanca. Fingers crossed for launch this morning. Love everything you guys do." Thank you so much, Colin. We really appreciate the kind words. Well, I'm glad you guys are in position at Isablanca. Hopefully this fog lifts and we get a beautiful launch. We also have another store purchase from John saying, "You guys are great. My one suggestion would be reach out to fanboys and girls and organize meetups." Yes, definitely want to do more meetups. We wanted to do one for this flight since there's so many of us in town. Thing is, we've all been so busy just turning wrenches and plugging things in and getting everything up and running. Rest assured, we do want to do a members meetup. It's just something that needs to get put together once we have a moment to breathe. But that is something we've definitely thought about a little bit. We also have a store purchase from Hannah. Thank you, Hannah. They say thanks for all the amazing hard work we do. It's truly incredible, and I have no words to describe how excited I am for this historical Starship launch and how grateful I am to be able to watch it live from 1,700 miles away. Godspeed, Starship. Well, thank you, Hannah. We really appreciate that. And Annette, coming in with a $50 tip at tips.nasaspaceflight.com. The tip program, if you don't know, a tip program exists. It's another way you can support what we do. You know, it's just like the super chats that shows up on screen. It's the whole same deal. It's just about however you want to support us, whatever method you're most comfortable with. But Anna says, thank you to all the NSF staff for bringing history in the making. And of course, for our wonderful SpaceX staff, especially Elon. Thank you for that. Alrighty. How about we do some more questions?
Let's do it. Let's see what questions we got.
Yeah, what do we got here? Let's see. Dude Worm X. I guess just Dude Worm, if I'm just going to delete the X's there. Dude Worm is asking, will Starship replace the deployment of Starlink satellites from Falcon 9? I feel like at first, at least, it'll just augment them. But eventually, it'll replace them, yes. Who added this to the queue and who wants to take it?
I could take that one, at least in the meantime. So right now we had the liftoff actually a little less than 24 hours ago from Cape Canaveral of the Starlink V2 minis. The original plan was to launch all of the V2s on Starship, but as you can see, we're still in the testing phase at this point. So for now, they've been doing the V2 minis, which is essentially the same type of system, but as the V2s, just in a little smaller package, and the fact that in addition to that, you can only fit about 21 of them in a Falcon 9. So the goal is eventually to have the full-sized Starlink V2 satellites, and then you can launch a decent amount of them at the same time from Starship. So the ultimate goal is to do it from Starship. They were hoping to already be doing it from Starship, but in the meantime, that's why we have launches of the V2 Mini, like we did from the Cape. And as soon as Starship is ready, I'm sure that's the exact moment they'll start launching those V2s from Starship.
Speaking of Starlink, we have a question here from Carl asking, I guess the biggest stress on the heat tiles will be during a radio blackout because, you know, when you're re-entering and the vehicle is surrounded by that plasma, that superheated plasma, that is famously when crew capsules and whatnot and the shuttle has experienced radio blackouts. They're asking, how will they learn without telemetry if it breaks up during the blackout? I think one way is external cameras, either on tracking stations or on the ground. I think another way is via Starlink. Isn't that right, Sawyer? Because Starlink might be a way to mitigate those radio blackouts.
Exactly. And a lot of it, I think, also depends on what altitude it's going to be at that point in relation to the Starship network, or the Starlink network, excuse me. So many star names. So it is potential that, depending on the orientation of the vehicle, if the Starlink dishes on board Ship 24 are pointing towards space, basically, where you have that network, then at that point you can use some of that telemetry. Hopefully. It's still, again, a very early testing of that, but it is a potential. And in the past, as you mentioned, for other reentries, like say for Crew Dragon capsules and Cargo Dragon, they would use something like a WB-57 to track it even through that communications blackout.
Good deal. All right, let's see here. Alan saying, keep up the good work from Australia with a store purchase. Thank you. Let's see. Hamster Space Nerd is asking how many pumpkin pies tall the full stack is. Somebody do the math. Is there a pumpkin pie website for that?
I think it depends on how you're measuring your pumpkin pie. So pumpkin pie heights or pumpkin pie diameters. I think that's a very important distinction there.
I would say diameters. Like if you're stacking pumpkin pies on, like if you were stacking quarters or something, like not flat. I don't know how to even describe this. I can't. Anyways, nobody cares about pumpkin pies. Let's talk more about Starship.
Yeah, I like pumpkin pie.
Oh goodness. I mean, no, it's the best pie. I mean, maybe key lime might be better. Pumpkin pie and key lime pie are fighting it out.
I would say key lime personally.
I'm also partial to apple, but I'm not too picky.
Nah, I got that apple pie out of here. That's no good.
Oh, come on. Apple's delicious.
No. Apples are basically like potato. Like apple. I'm not. Anyways, let's just sidestep all of this.
Yeah, let's go back to Starship because otherwise I'm going to be really hungry.
Yes, indeed. Let's see here. Benny Runger is asking, do they produce their fuel on site? Ian, what's going on with the propellant production plant? Are they producing fuel on site? I mean, I know the answer, but I'm asking you as if I don't.
Yeah, so for those who are unaware, SpaceX did build their own propellant production site, and with that, what they have is an air separation unit. Now that separates nitrogen and oxygen out of the air and then liquefies them. They never got to the point of making methane yet, but they did have that in the plans. So they did get that propellant production site up and running for a bit. They did seemingly produce some nitrogen and some oxygen, and from there they just kind of abandoned it. We don't know exactly what happened. It's very likely that they abandoned it due to environmental concerns, but they are no longer actively producing any propellants or even any cryogens in general at the propellant production site. That's not to say that they fully abandoned it or that they're done with it for now. It could just be them shelving it while they get the systems worked out. But that is the status right now. And I believe we're getting some big puffing there from the orbital launch mount.
I mean, it's fitting. It is 420 after all.
I wasn't going to say it.
All right. Sawyer, take it away.
As we've talked about before, portions of the stream have been sponsored, and want to give you a little update on that and tell you all about them. Portions of this broadcast are sponsored by Rocket Money. Are you considering traveling at some point to Starbase? If so, there's a good chance you're trying to manage your money so you can save up for that dream vacation to Texas. That's where Rocket Money comes in. Rocket Money is an all-in-one finance platform that helps you save more and spend less. The personal finance manager can help you manage and potentially even save you money. That includes helping to cancel unwanted subscriptions. Rocket Money safely and securely identifies recurring charges and cancels unwanted subscriptions for you with just a tap. You can even upload a photo of your bills, and Rocket Money will negotiate with internet, phone, and cable providers, just to name a few, to try and save you cash. Plus, you can choose a set amount you want to spend on a certain category, and Rocket Money will notify you if you've exceeded that amount. And it's trusted by more than 3.4 million members and counting. In addition to online, it's also available on iOS and Android. To try it out for free and unlock more features with premium, visit rocketmoney.com/NSF or scan the QR code on your screen. The link is also in the description below.
Thanks, Sawyer. Back to you, Sawyer.
You're welcome. Thank you, past me. You're welcome. So again, thanks to them for sponsoring part of this, and I kept saying its perfect name with Rocket Money as we get ready to launch this rocket.
There really could be no more fitting sponsor than Rocket Money for a rocket launch live stream. It's perfect. So thanks to them. All right, Michael Ald is asking, how will crew access work on the Starship Tower with chopsticks, etc. in the way? That's a very good question. Who added this one to the queue?
Yes, I did. So the answer to that is we really don't know yet. That is going to be a very interesting question SpaceX will need to solve over the coming months and coming years as they get ready for crewed Starship. Again, probably closer to several years away from now. If I had to guess, I would assume it's going to be something along the lines of the ship quick disconnect arm, where it kind of wraps completely around the tower, and then when the chopsticks need to move, it completely swings out of the way. I assume they'll probably go over something along those lines, but that's something we're going to need to wait and see over the coming years, see what SpaceX says, potentially over the coming months even, we can get a little bit of an idea from that. But that's something we don't exactly know, and that's not really a big priority right now because crewed Starship is not a priority right now. They are working to get just any kind of Starship flying.
Yeah, sure enough. Let's see here. James Brown is asking, do you know if Starship will re-enter with the flaps already deployed, or will it re-enter with them folded back and then deploy them later in the descent? Now, the fact that they are not going to attempt and flip and burn sort of makes me wonder if they're even going to bother deploying flaps. I'm sort of curious, like, do they just send it straight into the ocean without even bothering with the flaps, or do they have the flaps out during entry in order to test the hot gas seal? Or I don't know. It's a really interesting question. Oh darn it! Did I not Did I not select the? I might have missed the question there. Darn it. Well,
either way, that is a really good
anyways.
question still of whether they're going to try it or not. Again, it could be a way to test the system out, get some good data on it, especially at that point. And again, interesting the fact that the upcoming ships don't have those flaps on them yet. So maybe they want to test it on this one first, see how the actuators and the system works before they consider adding it to the future ships. So it might be a good just way to do a quick and easy test.
Let's see here. Oh yeah, there we go. There it is. It's from James Brown. There, I'll show it on screen and we will move right along. Good question, James. Really good one. Let's see. Rich J is asking, what does RUD stand for? Ian, what does RUD stand for? We say that word a lot. People might be watching who aren't necessarily the biggest space nerds, so let's fill them in on a little bit of space nerdery.
Yes, so RUD is a more informal term. It stands for Rapid Unscheduled Disassembly. It's a more fun, informal term for explosion or failure. It's commonly used, of course, like rocket failures and things like that. But it's more just like a fun way to avoid saying explosion, because explosion kind of has a lot of connotations with it. You're not really a big fan of things exploding, so people just use RUD as a more just fun, laid-back terminology. It's not really used too much in engineering outside of just like a fun little way to mention it.
Yeah, we always hope for no rapid unscheduled disassembly, if preferred, although there are occasional missions where it is planned disassembly. This is not one of those.
Let's see here. Here we go. Here's a really good one because we're getting further into the count. We're getting closer and closer. We're about 2 hours and 33 minutes to go from the opening of the window, which by all accounts seems to be what SpaceX is aiming for. So let's amp up the excitement a little bit and talk about what we are most excited for. A different perspective is asking, what are we most excited for? Whether it's seeing the purple of the engines, or the sound, or the decoupling, or splashdown, what about this are we most excited for? Sawyer, go first.
Ooh, that is a fantastic question. I mean, anyone who's been watching our coverage last week knows my hashtag has been save stage 0. So for me, I'm really excited and hopeful that it clears stage 0 and all of the ground support equipment stays the same. But if I had to say, yeah, the idea of the bluish purplish streak would be pretty cool. I'm most excited for Max Q. As weird as that sounds, you don't really see much, but at that point, if it makes it through that is the most stress on the vehicle. That is a huge, huge advancement if they get to that point. And then after that point is when you might start to see the engine plume expand. So all of that happens around that time. So I'm going to go with Max Q.
I will second that, Sawyer. I'm excited to see.
Nice. Ian, what are you most excited for?
Yeah, I mean, like as a big propulsion and rocket engine nerd, I'm excited to see the purple plume. Like Sawyer talked about the plume expansion as well. Something that came to my mind right as this question was asked is because the humidity is really high today. I wonder what we're going to see in terms of a shock cone during while the vehicle goes supersonic and goes through Max Q. I'm very interested to see what that looks like later today. But yes, I'm very, very excited to see the plume, how that interacts, what that looks like as it expands. That's something that I loved seeing on the suborbital flights. Even though they only got about 12 kilometers high, you could see the plume expansion during flight. So I'm very, very excited to be seeing that.
Let's see here. We have another question. Well, really, it's more of a statement. Robert got something from the store and said, I want to say hi to my daughter Naomi, who will be watching this coverage from work as well as myself. Thanks for the coverage. Well, thank you, Robert, for grabbing something from the store. Let's see here. Here's an easy one. I'll softball this to you, Ian. Nalupa is asking, how many engines does Starship have?
Yes, so Starship itself, so the second stage of this vehicle, has 6 engines, 3 sea level Raptors and 3 vacuum Raptors. Now, the vacuum Raptors, as the name suggests, are more optimized to perform in the vacuum of space, whereas the sea levels are more optimized to perform well on the ground. Now, they have those kind of mixed engine configurations, both for eventually down the road when they need to do a landing of Starship, they can ignite the sea level engines down in the atmosphere and be able to gimbal with those. Also, those engines will provide a bit of gimbal capability and some extra thrust during second stage flight. Now, the first stage of the Super Heavy booster is equipped with 33 Raptor engines. Those are all, of course, sea level engines because the first stage will be operating closer to sea level than in vacuum. And the outer 20 of those engines are fixed in place. Those cannot gimbal, those are purely there for extra thrust. The inner 13 engines, meanwhile, those can gimbal. Those engines also can be restarted in flight, so a portion of those will be reused for the boost back burn, and a smaller number of those will also be used again for the landing burn of the vehicle. So something we're going to need to keep our eye out on later today, but those are the number of engines that we're working with on both vehicles today.
Good stuff. All right, well, I think we're getting to the point where I am going to bid you adieu. I will be back later, but I am going to hop off, and I'm going to hand over the hosting duties to my good buddy, Sawyer.
Thank you very much, Jack, and thank you for all of your hosting and coverage there. As you mentioned, we will talk with you again very soon. And also joining us now on stream will be Mr. Adrian Bile. Adrian, how's it going?
Fantastic.
I believe we're having a couple of issues hearing Adrian there, so we'll get back to him momentarily. In the meantime, we will take a couple more super chats here. Warren asking, buoys in the water, are they going to have cameras on them? Some buoys do have cameras. I don't know if there are any that will be exactly looking at the splashdown zone, but we will keep an eye on that as we see a lot of venting, it looks like right now, from the bottom of the orbital launch mount on screen. Looking good so far. Let's see. Test channel, thank you very much for the support as well. And then Warren, thank you also for becoming a Red Team member. Let's see. Ian, we'll get another question over here for you while we have a second.
Sounds good.
Here's one from Roland asking, is there any info about the payload for this test? And does this one even have the payload bay doors available to it?
Yes, so this flight, as far as we are aware, has no payload on board. Now, if there are any payloads on board, they would just be some minor things. If there is anything, it's likely some things along the lines of like mementos and just things to kind of celebrate the test, fun little things that they add on. There is no major usable payload on board, and there is nothing that will be deployed in flight. Now, not only is that because this is a test flight and they don't really, have the need or the want to have anything deployed on it, but the vehicle is also not going directly to orbit. So if it did deploy anything, it would be coming down about a half hour later in the Pacific Ocean. So not a very good test of anything there. Now, future ships will be carrying payloads. We don't know exactly which ones are going to demonstrate this, but that should be coming a few ships down the line.
All right. Awesome. Thank you very much for that. Adrian, I believe we have you back now. What is the view looking like from where you are as we see all of this venting going on?
Well, Sawyer, I hope you understand me clearly now.
Yes, I do.
Perfect. The view is very much foggy. I've talked to some people here and we just checked a bit of the weather forecast and where we are. And it might be in a situation where we might be lucky and it improves based on the sun showing up soon. But it's right now very foggy. And we hope that the sun, which will rise in about an hour, will clear some of that fog off.
Exactly, yes. And for those not sure, sunrise, I believe, is scheduled for around 7:05 a.m. local time at Starbase.
Yes, indeed.
All right. Speaking along those lines, how about we take a look at the exact current weather and the weather that we are expecting right around T0 and What a convenient thing. We have it on screen now. Currently about 76 degrees Fahrenheit or 24.5 Celsius. Winds about 12.5 miles per hour, which should still be okay. Gusting up to about 21 miles an hour or 35 kilometers. The humidity is the big thing. That's at 97%, hence why we have a lot of that fog, and I'm sure a lot of people who are quite drenched in sweat who are down there at the moment. Looking ahead to the weather at the liftoff time, or at least around the liftoff time at 8 a.m. Central. Again, liftoff scheduled for 8:28 at the opening of the window. It should be about 75 degrees, similar winds, which are all appearing to be within limits, and humidity dropping down to about 92%. And as we mentioned, hopefully the sun will burn off some of that extra fog, and we should get a good view, fingers crossed, of liftoff. All right, continuing along here with more questions. Here's a question from Master IVO asking, what altitude will we expect to reach on this flight? Ian?
Yeah, so according to SpaceX, we are expecting to get around 250 kilometers for the apogee. That's, of course, going to fluctuate a bit depending on how the vehicle performance goes, but we're not expecting it to go incredibly high. Now, for reference, the space station is about 410 to 420 kilometers up, so this thing is well below some major assets in low Earth orbit. So that's good for those. It's not putting any of those at risk, although SpaceX always does double check and make sure that there are no satellites in the way for when they do go to launch.
Exactly. And again, that is a question we get asked a lot is why is there even a launch window? And a lot of that has to do with, keeping the airspace and the sea space clear for as little time as possible. And then, of course, keeping an eye out for other satellites that might fly overhead. So there is potential for cutouts in this 62-minute window where you can't launch because of a satellite overhead. Continuing along with some more support here, NNA, thank you very much for the support and for your question as well there. Blaze, thank you as well for the support. Quite appropriate, I guess, given the date. Warren, thank you again for more support going there too. Jonathan asking, will there be any sea or aircraft in the area of the planned touchdown site to include in the live stream? What we do have at least is word of the WB-57, which I believe is scheduled to be in the air in the coming hour or so. Is that right?
Yes, currently the takeoff time is estimated for 6:40 a.m. Central Time, so it's about 35 minutes away from now. Of course, we'll keep you updated on when it starts taxiing, when its transponder picks up, and let you know what happens from there.
Exactly. Here's a good question from Bjorn as well with the super chat saying, if the booster will be sunk, what about the flight termination system? Will it be removed, detonated, or left alone? Adrian, what's the deal with the flight termination system and disarming it or potentially using it at splashdown?
Yeah, usually if we use, for example, the Falcon 9 here as an indicator, the FDS will be saved or disarmed before anything is getting close to a splashdown or landing. So since this is kind of simulated situation, they're not landing, but like getting into similar territories, I would imagine the flight termination system will be saved and not saved and disarmed by the computer before splashdown.
There you go. Floyd, thank you for becoming a Red Team member. Reminder, Red Team and above, you get access to our multi-view stream, which is going on right now, where you get access to 27 different Brady Bunch-style boxes of cameras, all ahead of liftoff that it cycles through.
That's a good way to say it, Brady Bunch-style cameras. I mean, it really is.
It's a way to get all of the views. Check all the views, as the meme goes. ADC, has the valve issue been fixed since the scrub? We hope so. We'll find out as we get further along to the count, that's for sure. And Jason G, with the generous support here, asking, did they ever do a full stack static fire? And are there any concerns or differences static firing while fully stacked versus just the booster? Ian, when was that full test that we had recently?
Yeah, so there was not a fully stacked static fire. The closest they ever had to that was just super heavy on its own. Of course, they did also do, at this point now, 2 wet dress rehearsals. They had one dedicated wet dress rehearsal test. I believe that was around a month to a month and a half ago. Now, they also did on Monday kind of bittersweet, have an unintended wet dress rehearsal. Of course, like we said a few minutes ago, there was a valve issue when pressurizing the booster, the Super Heavy booster. So they weren't able to go ahead with flight, but they decided to scrub the launch and just do a wet dress rehearsal instead to get some extra data. So they've done 2 wet dress rehearsals, full stacked, and a few booster-only static fires. There's not a major difference if you do a static fire with a ship on top versus no ship on top. The only real difference would be getting some vibrational data on the ship itself, which is something they could simulate, and it seems that they've realized that is not that much of a priority to them.
Exactly. Paul, thank you for gifting 5 Red Team memberships. Chris P. Bacon, first off, nod to Jack. Second, I love the reference to the old news clip. Thank you for gifting 10 Red Team memberships. Julianne with a really good question here while getting something from the store, asking, what is used to pre-cool the pipes for propellant loading? Adrian, what do they use? I believe you're on mute.
Talking
There we
while
go.
I'm muted.
Yep.
They use to pre-chill liquid nitrogen usually, at least for the methane side. For the oxygen side, it might as well be oxygen, but I would also speculate it's also liquid nitrogen there that is used for the pre-chilling.
It is indeed liquid nitrogen that is used to cool a lot of those lines down, including with Falcon 9, I believe, as well. They use the same, purges the lines and cools it down. Let's see. NNA, thank you very much for the support, as well as the 1979 Camaro. I know mentioning a bunch of things with Jack and his camera lenses. And then Schlomster with the $72 tip. Very specific, but very, very much appreciated. Saying kudos to all of your dedicated work. I'm an addicted tank watcher hoping for no low altitude RUDs. I think all of us are hoping for that right now. So thank you very much for that support. Let's take some more questions from chat here. And I will send this one over to you, Ian, from Tom, asking, will Starship make any interesting pre-launch noises like Gemini Titan did?
Yes, and I tossed that one in the queue because that's an excellent throwback to the early space program. So for those who are unaware, the Titan II booster, the way that its engine was designed, is that right before ignition, you would hear the pump spool up, and you would hear it. It sounded like kind of just like a grinding noise as the pump started up. And Raptor actually does have a somewhat similar mechanism. Now, I was actually going back on the static fires because I was wondering this exact same question a few weeks ago. You can't really hear any big noise from Raptor on startup. That's more something that you could hear on the test stands down at McGregor. So on YouTube, if you search up Raptor test firing, you'll see some test firings from the stands at McGregor. You can kind of hear the pump spool up there. Unfortunately, it might not be that noticeable today for liftoff, but we're just gonna have to wait and see what happens there. But a good throwback there. I really like that Titan II reference.
Absolutely. And those who watch our engine tests on McGregor Live 24/7, many of you will know what we call the Raptor honk, and a very interesting noise that they occasionally make too. So we'll keep our ear out for that. Here's a question from Aditya, and Adrian, I'm going to throw this one over to you. Is there going to be water beneath the launch pad like we see at Falcon 9 launches?
There will be a bit of water involved in this. Mainly supplied by the FireX system, which is more of a making sure that there's no fire and no gas and development below the pad system. There is no classic deluge system yet in place for Boca Chica. That will come down later with future flights. The hardware for that is already stored in Boca Chica at the production site, but they have not yet fully installed it. So I believe it's coming later down the line, and hopefully they don't need it for this one.
Yeah, let's definitely hope not, and let's hope that we don't have a massive crater from the 33 Raptor engines firing at liftoff, although again, that could be used as a potential flame trench in the future. Gotta find the positives in it, right? Here's a question from Raymond, and Ian, this one's for you. Will the booster and ship disconnect after engine ignition or before? And I guess thinking kind of Soyuz-esque with the hot fire.
Yeah, so at T minus 8 seconds or T minus 6 seconds, we've got some conflicting info on that. They're going to go through with engine startup. Now, the engines are going to begin to slowly ramp up to full power. If everything looks good, then right at T0, when everything looks good and the engines are commanded to full power, the quick disconnects will quickly disconnect from the vehicle. Now, those will happen, like I said, after engine ignition and right at liftoff. The thing is, you don't really want to separate that too early, because in a worst case scenario, if you can't get those reconnected, you now have a fully fueled vehicle on the pad with no way to get those propellants out. So they separate those quick disconnects right at the very, very last second they possibly can, just to eliminate that possibility and always have those connected in case they need those. So be sure to keep an eye out on right at T0, if we get to T0 today during the count, for the immediate quick disconnect. Quick disconnecting, I guess.
Yeah, that's a good way to put it. The quick disconnect, disconnecting. It makes sense at least. Taking a look now, we have almost 50,000 people watching, which is fantastic. If you are watching, please give this a like. That way people know that you enjoy this, and hopefully it recommends it to more people as we continue to get closer to T0. It's a great way to help support the stream, even if you can't support us monetarily in any way, because we love bringing this to you guys, and we want to share it with as many people as possible. So it's as strange as it seems, a like goes a long way, so thank you.
Makes the YouTube algorithm gods very happy, and yeah, really helps us out in a major way.
Exactly. We also have people that are continuing to send us support through super chats, including Franklin saying hope all goes well, as do we. Anonymous coming in with the store message saying been watching since Starhopper days. SpaceX leading the new space race is amazing to watch. It is fantastic to see progress continuing so quickly. Jacob getting a mug saying amazing mug watching from the beautiful Black Hills of South Dakota. Wow, enjoy the weather over there in South Dakota. Hopefully it's beautiful as we continue to count down to liftoff here. Let's see, we have Jeremiah's with the store message. Watching your videos a long time. Love what you do. Let's light this candle. Exactly. Aussie C, thank you for the support. Cartoon Club, thank you for the support as well. And Mazda 530, thank you from the support and the finger crossed from Australia. As you mentioned, we know Max-Q is a big moment. Here's a good question added onto this, though. What do the teams actually get data-wise from Max-Q? We all talk about it's so important, and they're really looking forward to that. What is so important about Max-Q from an engineering standpoint? Adrian, do you want to take that one?
Yeah, of course. It is the moment where the vehicle is under the maximum mechanical stress. So it's kind of also the moment where you want the vehicle designed for. You need to make sure it passes this moment. Everything before or after that is not really fully pushing the vehicle to its limits. So this is really like the point where you see, did we design it correctly? Does it make it through this high point? Or does it fail at that point? So that's why this point is incredibly important from a design and engineering perspective.
Exactly, and it also proves your design in this case of their manufacturing technique that they use with all the different segments being welded together. It proves all of their welding techniques. And again, just shows that something this large and built this way is actually sustainable and can fly. Like from the intro, we say water towers can fly. In this case, all of the towers can fly. Let's see. Here's another question that we got coming in from Lucas asking how many engines are used for the boost back burn. Ian, do we know how many?
Yeah, so unfortunately, we really don't know the exact number of engines that they're going to use for the boost back burn. That's something we're going to have to really find out during flight today. Now, the maximum number that they could use are 13. So the inner 13 engines on the Super Heavy booster, those are the only ones that are hooked up to the booster's restart system. So those are the only engines that can be spun up again during flight and reignited. The outer 20 engines cannot. Those are ignited and spun up by the ground support equipment. So the maximum they can use is 13. However, I would kind of be surprised if they did use all 13. We know for the landing burn, however, that they're going to use the inner 3 engines. It's just the boost back burn that we're not entirely clear on today. So that's something we're going to have to, unfortunately, as much as I say it, I hate to say it, we're going to have to wait and see exactly what they choose to do in that regard.
We will indeed wait and see. Here's another good question from Adam asking, will we see the vacuum engines in action today? Greetings from Sweden. So, Adrian, will we see the RVACs and maybe even the Raptor sea levels?
Yes, from what we all know, they will ignite. They will, like, if they get to that point, I should clarify, they will ignite 6 engines on the upper stage, which means 3 sea level and 3 vacuum Raptors. The reason why they also ignite the sea level Raptors is, for example, they are the only one that gimbal, so that's how they can steer it on its way to suborbital but desired trajectory. And also, it helps if you have a more thrust at the optimal moments in burns, even if the engines are slightly less efficient, if it helps you burning closer to this optimal moment where you should burn.
Exactly. Very good there. Thank you for the question as well. Lucas, thank you very much for the support at the store at shop.nasaspaceflight.com. Andrew, thank you for becoming a Capcom member. Reminder, Capcom and above gets access to the NSF Discord, and Red Team and above gets access to the multi-view stream where you can see a whole bunch of different cameras all at the same time for this launch. Eric with the store message saying he was stationed in Orlando in 81 and saw the first shuttle launch, so had to drive down from Portland, Oregon to see the first Starship launch. That is fantastic. And we just passed the anniversary of STS-1, which is April 12th, 1981. Just see April, I guess, a month for innovation. You had the first ever human launch to space in Yuri Gagarin, launched April 12th, 1961. First shuttle launch, April 12th, 1981. And now Starship first orbital test flight here, hopefully, April 20th, 2023, fingers crossed. Magellan, stop saying the S word from Singapore. We try not to say SCRUB very often, but we hope that we don't have those. And here's an interesting question from support as well from David Willis asking, if the engines start and then scrub, what's the next launch opportunity? Do we know what that would be, Ian?
Yeah, according to SpaceX, it would be at least a 48-hour turnaround. Now, from Monday, it's been a 72-hour turnaround. We don't know the exact reasoning on that. Maybe just taking a little extra time to do some engineering, check out what happened with the valves, but a minimum of 48-hour turnaround if they do fully tank the vehicle. So that's something to keep in mind as we go into propellant loading coming soon.
Exactly. And yes, according to the schedule, we should be getting into propellant loading, I believe, within the next 20 to 30 minutes or so. Keeping an eye on that timeline. And of course, the one thing that we're going to keep an eye on for that will be a big indicator that fueling is underway is the sort of smoky type thing you're seeing with the venting from the orbital launch mount. The bottom part of the rocket there will go into a big waterfall mode and then stop. Once we see that venting stop at the base of the orbital launch mount, that is usually the indication that fueling will have begun on the booster side as well. And again, that will be followed shortly after by loading up of the ship. Let's see. Let's get some more questions going in here. And I will pitch this one to Adrian. CJ is asking, will Falcon Heavy be retired when Starship is fully operational? So what's the plan with the Falcon fleet?
Oh, it won't be retired immediately. You have the situation where there are certain payloads where, for example, the Space Force or NASA basically designed the vehicle, like a satellite or a lander, for certain requirements. And also they want certain margins and certain certifications to be fulfilled before they attach it to a rocket. That happened with Falcon Heavy for multiple missions, which are many years in advance. They are Falcon Heavy missions very far in the future. Down the line, SpaceX plans to replace everything with Starship. Will that happen in the next 5, 6, 7, 8 years? Probably not. It will more be probably a slowly decline of one and then an increase of the other. Especially these high cost missions for the Space Force tend to be on very reliable rockets, as they don't really care that much about like the final cost cost moment, because if your satellite is like 1 or 2 billion, why would you care if your launch is 50 million or 20 million? It's more about getting the satellite there where it needs to, because that's the most important thing.
Exactly. Yeah, once it's tested and proven, then we'll start to see it phased out. But I mean, thinking about it even now, the human landing system, all of the things to get us back to the moon and Lunar Gateway, portions of Lunar Gateway are scheduled to launch aboard Falcon Heavy. So obviously that's needed for the whole lunar infrastructure already. So it will be used as long as they still can. And then once Starship's operational, then we'll start to see it phased out. But don't worry, I don't think that's happening anytime soon.
By the way, quick update
yes.
on the situation here. I see the first the first signs of daylight, which are now going over the sky. It's no longer completely black, but there's a touch of blue in there.
Yes, and we are hoping for that sun to come up and burn off as much fog as possible. So hopefully we get beautifully clear skies for liftoff scheduled for a little over 2 hours from now at the opening of the 62-minute window. And that window opens at 8:28 a.m. Central Time in Starbase, Texas there. Let's see. More questions that we've got coming in here. I will send this one over to Ian, since I believe you loaded this one in the queue. Luke asking, since the revised environmental review said SpaceX won't attempt recently on the next Starship, do you think Ship 25 will be launched?
Yeah, so this is this is actually a really good question. So Alex actually did an excellent review of the environmental assessment amendment, and in that they did say the next 2 flights of Starship at least will be expendable. Now, what that means is that because Ship 25 is in a reusable configuration, or sorry, recoverable configuration, much like Ship 24 is today, that means they are pretty much certainly skipping over Ship 25 for Ship 26. Now, we don't know the exact reasoning on that. It could just be, hey, let's just get some flight experience with a booster. Let's just get a ship up there. We have Ship 26 coming up. It's much more simple. And it also is likely that they're just worrying about recovery later on. Whatever data they get on this flight in terms of recovery and reentry, they get it, and that's it. They're just going to focus on just getting the booster and the ship flying, and then come back to worrying about recovery. So, yes, the next 2 flights of Starship, it seems like, will be expendable with Ship 26 and Ship 27 as of current planning.
We've got some support coming in here still via super chats here. SN without message, but we still appreciate the support. Same with Chris Craven. No message, but the support is very much appreciated. Flip, thank you for becoming a Red Team member. Merry Old Elf with a very interesting question here along with the support. And I do want to hit this one, asking why is the debris warning area in the Gulf a funny polygon and not just symmetrical? And I believe they're talking about the NOTMAR, which is the notice to mariners to basically keep out of certain areas to not get hit with rocket parts in the event of something going wrong. Do we know why that is, Ian?
Yeah, we don't know exactly why, but the reason that it is a polygonal shape, we don't know the exact reason for this exact shape, but the reason it is polygonal, or in the shape of a polygon, is because the zone is kind of built out of a series of a few coordinate checkpoints. So it's not like, hey, this huge circle of this radius or this oval of this radius. Instead, they use, okay, between this point, this point, this point, and this point, do not go in there. And if you actually read out the NOTMARs and the NOTAMs, they are written in that format, saying like between this area north, this area west, this area north, this area west, and so on, keep out. So that's the reason why it's a polygon shape, is because it's made up of around like 6 to 10 points, if I had to guess. And that's the reason for that really wonky looking shape.
Exactly. And a reminder to everyone that is out there that is trying to see the launch, please check the NOTMARs, which is the notice to mariners, and the NOTAMs, which is the notice to air missions for pilots, to make sure you stay out of the exclusion zones, as we do not want a scrub because of a boat or plane in the range. Please, please, please. Heft with the support here saying, I see a WB-57 scheduled to depart Ellington at 6:40. And in fact, we have a tweet, it looks like, from on board one of those planes here from Tony Casey at Nerdy Cowboy on Twitter saying, feels like a good day to image a launch with the mighty WB-57. So there it is on the tarmac getting ready. According to all of the flight tracking data, it appears that they are scheduled to take off around 6:40 a.m. Central Time and will be circling around the launch area for about an hour before returning back. And keep in mind, it is a 62-minute window, so it looks like we will hopefully get some WB-57 imagery for launch. NNA with more support saying, excited to see that gorgeous stainless pencil climbing out of that dust cloud just after launch. That is a very wide pencil at 9 meter diameter, but still, very good point. Thank you for that. Arjun, thank you for becoming a PadRat member. Nathan saying, really enjoying the members' multi-view camera. Getting some items here from the store from the UK. Just starting my journey into astrophysics, studying the degree. Boy, words there hard, but still, good luck with your astrophysics degree. That's fantastic. Here's a great question from Zygote. And Adrian, I'll put this one to you, asking, what would be the color of the flames on Starship when this lifts off?
Yeah, it's actually an interesting question because we have seen methane flames now with Terran 1. So we expect like this purplish blue, probably, in flight. At the bottom, it usually interacts with a few other things, like on the ground. So we had like some reddish flames in the past on the static fires, but overall, I would expect in the flight bluish flames, bluish purple flames.
Yeah, as you mentioned with the Terran 1 flight, it was interesting. It started off more along the orange type coloring before going into that deeper blue and purplish color. Although if you do look at any of the street shots from that launch, you will definitely see a distinct bluish color, and that is because physics-wise, methane burns blue. So that's why we see that as opposed to something like a carbon-based fuel. Yes.
Sorry to interrupt you, but the
Please do.
transponder is active on the WB-57. It is sitting on the runway, or sorry, the taxiway at Ellington Airfield in Houston, Texas. It is currently taxiing at 6 knots along the taxiway, and we're going to definitely keep our eyes on that in the coming minutes.
Thank you for interrupting me for that. We're always worth the interruption for something like that. And yes, for those who are unaware, the Ellington is kind of near the Johnson Space Center. In fact, if I recall from my visit there, it is directly next to the Neutral Buoyancy Lab, where astronauts perform spacewalk training in the largest indoor pool in the United States there. Let's see. Continuing along here then with some more questions. Let's see. Marley asking, will Booster 7 go for a landing or will it splash down? Especially since it seems like there is a burn schedule that would kind of be before landing. Ian?
Yeah, so we'll go for a landing. Yes, there is a boost back burn that is planned. Now, this is not a full boost back burn like you would see on an RTLS or return to landing site profile. This is more akin to a partial boost back burn, which we do see sometimes on Falcon 9. Now, for this, the vehicle is going to go almost all the way back to Boca Chica, but land about 19 miles, about 31 kilometers off the coast in the Gulf of Mexico. Now, for a landing burn, there is a landing burn planned. We don't know if it's going to be a soft splashdown or a partial landing burn, but either way, it is going to splash down in the Gulf of Mexico. There is no catch attempt. In fact, it seems unlikely that there will be a catch attempt for several flights, according to that environmental assessment. And yeah, that is the landing profile for today.
All right. Great question and great answer there. Thank you very much. Let's take a little bit more time to acknowledge some of the support coming in. Dave, thank you very much for the support. Ron Speed, thank you as well. Talking about super heavy thrust. Do we know how much thrust? I've also seen a bunch of questions asking about the Delta V at liftoff. Do we know the answer to that, Adrian?
Wait, sorry?
The amount of thrust that Super Heavy is expected to produce, or if we have any Delta V numbers, thrust to weight, anything like that. What numbers do we have about liftoff?
We have numbers, but I don't have them out of my head right now. So I know the ballpark. But Ian, do you know them out of your head?
Yeah, so it's 7,500 tons of thrust, or 75 meganewtons. Now, we do know today they are not operating at full thrust. Elon has said they're around 90% thrust for flight today. So that's going to equate to around 67.5 meganewtons of thrust.
And
So,
Ian, we have a very important update here.
We do.
Because SpaceX tweeted that Starship has go for propellant loading. They will start to load propellant into the booster and the upper stage here.
Yes, and as I mentioned there, they are keeping an eye on the weather as well. That includes not just ground weather, but upper level winds and wind shear potential as well. So we will also continue to keep an eye on that weather. But yes, we are so close now to go for prop load. And a reminder, what are we expecting to see? What is the indication that prop load is underway, Adrian?
Yeah, the next thing we are expecting, if prop load has begun, is the stop of the OLM vent. As soon as that OLM vent stops, that means the fluids are no longer going through I kind of imagine like a T-shaped pipe. It no longer goes outside to purge; they go then inside into the booster. So the next thing we would expect there is that to stop and propellant loading to begin, which would probably be happening based on their timeline about 20 minutes from now.
There we go. Yeah, there was a look at what we could still expect. And a reminder, the booster gets all of its loading together with both the methane or methane and the liquid oxygen, or loxygen as we sometimes call it, whereas the ship will begin loading the methane first, followed by the liquid oxygen about 5 minutes after that. And they are filling the header tanks of the ship as well, even though they won't necessarily be used on this particular flight. So there's a great timeline of what we could still expect.
Sawyer, real quick, I want to interrupt you. The W-57 is taxiing now onto runway 17 right, so it's getting ready for takeoff in the coming minutes. So just a little update there on the WB-57 imaging plane.
I appreciate that. And again, really great look at this timeline here. So after the header tanks, they will have to chill down the Raptor engines also around 17 minutes before liftoff, with propellant loading. Once it begins, will continue all the way till about 5 minutes before liftoff. As we mentioned, there is a lot of propellant, about 4,600 tons that needs to be loaded into the two vehicles combined. That's followed by the fluid interface vent down, and then hopefully T0 at the opening of the window at 8:28 a.m. Central Time. Snotgarden here has been very generous with the support, asking, could one of you cuties, oh, thank you calling us QDs, talk about the QD arm? I see what you did there, and I appreciate the pun. Like, what is it carrying, and why does it have to disconnect at the last second? So, Ian, what's the QD arm for?
Yes, so the QD arm, or the quick disconnect arm, basically supplies the vehicle with propellants, with electricity, with a hardwired data connection. Now there are two QD arms, two quick disconnect umbilicals for the vehicle, one for the booster and one for the ship. Now the booster quick disconnect is right there on the orbital launch mount, whereas the ship quick disconnect is on the quick disconnect arm, about halfway up the tower. You can kind of see it there. Now, that is carrying, like I said, propellants into the vehicle right now. It is getting ready to load the booster and the ship with propellants, as well as giving them electricity to charge the onboard batteries and giving them a hardwired data connection. Now, like we said, right at liftoff, those are going to disconnect. They keep those connected right up until liftoff, just in case of a scrub or an abort of some kind. Now, of course, while these can be reinstalled, they are kind of robotically actuated. It's not a 100% guarantee. We've actually seen some issues in the past where they cannot get the quick disconnect right back into the umbilical. SN4 comes back to mind. So they only disconnect those right at the very, very last second, just to avoid any issues in case they cannot get those reconnected to drain propellants from the ship. So that's why those disconnect right at T0.
Awesome. Thank you for that. And this is getting exciting now, as we are about an hour and 50 away from the opening of that window. This is really exciting. I'm loving watching this from South Florida here. I'm interested to see where you're watching from. Who else in chat? Where are you watching from? Want to see all of the people around the globe enjoying this liftoff here. Let's see what we got. Seeing some Estonia, Scotland, Brazil, Poland, France, South Africa. Wow, I love seeing the global audience here. This is amazing. The Netherlands, Istanbul and Turkey, Holland, Louisville, Kentucky. Shout out to the person in Syracuse, New York, where I went to college. New Jersey. A bunch of people saying UK. I'm sure NASA Spaceflight official enjoying the UK love, along with Ryan, who joins us here too sometimes. More people from Florida as well. The person saying from South Padre Island, hopefully you get a great view of a liftoff today. Fort Myers, Florida, Cambridge. This is fantastic. Love seeing where everyone is from. And I do want to point out that the WB-57 is currently in the air and is on its way towards Starbase at this point. So I just wanted to mention that as well. Let's see. Getting some more questions going here for the gang that we are joined by right now. First off, Paul, thank you very much for the generous support as well with the super chat there. And Jack the Lab also with the, speaking of UK, the 50 Great British Pounds, saying looking forward to this and asking why is there talk of in-space refueling for moon missions when the Apollo missions did not need it? So Ian, why are we talking about refueling in orbit or in space?
Yeah, so in-space propellant refilling is necessary for Starship because of its massive size. Now, while this thing is huge and can get a lot of payload into low Earth orbit, those wings and those tiles are very heavy, meaning it can't go that far in deep space without any type of refilling. Now, this was not necessary for Apollo because the Saturn V was designed without any type of refilling in mind. It had all the propellant that it needed. Starship, however, has been built from the very beginning with refilling in mind. And with that capability, they're able to make the vehicle larger and heavier with those flaps and the heat shield tiles. So those are necessary to get even HLS without the flaps and the tiles is still a very, very heavy ship, around 100 tons or so probably. And to get something that big out to the moon, you need to refill it with propellants. So that is why refilling is necessary. No ships being built right now have the capability for propellant refueling. That's something that will likely be tested in the coming years.
All right, and we hope we don't get to this point, but E. Peterson asking, what is the next window for a launch if this one doesn't happen? So Adrian, what are the backup launch opportunities here?
Yeah, they have a lot of windows over the next few days, basically every day of the week. However, we have learned from the mission control stream after the last scrub that if they scrub deep into the countdown, which, well, we are getting right now very close to, it looks like they have at least a 48-hour recycle. We will, with this one, we had a 72-hour recycle, so we will have to see what exactly the implications are if they would scrub right now.
Sounds good. Let's see. Here's a question from Gabs GH. Hopefully I pronounced that correctly, asking, does the Super Heavy have a heat shield to survive re-entry? Ian?
Yes, so not in the same sense as Starship has, but Super Heavy does have its own somewhat heat shield. Now, at the base of the vehicle, they do have some steel heat shield panels and probably some other thermal protective systems. There's nothing like the tiles on Starship on Super Heavy, and that's because they really don't need something with that kind of capability. So Super Heavy does have a bit of a steel heat shield at the bottom, kind of akin to the base of Falcon 9 with its own heat shield. That's just to punch through the relatively calm re-entry it will experience compared to Starship's much more strenuous re-entry.
Very good point there. David, thank you very much for the support. Talking about the importance of Max Q there. Kale, thank you as well for the support. Hopefully they fixed the stuck valve. And thank you as well for becoming a Red Team member along with Chris and Cody. Reminder, that means you now get access to our multi-view stream for Red Team and above. Adam, thank you for the support. Luke, thank you again for the support. I believe we answered that question, but the support is very much appreciated. Andrew, getting items from the store, talking about Born Too Late to Watch Apollo, hoping to live long enough to watch Artemis 3. We're all hoping to see that day, and Ad Astra indeed. And Rip Plays, thank you for becoming a Padrat member. Here's a question from ZG as well, asking, how do you think SpaceX plans to deal with fuel boil-off en route to Mars? That's an interesting question that we'll have to think of as we continue to go forward. Oli, thank you for becoming a Red Team member. And an interesting question from Adam asking, would the drone ship be useful for Super Heavy or Starship for landing? So, Adrian, why are we not using a drone ship for landing on something like this?
Well, they they think about using maybe marine assets down the line, like the how I'm missing a word, oil rigs they had at some point, but they sold them because maybe it's too early to talk about this at this point. However, a normal drone ship, this is a much bigger rocket than Falcon 9, like much bigger. So I guess it's also like you need very special constructions to land it on sea. But down the line, this is very much planned. Like this is not impossible for the future. It's just not something that seems to be the case instantly. Also, one part of this is that the main concept of Starship is rapid reusability back to the pad. Right now they have the chopsticks for that, where they want to catch the assets, so they are right back at the launch infrastructure. That wouldn't be the case with sea assets, where they had to be towed back to the land, unloaded there, and bring back to the launch site.
And also important to note that the drone ships are meant for a Falcon 9-sized booster. They're not really meant for a 9-meter diameter ship at the moment, especially with the mass of it. So, yeah, it won't fit is the other minor issue there. Along those lines, here's a question from Marcus, and Ian, I'll throw this one to you. SpaceX has said that Ship 24 doesn't have landing legs as it splashes down in the ocean. So does that mean ships will be landed again like SN-15 in the future instead of catching them, or is the plan still for those chopsticks?
Yeah, so there hasn't really been any concrete information on that. Elon has kind of hinted that they may bring back landing legs, and they will need landing legs no matter what when they land on Mars, land on the Moon, etc. For Earth missions, it seems more likely that they'll use landing legs, but it's still really up in the air as to what they're going to choose to do at the end. They could go ahead with using the chopsticks or develop some kind of landing legs, but again, that is still a little while down the road. They really don't need to worry about ship recovery just yet. They need to worry more about, can you actually fly this thing?
Oh yeah, that. Being able to fly it.
It's pretty important because you can't land if you can't fly.
Yeah, minor detail there, that's all. TK Midnight, thank you very much for the support, as well as Greg and Spencer, both becoming Red Team members. That's much appreciated. Instant Ace, with a good point here that worst case scenario, if there is a RUD, SpaceX will have a chance of breaking the Soviet record for the largest RUD. Slightly unrelated launch question, but what's your pick, pancake or waffles? I say either as long as there's bacon. Kale Nash talking about the thrust at liftoff. Thank you as well for the support. Grumpy Old Dude asking, do the rockets have transponders? We're talking about following the transponder for the WB-57 here. Do the rockets have transponders? And if not, how do they track it? Adrian?
Sorry, I was just looking at the sky to see if I see a tracking plane. Could you repeat this question?
Yeah, I was asking, do the rockets have transponders in them, or how do they at least keep track of the flight then, once it's in the air?
Oh, they for example use tracking dishes like they have here in Boca Chica. We also saw them in the past using these tracking dishes not only for Starship, but for example for Dragon passes if they are in the Texas area. So they use ground-based tracking stations to track assets in space.
Yes, so there are a bunch of different ground and space-based tracking systems. So it does not have a transponder like an ADS-B that you can use to keep track of it yourself if you're checking something like FlightAware or Flight Radar 24 or any of those. Here's an interesting question from Kieran, and Ian, I'll pose this one to you. What is the reason they chose to launch before installing a water deluge system? Because I believe that it's only the Fire X for this particular flight.
Yeah, so you are right. It is only the Fire X installed on this flight. And that's kind of been their design mantra for a while. They really didn't want to have any kind of flame diverter or any major deluge system. Of course, it seems like their mind has changed a bit on that because we have seen a lot of big hardware arriving for that system. Now, again, they're going forward with this without any form of deluge system. That's probably building off of their experience with ship static fires as well as other booster static fires and realizing that it's not necessarily required to have a safe pad there. So this is only seemingly for the first launch, maybe for the first handful of launches before they get that deluge system online. So in the future, that is going to change, and they will have a dedicated diverter and deluge system.
There you go. And a reminder, at this point, we are keeping an eye out for fueling to begin on Booster 7. That will be followed shortly after by Ship 24, beginning its fuel load. There is the view from the Margaritaville Hotel at the moment. You can see it is a bit foggy at the moment there. Those two flashing lights you see are the launch tower going on at that moment. So, yeah, it's a little bit foggy. We are continuing to listen, though, and continue to keep you updated on the latest as we get ready for fueling with the liquid methane and the liquid oxygen aboard the booster, followed by Ship 24. And the countdown continues to the opening of the window, which is 8:28 a.m. Central Time. That is currently the planned T0 at least, and they will have 62 minutes after that if for some reason they cannot launch at the top of said window.
And if they're sticking to the current T0, we should be getting propellant loading starting really any second now. Unfortunately, we don't have a great view of the orbital launch mount right now, thanks to this fog that just rolled in a few minutes ago. But we will see the venting on the OLM stop when... actually, you can see the venting right now. We will see that venting stop when they start with booster propellant load, so we'll keep an eye out on that.
Exactly, and the other thing to keep an eye out for, which may be a little tricky with the fog, but you can see the orbital launch mount vent going on there. It looks like it's around the waterfall mode now, where you see a lot of venting of that liquid nitrogen. Once that stops completely, we will see fueling begin, and you can already hear that whistling going on from the fuel farm. So as mentioned, we should be getting very close to the start of prop load. Julian, thank you very much for becoming a Red Team member. Caden, thank you for becoming a Red Team member. Sumatra, thank you very much for the support. And then Lisa, thank you as well for becoming a Red Team member. Cole with the really kind words with the store purchase there, saying Starship Project has reignited, pun intended, my love for space and rocketry. I appreciate a good pun and appreciate the love and support there as well. Lords of Gaming asking for a shout out to his friend Cactus, who loves Starship and is taking classes trying to become a Canadian astronaut. Good luck. Crafty with the support at tips.nasaspaceflight.com. The time of launch weather forecast that we've looked at still has an annoyingly high humidity. Is the fog still thick from the Margaritaville roof views? Well, as we saw, yes. And Adrian, what is the view from where you are at currently?
Not really improved. I have to say here, Sawyer. Based on what we've seen so far, we can see the launch site, but barely. The sun is out at this point. Like we see light, so there's hope that the conditions improve over the next 1.5 hours. But right now, it's hard to see the launch site from here.
There you go, and that is the view from on top of the Margaritaville Hotel, which does have great views when the fog is a little bit less. So if you're looking for somewhere to view launches from, as we get more of these, definitely check out the Margaritaville Hotel. Info in the ! Hotel command. Anonymous picking up some items for their dad and themselves, both watching along eagerly. Thank you for watching, and thank you for the support. Vincent becoming a Pad Rat member there as well. Astro95 saying, Go Starship, ready for windows to rattle in Houston. We can hear that tank farm really active right now with that kind of whistling sound. Ian, do we know what that is?
Yeah, I don't know exactly what that is, but that is an indicator that the tank farm is beginning to spool up. It's likely something like the pumps or some venting occurring there, but some good indications on that front.
And here's an interesting question as we continue to talk about the wording that we're using here. And again, if you have any questions about the terms that we're saying, if you're not sure what an acronym means or what something means, please ask us those questions. We're not here for just the super technical ones. We're also here for some of those more questions for people just getting interested in Starship. Karma asking, we talk about fuel and we talk about propellant. Is there a difference when we say fuel versus propellant? Before I pass that question off to someone, we do want to point out the orbital launch mount vent has stopped, which is usually an indication that prop load has begun into the booster right there. So that is a good sign that we should have fueling or propellant load here underway. And while we're talking about those two terms, Adrian, what is the difference? Is there a difference between fueling and prop load?
I would say I actually want to pass this on to Ian because I feel like he's better with the technical terms here. So, Ian.
Yeah, thanks, Adrian. So, fueling and propellant load are really kind of used cross-compatible, but when you're talking about fuel versus propellant, fuel often is referring to only the fuel. So in this case, liquid methane, or on Falcon 9, kerosene. Propellant is kind of a universal term that goes for both methane and oxygen on Starship. So if you're saying fuel loading, propellant loading, it kind of means the same thing, but if you want to get really technical, fuel is only referring to liquid methane in this case.
Yes, in that case, you would have your fuel and your oxidizer. So a lot of times we just combine the two to say prop load. So at this point now, as mentioned, fueling should be underway. The next thing will be the tower vent. As we mentioned right now, they are loading the liquid methane and liquid oxygen into the booster. And that next purge or vent that we'll see will be an indication of the ship itself starting to get its prop load, which, unlike the booster, which loads the liquid oxygen and liquid methane at the same time, it will be slightly staggered by about 5 minutes for ship 24 there. Martin with the support from the shop. Awesome stream once again. Let's light this candle. I'm with you on that as well. MR with the support from North Wales. Godspeed, SpaceX. Marek, do you think shooting Starlinks from the side can make the Starship spin? We'll have to see once we get to payloads on board, which is there a payload capability with this current booster Ship 24, Ian?
Yes, that's kind of a rough question there. There is technically a payload capability like Ship 24, Ship 25, not Ship 26, but like some ships around this area do have some Starlink satellite payload capability. They do have the PEZ dispenser installed in their payload bay. However, they do not have the ability to actively use those. Those have been welded shut. So the Starlink deployer hatch has been welded shut, meaning that they are not planning to use them on any of the upcoming flights. Ship 24's, for example, is welded shut, and we don't believe there are any satellites on board. If there were any satellites on board, they're not getting out. So no, there is no way to get any deployable payloads on these ships for at least the next few flights.
And along those lines, CJ Foxy with a question here asking, Adrian, this one's for you. Is this rocket going to be reusable, or because it's a test flight, they plan on building a new version?
Oh, there's already new versions built, kinda. With Booster 9 and Ship 24, 25, 26, 27. They are not planning to reuse any of this. The booster will perform a soft splashdown in the Gulf of Mexico, while the ship will hopefully perform a hard landing, as in smack into the ocean in the Pacific. Both stages are not able to be reused after that.
There are upgrades coming down the pipeline as well, so also interesting to see how many of these ships have their payload dispensers, PEZ dispensers, as they're sometimes called, welded shut as well. So keeping an eye on the tanks right now, with fueling expected to be underway. The next thing that we should see, hopefully soon, is the frost rings forming in each of the two tanks. And you know what? That's actually a good question I'll ask. Ian, what is the tank situation like inside? Are they both mixed into one? How are the tanks separated inside the booster and the ship?
Yes, so for both the booster and the ship, the tanks are separated by what's called a common bulkhead. Now, what that means is that essentially the bottom of the, the bottom of the liquid methane tank is also the top of the liquid oxygen tank. That actually saves a lot of mass, so you don't have two completely separate tanks with a bit of structure in between them like some older rockets do. So yeah, they use that common bulkhead to separate the tanks, meaning that it's basically one big tank structure with a divider in the middle, so you don't get any mixing in there. You can do that on this vehicle because the liquid methane and liquid oxygen are roughly the same temperature. Of course, they do differ a little bit, but compared to, say, a big difference like liquid hydrogen and liquid oxygen, this is not that big of a difference. So they can use that common bulkhead to save some mass, save some complexity, and that is used on both the ship and booster.
There you go. And we are now approaching 91 minutes to the opening of the window. So we are about an hour and a half away now from the scheduled T0 for Starship's maiden flight. Oh, the excitement. You could definitely feel that excitement here as we get into the final part of the count here. And a reminder that is targeting the opening of the 62-minute window. That is 8:28 a.m. Central Time. Sean, thank you very much for becoming a Red Team member. Matt, with the tip coming in here for the Send It Fund. Let's hope in an hour and a half we are able to send it. ZG, thank you for the support as well. There's so many great questions, but we would be here for 20 hours trying to answer all of your questions. So we appreciate the support, though, from everybody. We promise. Thank you, thank you. Sanofa, thank you for becoming a Red Team member. Darren, this is truly incredible time and a long time coming. I agree as well, from Waukesha, Wisconsin. Alan asking if SpaceX has a Kerbal Space Program license. We'll find out. This can be very Kerbal-esque in some ways. Levi saying, hey, NSF, and to NSF official Chris Bergen there saying, go Starship, go SpaceX, go Elon. Talking about the aspirations for 5 to 10 years from now. And I do want to point out, we have Frost. Yes. Go ahead, Ian.
I was about to interrupt you, but you took it right from my mind. Yeah, right from my mouth. Yeah, we do have a liquid oxygen frost ring, barely visible, but you can kind of see it there on the bottom of the booster. Of course, it's kind of tough to see through this fog that's been developing. Hopefully that begins to burn away as the sun continues to rise down there in South Texas. But yeah, we see the frost ring beginning on the bottom of the liquid oxygen tank. That means that we are getting well into propellant loading on the booster. Now we should start to see a methane frost ring starting in a few minutes on the methane tank of the booster as well. Of course, we are not yet into ship propellant loading, so it's going to be a little more while until we see the frost ring forming on the ship, but it's still a great indication there that we are now underway with propellant loading and on the booster itself.
Exactly, and it's also a good reminder there that the tank on the bottom is the liquid oxygen tank, and the one that is towards the top, which you'll start to see that ring form when it does, around the middle of that booster is the liquid methane. So when you're trying to differentiate, that's what you'll be able to see what each tank is. Let's take some more questions here. Here is a question. Let's take this one from Jessica saying, why doesn't Super Heavy and Starship have the black and white tracking squares like SLS? Adrian, do we know if there's any plans to ever paint the ship or?
Yeah, I'm not aware of any like tracking squares on like photographic tracking squares on the ship or booster for this one. It seems like SpaceX wants to track differently, but I know they have a lot of cameras installed on both ship and booster, so that might be their preferred method of watching this and getting engineering data. But I'm not aware of any plans for that, and I think once it doesn't happen on the debut flight, it's getting increasingly unlikely on like further flights. So I would at this point not expect any of these marks.
Here's a good question from Chad asking, we know Booster 9 has electric TVC. Do we know if any ships have them? And I'm going to broaden this a little bit. So, Ian, what is thrust vector control, and is it electric or hydraulic used on this particular mission launching today?
Yes, so to answer your second question first, this is using hydraulic TVC. Now, what TVC, or thrust vector control, is a method of moving the engines or gimbaling them and changing their direction. Now, the reason you want to do that is so you can actively change the direction that the ship is flying in. Now, that is the primary method of control for the vehicle. Now, of course, some other rockets do have things like RCS, a reaction control system, which uses minor thrusters, but that's only for more fine maneuvers. For the first stage of a vehicle, such as super heavy here, and the second stage of the vehicle as well, you're going to want to have your engine actively moving to correct your course. Now, like I said before, Booster 7 and Ship 24 here are making use of hydraulic TVC. Now, what that means is they have a hydraulic power unit pumping around hydraulic fluid that is used to move these engines. They basically have pistons on them to move them around. Now, like Sawyer said, on Booster 9 and later boosters, and likely some later ships as well, we don't know the exact ship numbers, they will implement electric TVC rather than hydraulic. So that's what we're looking ahead for in terms of TVC.
All right, a reminder, you are not looking at Vandenberg right now. This is a live look at Starbase near Boca Chica, Texas, where we are less than an hour and a half away from the scheduled liftoff of Starship. Have to throw a little West Coast acknowledgement there. TK Midnight, thank you very much for the support there. Okay, thank you for the support as well. 941 Matt, thank you for becoming a Red Team member. Rai, thank you for becoming a Capcom member. Reminder, Capcom and above gets access to Discord as well. Sagan, thank you very much for all of your purchases there from the store at shop.nasaspaceflight.com. Methane Man gifting 10 Red Team memberships. If you receive a gifted membership, make sure you thank them. And if you do have that Red Team membership, like Juganda there as well, or like Scooby-Doo, then you get access to the multi-view stream, where we will rotate through 27 different feeds that you can look at, 9 per screen, rotating through, of all the different views of launch, some of which we won't even show on air here, and some of which are not live on our Starbase Live 24/7 feeds. So cool access there. Gregor, thank you for the support. Dave saying, I love the smell of rocket fuel in the morning. Same. Excited for the history that we'll hopefully see here. And Inner Space with the kind messages. Welcome to all the new members. I know you'll love NSS coverage. They are the best. We appreciate those kind words. And we are now getting official confirmation from SpaceX at this moment, as we've seen here, that fueling of the Super Heavy booster is underway. That was as of a tweet from just a few minutes ago. So again, fueling of Super Heavy, as we've seen, is underway. The official confirmation coming in there from the SpaceX Twitter feed. Here's a question from Ariel, and I'll pose this one to you, Adrian. Do both the ship and the booster have an FTS, a flight termination system, in case of a failure?
Yes, that is the case. The flight termination system of both stages is on the common dome of the corresponding stage, because that would be the place where you want to break the tank structure to make sure that both vehicles are destroyed as you want, because a flight termination system is mainly about destroying the vehicle.
There you go. Hopefully we don't need to use it. You can see it looks like another frost ring forming there around the methane tank. So with that fueling confirmed underway, let's take a look at the countdown timeline of where we are at and where we still have to go. So we now have the confirmation there that the liquid methane and liquid oxygen loading is underway onto the booster, not only from that confirmation tweet, but the fact that we can see those frost rings starting to form on the booster itself. So next up will be fueling of Ship 24, first beginning with the liquid methane, then followed by the liquid oxygen. After that, the ship header tanks will start to be filled up too. So again, the next thing that we'll be keeping an eye out for on that timeline is the ship fueling. That will be indicated by a vent coming from the tower. And as mentioned, it's staggered with the liquid methane first, then the liquid oxygen, followed by the header tanks about 50 minutes after that. Booster engine chill is scheduled for about 17 minutes before liftoff, and this propellant load is expected to continue for quite a while, finally finishing off and going into top-off mode about 5 minutes before liftoff. So just keeping that in mind and wrapping up between 5 and 3 minutes there to have everything fully fueled and ready to go for that T0 currently scheduled for 8:28 a.m. Central Time. Here's a really interesting question and something fun to think of here. Do we know if Starship has the the capability of docking to the ISS like shuttle, Ian?
Ship fuel load has started.
Oh, and we just got to call out on the internal comms that the fuel load on the ship has started right on time, actually.
There we go, just as we saw on that timeline there. Beautiful. So a reminder that's the methane first, followed 5 minutes later by the oxygen.
Excellent. So yeah, this question is asking about the capability of docking Starship to the ISS, much like the shuttle. Now, in theory, they could. I don't see like a theoretical reason why they couldn't. But from a structural standpoint, I believe I remember hearing that because of Starship's larger mass than the shuttle, it's about 2 times the mass of shuttle. It has much different structural effects on the ISS. Now, of course, it's a major a structural linkage there, attaching Starship from a relatively small docking port to the much larger ISS. I'm sure they could somehow figure some kind of structural mechanism out to make sure that it doesn't, snap the ISS in half. But I would be kind of surprised if we ever do see a Starship docking to the ISS.
Yes, and we can see that tower vent, by the way. If you look on the left side of the launch tower there, right towards the middle, you will see that vent that we had talked about. That is the final purge of the liquid nitrogen from all those lines. Again, another indication that fueling is proceeding as planned up to this point. Just wanted to take a second and mention that going on at the moment. All right. Ola, thank you very much for becoming a Red Team member. Raleigh, thank you for becoming a Launch Director member, one of the higher memberships. Brad, thank you for becoming a Red Team member. Chief, thank you for upgrading to Red Team membership. Chemstatic, currently on a flight from New York City to Fort Lauderdale, potentially landing around T0. It depends if you're talking 9 o'clock Eastern. If so, then yes. Again, the liftoff is 8:28 Central or 13:28 UTC. Let's see. Brian saying, let's rock this monster. I'm with you on that. Let's rock indeed. Is it a monster or is it a pencil? I guess depends on who you ask. NNA saying from Padre Island, it's a pencil. And James saying, hopefully Elon had the team serenade Starship with some TLC today because we don't want no scrubs. And I won't even say the rest of the lines at this point. But yeah, there's plenty of songs that you can go along with today. You've got the Scrubs one. You've got Starships Are Meant to Fly. Take your pick. Here's a question from Trigue. I hope I'm pronouncing that correctly. Adrian, I'll send this one over to you. How long could Starship theoretically contain its fuel in case of a hold? So what's the deal with fuel topping off?
We don't actually fully understand that yet. We know it has more holding capabilities as a Falcon 9, for example, because it can actually hold, which is an ability Falcon 9 doesn't have. Once Falcon 9 is on countdown, it's locked in. Starship can wiggle around in its countdown. However, that might come down also to the fact that it's not like fully optimized yet and fully like there where it should be yet, and they are not really tight on margins. But right now, it is like it seems to be that that there is hold capabilities. I don't know exactly how long that is on the second, but yeah, it seems like there is some capability for SpaceX to hold the countdown, perform additional checkouts, and then continue with the countdown.
There's a great view of all the different tank farm features there with the liquid oxygen, the LOX, the liquid nitrogen, water, the subcoolers for the liquid methane, and that tower vent, which we are still seeing currently, highlighted there as well. And a reminder that the fuel farm itself can hold 1.2 starships worth of fuel. So you could fill 1.2 starships worth if you were to drain all of the tanks, which means there is that little bit of extra fuel there that they can use for topping off. And the window is 62 minutes, so we know at least 62 minutes worth. Let's see. We'll take some more questions here. Reminder, you can tag us at NASASpaceflight and ask us any questions you have, from the complex to the simple questions, because we want to make sure that the stream is accessible to anyone and everyone. Here's a question from CG Justin, and I'll throw this one to Ian. Why use methane instead of something like Falcon 9 and Falcon Heavy, which uses RP1 or refined kerosene?
Yes, there's actually a few reasons to use methane. First off, and pretty much the main reason that they've chosen methane, according to Elon, is that methane is producible on Mars. Actually, we see right here the tower. Oh, sorry, I misread that. But the methane is much more efficient as well. So you could produce it on Mars from the CO2 in Mars's atmosphere, as well as the H2O or water from Martian ice. So you can produce methane on Mars. In addition to that, methane is much more efficient than kerosene. It's not quite as efficient as hydrogen. It's kind of like a middle child there. It also is much cleaner in terms of producing less soot, so it clogs up your engine less. That's great if you want to worry about reusability. Now with Falcon 9, with the Merlin engine, because they're burning kerosene, you have to worry about soot not only building up on the side of the rocket, but also slowly clogging up the internals of your engine. Now we haven't seen that necessarily be an issue yet with Falcon 9, but it's just something you want to prevent if you're doing rapid reuse like they hope to do with Starship down the road. So there's a lot of different variables in play there, and a lot of reasons why methane is favorable for a vehicle like Starship.
There you go. Hopefully that answers your question. Chantel, thank you very much for the support. And a shout out to David Cook there. Huron, talking about hopefully we'll get some onboard views like Falcon 9. I think we will. Commander Krim Bowman, thank you very much for the support. Best way to test your favorite equation about delta V. Thanks for the coverage. Appreciate that. UK Hudson asking about the super heavy landing, which, again, not really expecting on this flight, so we'll keep an eye down the road on that. Peter, thank you for gifting 5 Red Team memberships. Kim, thank you for becoming a Red Team member. And Bin Chicken, thank you for becoming a Pad Rat member. Here's a question from Gamer Tom asking, do you think they will do a wet dress rehearsal? Adrian, what do you think?
Like right now? Well, basically, if they don't launch, what is a scrubbed launch if not a wet dress rehearsal? So we don't know yet what will be the outcome of this. But it could be, well, depending on how the remaining 1 hour and 15 minutes go. However, we see some sun here, and I'm at least getting more and more optimistic that we might see the launch site soon. Maybe this is me hoping, but I feel like we are also starting to see a bit better at the launch site. That's maybe just me, but I feel like it's getting a bit better.
Yes, and I do want to point out what you heard there in the background. That is the SpaceX launch team confirming that LOX load is underway on the ship. So Ship 24 now being loaded up with supercooled liquid oxygen, or LOXygen as we like to refer to it here. So it seems like at this point everything is continuing to proceed as expected with the timeline. Let's see what else we have here. If we've got any more good questions. Here's one from 530 that's a bit of speculation. Ian, I'll throw this one to you. When do you think we'll see a Starship version with a bigger payload door for big payloads? Because a reminder, the Pez dispenser, quote unquote, on this one is welded shut.
Yes, no, that is a good question. So we don't have any definitive answers on that, but we do have seen them make some pathfinders, some payload bay pathfinders. I'm thinking back to SN-17's nose cone, and I believe Ship 23's as well. So they have been trying out a few different designs here and there. Nothing we've seen implemented onto a ship yet. When do I think that will happen? I could see it happening around the end of next year, maybe even the middle of next year. But we are still a while away from them needing that capability. It seems like for the first handfuls of flights of Starships, they're going to be doing a Starlink payload deploy rather than, say, a ComSat deploy, where you would need those larger payload bay doors.
Fantastic. Thank you for answering that as well. And thank you for the question. We are keeping an eye, obviously, looking at the weather at the moment right now. A little foggy, but finally starting to clear. Hopefully clear enough that once this flies, we'll be able to see views of it from the WB-57, which is en route. Now, we've mentioned the WB-57 a couple of times. Adrian, what is the WB-57 and what's its purpose? Wayne is asking.
It's a former bomber that was repurposed as a tracking and camera plane, basically. So it has a very fancy nose cone with a lot of cameras that can do very, very cool tracking and all kinds of different tracking, actually. And it serves, for example, for these kind of events as a possibility to perform some extra visuals for engineering use.
I like that. The camera plane. It sounds like a transformer almost. Let's see. Satronex with the support from Germany. Adrian, you're actually at Starbase right now, but not in Germany. But Germany is keeping its fingers crossed. Jonathan, thank you for the support as well. Jody, thank you for becoming a Pad Rat member. Froggy watching from Victoria, Australia. Appreciate you continuing to watch. Lackey, thank you very much for the support as well. Paul, thank you for the support. Bradley, thank you for becoming a Red Team member. Mike Elliott gifting 20 Red Team memberships. Very much appreciated. Thank you. And if you got one, make sure you say thank you. Nova also becoming a Red Team member. Remind you get access to our multi-view with all of the different cameras that we have down at Starbase as long as you are Red Team or above, including Bar becoming a Capcom member. And Fur, thank you for becoming a Pad Rep member, as well as Fatih, thank you for the support. No message, but the support itself is very much appreciated. And Music Duck, gifting 10 Red Team memberships. Let's see what other questions we have here. Here's a good one. Aditya asking, why do they throttle down during max Q? I understand it's the max physical force experience, but not sure why it's not built to withstand full throttle. Ian?
Yeah, so it depends on your rocket, actually. Now, some rockets are built and designed to not need to throttle down for max Q. One that comes to mind for me immediately is Antares, which actually underwent a block upgrade specifically designed to enhance its structure to let it go through max Q without throttling down. Now, with something along the size of Starship, where, it's a huge rocket and every kilogram really matters here, there's really not that much of an advantage to strengthen the vehicle enough that it can withstand max Q without throttling down. Because if you strengthen the tanks on the vehicle, Starship would become much heavier. And on this vehicle, every kilogram really counts. SpaceX is trying to save weight in every way that they can. So in theory, they could make it strong enough to withstand max Q, and you would get a little bit of an efficiency boost because rocket engines are a little bit more efficient at full throttle compared to throttling down. But really, it's not worth the extra mass that you would need, along with the extra stress you would be putting on the vehicle overall. So that's kind of the trade-off they have to make there.
A trade-off indeed. Let's see, we have another question here that I would like to take really quickly, asking, is Starship better at any front compared to SLS? And I get asked this a lot, I'm sure a lot of people do, of why are we still flying SLS if we have Starship? I want to point out that these programs are so intertwined with each other. Both play a significant role in getting humans back to the moon, and in HLS, the human landing systems. So SLS is being used with the Orion crew module to launch the people. It's also partly being used to launch the Lunar Gateway that will be orbiting around the moon. And keep in mind, once they use Orion to get to Lunar Gateway, how are they going to get to the surface? Well, Starship. That is Starship's role in the human landing service. So you've got Orion getting crews out there, and then Starship that will land the crews on the moon. So it's not that one is better than the other, and I really enjoy pointing this out. They are both super intertwined with each other, so the success of one is the success of both. Just wanted to make sure we mentioned that there as well. Let's see. Thomas asking, is this flight carrying anything? Like the first Dragon carried cheese, or the Falcon Heavy carried Elon Musk's Roadster? Do we know if there is anything on board this one, Adrian?
As far as we know, no, there's not a payload probably. There's always the possibility of something fun loaded here or something we didn't notice, but at least there was nothing confirmed as a payload here for now. So yeah, we need to wait for SpaceX to get to that area where they would show something. However, the complete payload bay is shut and closed, and there's no way that they could deploy something. However, there could be something funny in the nose cone hidden.
We might never know. We'll have to keep an eye out and see if Elon tweets anything special afterwards.
And real quick, I just want to add, while we're... Oh, actually, we see some crowds here on the beach, but the WB-57 is now in the southern Texas area, so good sign there.
And Adrian, I believe we're going to send it over to you for just a second.
Well, not to me, to actually a person that is standing next to me for a weather update, because I have Adam next to me, which hopefully works now. Hey, Adam.
Hi, Adrian. How you doing?
I'm doing just fine. I was just wondering, will we get a better view about this in about an hour from now?
So what we're basically seeing right now is the low-level clouds are starting to break up more, which is good. If that allows some of the sunlight to actually penetrate to the ground, it will start to help improve conditions over the next hour. Now, I'm not expecting just absolutely like Monday where it's crystal clear. We're still going to have some low-level clouds coming in. We have some mid-layer clouds coming in, but they're not a lot. The fog is the main concern. We have 9 miles of visibility currently to try to see through this hazy fog. The humidity is at 97%, super high. So the air's almost fully saturated. Now, as the sun comes up, it does slowly heat up the parcels, and it will help to drop the humidity only by a few degrees. So not major improvements, but as the sun comes up, we are already noticing that we're able to see Starship from our distance, while earlier it was almost very hard to see. So weather conditions will slowly improve over the next hour, but not just crystal clear visibility.
And I also have another update for you, because I can confirm now, I think, that the WD-57 is in the air over us, if I see that correctly, because that should be it. So I can also confirm visual contact on that, which is nice to see here. So yeah, visuals improving. We have a tracking plane in the air. It looks like everything moving in a good direction here.
We can even start to see the sun peeking through there on the clouds with that gorgeous shot that's up on screen at the moment. The clouds rolling in front of the sun, hopefully burning off all of that extra fog within the next hour and 4 minutes for the opening of the 62-minute window. Again, the T0 is currently scheduled for 8:28 a.m. Central Time, 13:28 UTC, and a big shout out to Michael and his tracking camera there as well, that's getting these fantastic shots, and that will hopefully continue to track through launch. All right, and Adam, I think I've lost my job as the weather person now. That was fantastic, so thank you for that.
Oh, no problem. Came up from McGregor, ready to see them light the candles on this. But yeah, the weather, down here in South Texas around this time of the year, this is very typical. We got lucky on Monday because we had a cold front that came through, cleared the air out. And another cold front will actually come through this area Friday night into Saturday. But currently right now, with the fog and the low-level clouds, I'm hoping that I'm seeing improvement with the low-level clouds even to the south. So the more sun that can penetrate over the next roughly, between now and the launch time will help a little bit more with visibilities. But also another thing is they were talking about shear back on Monday. When I looked over models coming up here in soundings, it looks like the shear is slightly less than what it was on Monday. So if anything weather-wise is related to SpaceX right now, I don't see shear really being a factor as much as we have clouds, and I have no earthly idea what their thoughts are on the clouds, if they can launch through or what they can do with those. So that's something going to be new that we'll have to find out from them.
Right, and I want to point out on the screen, you can see right now the frost rings forming on Ship 24 as the propellant load continues. That is loading in the liquid oxygen and the liquid methane into the vehicle as fueling continues approximately 1 hour before liftoff. Unforgiven, thank you very much for becoming a Red Team member. Ryan, let's go Starship from Falcon 1 to Starship. Io, thank you for becoming a Red Team member. Peter, thank you for gifting 5 Red Team memberships. And Hef, thank you for becoming a Red Team member as well. Hef also talking about the WB-57 en route. Johnny, thank you for becoming a Red Team member. Amaro, thank you for the support as well. JP, thank you for the kind words about the content. Glad you appreciate it and enjoy it. Chris, thank you for becoming a Red Team member. Donald Brent, thank you as well for your support. Valuable Damage, thank you for becoming Red Team member. Amy, thank you for becoming a Pad Rat member. Joris, thank you for becoming a Pad Rat member. And Robert, thank you for becoming a Red Team member. I'll catch my breath here a second. As well as a hello from Brazil from Rafael. While we have you, Adam, you said you're from McGregor, so you hear a lot of the testing of these Raptor 2 engines. We hear a lot about the honks when we see them. What is that Raptor honk, and is there any chance we might hear it today?
So that's actually a really good question. We definitely hear the Raptor honk a lot after the engine shuts down. I've never really got confirmation on what makes that noise. I have a theory that it's the turbo pumps spooling down as they spool down at different speeds. That's what I believe what we're hearing. And to hear, hopefully I'm going to say this is I hope not to hear that today, because then that means the rocket didn't launch. So I'm hoping we don't hear that. I hope we just hear the sound of a Raptor, which is even just one listening up in McGregor is very loud. And so 33 of these, I can't wait. I mean, it's going to be loud. I'm sure I can hear it. I can hear one Raptor engine roughly 15 to 16 nautical miles from my house. You can only imagine 33 of these that people will probably hear it, I would assume, the same, at least 15 miles out from this area. They'll hear a deep, low rumble as it goes. But I'm hoping not to hear Raptor honks today. I hope it's far enough away that we don't hear it, because we don't want this thing staying on the ground too much longer.
Very well said. I do want to hit two more quick super chats here that have been extremely generous. Stellar Surfer, thank you for the $69.42 plus an additional 0 cents. Happy day. Let's go Starship to the Mars and beyond. And Elaine, thank you as well for the very generous $50 super chat. Hoping the fog lifts and you guys can give us a great view of the test launch this morning. Let's hope so. And as we mentioned, this is a test launch, and there has been quite a bunch of testing that has gone on to get to this point. So let's take a look back at what it took to get to this point, going all the way from Starhopper to Hawaii.
Oh my god, it lifted off. Oh my god. Folks, it's going. Look at that.
Now this is the part where SN8 reached successfully as well. The next step will be that landing flip maneuver, hoping for a better outcome on SN9's flight.
Whoa!
Oh my god.
There you go. There's your methane leak.
Yes.
There's your... Folks. Boom. Wow. Did it? Our camera. It hit the ground. Okay. Our camera. Flying debris.
Starship heading back to the landing zone.
Look at this! Right here!
Oh my god.
I landed on a hopper!
I love that video. That was so much fun for me to edit and to go back through all the history to get to where we are today. I absolutely love that still. It gives me goosebumps.
Absolutely, Sawyer. I'm 100% with you. By the way, visibility still improving. I just want to point that out. It is getting better.
I like hearing that. And I do want to just point something out here really quickly. As you can see, we have temporarily made this a member chat only. That is due to a 6-figure audience and to protect the chat from being unreadable due to how fast it's running. So just putting that out there so you are aware. Now, I believe we have another voice joining us from the field, who I will hand over the hosting baton to, but will still be staying with you. Jack, are you there?
I'm running. I'm reaching behind me. I'm reaching for the baton from you. I'm grabbing it. Yes, I'm here.
I'm glad I didn't run into your ankles then. We're good.
What's up, everyone? I see we're well into prop load. Everything appears to be going well. The weather is clearing. Fingers crossed, knock on wood. Everything looks great. Just under an hour to go, huh?
Jack, I only have a plastic table here. Can I knock on plastic table instead of wood?
Yes, knock on plastic table, Adrian. I give you permission.
I knocked on plastic table.
Thank you. Thank you for that. Excellent. Well, what have I missed? Is there any sort of notable commentary I missed while I was setting up cameras and whatnot?
Only the best commentary team in the biz, which, you know, I guess we can add you in as well. But no, everything has been good. As mentioned, fueling is
looks
underway.
like a Coast Guard helicopter is flying around.
Yup. There it is, again, keeping the airspace clear. A reminder, if you are planning on viewing this launch from the air or from the sea, please triple, quadruple check your NOTAMs and your NOTMARs. We do not want any wayward boats or wayward planes in the launch zone preventing a liftoff. So please double check those keep out zones.
Yeah, no thank you to that, that's for sure.
But otherwise, as you missed, fueling is progressing, it seems like, as planned up till this point. We're starting to see frost rings of both methane and liquid oxygen on Ship 24 and Booster 7 as we approach 54 minutes till the opening of the launch window.
Excellent. Looks like someone's trying to dial in a tracker there. That's going to be sweet for launch. All right. Go ahead.
I was going to say, I wonder who that could be.
Adrian, were you about to say something?
No.
Oh, okay. There we go. There's the tracker going. Love it.
Love the frosty view.
All right. The Oddest Nebula is asking, what is Starship's thrust-to-weight ratio? It's TWR.
I believe you got it, Adrian?
Yeah, in theory it's 1.5-ish. For this, however, it will be more closer to 1.35, as they are only throttling the engines to about 90% thrust. So they will not reach the thrust-to-weight ratio that they will probably have on operational flights. So, yeah.
So yeah, we would sort of expect it to come off the pad a little bit slower than subsequent flights. Like, we were sort of thinking it would leap off the pad, but at 1.35, that's about the same as what? A Falcon 9, an Atlas?
I think Falcon 9 is also around 1.5, so...
Okay, so a little bit slower than a Falcon 9. Excellent. Kind of help you guys get your expectations dialed in.
Yeah,
now,
I don't think it's fully SLS slow, but kind of that similar gradual climb, and then it's just going to shoot, hopefully.
There is a low cloud deck, but it is patchy. So I'm hoping that we get some good views should we in fact get to launch today. T-minus 52 minutes to go. This is what we like to see. Thank you to everybody. You know what? I'm just going to say just a broad thank you everybody so much for choosing to watch our stream and for helping out everyone at NASA Spaceflight to bring this event to people around the world. Everyone that's, you know, buying the patches. I see a patch order right there popping up. Everyone that's doing their thing, you know, becoming a member, even if you're not contributing monetarily, if you're just hitting the like button and telling your friends about us, we really appreciate it so much. Thank you so much to everyone for watching our stream. Now, let's get into some more questions. If you have a question that you want to ask, just at NASA Spaceflight in chat, and we will see it, and it'll pop up, and maybe we'll answer it. Let's see. Ma fails here. They're asking, my question is if this Starship was a test flight, then when will SpaceX send an astronaut to Mars after this test? When do we think we will see boots headed towards Mars? Sawyer, I'll let you go first.
I think we may still have a little while to get to that point, especially the fact that the first step is going to be the Human Landing Services Program, HLS, so it's going to be moon first, in your words there. So once they get that lunar program up and running, then I think we can start considering sending people to Mars. So as of right now, Artemis 3, hopefully before the end of the decade. So hopefully Mars sometime next decade. So I'll go the end of the 2030s, hopefully, fingers crossed.
Adrian, what about you?
Yeah, SpaceX has been more conservative in their timelines for Mars lately, where we have before talked about 2024, which, let's be real, obviously is not happening. It sounds more they are targeting like early 2030s for boots on Mars. With the normal delay of things in spaceflight, I would also go for, if everything goes well, mid to late 2030s.
By the way, while we're talking about the timeline of getting to Mars, I've got a more realistic question. What is the remaining timeline here for today's test flight? If only we knew, Jack.
Adrian, do you want to walk us through the timeline, or maybe I just took that from Sawyer? But let's see here. Adrian, you want to do it, or you want to do it? You want to give it to Sawyer? You can pass, or you can stay.
I'm absolutely staying here on this field. The next thing that would happen is the ship header tank load, which would start at T-minus 27 minutes. Shortly after that, the booster Raptor engine chill will begin, which is where they prepare the engines below the super heavy booster and precondition then for lots of cryogenics that will flow through them at ignition. And once that is done, they will start to then get really ready for the count for the final steps, and hopefully we get a liftoff shortly after that.
Fingers crossed. Fingers crossed. Oh, goodness. Well, I'm starting to get the pre-launch jitters here. My heart rate is accelerating. I hope everybody out there in TV watching land or YouTube watching land, or if you happen to be at Isla Blanca Park or somewhere in the Brownsville area, I hope you are excited as we are. This is getting serious here. Hey, look, it's my feed. I'm sorry it's so shaky. The wind is picking up, but that's my feed. That's my camera view right now. Earlier, maybe 30 minutes ago, it was just completely whiteout conditions. So the fact that we can see the ship, I'm a happy guy. So very happy about that. Hopefully it continues to clear. We've got 48 minutes now left in the count. And that's just more and more time for the weather to improve.
And important to note that is to the opening of the 62-minute launch window. So even if the weather is still slightly iffy at 8:28, they have until 9:30 Central Time.
Yeah, thank you for that, Sawyer. I appreciate that. There was a tweet recently from SpaceX, right, that said that they are watching the weather, something along those lines?
Yeah, they are keeping an eye on the weather according to their latest update while fueling is underway.
Alrighty then. Oh, Michael Kevin Sybil, thank you so much. $100 super chat. We really appreciate that. They say, fingers crossed for a launch today. Thank you always for your coverage. Go SpaceX, go Starship. Yes, indeed. Thank you so much, Michael Kevin. Really appreciate that. And we have a $50 super chat, too, from E. Peterson. Thank you so much. They say, assuming it's a total success, including reaching the Pacific Ocean off Kauai, what is the next event? I would say doing it again. Right, Sawyer?
Yeah, the next step would be, when can we fly again? So analyzing through all the data, seeing how everything worked, how it flew, of course checking on Stage 0, the ground support equipment, seeing how they handled everything, and then making any necessary upgrades for the next flight, hopefully this year as well.
Fingers crossed. We all want to see this thing get off the pad, launch into orbit, or semi-orbit, or almost orbit, and then hopefully not do too much damage to the pad so that SpaceX can turn around and get the next one launched just as fast as possible. Let's see here. Mohammed is asking, I've always wondered who said the famous words, water tanks or water towers can fly. That was Tim Dodd, Everyday Astronaut. This is DAS's tracker shot here?
Yes,
Excellent.
it is.
Yeah, that audio is because back in the day when Starhopper flew, Tim and I were standing on Andy, Nomad from NSF's roof, watching it happen from Boca Chica Village, and Tim could just not contain his excitement. So his audio is in my video, and I asked him to use it in the intro, and here we are. It's I don't know, it's kind of perfect. I'm pretty happy that event happened. Look at that. I know we don't like the fog, but that's kind of an epic view, right?
It's also getting much better here. I can now confirm from the hotel, we really have a decent view. Like, it's still a bit foggy, it's still a bit occupied, like we still have a bit of fog, but the view is getting better. We now see the ship clearly, we now see the booster clearly, we see Mechazilla clearly, we can see everything here. So everything seems to be trending in a good direction here.
Good. That's what we want to see. This is a shot from Michael's tracker. Good stuff. All right. Well, I mean, special thanks to the Margaritaville South Padre for letting you guys up on the roof so that you can shoot this thing. Really good views from the hotel, at least when the weather cooperates, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And also they have been really, really kind to us here. And thanks again for the Margarita. It's really a cool place to be. And it's one of the probably best places to view this.
Absolutely. Wait, Adrian, have you ever had a margarita?
Yes.
Are you just saying that so I shut up and move on?
No, it's not a movie.
Good answer.
Good answer indeed. All right, keep your questions coming, everybody. Thank you for joining us once again. This is getting very serious. Just under 45 minutes to go. We are keeping our ears open, keeping our heads to the ground, listening for any updates from SpaceX, and hoping to hear more positive news. Definitely looking like they are going for an attempt to... Oh my gosh! $500 super chat from Justin. Thank you so much, Justin. That is truly extraordinary. Thank you so much. We take all of the contributions from everybody, whether it's the merch store or otherwise. We take that and we turn it back into more content for y'all. So thank you so much, Justin. There's no words in the English language that I could say that could properly express our appreciation for that level of support. All I can say is that we will turn around, continue doing what we do, and make the best possible content for all of you. Thank you so much, Justin. That is really, truly extraordinary. I'm almost speechless. Just wow. It really is. It means a lot because it means that we can continue to do what we do. It means that you guys like what we do, and it means that we can continue to add more fun, interesting, and cool shots to our coverage. So it's awesome. It's really awesome when we get this sort of support from y'all because it really does mean a lot. And it, more than, us feeling good or appreciative, it really just means we can keep bettering our coverage, which is absolutely what we all want to do. I mean, I hope everyone here has noticed that we have absolutely pulled out all the stops on this broadcast.
All the stops?
All the stops. There are no stops. There was
no stops.
There were stops. We took them out for Artemis. We put them back in for Starship, just because we had to have something to take out. And then we took them out again. There are no stops. If you wanted stops, I'm sorry. That's the one thing you can't get from our feed.
Oh my gosh.
I also want to point out here, we are less than a full Falcon 9 countdown away from the potential launch of Starship, because the usually countdown sequence we get like Falcon 9 with the polling and everything starts at about 45 minutes. We are down to that, so we are getting close.
Yeah, we are getting very, very close. As a reminder, the opening of the window is 8:28 local time, and that means we are just over 41 minutes away from the start of the window. And Sawyer, how long did you say that window was?
62 minutes, so that I believe will go until 9:30 local time.
Excellent. All right, let's do some more viewer questions because we love answering your questions here. Remember, if you have any questions, just at NASASpaceflight. We will do our best to answer as many as we can. I think it's Kaleidoscope is what they're supposed to be named. They're asking, when Starship decouples, are all of its 6 Raptor engines going to be ignited or only the vacuum ones? Sure enough, they're going to ignite all 6, right, Adrian?
They are again igniting all 6. There are some very smart people that did the math about coasting phases and about how much thrust the Raptor has and did all of that smart things that I can't do. And they came out to be that the only way they reach their current burn time with their current profile is if they ignite 6 Raptor engines, which means 3 sea-level engines and 3 vacuum engines. Also, the sea-level engines provide thrust vector control because the vacuum engines cannot gimbal, which means they will probably use these 3 sea-level engines for steering in orbit.
Good deal. We have a question from Wicked Clown. Thank you for the question there, buddy. They say, what ship and booster units are complete and could be used for the next launch test after this one? Well, we're looking at Ship 24 and Booster 7 here. Booster 8 was built but then scrapped. So the next booster in line is Booster 9. I swear I didn't mean for that to rhyme. Oh God, it's still going.
Oh, you.
Whenever anyone says "oh you," I just picture that GIF with the guy and the dog.
That's what I'm going for.
Thank you. And so that is what's going on with the booster. Booster 9 is next in line. The next ship in line. Well, okay. So this one's tricky. There is Ship 25, but we're starting to think that it's not going to fly. Sawyer, what's the deal with the next ship in line? What do we think's going on there?
That's a really good question. From what we've heard and what we've seen from all the documentation, at this rate, it seems like they're going to pass over Ship 25, and that Ship 26 would likely be the next ship in line to fly. So it'll be interesting to see what it ends up happening with that, but it seems like 26 will be next up.
Yeah, from some of that documentation that dropped from around the time that SpaceX got the FAA license, it seems like the next 2 launches after this one will be expendable and doing the same sort of profile and, quote, not configured for orbital reentry, and that would sort of mean Ship 26 because Ship 26 doesn't have flaps, doesn't have tiles, is essentially not configured to reenter. So that's what the thinking is there. Let's see here. Pixel Gamer 3D is asking about booster recovery. They're asking, will it land on the landing pad or will it land in the ocean freely to be recovered later? Well, sort of neither. The booster is going to ditch into the ocean. It's going to perform a soft landing and then be scuttled. Is that the case, Adrian? That's what's going on with the booster, right?
Yeah, the booster will try to perform apparently a soft landing in the Gulf of Mexico, and then they will try to open the valves to let it sink. And if that doesn't work, they will deploy a fast projectile. They will shoot it to make sure it sinks.
Fair enough. And while we're on the subject, with the ship, what is going to happen with the ship? Sawyer, do we have information on that? I know we do, but I'm going to ask you like as if I don't know that.
Well, that's a great question. Yes, we do. The ship is going to, once it separates, attempt to perform a boost back burn, where it will reorient itself to try and bring it back near Starbase, and is expected to land about 31 kilometers off the coast from where it took off. And by land, I mean hit the water and hopefully also end up destroyed.
So, Adrian, we have a question here from Happy Cappy. They're asking, can you see the park from the roof of the Margaritaville? Is it as crowded as Monday?
Let me have a look, actually. Oh, what is super interesting is actually the beach at the very far side of the park, like to the left of us. You can see like a line of people standing at the beach. And yes, it seems to me like everything is very crowded. I even see people still going into the park. So yes, they are. It's definitely still very crowded, and I cannot say if it's more or less, but there are definitely people still going to the beach. They are still looking for good spots to view this. Yeah, we are definitely for a lot of excitement in here.
I think we got a couple of shots over towards the jetties. I assume you can hear me.
Yes, we can.
Oh, we can hear you.
Excellent. How y'all doing?
We're doing good, buddy. How you doing?
Hey, we have all of our cool toys set up on the roof of the Margaritaville Resort over here, and we're waiting to see what's going to happen in just over 30 minutes. Does it look like it's going to go?
Good deal. You don't think so? You being sarcastic?
I mean, no. Does it look like literally from all y'all have been watching? It's going to go?
Well, we just got a tweet from Elon saying that Starship is on track to launch in about 37 minutes, and that was 2 minutes ago. So it seems
well, there
like
you go. That seems like a good plan to me. How has the stream been going so far? How does chat feel, I wonder?
Going good. Chat, how has the stream been going so far? Are you pleased with what you've been gotten? Oh God, I can't talk.
Are you pleased?
This is what happens when I stay up all night with no sleep.
Are you not
satisfied? Yeah, thank you. Thank you. Yeah, you beat me to it. And I butchered it. Okay, let's see here. Cody G's asking, any sort of possibility SpaceX put some sort of protective fairing on the tower arms? Hydraulic and electrical harnesses seem very vulnerable to engine wash. Adrian, what do you think?
Yeah, the tower in general seems to me like it's sometimes a bit exposed. I especially think about the cables.
Oh, there we go.
Hello? Good evening.
Just fine to me.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, it sounded to me
okay,
like
it looks Adrian, to me I think we're getting a little bit of choppy comms from you there.
I believe that would be from your end, Jack. At the moment, everything else sounds
All
okay.
Right, let's
Adrian, go ahead.
Huh. Okay, my bad. I'm sorry for talking over you then, Adrian.
Yeah, it looks like to me that oh God, I think Jack is on a very high delay.
Yes. What were you saying, Adrian?
I was just saying that the cables are look a bit exposed to me on the chopsticks. That's the main thing I'm a bit worried about, and I was wondering if they would at some point protect them a bit more, because like these main cables are just dangling around there in this air which is kind of filled with salt water. So by experience of a lot of people, salt water usually doesn't do that well with anything that should last long.
I can say that from experience, having parked my car near the beach many times. The rust is real.
Yeah, every time I drive through the water on the beach, I'm always like, oh God, please, please chassis, hold strong.
Oh, I can only imagine, especially with the miles you put on that to make it out to Starbase and back.
270,000 is what I just hit on this most recent trip. 270,000 miles.
Wow. Speaking of big numbers...
Go for it.
I was saying, speaking of big numbers, we're getting some amazing support from some people through Super Chats. If I can just acknowledge two of them really quick, and I'll pass it back to you. Russell Snodgrass with the very poetic $247, which is amazing. The explanation behind it says it feels like we've been waiting 24/7 to see 24 and 7 fly. I'm ready to party with bacon, blackjack, and boosters, we'll say is the third one. So thank you so much for the extremely, extremely generous support on that. And Chris Galucci, mucho apreciado to you as well for the $50 super chat. Very, very kind.
Indeed, and I got to thank Russell Snodgrass for showing up so often with the high dollar super chats and for the awesome Futurama reference. Let's see here. How about we could do this one for Sawyer? Robert Kepler is asking, why is maximum dynamic pressure called max Q?
That's a good question. It's all related to physics terminology. Again, when it comes to dynamic pressure in the equation, I believe that is Q. Dynamic pressure Q is equal to 1/2 PV squared when it comes to fluid dynamics. So
Beach is on LTE. I've got it on point to point two, but should we?
But yes,
Yes, we have a hot mic.
Dynamic pressure is called Q in the equations. So yeah.
Oh, good time.
It's max Q.
All right. Thank you for that, Sawyer. Let's see here. I'll do a couple more questions, then I'll jump off. Let's see. Nadine is asking, how wide do the chopsticks go on lawn? Or are you see the chopsticks the width of the chop? Wait,
Well, we seem to be losing you again, Jack. But I'll take over the answer for that while we got your robotic. Yeah, the chopsticks, as you see them now, are in their open position for launch. So, yeah, expect to continue to see the chopsticks like you see them right now as we continue closer to T0. Hopefully, the only time we would see them close in again would be... if there was no launch attempt today. So let's hope that's not the case.
I'm confused. People don't want to know when we're changing network things.
Oh, I mean, we all do, but you know,
that's not an interesting bit of fact for it. Chat, back me up here. There's a lot of work that goes on behind the scenes. Oh yes, now my friend is texting me. Whatever, Peter. That there's a hot mic. Your text is very slow. Jack, I think, was out there and had some pretty unstable signals, so we're gonna see if we could get Jack rerouted around. But Sawyer, how are we looking with the time here? Super chats?
Well, at this point, things are looking pretty good. We are now less than 30 minutes away from the opening of the window, which is the current targeted time for T0. Boy, that's a mouthful there. 8:28 a.m. Central Time, 13:28 UTC. They are trying for the opening of the 62-minute window. So we are getting that much closer now to hopefully the first ever liftoff of the fully integrated Starship stack here. And it is getting really, really exciting. So at this point, the fuel loading has been continuing for quite a while, and you can see the crowds now finally starting to gather along the beach there, hopefully waiting to see the launch, which I know one of the concerns has been the fog. How's the visibility there right now, Adrian?
It is it is better than it was. Like we see, the funny thing is we see blue sky right over us. Like there's a lot of blue sky right above us, but it seems like the more we go to the pad, the less blue sky there is. So it's getting better. We see the rocket at this point, which is actually not that common for this night so far, but yeah. It could be better. There's still some very, like limited views here going on the way to the pad. But it's getting there. I mean, I would agree with Das wording. It's
I want to believe in the blue skies above us. Like the sun is trying so hard to burn through. We've got that aerostat that's up above us as well, and we can see it every now and then. The clouds sort of part, and we can see it, but Starbase itself is not a great shot from over here. Now, I imagine whenever Starship takes off, we'll be able to see at least some flames from this side, but we'll see what we get here in just a few minutes.
Yes, the one benefit, though, to that kind of fog cover, honestly, is the fact that you hopefully will get great sound from those 33 Raptor engines, so that'll also be exciting to hear.
That's like a really bad consolation prize, honestly. Like, I think we all want to see the Starship go today. We can hear it go another time, you know?
Would you rather me gift you a toaster instead as a consolation prize?
That would be even worse, so let's not give any toasters, please, Sawyer.
Deal. All right. Let's see as we are continuing along here. Here's actually an interesting question of asking who is on site right now. Das, who's with you right now at the moment on site?
Well, I've got Michael sitting right next to me. We got 2 tracking bots using Michael's software here, and then Adrian's right behind me. And we have a whole slew of people. Oh, there's my mom. Hi, Mom. My wife is here as well. I don't think that's what you were asking, but that's who's here right now.
Fantastic. And yes, hello to Das's mom there as well.
Yeah, she's here. Hey, Mom, you want to say hi to like a lot of people? No, you got to talk into the mic. Hi, a lot of people. That's my mom, y'all.
There you go. You can see the frost continuing to rise up both the booster and, as you can see right there, up the ship as well. Reminder, those are being filled with liquid methane and liquid oxygen, and those are likely expected to continue filling, according to our timeline, till about T-minus 5 minutes, because we, again, are talking about 4,600 tons worth of propellants that need to be loaded into this whole vehicle to get it up to that full fuel load. Which still blows my mind occasionally. Let's see. Any other questions that we've got coming in here? Let's see. We've got a question here from Vivid Knight saying, will SpaceX dive underwater at the expected landing spot to learn what they can from the craft remains? So what's basically the plan here post splashdown for both of these vehicles? Adrian?
The plan is there's no plan. Since both of them will not probably... the plan is for them both to sink. And after that, SpaceX is basically done with this vehicle. They will look at the data, they will look at what they learned, and once they did that, they then can move to the next step, which will be probably Ship 26 and Booster 9.
There we go. And we are getting word that the header tank fueling is underway aboard Ship 24 on this vehicle. Which, here's a good question. What is the header tank used for, and why are they fueling for this flight if they're not really going to be using it, Adrian?
They will use the header tank not in this flight. It's probably more test the whole sequence situation, but the header tank in the ship would be used usually for the landing burns, which will not happen. The reason they have this in the header tank is because if you have it in the normal tank, you can imagine having a ship in a horizontal configuration and then slashing it around to a vertical configuration results in a lot of fuel going all over your tank. So you want to have it compressed in a certain space, which is the header tanks. The header tanks are exactly for the landing, which since the ship will not perform a landing burn this time, it's probably, a flow thing. They want to test it.
There you go, and at the same time, you also get a full balance of the vehicle in terms of mass load and weight distribution and things like that. So it's also a good test of just all of the systems on board and the fact that you've got your centers of thrust, weight, etc., all where they need to be.
So do I see that correct, that we are 23 minutes away from a potential Starship launch?
You are correct. 23 minutes approximately away from the opening of the window. And the last that we heard is what SpaceX is targeting for this is the top of this launch window. My gosh, this is exciting.
Oh, yeah.
I did see a question here. Someone was talking about the engine wiggle. We had a little bit of engine wiggle, even though they didn't actually launch last time. So why do they wiggle the engines?
they wiggle the engines to test out the thrust vector control, because these engines on the way up to space need to perform a series of like little wiggles, little maneuvers to steer the rocket. So you want to make sure that the system to steer the engines works on the ground before you notice in air that's not working. So that's the reason why they test that. That's not the only thing they test. They probably test like every single movable surface at some point and make sure it works.
Exactly. Keeping an eye on that. And again, this one is using hydraulic thrust vector controls. In the future, they will be using electric thrust vector controls once we get to Ship 9 and beyond. Molten Lava Guy with a really good follow-up question saying, if they're not using the headers, shouldn't they just fill it with liquid nitrogen instead? And I think that comes down to kind of what we were hinting at a bit there, the fact that if that's the case, you want the exact mass balance across the vehicle. You would want the exact mass that you would have for a normal flight, so you can figure out that center of thrust, center of weight, or center of mass, excuse me, everything that way. So you get the exact measurements and an exact proof of concept for your vehicle and the test flight. All right, we are joined by another voice who will be with us here as we enter the final 20 minutes, hopefully, of this count. Ian Atkinson, are you with us again?
I am with you again, and I am super excited to, as we get closer and closer to T0 here. So yeah, I am back, and I am starting to get really, really hyped here.
This is really exciting. Again, it's a good thing we don't have heart rate monitors hooked up to us live, because it's going to start going up from now on. While I have you, here's another question while we were talking about the thrust vector control and the wiggle before flight. Does the ship also do a TVC checkout and that little wiggle test before liftoff?
So the ship does do a TVC checkout, much like the booster. We don't know exactly when that takes place, and unfortunately, we really don't have any visual of that. But yes, the ship does do a TVC checkout of its 3 inner Raptor engines, the Raptor sea levels.
There we go. So that will be something that we keep an eye out for as we progress in the timeline now into the final 20 minutes approximately of the count. A reminder for those trying to schedule your clocks, the launch is scheduled for 8:28 a.m. Central Time. That's 13:28 UTC. And that is scheduled for the top of the 62-minute window. At this point, it seems like everything is progressing towards the countdown. It seems like right now, at this very moment, the weather appears to be green and the range appears to be green as well. So as of now, everything progressing towards that liftoff in about 20 minutes.
The visibility over on our end continues to be meh, though. I'll tell you that much.
I mean, it's better than nothing. We went from nothing to meh. So that's an upgrade. I'm not sure where exactly that is on the scale, but it's better than nothing.
I mean, yeah.
I mean, we can make out the frost on the ship. Like over here from the roof of the hotel, we can see there's like the sun shining on the frost on the side of the ship. We can see the venting down low. I mean, the tower and the Starship stack sort of loom as a big sort of silhouette. But I wonder, I really do hope, like if we look up above, the skies above the launch pad are more and more blue. And I can really see Starship sort of lifting out of this ground layer of moisture up into the blue sky. And then it's going to go downrange into the sun. And I don't know if anybody will see it then. But you know something? If they're all go, I have a feeling that we would be able to see it punch out of the like low-lying fog here. Anyways. I am hoping it goes. Adrian, you hoping it goes?
I am hoping it goes. I really think I mean, it just feels like the day it should go. Like, I don't know. I hope. And also I'm entering the phase again where I start to lose my ability to form cohesive sentences. So enjoy that.
He's standing up and like moving around a lot like a chipmunk or something. I don't know, Adrian. This is a squirrel. I'm not sure, but Adrian has a lot of energy right now. Look at this shot from the south camera. Wow.
And
That
we
is
have an
super sweet.
update from SpaceX. Weather looking good, winds below limits, so good to go. Teams aren't working, any issues. So right now, no issues tracked for launch.
Excellent.
Oh,
That's what we
wow.
like to hear. It's one of
That's
those
a
things.
real thing.
By the way, AJ, it's one of those things where there are certain times when you're at a launch, I can say this at least from my experience, where you go to a launch, it's like, I don't feel like it's going to go today, and then it ends up scrubbing for some reason. And then there are some where you're just there, and I'm like, I know it's going to go today. I have this gut feeling. Is that kind of the vibe you're getting?
I don't want to jinx it, but yeah, I have the gut feeling it goes today.
We're under 20 minutes. We're what, 17 minutes now?
Yep. And as you
Coming
just
up on
heard,
it.
as you just heard from the update there, that everything is proceeding. Everything is green, including the weather at the moment. And the latest update from SpaceX is that Starship's Raptor engines are chilling down in preparation for liftoff. So, Ian, why do they have to chill the engines?
Yeah, so they chill the engines to prevent a thing called thermal shock at ignition. So, of course, these engines are using cryogenic propellants, meaning they're extremely, extremely cold, as in like negative 170 degrees Celsius. And because of that, they need to slowly start trickling in propellants to begin slowly cooling down the engines. Now, the reason they do that, like I said, is to prevent thermal shock. Now, if right at startup they suddenly just pummeled the engine with cryogenic propellants, that extreme change from, the about 30 degrees Celsius down there in Texas to, negative 170 degrees Celsius, that could crack the engine. At the very least, it would cause a lot of fatigue on it. And so to prevent that, they begin slowly chilling it down so it's not a sudden rush of chill at ignition. You could think about it like if you have a very, very, very hot, say like a hot piece of food or some hot liquid, you don't want to immediately pour that onto a cold plate or a cold mug because that could crack it from thermal shock. And it's the same thing here.
Exactly. And while we have a moment here, let's take a look at the timeline that still remains here. We are currently, as we mentioned, in that engine chill, as just confirmed by SpaceX. The next thing that we should expect will be the call out that the prop load is complete aboard the ship. And that is expected about 5 minutes before the scheduled T0, followed 2 minutes later by booster prop load being completed. There will then be a fluid interface vent down sequence 40 seconds before launch, and we are expecting the go for liftoff about 30 seconds prior to that T0, with the Raptor startup sequence beginning somewhere between 6 to 8 seconds before liftoff, or at least hopefully liftoff, if nothing else. Excitement guaranteed when we hit T0. All right, taking a look now, the vehicle continues to be frosty at the moment. Adrian, you feeling the excitement now?
I mean, we are less than 15 minutes away from a potential attempt, and based on what SpaceX is saying, no issues are right now being worked on. We are, they're working, nothing. They just need to perform this countdown now, and then we are getting to the really, really crucial point, which is engine ignition, where we hope to see 33 Raptor engines ignite at the same time, performing well, and then we see this thing go.
Exactly. Now, Adrian, this is your first launch. Das, you've seen quite a few. How are you feeling ahead of this one?
I've seen a couple launches, but I'm ready for this thing to go. This is something we've all been working on for so time. Wow, I can't even talk. So long of a time, and we put so much work into being able to share this with people all around the world. And this is sort of go time for us. This is what we've been building on for literally years. Like not just, we showed up yesterday, we're going to show some stuff, right? We are ready to share this with the world. So the cellular network is not doing well right now. The cellular network is like tanking across the board. And luckily it looks like our stuff is still holding pretty steady. But I am ready for this thing to go. I do want to say real quick, Sawyer, this is the part of the stream, like I'm looking at the panel and so many people have so many nice messages, joining the membership program, getting access to the multi-view, people even following the channel. Like if you like our sort of commentary, you have fun with this sort of stuff. There was a shout out to 2 kids, Jude and Jaina. There you go. Can watch at home this morning. So many people sending in so many messages. There's no way we can get to all of them, but across the scroll bar is the tiniest scroll bar I've ever seen. But across the board, every single person who showed up to the stream to make this possible, and not just this stream, but every stream in the past, all the way back to the roadside rocket science, Texas tank watching days. Thank y'all so much for being a part of this and sharing this with us. This is just too cool. Sawyer, I'm just going to keep talking. So Anyways, there are all sorts of ways that y'all can be involved with this. You can just watch the stream. You can like and subscribe the channel, whatever kids are doing these days, that sort of thing. Remember, we have our shop too, shop.nasaspaceflight.com. You can get t-shirts and mugs. I don't know how many patches we have left because they've been going like crazy today. We have the t-shirts and the new Raptor style patch t-shirts and hoodies and things. So anyways, if you're interested in helping us continue this on. This isn't our last Starship launch. This is our first Starship launch. We're going to be here with you. So check out our shop. Be here in the chat. Ask cool questions. There's Stormhound with 50 Australian dollars. Much love from Australia. Just all around the board. Y'all make this possible. Thank you so much for showing up and, well, like and subscribe or whatever.
Exactly. Perfectly well said. And yes, shop.nasaspaceflight.com is a great way to show your support and get something in return as well. And that you get the awesome, as you mentioned, that patch designed by Pauline, which is phenomenal. We also have the pre-orders for our full stack plushie, which hopefully you'll be able to recreate the flight, which is currently scheduled to take off about 11.5 minutes from right now.
Sawyer, the 22-inch plushie.
Oh, yes.
Like the plushie's almost 2 feet tall.
It's insane, yes. That's 55 centimeters or 5 to 6 bananas tall. It's unbelievable.
Anyways, let's talk about rockets. I feel like I'm on the shopping channel now.
You got it. All right. At this point, the fueling continues to load. You can see that frost on the outside of the booster. So, Ian, is that frost normal? And how is that an indicator of how we're doing in terms of fueling here?
Yes, so first off, that frost is completely normal, and that happens on really most rockets and really every rocket dealing with cryogenic propellant, so nothing out of the ordinary there. It's just plain water ice on the side. Now, that is actually a great indicator of propellant loading. Now, you can see if we're looking specifically at the booster, around the middle of the booster, you can see a small section of exposed stainless steel. Now, that is actually unfilled areas of the liquid oxygen propellant tank. And that shows that as of right now, they are not fully loaded of propellants on the booster. Now, towards the top of the booster as well, you can see a bit of a gap under the grid fins and above that upper frost line. That again shows that the methane tank is not fully loaded. Now, sitting at just over T-minus 10 minutes right now, that is not an issue that they're not fully loaded. They're going to continue loading some propellants over the coming minutes, just until the very, very last few minutes before launch. So all seems to be on track there. But yes, the frost lines, like you said, Sawyer, are a visual indicator of how much propellant is in the tanks.
Update here from SpaceX.
We have...
Oh, you want to take it, Adrian?
Get it.
The update is that the booster hold-down arms have been unlatched and configured for retract at liftoff. The chip QD arm also configured for liftoff. And right now, SpaceX is also tracking no range violations. Everything looks good.
What?
Yes.
Wow.
How is that possible? How is that possible?
Yeah.
Yeah, a reminder, the range is not just weather, that's also potential wayward airplanes or both may go into any of the keep-out zones, so it's good to know that people are continuing to follow all of the notices. Looks like everything now continuing to go well so far. We also see a lot of that at the bottom of the rocket there from all the fuel farms, that sort of venting, and the venting is normal, right?
Normal again.
Everything is normal. Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
Oh, yep, all good.
Everything is normal. Everything we see right now is normal. Nothing is, based on what SpaceX is saying, nothing is out of the ordinary. Nothing is being watched. There are no items they are looking at. There's no range violation. Right now, everything is on track.
Are things clearing up a little bit for your view, Adrian?
I would still go with the DAS quoted meh.
It's tough. I mean, we're 6 miles away here. We're on top of the Margaritaville Resort, South Padre Island. The fine folks at the hotel really did help us out. We have like an entire command center. We're going to be posting some of this stuff in the members content. Heck, we'll post some of this on Twitter so y'all can see our mass of wires up here. But we have the biggest cameras that we had available here looking at it, and we are going to see what we see and honestly hear what we're going to hear at 6 miles away.
Exactly. As we reach about 8 minutes or so now until the scheduled T0 time of 8:28 a.m. Central. Reminder, the fueling is expected to continue on until at least T-minus 5 minutes for the ship, and then T-minus 3 minutes for the booster, as the vehicle is loaded with 4,600 tons of liquid oxygen and liquid methane propellants that will fuel this vehicle. What other major milestones should we be looking out for at this point? Anything else that visually will be a good indicator of where we're at here?
The rocket to
Well,
launch.
what SpaceX just confirmed is they are pressurizing the ship tanks and they are closing out propellant load on the header tanks, which will finalize everything regarding prop load. After that, the vehicle is tanked. After that, they are good to go.
Yes, and we're also hearing that closing out prop load on the header tanks, which would normally be used for the flip and belly flop maneuvers for the ship if it were going to attempt to be landed or recovered. Again, that will not be used on this flight. It is just going to splash down into the Pacific Ocean near Kauai and Hawaii. So that's worth noting that neither of these are set to be reused. Booster 7 will perform a boost back burn after launch, after it finishes its main push into flight, and then splash off the coast of Boca Chica, and that ship will continue to fly and land, not necessarily in one piece, near Hawaii. Look at this gorgeous view that we're getting from above as we get into this final part of the count here. Also,
and just to point out, we are 6.5 minutes away from T0.
Yes, things are looking relatively fully fueled almost at this point. And as mentioned, the ship tanks are being pressurized. Why is that important that we pressurize the tanks to flight pressure? Ian?
Yeah, so you got to pressurize your tanks to flight pressure because the tanks are really your structure of your vehicle. To have them pressurized makes the vehicle rigid and not crumple during flight. Think of it like a soda can. When it's pressurized and it's sealed, it's strong, but when you open it and depressurize it, it becomes weak.
There you go. The next major milestone that we should be approaching at T-minus 5 minutes will be the fuel load complete in the ship. In the meantime, we are taking a look now at some of the 33 Raptor V2 engines underneath Booster 7. Reminder that there is one ring that does not gimbal or move. The rest of them will actually swivel using thrust vector control, TVC, which will help steer the vehicle on its way up to orbit.
For some definition of orbit.
Well, yes, on its way into space at least, with a projected altitude from our understanding of 250 kilometers up, although they will not complete a full orbit circle of the Earth on this flight. As mentioned, the end zone for the ship itself will be near Hawaii.
It's orbit-inspired. It's orbit-esque.
Orbit-inspired, I like that.
Orbit-ish.
Orbit-ish, there you go. That's a good one.
There you go. We are approaching under 5 minute mark now.
Under 5 minutes for the launch of the Starship Super Heavy system.
Side note, that's under 300 seconds. Just you're very we are basically down to a TV commercial, like TV commercial block at this point.
I know we are getting close to letting you guys go to watch and view and enjoy the launch. So, any final words ahead of liftoff here?
I just wanted to go, and that's all I say, and then I will now step aside and watch this.
Das, final thoughts?
This is going to be for real, y'all. We've been waiting for this for the longest time, and whatever happens, what did SpaceX say? Excitement guaranteed. One way or the other, something's going to happen here. I hope we get some fire. I hope we get some liftoff. And I hope this thing goes down range. So y'all have fun with it. We'll be here watching and using the cameras to help share it with everybody around the world. Thank y'all for making this possible, though.
Yes, thank you, Das. And at this point, closing out of prop load on the booster per SpaceX at this point. So prop load should be complete at this point, basically, on the booster itself. The next call should be the confirmation that they are closing out the prop load on ship 24 at the top as well, as they get fully fueled with liquid methane and liquid oxygen. Ian, how are you feeling at this point, excitement-wise?
I am physically shaking, if that's any indication.
I'd say that's a very good indication then, as we continue.
Oh, it's unbelievable. And yeah, we're seeing some final venting from the vehicle. We start to see that wind down, excuse me, over the coming few minutes until T-minus 40 seconds when they go for the final pressurization of the vehicle.
Exactly. As everything gets ready to go for flight, we should get that official go for flight at T-minus 30 seconds. The other things that they've been testing, as you mentioned, the thrust vector control, making sure the engines can wiggle and steer the vehicle as it climbs its way up on its trajectory. We should be seeing fuel loads completing there. You can see a last little vent there at the bottom of the orbital launch mount, which means I believe that should be a good indication that booster propellant load is complete, and we do have confirmation of that from SpaceX. Booster propellant load is complete. That means at this moment, Starship is fully loaded with all of the propellants it needs for an on-time liftoff. You can still hear occasional venting from the vehicle and from the tank farm. Again, those noises are completely normal and expected, so don't be surprised. There is a lot of venting that goes on with the vehicle as well to try and even out the pressures inside of all of the tanks. So if you see little vents of some kind coming out from the booster or the ship, that is completely normal as well, again, to even out the pressures to the correct flight pressure. And once in flight, those same vents are used as thrusters to help maneuver. We are coming up now on under 2 minutes until liftoff here. It is getting real, and it is getting close.
It really is. Now, coming up in less than a minute right now, we're going to stop venting on the vehicle as they begin to seal up the tanks, get it fully ready at flight pressure, and basically just get ready for launch. It's coming up in about 40 seconds right now.
And a reminder, we will let you enjoy the launch as we get closer to it. In the meantime, we will continue to update you just until liftoff here. We're getting confirmation from SpaceX that the automated flight termination system is armed. So at this point, if anything were to go wrong with the vehicle, the onboard computers can detonate the flight termination system in the event of some form of anomaly. But at this point, all continuing as planned, under 1 minute. We are getting word from SpaceX there is a potential hold at T-minus 40 seconds. It is possible. We will keep an ear out if that is the case or not. We are in a short hold at this point. According to SpaceX, there will be a very short hold here at T-minus 40 seconds. Correction, they are going through. They are continuing through with the count. No hold. We are on our way to liftoff. And with that, we'll let you enjoy. And we are now being told that there is indeed a hold in the count. The flight director has called a hold, is the word on the net at the moment. So we are standing by. It is 8:28. It is the opening of the 62-minute window, which is what they originally targeting. So again, they do have 62 minutes to continue to try and attempt this launch. But as of this moment, the flight director in the Launch Control Center has called a hold ahead of the original scheduled launch time of 8:28 a.m. Central Time. We are waiting for official word on the reason behind the hold and the plans of if they will continue into this window. Ian, there's a lot of things that have to go right for this to lift off.
Yes, absolutely. There's a lot of things that need to go right, and there's a lot of things that can go wrong. Of course, they seem to have found a minor issue here. They are doing a slight hold now. We don't know the exact length of the hold, but they're doing some final checkouts, making sure that everything is on track for liftoff. Again, we will update you as soon as we get a new T0, but again, we are in a minor hold right now, just ahead of liftoff.
Exactly. And as mentioned, the window continues until 9:30 a.m. local time. So that is, I believe, 14:30 UTC. So we still have about an hour for them to figure it out. And it is important to note that at this point, it is a hold, not an abort. So they have not called off the final attempt. There is still a chance they will go today. And the word that we are hearing now is that the hold is currently in place for final launch checkouts. That is the word from SpaceX, that they are completing final launch checkouts in this hold. So again, that does not tell us exactly how long this hold will be and at what point we will pick up the count. Apparently, we are being told that up to this point, they said they can hold for up to 15 minutes at this particular point right now. That is the word we are hearing from SpaceX themselves. So we have about 15 minutes for them to figure this out and perform these final launch checkouts that resulted in this hold. As soon as we hear anything additional, we will update you right away.
Sawyer, I had to jump in real quick. Can you imagine like somebody out there that's like triple, quadruple, quintuple, however many times they would check the list, and then like actually pressing the button or just letting it go forward? It's not really pressing a button to launch the rocket, right? But can you imagine being that person?
Going to interrupt you really quick. We have confirmation from SpaceX that it was a booster pressurization issue that has since been resolved, and at this point they are working on final purging on Ship 24.
All right.
Sorry to interrupt you there, Das, but yes, I can only imagine having to make that call. To be that guy that has to call the hold. But then again, as we've said, scrubs, not ruds, or you'd rather be on the ground wishing you were in the air than in the air wishing you were on the ground.
Yeah, and it's always it's good to show their engineering process that they're willing to pause the countdown and willing to lose a few minutes here just to double check everything.
Yep, and go ahead, Doc.
Sawyer, I understand. No, I understand being safe, but at some point somebody's got to tell it to go. Like, you can only check it so much, you can only look so many times, and at some point the rocket has to fly. It may be today, we'll see, but I'm going to go back to staring at my tracking screen here.
Sounds good. Yes, we should get the clock resuming shortly. From my understanding, I believe it will resume at T-minus 40, at the T-minus 40-second mark. Waiting on official confirmation from that. But again, it appears that any issue they just had in the countdown has been resolved. Ship undergoing its final purge, with the count set to resume shortly here. As you mentioned, this is a good way to test their engineering features, and an important reminder, this is a test flight. So there is a potential for things to go wrong. There are the potential for these holds. So it is important to note that this is a test. So Ian, there's a lot of things that could come up that we might not expect, hence the unique name for T0, right?
Exactly, yeah. The SpaceX is saying excitement guaranteed for T0. We don't know what'll happen once those Raptors ignite. They especially don't know what happened, what's going to leave the pad. And we are now out of the hold now.
Flight directors, go for launch. We are counting down. So at this point, we should be, I believe, approximately 30 seconds away, or 10 seconds. Wow, the sound from that, unbelievable. We are getting confirmation on that liftoff. As of this very moment, 5 Raptor engines have flamed out. So they are currently running on, that would be 28 engines as we pass through max Q, maximum aerodynamic pressure on the vehicle.
Gorgeous shots there. The vehicle going supersonic through max Q right there. Beautiful shot cone.
Exactly. Again, this was one of the biggest potential stress points on the vehicle. And so far proceeding. And at this point, it is running on 28 of its 33 main Raptor engines. vehicle continuing up. 6 engines have currently been out on this flight so far. The next major event would be, sorry, correction, 5. The next major event will hopefully be the separation of the first and second stages, the ship and the booster, and a potential boost back burn on that first stage. The vehicle appears to be turning.
Over.
There we go. There's another view. As of this point, it is continuing on the flight, although it definitely appears that engines are out. The last confirmation was at least 5 Raptor engines are out.
We can see the vehicle is seeming to rotate.
Yeah, there appears to be a spin as the Raptor engines appear to continue to be firing. But yeah, this is indeed a noticeable spin that can be seen from our tracking camera here. At this point, we are continuing just to report off of the data that we have at the moment. No other speculations at this point, other than we have the confirmation at least 5 of the Raptor V2s went out on Booster 7, and our cameras are showing this spin of Booster 7 and Ship 24. And again, a reminder, this is a test flight, so there is always the chance that something can go wrong. And that appears like the automated flight termination system has been activated.
Vehicle's broken up there, ending today's test flight, but still a great load of data for teams to go through, without a doubt.
Exactly. And again, that explosion that you saw is the flight termination system. We have confirmation that was the flight termination system that was ignited, destroying Ship 24 and Booster 7 mid-flight. So at this point, we have our tracking cameras continuing to see what we can remaining of the vehicles. There is a look, though, at the team inside SpaceX headquarters in Hawthorne, which, again, a reminder, this is a test. So the fact that it cleared the tower and Stage 0 is still standing, the ground support equipment, I think is a huge success. You can see Elon there in the front of those screens. It looks like at the Launch Control Center. So it cleared the tower, and the launch pad is intact.
Excellent.
So that is huge, and it made it pretty far into flight. I think those are still significant milestones. Look at that view. We have the fuel farm, the orbital launch mount, and the launch tower intact in one piece. That right there is huge. So even though we may have lost the vehicle, we have proof there that the ground support equipment can be saved, has been saved, and as a result will hopefully mean quicker turnarounds once they figure out what happened with this vehicle.
Exactly. We could see a bit of damage there on the cladding on the tower. Again, does not look unrepairable by any means. So yeah, great outcome here. A lot of great data for teams to go through. And again, that was their primary purpose of the flight today, was just to gather some data. How does this vehicle perform? And undoubtedly, they have a lot of work to do over the next few weeks and months.
Let's send it over to the teams that are down at Starbase right now for reaction. I believe we have Adrian and Das on comms right now. What do you think of Das?
Like forcibly on comms. That was the most Kerbal launch I have ever seen. The sound was insanity over here. I mean, we're 6 miles away, and I felt like it was getting hotter. I don't know if it was just the sound was shaking me so much or the sun came up from behind a cloud, but as the rocket was going up, I felt like it got hotter over here. I think it might just be like sort of psychosomatic deal, but good grief. Adrian, are you still here?
Some sort, yeah.
We don't have your mic plugged in there, Adrian. Oh, man.
Wait, I'm up?
Having a hard time hearing you, although we did hear the part that says, this is amazing. I am excited to hear your thoughts again, because this was your first ever launch, and it just so happened to be of the most powerful rocket on the planet.
Yeah, I think I grabbed the wrong headset while I was a bit too excited.
We got you now.
Yeah, that was amazing. I still have to see like I think 500 replays before I understand what I just saw, but that was beautiful. Like the smoke cloud from I'm lost for words.
We still have the smoke cloud up, like the huge cloud that's over Starbase. You can see it over the production site. I think that is all from the liftoff. I've never seen such a huge, persistent plume before in my life. You know what we need to do? We need to check in with Jack. I don't know if Jack is going to have comms right now. Jack,
I'm here.
Are
Can
you
you hear
here?
me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Can you hear me? Oh my god. That was the craziest thing I've ever experienced in my entire life. Like everything was shaking. The earth was shaking. My cameras were shaking. If you took my feed at any point during that and it was just jello, I sincerely apologize, but that was beyond just I have no words. Like we saw ignition, we saw the dust cloud, we were all expecting, and at that point my eyes were just on the top of the vehicle, just watching and waiting and hoping to see it start to move off the pad, and sure enough, you start to see it climb. I can't even talk. I'm sorry. You can see it climb off the pad, and it did kind of a I don't even know, a tower avoidance maneuver. I don't even know what you. Yeah,
I also saw. I think. Yeah. Jack, I also think I saw multiple raptors flaming out because you could see while it climbing, like it suddenly just started to emitting like a red flame, and I think there was just raptors flaming out. I don't know. This was like yeah. Sorry.
Okay, so I have to confess, from my perspective, it was mostly an auditory experience. It climbed into clouds almost immediately. But here's the thing. It was amazing. I mean, I'm looking at a photo. I'm editing a photo right now, and it's utterly insane. I'm so beyond happy with how that went. But when I mentioned that it was an auditory mostly experience, I say that because, you know, I wasn't able to watch the stream. I wasn't able to see anything that was going on beyond what was in front of my own face. And so you guys are going to have to kind of recap me at some point when we're done freaking out about how amazing that was. You're going to have to recap me in terms of what happened. Like, they activated the FTS, right? That's sort of all I gathered is
after a confirmation. Yeah, like that. Did I see that correctly? It started to tumble like completely. And I was like, where's the FTS?
I feel like I need to watch the footage again. Because it felt like it was like spiraling or corkscrewing, and it turned backwards at some point. At some point, I really thought that that it was falling sideways, and it sort of had these streamers coming off the side of it as if it was like a strong wind during a cryo test or something. I mean, I don't even know what I saw, and I was watching through the long cameras here, and I kept looking up to see if it was real, but the sound, Jack, I don't even know. Jack, you were like 4 miles away. We were 6 miles away. You were 4 miles away over there, weren't you?
Yeah, that was insane. Like I've never heard a sound like that. Not in my entire life. Not ever. Not once. Of all the rocket launches I've ever seen in my entire life, of all the cool things I've seen that I've been fortunate enough. Let's be honest. I've been fortunate enough to see in my entire life. I've never seen anything like that. Like that was just utterly insane. I cannot wait to go back and watch all the footage. I cannot wait to go back and watch our stream and grok what's going on. I've got a photo for you here. I'm gonna throw it in the old control center if you want to put it up there.
And in the meantime, since we're waiting on that replay, I'm going to go edit that, get that up for you guys hopefully in the next few minutes. In the meantime, I am going to sign off temporarily, and we'll talk to you guys soon.
Nice. And folks, you know what we're doing. We have all the different things that comes into our systems. We have prints that are going to come out. We have videos. We're going to have clips and replays and all sorts of stuff. So if you thought that was the whole show, every one of our cameras that you didn't see during the launch, during the actual live stream, we are pulling that now so we can show it to you. So that is what we're up to. Don't go anywhere. We have all sorts of replays and recaps and still photos coming in from the remote cameras and all sorts of stuff happening right now. I'm starting to ping the people that I know this stuff is coming from. We got this image coming from Jack. Oh, wait a second. That's my view, though. Look at my view on the screen. Did my stream feel? No, my stream didn't freeze because there's not a rocket on the pad anymore. Am I the only one talking? Am I even here anymore?
I can't even. I'm sorry. I'm just like I can't even believe what we just saw. I can't even believe we saw what we just saw.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
That was
My brain kind of just shut down, not just from the launch, but because Jack's photos are starting to come in, and oh my God, Jack, you are amazing.
So guys, is every rocket launch like this? Like this is normal, right? This is normal experience.
I wouldn't say that.
I think I'm detecting a bit of German sarcasm there.
Yeah, a bit, a tiny bit.
So Adrian,
So
when are you
Adrian-
looking for houses?
No, I was gonna say. So Adrian, does this mean we can finally watch The Fifth Element?
I think we just got a bit more time.
Oh my
That
God!
was like
All right,
the
tweet
15th
it. I tweeted
element,
it.
the 33 element. Let's make sure we get some of those
Oh.
tweets linked up in chat here for people that want to see the stills and stuff like that happening. I cannot believe that thing just went. I don't know
can't
what to
either,
call it other than
finally.
that thing.
My-
After so long, after so many years, after so much waiting, it's finally happened. We've taken our next steps into the solar system. Now we're looking at an empty pad. It's amazing. It's utterly amazing.
It's crazy, and my brain just shut down right at engine ignition because I was thinking, okay, engine's ignited, they're probably going to shut it down, they're going to run into some issue, and they didn't shut down, and they kept going and kept going. We lost sight of it for a few seconds because of the dust cloud at liftoff, but my brain was like, okay, it's not stopped. Where is it? And then all of a sudden you see it come out of the South Beach cam, pitching off the pad. I'm like, oh my God, it's like the Saturn V pitching away. Oh, that was phenomenal.
Can we talk about the plume for a second? What a beautiful plume! I mean, can you even? I can't even. Like, it's just so gorgeous. Part of my heart hurts that it immediately went into clouds from my perspective. Was that the same for you, Das? Did it go straight into a cloud, or did you guys have viz on it for a while?
No, we saw it the whole way. We tracked it. Michael and I both had it on the trackers. I don't even know what the trackers are going to show. It was such a different launch that it wasn't getting recognized, but we were manually controlling the trackers, and we were able to keep it in frame for a lot of the time, but it wasn't just following a trajectory. It seemed to be doing loop-de-loops in the sky or something. And it was like, okay, wait, back right again, and then we need to go left. I do want to say something real quick. Patrick, I don't know if you've got our truck cam available to show. One of our remote cameras got knocked over, and it's still kicking. It's still live, but I do see some dark sort of smoke emanating from the direction of the launch site here and blowing over the remote camera area. Look at all the stuff that's been blown over. All the remote camera launch. Look at this. the tripods
This
are
immediately
just
makes
all
me
laying
question
on their side.
This immediately makes me question the state of the cameras that were inside the pad, because this is outside the pad with the benefit of the launch site fence.
I'm sorry, this is just hilarious how we can control it when it's on its side.
It is. It's still kicking. Look, there's some cinder blocks that were holding something, but there's nothing back there anymore. And then over here, there's a dark cloud. I don't know if we're seeing this right now. We are seeing this camera that's fallen over. It is looking at the ground.
Yeah, it does.
I know that orange. Okay, good. I know that orange tripod leg was part of the LTE antennas, but we're on point to point right now. I don't know if we have any of those other close-in cameras back yet, but hey,
It's orange.
this camera got knocked. It's orange. Nice. It got knocked over and it's still alive. I'll take it.
I love
Somebody
it.
else talk. I'm crazy.
Oh, that's so funny.
I can't even. It worked. It launched. It didn't nuke the pad. It didn't do a pad fallback. It got up into the air, and I mean, I'm kind of loop-de-loops. Like I'm gonna need to go back and watch you guys' footage. I can't wait to see these replays.
I can't wait to see
what.
All the pictures, all the video. There's gonna be probably remote video coming in. I cannot wait to see all the content that everyone from NSF and everyone in the space community overall puts out. This is what an amazing event this was. This feels like Christmas morning to the power of 15. This is and there's a SpaceX drone expecting the pad right there. Unreal. And we're seeing here in the back panel here a lot of amazing support from everyone tuning in here. Tons of store messages, new memberships, super chats, tips at tips.nasaspaceflight.com. To everyone, I'm so sorry we're not going to be able to read through all of these, but genuinely,
There's no way.
thank you so much for all this support. It's only going to make us come back stronger for flight number 2, and I cannot wait to see what tech magic Dawson the whole team does for flight number 2, because there's going to be a lot of lessons learned from this on how to make things even better. So to everyone who's thank you so much. But anyway, back to what we just saw. Holy, it's in such great shape. Like, there's probably some damage here and there, but it is structurally there, and I cannot believe that. Oh my god.
Sorry, Ian, I'm pinging cameras to see which cameras are still alive right now.
Doss,
like,
you are good.
I want to find another cameras that's like fallen over or something.
Interrupt me. I'm going to keep on talking here. Jack, you're welcome to talk as well, but Doss, and Adrian, you could talk too, but Doss, if something comes up, interrupt me immediately. But
I will.
Yeah, tremendous shot.
Look at the pad performing, I think, like a purge.
Yeah, it's doing a cleaning right now. Definitely not chilling, but shutting down the tank farm now. We can see there's definitely some damage there, some fence damage, some debris. Looks like maybe some minor fires there along the road as well. Not surprising given everything that just happened right now. But yeah, crazy. And it seems like that vent we're looking at right now in center camera is coming from around the methane tanks of the tank farm. I don't know exactly what that is. That could just be a vent for all we know, but going to keep our eyes on that for a little bit. Again, still cannot believe what just happened there. We got a ton of store orders coming in. Thank you, everyone, with that. Crazy. Adrian, we still have you, I think, maybe. Any other thoughts you want to share? Anything going through your head right now?
I mean, this was just like the moment it started to move. Like, there's one thing seeing the Raptors, and then I almost thought it was an abort. Like, it felt like it took forever before suddenly you saw the tip moving. Like, everything else was inside this giant cloud, like dust cloud, but the tip started to move, and then you're like, okay, it's on. It's apparently on.
Yeah.
And then they just went. It's, I don't know. This is amazing. This was phenomenal to see.
Okay, time out. Can we get the remote camera in? The up it finally goes. Are we able to show that real quick, or do we need to take a second here? Because we have some of the remote close-in shots already coming in right now. I don't know if we're able to. There's a lot of smoke coming from over there. There's a lot of venting. There's a lot of smoke.
Yeah. Oh, looks like some proper smoke maybe coming from around the base of the site. Definitely going to keep our eyes on that. Again, this is not surprising. This is the first test, the first all-up test of this launch site as well. So if there's some damage here and there, not surprising. But be sure to be subscribed to NASA Spaceflight, because without any doubt over the coming days, we're going to have some great videos from around the site. Once they open the road, safe the area, definitely going to have some great overview videos. So be sure to stay tuned for that. I know I will.
I wonder if the windows are still in the van.
I was yesterday when I saw pictures of the van setup, I'm like, I hope they have some spare windows ready. Yeesh, but hopefully it's still drivable. Anyway, I'm still physically shaking. I can't believe that happened. This is really like the maiden flight of a huge vehicle. This is basically the Saturn V kind of our generation right now. That and SLS. And speaking of Saturn V, of course, the record has now been broken. The most capable, the highest thrust, the tallest, the most massive launch vehicle ever. All those records have now been broken by Starship and Super Heavy today with liftoff. So records broken today, and crazy amounts of data have been gathered for the team. Of course, obviously this was not the perfect outcome, but this is going to be so much data, so much information for the team to pour through, and it's going to make the next flight with Booster 9 and whatever ship to be even better.
Who on the NSF team is glad they didn't go to Hawaii and came here instead?
Me.
I mean, it has probably less mosquitoes.
Oh, yeah, but still. You would have watched it online. Wow. Yeah, I'm not getting any of the cameras on the van right now. I can talk to the brain of the van. I can talk to the router in the middle of the van right now. I mean, I'll update everybody. We're interested in this. But none of the cameras on the roof of the van are still up. And the one camera that got knocked over, I wonder if it could roll that enough that it could roll so it could see the launch site. I don't know if that's a thing. It's got a tripod. No, it's on a tripod. I'm not going to be able to roll it like a droid or something.
That would be hilarious. But man, crazy, crazy, crazy. We got some shots there of the tank farm venting down.
Oh no!
What's up?
Hang on, I'll talk in just a second.
Copy that, DOS. So you can see the tank farm there. Everything is being vented down, not chilling everything, cooling everything down, spooling things down, getting the site safe. But still, look at that. There's obviously some damage around the base of the tower, base of the launch mount, but still tremendous, tremendous outcome right there. And again, coming up just about 30 minutes after liftoff, we got a ton of support here. So thank you to everyone grabbing things off the store. Some of our new metal prints. We have some going up right now, actually, as a matter of fact. We have some shirts, of course. We have the patches and stickers are being sold at a crazy, crazy, crazy rate. So thank you to everyone for that. We have some crazy super chats here from Rage with $420. Thank you so much for that, Ray. That means an immense amount of support to us. And that's going to, like I said, it's going to go towards making things even better for flight number 2 coming up. So thank you so much for that, Ray. And of course, everyone else for your support.
Hey, I've got a status update on the windows in the van. I see 2 of the 3 windows in the van right now. I don't know if the production team wants to show this shot or not. It looks like our point-to-point, I don't know if that's just a perspective thing or what, but the solar panel's there on top of the van, and then the 2 windows are still there on this side, but the back window looks like it may not be there. I'm not sure if y'all are getting a signal from that or not, but anyways, I'm really curious.
Not seeing anything on my end here on the production side, but
yeah, gotcha.
Still crazy. Oh, and there's a shot. Oh, never mind. But yeah, crazy thing there. And of course, hope everybody's cameras out there are safe, but I don't know how much that hoping is going to do there.
Yeah, I don't know what good hoping is gonna.
I don't think that much. I don't think it's gonna do that much, DOS, unfortunately. But man, anyone else in here have any thoughts? Anything going through your head, Adrian, Jack, DOS? Anything at all that's been processed, or at least trying to process?
Atmosphere, Ian. Like the atmosphere was so cool. You could see everybody standing on their balconies and on their and everything. And I also want to showcase something very special here, because we have something up in our store in the metal print section by Mr. Nick Ansuini, which is a metal print of the launch. Yes, we have a metal print of it lifting off. Here you go. It's now available at shop.nasaspaceflight.com, fresh from Mr. Nick Ansuini from one of his cameras. So if you want to get that, you can now make sure you never forget this day with that amazing metal print.
Awesome. Great to see some metal prints coming up. And yeah, I can vouch the metal prints are amazing quality. I have one, I believe, of Ship 24. Excuse me, doing a static fire. And man, that picture on my wall is going to hit a little bit harder when I go back and see it this time. But yeah, tons and tons of metal prints. Starship, SLS, Falcon Heavy, Atlas, Delta 4. So much variety to choose from. So yeah, shop.com. Tremendous way to support and make streams just like this happen. Whew. Still, I'm literally at a loss for words. Like I have hosting duties right now, and I can't form words right now. But man, what a great day! Tons of people in chat celebrating as well. Like amazed at what they saw here. People in here chat asking about a replay. We have Sawyer actually editing that. Coming up soon, we should have the replays. Again, we don't have an estimated time of arrival on that, but we're working as quickly as we can. Let's see. Louis here asking, did Starhopper survive? It definitely looks like Starhopper survived. I'd be shocked if it didn't, because that thing has, was it 1.2 centimeter thick steel? Pretty solid on that front. But yeah, a lot of support as well here. Tons of store messages. Thank you to everyone for supporting us that way. You can see in the upper right-hand corner, the ticker is going crazy with shop messages right now.
By the way, I will update the soon to very soon TM for the replay. So everyone, stay tuned. It's almost there. I promise.
Thank you, Sawyer. Of course, that's Sawyer working diligently in the background. Now, again, we're going to keep our eyes... Oh, go ahead, Sawyer.
No, I was going to say, it's not just a pretty voice. I'm also working here to get you those replays.
Also, I want to apologize for all the chaos on the commentary the last 20 minutes, but apparently some people here, including me, got very excited. I'm handing the microphone now over to, I'm actually handing you another microphone, to Nick, I guess, who wants to say something. Nick, you are now on.
Hi. Oh, what a day. What a day.
I could tell you're a bit excited, Nick. How was that? I guess that was was that your first orbital flight or first near orbital flight?
My first Starship flight. I've seen Falcon Heavy and Falcon 9. That was the biggest roller coaster of emotions I've ever been on, and it was so worth it. And every mosquito bite, every trip through the dunes that made this possible just feels so worth it. And I am so proud to be part of this team. And oh my gosh. All right, someone else talk. I'm gonna go cry.
No, Nick, totally understandable. And man, Nick, speaking for a lot of us, that was amazing, and I'm so glad that you got to see something like that. Because
Thank you.
Nick, you've been putting in so many hours and so much work, getting all of these cameras set up, getting all the planning done, moving the van, setting the truck up, all of this, all of that. You've done so much, and I hope that it paid off, because wow, was that amazing. I'm so glad that you got to see that. Of course, Mary as well. I'm sure she was watching. Jack, Doss, Adrian, everyone down there. We had Tyler too. Great day for the team here. And
by the way, update from Elon Musk on Twitter. Congrats, SpaceX team, on an exciting test launch. Learned a lot for the next test launch in a few months.
Excellent. Super exciting.
There was one point. I'm sorry, I'm composing myself a little bit better. There was one point where it was kind of just chilling up there, and I was legit scared for my safety. looking up at it and be like, I know how big that thing is. It's looking down on me. A little Raptor Rich. Like, Fun times.
That means now might be a good time to check out the replay then.
Absolutely. Sawyer, take us away.
Well, I'll let the audio speak for itself on the replay. You can hear those 33 Raptor engines on the replay. And there's just a quick look at some of the cameras that we have here. There's so many more that I'll be able to go through and edit more, but there's just a great look at that flight. And yeah, that audio, very, very loud and still very exciting.
Yeah, and supposedly all of our mics blew out, so...
Yes. I was listening to all the sound that we had there, and every single one of them is quite blown out.
Excellent work on that edit, Sawyer, before the sound comes in again.
Thanks. Yeah, that was meant to be the quick quick turnaround so you guys get a taste of what we've got for you.
Again, looks like we're going for a bit of a slow-mo replay on this. Again, we got some great shots there from our south camera, then we switched over to the northern camera. Before, it looked like we had a manually tracked camera. Was that towards about like 30 seconds in, Sawyer?
I have to double check if that was manual or auto-tracked.
Gotcha. Either way,
yeah,
it was a tracked camera.
Yeah, we had a couple of auto-track cameras going there as well.
Excellent.
But yeah, looking through it now in slow motion.
I cannot wait to watch this like 500 more times in the next 2 days and look at everything. It's what? And I already, like, we have some photographers up here and I can already tell you there's some amazing shots coming. It's crazy how good. Oh, it's this is just unbelievable. Everything I think we could have hoped for. Everything.
Yeah, amazing.
By the way, I like how this view shows that kind of slide it did a bit at the end there. And if you keep watching through some of the replays, there is a point you will notice that looks like a big red flash, which we believe to be the flame out on one of the Raptor engines. So you can see some of the Raptor engines flame out if you look closely into the plume as it continues upward.
Unreal.
Yeah, again, the shock coming off the bottom there is unbelievably beautiful, too. Just coming off the bottom of that contrail, the plume.
And look at the plume. The plume's about twice the size.
That looks like a Raptor out there.
Yep, looks like a Raptor had a hard failure there. Again, we're going to have to wait and see what that was, but... Whew. And you can notice the exhaust is very sooty. Definitely shows a bit of a fuel-rich there, or something like that.
And again, the soot is typically associated with more of the carbon-based fuels like RP1 or kerosene. So that might be something else hardware-wise that may have caused that.
Yep. But again, the vehicle kept going. It kept pushing. I believe I heard the call-out, maybe over like my internal screaming, I heard the call-out for max Q. So the vehicle definitely made it supersonic. Looks like it made it to max Q before it began tumbling. So that was quite a long... flight profile that they had there, even though of course it did fail in the end. That's a lot of good data on how, you know, the remaining about 28 or so Raptor engines continued firing. It's going to go great into making Raptor 2 even more reliable for future tests and having a better vehicle overall.
Exactly. Oh boy, that again, it's a bit of a shame how it ended, but the biggest thing is what you see on the right side of your screen right now. And that is, so I've been saying it since the beginning, hashtag save stage 0.
Absolutely. And yeah, it looks like they did do their job of saving stage 0. And unfortunately, there's a vehicle being destroyed by the automated flight termination system. Looks like the booster went first and then the ship afterwards, or maybe in that opposite order, but definitely was a staggered termination there.
Yeah, that. But again, it's a good way you can see there the two different automated flight termination systems there.
Yes,
and of course, there's the update from Elon
saying congrats to the SpaceX team on an exciting test of Starship. They learned a lot from this test, and for the next test launch in a few months. So no solid timeline on when the second flight will be, of course, but we're definitely going to keep our ears out, and it probably will become a bit more clear over the coming weeks and months. Of course, it's probably far too early to get an estimate on the next launch date, but very, very excited for that test flight.
Yeah, and the fact that, again, stage 0 saved means we can hopefully fly again in a few months, which is unbelievable. And there's already been upgrades to Ship 26 and Booster 9, so we'll see what, if any, changes they end up making to them after this flight as well.
Yeah, absolutely. It's going to be worth keeping an eye out. Of course, yeah, like you said, Ship 26 or possibly Ship 28, depending on which path SpaceX chooses to take for the next flight, both of which sport multiple upgrades. So the next vehicle should, in theory, be a bit better from the get-go. But of course, it would not be surprising if they choose to go back, retrofit some fixes in there that they learned from this flight to get an even better vehicle for the next mission. But overall, again, it's important to keep in mind here that SpaceX said this was a test flight. They wanted to see how far they could take it. And honestly, the fact that the employees were cheering there in the webcast was very, very exciting to see. It seems that SpaceX is very excited on how the test went. And they're going to get a great amount of data to pour through over the coming weeks.
Yeah, and seeing Elon in the Launch Control Center, same thing. It looked like they were still very excited about it, and they should be. They made it past the launch pad. They made it past Max Q. They learned a lot on this flight. So it's not a failure. It's a test flight. So in a test flight, you want to push everything to its limit. So that is a successful test flight.
Absolutely. I mean, looking back, literally look to SpaceX's history with Falcon 1, their first ever try at a rocket. It took 4 tries for them to get it to fly successfully to orbit. And I mean, even looking back at the Starship program, it took them, was it 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 Starships from SN8 to SN15 to get a successful landing of a vehicle. So it's not a surprise that this vehicle didn't make it all the way to the suborbital trajectory, but still, it gave them a ton of data, and the next few flights are going to be very interesting as they work to perfect this design and get it fully working. Real quick, while we have a moment, I want to thank just a few more people with just some tremendous support. Remy Turk here with a €100 super chat saying #EmptyPad, #WhenNextHop. So thank you very much for that support, Remy. And again, thank you to everyone who's been supporting us through super chat, stores, tips at tips.nasaspaceflight.com. Just tremendous. It's so appreciated, and we're so sorry we can't get to every message, but we'd be here for hours if we did so. And again, we're getting a new replay here of the liftoff that we saw just under 45 minutes ago.
Yep, take a look at that same replay, just without the sound in slower motion, so people can hopefully help analyze and take a look at what happened, see if there's anything that we missed, especially keeping an eye in this early part of flight, watching Stage 0, watching the early Raptors, and seeing that little slide right there.
Yes, the power slide off the pad. And I'm wondering if that was intentional or if that was a byproduct of some of the engines failing. I would not be surprised if that was on purpose. Reminds me of like back in the Saturn V days and some other rockets as well, where they pitch away from the pad just to avoid any impact with the tower.
True. We have also seen some vehicles that have done that unintentionally as well, so it could be either or.
Yeah.
Regardless, though, it avoided hitting the tower, which is a fantastic thing.
Absolutely. Real quick, I want to thank Liz McQuad for saying fly Starship fly with a $50 super chat, as well as Jeff with another $50 super chat saying they've been a fan since Mercury and they're so excited to see this. So thank you to both of you for that tremendous amount of support. Again, going through another replay here of the flight just about 45 minutes ago, we saw a liftoff of the first ever Starship integrated flight test. The vehicle made it about a minute to a minute and a half into flight, made it past Max Q with several engines flaming out along the way. Unfortunately, it began tumbling in a few minutes, just a little bit into flight, and was terminated by the automatic flight termination system. Again, it looks like about 5 or so Raptors ended up flaming out at the end of the flight there. Not too unexpected given the relative youngness of Raptor, or the relative youth, I guess, of the Raptor program. But still, great amount of data for SpaceX to be pouring through soon. Whew, Sawyer, any other words? Anything you could be thinking of right now? Because, man, I cannot think of anything.
I mean, it happened. It's finally not a if it, will it, when hop. It's did hop. So yeah, we had the successful launch, and that's exciting on its own right there. It's one of those where, just like Artemis, you see it starting to get close to T0, and you're like, "There's no way." No, it's not actually. Then the engine's light.
Yeah.
Then you see it lift, and it's, oh my gosh, it does. It went.
It went hop. I don't know, but I'm still. I feel so bad. I have work to be doing tonight, but man, I'm not going to get anything done today. I've straight up accepted that fact because I'm just going to be watching all of these replays from all of the different points of view. I'm sure we have Brady working on a new video right now, an overall video is me going up soon. And I can't wait to see all the views in there, as well as, of course, the remote photography, if any cameras even survived. man, it's going to be an exciting few days, and I'm so glad all of you are along here for the ride with us.
Yeah, I got you as well. I got one more edit that'll be coming for you hopefully soon.
Ooh, more Sawyer edits. Hashtag when edit. Oh boy, but man, still an very, very exciting day. We've made a first major step towards Mars, I guess you could say. I don't even know what else to say now, but man. And you can see the orbital launch site there. The tank farm is still is continuing to safe itself and get itself spooled down after the launch about 48 minutes ago. So definitely going to keep our eyes on that over the next few hours and next 2 days, see what SpaceX does, see when the road opens too, of course, because once the road opens, we'll get some great video and photography from all of the NSF team who are out there. And yeah, very excited to see what that entails. And again, we're going to keep showing this replay here just for a little bit till we get the next video in queue coming up. Again, thank you so much to everyone for all the support here. I saw someone gifted 50 Red Team memberships. I feel so bad that I lost a spot in the queue for that, but to whoever did that, thank you genuinely so much. And to anyone who has gifted a membership today, be sure to say thank you to those who gifted them.
I will be back then to see if I can get to a fancy edit and hopefully get that to you the next 30 minutes or so.
Sounds great, Sawyer. And again, we have a live shot here of the orbital tank farm slowly spooling itself down. Again, from a quick view here, it doesn't seem like there's any significant damage, but of course, looks can be deceiving, and we don't have a great up-close shot of the test site. One thing that I have been noticing is that the cladding around the base of the launch tower is a bit spotty and a bit roughed up in some areas. Again, not too unexpected given the fact that this was a first launch. We also do have speaking of photos and photography from our team, we do have an incoming photo from Jack, who was out at one of our sites there looking at the launch today. So excellent shot there of Starship clearing the dust cloud. And you can see the plume there, the purple on the outside, the pink, and then the orange towards the inside. So amazing, amazing visuals during flight today. Now,
yeah, that was nuts. I mean, from this perspective, we lost it basically immediately into the clouds. So I'm glad that everyone out at South Padre Island had eyes on it as it climbed and did its loop-de-loops and all the insanity that ensued. Because holy cow, like what an amazing sight to see that must have been. It was amazing to see it lift off the pad and clear the dust cloud. I'm at a loss for words. It was utterly, utterly surreal.
Yeah, exactly. It's been pretty crazy, and we got a lot of talented people out there in the field, but of course we have some people back here in the studio. And speaking of in the studio, we have Ryan, one of our commentators, hosts, editors. You do a lot there, Ryan. Ryan, tell me, how are you feeling? We're about 50 minutes after liftoff. What was this like for you?
It's been 50 minutes already. Oh my days! I was not even looking at the time. Well, I was watching that. I was hanging out in the back channel with Kevin and Patrick punching the show. And that was an event and a half, I have to tell you. I'm a bit disappointed. I thought it would go a bit further than T+3 and a bit minutes or whatever, but that was absolutely incredible, especially when we got the close-up shots of the Raptors. It gave me N1 vibes, and it's just that's one of the coolest things I've ever seen. It was just absolutely incredible. Yeah. I have no other words for that apart from incredible, because that's what it was.
Exactly. Yeah. I really don't have any words as well, and I have so many friends messaging me saying, "Oh my god, it was so crazy!" Like, it's so fun to see how excited people got over this. This was such a significant event here. Not just, of course, for some beautiful visuals, which we did get some beautiful visuals here, but in the terms of spaceflight history, like this is the next big rocket. Of course, we have SLS now online, Falcon Heavy, of course, but this thing is a whole nother ball game, and it has the potential to be something amazing. So I feel like we just took our first big steps out into some great future ahead.
I absolutely agree with you, Ian, and I'm back. Sorry, it got a bit of chaotic here, but we are back. I feel like this was a very, very good first flight. Like, I think we all said before, like, the minimum expectation is it clears the pad successfully, and we are getting there. And I mean, it did, right? It did clear the pad successfully. And yeah, I mean, it got pretty far, I would say.
It did, yeah. It made it pretty far into flight. Of course, not like, all the way to reentry like some people were hoping, but man, still, that was the first ever test of the booster. If you think about it, like with the ship, they've had a bit of an advantage from the suborbital test flights that they had, the flip and burns and all of that. But the booster had never left the pad under its own power. So this was a very, very big milestone. And the fact that, only lost a few engines, of course, you don't want to lose any engines, but for such a young and like relatively unflown engine such as Raptor, it's incredibly complicated too. This was a great all-up test of everything involved.
I'm personally very looking forward to seeing the aerial shots that we get from those WB-57s.
Yes.
Sorry, the single WB-57. I'm looking at the telemetry here that we got from SpaceX, and before the let's call it an anomaly occurred, the vehicle got to about 37, 38 kilometers in altitude. Now, the WB-57 imaging aircraft was at around 13, 14 kilometers in altitude. So Starship got plenty above that, but we should still get some epic shots from that, especially considering the ground-based cameras. Either they were consumed in the dust that was being blown up by the Raptors at the time of ignition and launch, or they were covered by fog. So I'm hoping that the WB-57 got a wonderful view of Starship and the booster heading for the heavens, even if it didn't get that far.
Yeah, exactly. It didn't make it all the way into space like you said, but still tremendous test. And it shows, that stage 0 works and that most of the Raptors work. The tanks pressurized and they worked. The vehicle held together while it was spinning just after max Q. That validated a lot of SpaceX's structural models and things like that. And man, all together, it worked. And with the Raptor being such a complex engine, full flow staged combustion with liquid methane, something that's never been flown before, excluding the early Starship tests. Crazy, crazy day. And speaking of some crazy, crazy things, Spooky here super chatting $100. Thank you so much, Spooky. Saying forget about max Q. The ship turned sideways before coming apart. Yeah, before the flight termination was activated. Yeah, that's still going through my mind. Like, how did it stay in one piece? Like Ryan, that was amazing, right? To see that.
It was just, I mean, the whole spinny thing that was happening, right? There was clearly something not right with the separation there. So I'm gonna put it down to I'm gonna speculate a faulty hook thing under the ship and booster to separate them. I'm gonna assume they didn't unhook. So I think they did a pretty good job, the hooks, to keep the booster and the ship together, even though they weren't meant to. But yeah, the structural integrity of the ship and the booster after going through max Q and then surviving that tumble until what appears to be the FTS being pulled, that's a pretty well-built ship, considering it was built on the beach out of steel.
Yep. It was crazy. And yeah, I can't wait to see some shots, of course, from SpaceX. And you said the WB-57. I would love to see if they got some shots of the vehicle tumbling. That would be tremendous to see.
And there is I've lost it now. There's a $50 super chat here from Joanne. Thank you very much for that. That's a big contribution right there. So thank you very much for that, Joanne. And yeah, asking how can we help Nick and his cameras? Well, there are many different cameras at the launch site that all seem to have got obscured with a lot of smoke and well, it's not really smoke, is it? It's just dust being brought up from the ground. Ian, I'm not sure if we'll get, fingers crossed, everybody got the shots that they wanted, but Ian, I'm not too sure if the smoke and, no, I keep calling it smoke, the dust would have obscured a lot of those shots.
Yeah, it was, I mean, we expected, based on the static fires, for there to be a huge dust cloud. And yeah, I was not surprised the fact that there was a huge dust cloud. And of course, it did obstruct the initial view of liftoff. But man, still, just the shots of the vehicle leaving the pad and then coming through the dust cloud, doing that pitch over maneuver away from the pad to keep the pad and the tower safe. Crazy. And speaking of the pad, we can actually see here, looking right at the pad, one of the doors was blown open on the launch mount itself, and also on the booster quick disconnect hood. It kind of looks like a panel was blown out there as well. Again, not too surprising given the power of this vehicle and the fact that it was a first test of it. But man, yeah, crazy, crazy power behind all that vehicle. Let's see.
Looking through for some questions.
Yeah, I'm looking through. Thank you everyone for the support. We really appreciate every single one here. Unfortunately, we cannot read through all of them like we said, but man, it really, really goes a long way. And it's the lessons that we've learned from this in terms of our media gathering, and of course all the amazing support from all of you, is going to make the flight number 2 even more spectacular in terms of imagery that we get. So thank you to all of you for that. And a question here from Karsten, actually. Ryan, I'm going to be honest, I wasn't really looking for it, but did you see any tiles come off from the ship during launch? Did we lose a lot of tiles, or was it too far away to see, or were we not even just thinking about that? Because I wasn't thinking about that.
I was more focused on the fact that a 120 meter tall rocket was leaving the pad for the first time ever.
Yes.
I'm quickly skimming through the replay here. I think, unfortunately, the size of the tiles compared to the size of Starship and the feeds and the cameras that we have access to makes it quite difficult to see what happened to the heat shield tiles. They seem, especially from a distance, the fidelity really isn't there. So I'm not going to make any judgment on if any heat shield tiles fell off. And also, especially at the point of ignition, if anything fell off, because again, the entire launch site was covered in a cloud of dust, so that makes it extra difficult to find out. I don't know whether when remote pickup finally happens, whether people will start finding just random tiles just laying about anywhere, or if they would have shattered upon impact with the ground.
Yeah, I'm looking through the flight right now. Unfortunately, we did have some amazing, amazing up-close shots at about 30 seconds to a minute into flight. But unfortunately, it was the leeward side that we were seeing, not the windward side. Looking at liftoff, we did briefly see it breach through the dust cloud. It looked relatively intact, at least like the side of tiles that I was seeing. So overall, it looked like most of them stuck on. Would not be shocked at all if some came off. But yeah, overall, it seemed to fare relatively well. But yeah, amazing. It's still just going through my head what we just saw.
Yeah, I keep skimming through this, and unfortunately, by the time that like through max Q and whatnot, the vehicle is just, that kind of detail just can't be made out in the vehicle. But what I can bring you is the timeline, which we lost the Raptors. So between T0 and T plus 15 seconds, 3 Raptors have been lost. That's basically when the graphic showing us the Raptor status came on screen. So I'm not sure whether they would have been lost before release of the booster. I doubt they would have lost it before release of the booster, but I don't know. We haven't had any official word on that. So at some point between T0, or between ignition, and T plus 15 seconds, we had lost 3 Raptors. At T plus 40 seconds, we lost a 4th Raptor, and at T plus 62, we lost a 5th. So 5 Raptors in total on the booster had been lost, and also for a second there, on the broadcast, a 6th had been lost, but only for about 10 to 15 seconds. So that's all the data we have at the moment.
Excellent. Thank you for that, Ryan. Appreciate that as always. But yeah, we're continuing. Of course, we have some live shots here of the orbital launch pad. Again, the tank farm is beginning to safe it, or continuing to safe itself after liftoff. The road is obviously still closed. The beach is still closed. So it's probably going to be a little while. I would be surprised if even today the road was open to the public. But as soon as it does open, of course, stay tuned to the channel. Stay tuned to all of our socials, as well as all our photographers for up-close shots of the launch site. And right now, actually, I'm going to toss it over to Adrian. I believe we have some big announcements to make in terms of the store. So, Adrian, what's happening over there?
Yeah, you know, we like to do designs that are celebrating things that we found really amazing and also SpaceX finds really amazing. Everybody seems to be very much liking this on their SpaceX side. So we created a special design for the Not So Orbital Club, a successor kinda to our initial landing club. Here you can see it. It's now available in the store, our new shirt design celebrating this amazing flight. I think it was just an astonishing flight to see, and I think it deserves a celebration. So that's why we have this amazing design. I love the upper stage design here, which you can see how we have this on our special page for this. Hoodies, t-shirts, everything available with this. And I think it's a very fitting design for such a phenomenal flight. And also, if we could quickly go to the metal print section, there's also another second metal print up. Nick is really pulling out all stops here, as we said, all stops. Here's his second lift-off shot. I will unmute the photographer here right now.
Yeah, let's just say when I saw that picture, I was like, you are gonna be a metal prince. Yeah, that is pretty crazy, and I like it. I hope you like it. And look at them methane flames.
Thank you, Nick. And again, we have the orbital, the not so orbital club ready for you, and we have two amazing liftoff metal prints. So get to shop.nasaspaceflight.com and feel free to enjoy them.
Absolutely. And again, shop.nasaspaceflight.com. It's a great way to support the work that we do. We've been seeing a ton of support coming through there in the back panel here. So thank you to everyone for all of that support. And of course, thank you to everyone for super chats and things along those lines. It really, really does go a long way. Now, of course, we're keeping an eye out here from the one of our beach cams on the orbital launch site. Again, sitting empty just over an hour after the orbital flight. Whew, I cannot believe we just saw that. But yeah, again, the site it's safing itself. SpaceX is probably going to be celebrating throughout all of this night, that is for sure. We have a question here from Benjamin saying, how well did the quick disconnect survive? Well, it seems like, of course, we saw a panel there blown out on the booster quick disconnect hood. So I'm not sure what the damage on that would look like. The ship quick disconnect seems to be somewhat intact. I'm surprised the arm didn't seem to throw back at liftoff, unless I missed that. But yeah, crazy shots there. So thanks for the question there, Benjamin. Real quick, Jack, are you here with us? I saw you hop back in. Do you have any thoughts coming in, or do we not have you here yet?
I'm here. I'm just sort of unraveling what we just saw in my head. That was absolutely insane. I mean, I'm just wow. I wish I had something brilliant or eloquent to say. I don't really. I mean, I'm just excited. I'm excited that it worked. And it worked quite well. And in all the streams that we did leading up to this, you know, we frequently got questions along the lines of how far do we think it's going to get into flight? At what point do we think it's going to fail? You know, all of those sorts of things. And I think it did incredibly well. You know, the launch site is intact. They gathered many seconds of valuable data. Surely they will turn around and produce even better and even more reliable Raptor engines. And, you know, Booster 9 is waiting in the wings to be flown. Selfishly, I'm like thinking already, just like, oh man, I can't wait for the next one to see it get even further into flight, to see it pass. I mean, did it even pass Max Q? I think it did, right?
I think it did, yeah. And then after that, it began tumbling.
So insane. I mean, we've all played Kerbal Space Program, and we've all had that happen to us on Kerbal. But
I gotta jump in a sec because I'm editing the video right now, and along those lines, I literally just got to the audio part where Das screams, "Did it just do a Kerbal?"
Do a Kerbal. I love it.
That was the exact quote. Did it just do a Kerbal, quote unquote? I'll get that to you guys very soon so you can hear it.
I love it. Thank you.
I can tell you that as soon as it started to tumble and everything, I was kind of like panic running all over the roof, like left to right to left, and couldn't contain myself. So I still have to watch my own phone recording, I think, to recap what I said during all of this, because I don't remember. It happened so quickly. I know that this is still there's still some processing to do here, and I'm looking like, yes, the coolest thing about this is not like the end for this. They will do another second attempt of this now. We will see a second attempt to get this to Miko and further, which is, I think that's a really cool thing to look forward to. Like, there's a big milestone ahead still. This is only the beginning.
Yeah, in a way, as much as I would have liked to have seen it just immediately do amazing right off the bat, it's almost like we had a delicious dessert. It was delicious. It was satisfying. It was a tasty, tasty dessert. But then suddenly the waiter comes over to the table and says, "By the way, there's more dessert. You're going to have to wait a little bit for it because we're making it in the kitchen, but it's going to come out. And it's going to be even tastier." I don't know. It's a weird analogy. Maybe I'm just hungry because I've been up all night. But yeah, I mean, there's more. There's more coming. This is just the very first little baby step. So just congratulations to everybody at SpaceX. Congratulations to everybody whose hard work went into this vehicle, went into this launch. I'm so happy that we finally got a launch today. And I mean, on 420 too, which is just hilarious given that that's what Elon had said. Given that, I mean, even our own Michael Baylor predicted that it would be today.
Oh, don't remind me.
Like a year and a half ago. Michael Baylor predicted it would be today. And he was right.
Yeah.
Way to go, Michael.
We will never hear the end of this though.
No,
like
no,
this
we're not
will
going.
this is one of these situations where, like, well, he predicted it months and months before that it will launch today. We will never hear the end of this. Yeah, Michael Baylor predicted 420. I think like 8 or 9 months at least ago.
Oh yeah, I remember I was, I think I predicted about like this time last year. So yeah, not doing that great. Oh geez, but man, crazy flight here. I still don't know what to really say. Just thank you to everyone who's tuned in and supporting. We still have 72,000 people watching here, which is just crazy to think about. Man, people asking here if Hopper is okay. I can't quite see it in any of our views here, but I would be shocked if that thing got any significant damage to it. That thing is a tank. If anyone remembers way back in the day. And 1 second, we do have an update here from Ryan. Ryan, you want to take it away for a second?
So I was just looking at Michael's auto track that he's posted onto Twitter, and it appears now, I'm doing a rough count here, but according to SpaceX's graphic, they lost 6 Raptors. I can see here at least 7 or 8 flame out, whether they're fully flame out or not. This could be a case that 2 were not completely flamed out and SpaceX's graphic was on or off. So if it still had a little bit of flame being produced, then it would have been on. But from what I can see here with Michael's shot, it appears 7 to 8 Raptors had been lost during ascent, and this appears to be just around or just past max Q, because the vehicle then begins tumbling out of control. So yes, I'm gonna call 7 or 8 Raptors lost on ascent for the booster, which was pretty much on the limit of what Elon said the booster could support, if I am recalling correctly.
Yep. And Jack, I believe you have something you want to say real quick.
Oh yeah, just once again, I wanted to remind folks that we do have, or I and my girlfriend Lorelai worked on a metal enamel pin. I'll throw the link in chat if you guys want to check it out. That is the pin. A lot of work went into making it. It's going to be awesome. Making it high quality. It's made out of metal. It'll be about 1 inch in diameter. So check that out. We'll throw the link in chat. Thank you everybody so much. It would be really special to us if you purchased one of those and stuck it on your backpack or your hat or something like that. Really appreciate it. Kind of a special thing to commemorate today. So just wanted to toss that out there. Thank you everybody for even considering buying the pin. What a day.
Absolutely.
I still can't believe the like slide maneuver, or whatever you want to call the power slide that it did. That was insane. 120-meter tall vehicle just power sliding off the pad like that.
Yeah,
It's just doing an impression of Atlas.
Right? Or Antares.
Oh, that's the Antares. Yeah, I love my Antares. But it threw me back. Of course, Saturn V did a bit of a yaw, like a 2-degree yaw away from the tower. Probably not a nice comparison to make. I'll make a little knock on wood here. But the N1 did a similar thing going away from the pad. Actually, real quick, we do have a replay of some of the last frames that we got from our van cameras before the van got pummeled, we'll just say, by debris from the orbital flight. So we could take that away there, Kevin. Then we see liftoff of the vehicle, some debris coming in, and then, yeah. You could see the camera, the van itself, they all got pummeled with debris. So it's going to be fun to see what's left out there in terms of that. But yeah, we got some video there back from the van right before it cut out. You can see right at the end here, in just about a second, you get some liftoff as the cloud comes up. And it looks like a slow-mo shot here.
Yeah, this is at 25% of real time from the van. It's final moments.
And you can see the ship there slowly starting to lift off through the clouds, and then it's fully obscured.
Yeah, RIP to Van Cam.
Yeah, RIP Van.
It had a great run. It was a good van.
It really was.
But I don't I don't know if it's ever gonna ride again. We'll put it that way. I mean, just look at what you're seeing there.
Yeah,
RIP Van.
I think we may have heard of Van is deployed for the final time. So anyway,
your service will not be forgotten, Van.
Absolutely. But
right.
What's up, Jack?
No, I'm just saying, yeah, it will not be forgotten. I'm gonna step away for a little bit, so enjoy the analysis of the replays. I need to eat some food before I pass out, so I'll leave it to y'all. I might be back in a little bit, but seriously, everybody, thank you so much for joining us on this. This is insane. We got a whole bunch more analysis to do. We got a whole bunch more video to look at. Ooh, I wonder how Starhopper did. Let's take a look at that.
We have some questions.
I'm gonna jump off. I'll be back. Let me know if you need me. I'll be around. I just need to put some food in my face.
Yeah, we will see you later, Jack. Have fun with that. You can see there on the left, I believe that is a kind of a storage area / a restroom building. Looks like the roof got a little skinned there, but Starhopper itself looks pretty intact. Again, the unkillable, unmovable Starhopper.
Starhopper can survive anything. I mean, seriously. It survived multiple ships just absolutely smashing into the landing pad. It survived the roar of 33 come, 33 minus 8, 25 Raptors. I mean, this little Starhopper has gone through a lot, and yet it still stands on the edge of the launch site.
It
just
really
a testament to
has.
how strong Hoppy is.
It is now a water tank for the suborbital test site. So when they do static fires of ships, the water being sprayed on there sometimes can come from Starhopper. I don't know the exact setup there. It might just be for deluge at the suborbital site. I don't really know. But anyway, moving on. Ryan, if there are any questions here in the queue that you want to grab, feel free to go ahead and do that.
Yeah, I will. I'm still just trying to look through Twitter to see if we've got any more shots of anything.
Yep, absolutely. Sounds good. Oh, chat, how are you feeling? Give us some updates. I haven't talked to you directly, chat. How excited or crazy are you feeling after this? Of course, I see a lot of celebration in there about Starhopper surviving. Tons of Starhopper emotes coming in there. We love to see that. Someone saying their heart rate hit 200 BPM. Not too surprising. Okay. I'm seeing a lot of excitement, that's for sure. People saying they have no words and they're in disbelief. Absolutely. I still cannot believe what we saw earlier today. Oh, and still getting some live shots here of Starhopper and the launch site in general, just showing the things, showing the damage we seem to have gotten. It does not seem that severe from the but it seems like there's definitely some moderate damage around the site. You can see on the left there, one of those buildings had definitely had its roof torn off. You can see some debris around Highway 4 in the foreground there. Whew, hour and 17 minutes ago. What's up, Ryan?
I'm just very minor point here, but we need stuff to talk about. So I'm going to just say that the WB-57 has left its kind of holding pattern near Starbase, and it is heading back up north to Houston. So fingers crossed, when that thing lands, they'll get their SD cards out very quickly and start uploading it.
I hope so.
I assume they use something a bit more sturdy than SD cards, but you get the point.
Yeah, I'm sure they have some. Yeah, for that camera, you definitely wouldn't want something more than an SD card for the data that thing probably puts out. But yeah, I hope someday we do get to see that data there.
And we have had some reports actually just coming in now that some particles have been falling over like the Port Isabel area. I'm not sure if anything kind of fell over Isla Blanca Park and South Padre Isle, but it'd be very interesting to see if the 33 Raptors managed to cause so much dust to be thrown up that it threw it miles and miles away over the channel into the port of Brownsville. I mean, that if that is indeed from that, which it seems like it is, it'd be absolutely incredible. That just goes to show how powerful this booster is.
Dude, the cloud from this, like the dust that the Raptors kicked off, was so big. I have no doubts this was like, there was probably dust coming down everywhere because this was such a high dust cloud. Wow. It was so amazing. There's still people coming back from the beach, by the way. There's still like people. The Isla Blanca Park is still full. I heard people like celebrating when it launched. And we will see this again. This is not the last time we will see this.
Exactly. Yeah, it's breaking my mind that we're going to be seeing this regularly eventually. Like this is going to get to a point, at least, SpaceX hopes that it gets to a point to where these are happening daily or more than daily. And I can't really fathom seeing a launch like this and being just like, oh, okay, another Starship launch. I'm just going to go study instead of watching it. Like I just can't, fathom that being a reality.
But it happened with Falcon, so this is especially with Starlink launches on Starship. Unfortunately, it is gonna feel routine, but that's awesome because that's the whole point of Starship, to be routine. We're just not at that point in its development timeline yet, which is why it is so exciting.
Yeah, exactly, and it's going to be so much fun to watch the development of Starship continue over the coming weeks and months. Of course, we got Booster 9, Ship 26, Ship 27, Ship 28, all fully stacked. Booster 10 coming along too. So there's going to be no shortage of vehicles, of course. Now they're just going to need to analyze the data they got, fix anything that they noticed did not work properly on the vehicles ahead of the next flights. Of course, do any repairs to the pad that they need, and move ahead from that.
Also, Ian, what is weird?
What's weird?
You know what's weird? It flipped, but Starship was still on.
Right.
Like it didn't. Like we know it's like only attached by these 3 little pins, and for some reason it started to flip, and it still was fully intact. Like, how?
My best guess on that is that the stage separation command wasn't sent, or the stage separation command wasn't received, or the stage separation command went fine, but the hooks just decided not to release. That's my only assumption that I can make with that. But the strength of them hooks to keep them together, tumbling like that, the inertia must have been insane.
Yeah, it just shows that the structure of the ship is insane. The fact that it held together so well. Unbelievable still. And not only that, it held up for probably like a minute or two. It just kept flipping and rolling as well.
Yeah, we've got another replay here of the launch. Yeah, just incredible.
Insane. We got some amazing support here too from Ashley here with $100 super chat saying, great coverage, y'all. Get Nick, Doss, Jack, Adrian, and everyone at the company some food and a beer. And man, I'm feeling that right now. I could use some good food right now. So thank you so much for that, Ashley. We genuinely appreciate all of that. From Mr. Ecotope saying, thanks for all your hard work all the teamwork and streams, giving us great coverage and background discussion for these launches. Well, thank you so much for that support. We really appreciate that, and thank you for the kind words as always. And again, everyone who supported us, from memberships to the store purchases to super chats, all of that really, really goes a long way.
So I think it may just be suitable noting now, we got a lot of questions earlier in the stream a few hours ago about, can I see this? Where can I see this? Unfortunately, everybody I told in Hawaii to go outside and have a look, now is about the time that you would have been able to see it. Unfortunately, you will not be able to see Starship. I think I should just make sure that everybody is aware of that now. You will definitely not be able to see Starship re-entering because it's done that a bit prematurely.
Yeah, sorry for the Hawaii viewers. No re-entry for you today. Maybe next time. Maybe next time, but not today.
Oh, yeah, and that's going to be very exciting to see whatever comes next. Ship 26, Ship 28, whatever SpaceX chooses to fly next. I can't wait to see, hopefully, that does have a successful launch and re-entry. Again, they learned a lot from this. This made it very far. They got a lot of great data on how the Raptors operate together, operate in flight, gimbaling, and all of that. So up next, I guess, just fix those Raptors, get some stage separation data, and go from there. Whew. So Adrian, you coming back down for the second flight?
Oh, I'm not sure. Like, we will discuss if I come down for the second flight once I know when the second flight will be.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm not gonna lie. I'm kind of proud with my timing when I went down here. I think I timed it quite well. I'm very happy.
I will say you did time it perfectly. You got down there with some time to spare to get settled and everything, to help out with a little bit with the cameras. And a week or two in, you got to see the flight. Crazy, crazy, crazy. Let's see. Gonna go through some questions here real quick. Ryan, do you want to grab anything while I grab a drink of water? Because, man, I've been talking a lot.
Yeah, I'll look through here for some of the messages that are coming through in chat. I'll just mention, if you have a question about what either the replay you're witnessing on your screen now or any other event from today, tag us in chat at NASASpaceflight, and we'll do our best to answer. We're getting so much response at the moment. We still have many of you with us, so thank you for joining us, but don't go anywhere because we have got a lot of analysis to come. Peter Lewis here has a good point, which I noticed as well. SpaceX's graphics were showing the LOX kind of jumped from being matching the methane in the booster to jumped below. So I'm not sure whether there was some sort of oxygen leak or the engines were running oxygen rich or something like that. That's just speculation, but it was a jump. So it could have also been telemetry discrepancy, some signal problem. I don't know. Like I said hours ago, getting data down from a booster flying is not an easy job. It's not something. It's not like you can just, I don't know, connect up a phone call and get your data. It's a teeny bit more complicated than that. So yeah, interesting to see the discrepancies there with the data that we have. And number one SpaceX fan is saying, with so many Raptors flaming out, do you think they will have to take all of the Raptors off Booster 9? I'm going to be honest, I'm not too sure. It's the Raptor 2 design that needs to be adjusted, and there's a lot of Raptors to replace and fix if they know what happened with these Raptors. But again, it's a point of, was the engine flame out the fault of the Raptor, or was it the fault of the booster, or what? We don't actually know what caused any of this yet. All we've seen is what happens. We do not have what caused it. So I'm going to refrain from trying to figure out what happened because I know I'll get it wrong. But yeah, that's an interesting point.
Yeah, exactly. And it's going to be interesting to watch what SpaceX chooses to do in terms of vehicle assembly over the coming weeks. Of course, they're going to be probably starting tonight, or maybe even tomorrow. They might party a bit tonight. But they'll definitely be doing some crazy data analysis. I would not be surprised to see them pause the vehicle assembly just for a little bit to make sure that they don't, do any work that they would need to undo. It would not surprise me if they had to uninstall the Raptors from Booster 9. But like you said, we don't know where the exact issue was. We don't know what the issue, what caused the issue. It could have been something on the booster, maybe a fuel line bursting, or it could have been internal to the Raptors themselves. So it's going to take a good bit of data analysis to figure out exactly what happened here, but I cannot wait to see some of that explanations from SpaceX and Elon here.
Yeah, I'm also looking through some footage. It looks like maybe one of the HPUs exploded at 30 seconds.
Yeah.
It appears like one of the
The
HPUs
hydraulic
just.
power unit is what controls the gimbal, correct?
Yes, the hydraulic power
So that
units
would
are
make
what.
sense.
Yeah, basically, if you lose these, you lose control of the Raptor engines, which could explain them starting to lose control. If you lose the HPU, you lose. You use the control.
Adrian, would the hooks be controlled by the HPU? Would they need hydraulics for separation? I'm not sure if we still have Adrian.
I'm sorry, could you repeat that question?
No problem. The hooks that separate the ship and the booster, would they be under the hydraulics as well?
I'm not sure actually. That could
because if they
well,
if they were, and the hydraulic power unit went kaboom, then that would make sense why the hooks didn't come out, because they didn't have hydraulic power. It's like we saw with CRS-16 with the Falcon. The hydraulics were lost, the grid fins got stuck, and it tumbled into the sea.
Yeah, that might be a good explanation. Like, without going too deep in an analysis, if you lose hydraulic power, you could also maybe no longer stage, because stage separation might need the hydraulic power. So yeah, I mean, it's not out of question. I don't want to say like, hey, this is confirmed, but it's like, I think it's at least a plausible theory of what happened. And it looks like the whole Raptor thing was just a cascade effect of like Raptors falling after one another.
It's something that we're certainly going to be getting a lot of data, and fingers crossed SpaceX is going to be public about it, because it's something we all want to find out. But as Adrian was saying, it would be a plausible example if I'm going to call it a burp that we saw during ascent was the HPU being lost. That explains the loss of gimbaling in the Raptors, and that explains, if hydraulics controls stage separation, why the stages didn't separate. Adrian, do you think if the stage separated, even with the 8 flameouts we saw, 7 to 8 flameouts of Raptors we saw on the booster, if the Starship could have separated from the booster, do you think that the ship could have continued on from that point? Because from my perspective at least, it seems as if this flight termination system engagement seems to so far be the boosters was caused by the booster, because it couldn't separate the ship.
I mean, it's not impossible that if they could have gone to that point, they at least wanted to try to ignite them. Like, I don't think it would have been able to really reach its parameters at this point anymore. I think that's maybe out of the question after losing so many engines. But maybe it was still possible, but they couldn't just decouple the stages, which might be a thing they want to fix in the future. Like, that's... I mean, they will... This is a big if, but if the thing is powered by some sort of hydraulic pressure, the separation, that wouldn't work in the future, because the future boosters don't have an HPU, because they are now using electrical thrust vector control for the Raptors, and so they don't longer use have these HPU units.
So, basically, what you're saying is Booster 7 was already obsolete with the hydraulic power unit, so the future boosters may no longer have this problem, which makes sense. Electric TVC, no need for a hydraulic power unit. So if this was, again, I'm just going to say this is all speculation, nothing has been confirmed, do not take this as fact, we're just throwing out ideas here. If the HPU was lost, so no more gimbaling, because they are powered by hydraulics, on future boosters they're powered by electricity through motors, it makes sense that Booster 9 would not need upgrades, because it's already much more advanced than Booster 7. Adrian, am I correct in that?
Yeah, I think in general they will be very happy once these HPUs are gone, because they have also been a bit of a pain on this booster. They have seen repairs a lot, they have seen work around them a lot. I feel like they might be very glad if the HPUs are gone in future boosters, which is the case now. HPUs are going to be no more HPUs on Booster 9.
Just looking through here for some more comments and questions. Just looking through here first. I'll take this quickly from Bunker the Husky, saying, I don't think the tower avoidance maneuver was nominal. A bunch of Raptors that seem to have failed early were on the tower side of the booster, prompting a required gimbal to avoid. So yeah, what I was saying earlier, so we lost 3 Raptors at some point between ignition and T plus 15 seconds. We don't know when that was, because the telemetry was not available to us at that time from SpaceX. I wonder if we'll get more word on that in the future. But that is interesting to add, that as the 3 that were lost at T plus 15 were on the tower side, maybe they lost them at the point of separation, and then the remaining gimbaling Raptors in the middle needed to compensate, which is why it didn't go straight up. And we've got another replay here of the launch from one of the Starbase live cameras.
This is an edit from yours truly.
Thanks very much, sir.
Did it just do a Kerbal? Is it falling? That doesn't look.
There we go, an empty pad. Absolutely incredible audio.
I still cannot believe I've seen this live. This is unbelievable.
So there you go, that's the aftermath. Over an hour and a half later, this is what stage 0 looks like. We've got some venting still. Looks as if some soot or dust has been deposited on the tanks. There you go, everybody. That's what we were all waiting for. I
And I
can't
can
wait
tell
to
you
see what
already.
data we get out of this.
I can already tell you, like, one of the next step of us here at in the field will be if the road opens to go there and look at what is happening. And I want to take a moment again because, yeah, all of this what we did today, I think we had some cool angles for you and like some really cool cameras for you. And I want to point out again, all of this costs us money, and there I think are some great ways to support us right now. Starting with our new merch celebrating this launch, which is the Not So Orbital Club. You can see right here. You can find it at shop.nasaspaceflight.com. But not only do we have that, we have for you 22-inch full stack plushies of the stack you just saw flying. You just see one, but somebody got bought one right now, and it's I think an amazing opportunity to support us and getting something in return. And we also still have our hatches, which we did for this launch, and they are now officially for launch that happened. They are now for launch that really happened. You can get them here. We have a limited amount still available, and yeah, celebrate them. Put them on your wall. I will put one on my wall. I have that on my list actually. And last but certainly not least, I want to mention the metal prints that we have of this launch available in the store now from the launch actually. Like you can right now already buy things where you see the rocket lifting off, made by Nick Ansuini. And we will make sure if we have more amazing shots in the future, we will put them in the store as well. Again, it's just a way to support us and helps us that we can do what we do here. And I want to say at this point again, thanks for all the amazing support we got over the stream. It really helps us out, and we will make sure that we show you even cooler things in the future.
Yeah, I just want to note that our queue here, with all of the contributions we've been getting over the last couple of hours, the scroll bar is literally 20 pixels tall. I've never seen it this small. The support that you have been giving us is absolutely incredible, and we are so grateful because without it, it wouldn't be possible. Without anybody showing up, there wouldn't be a reason for us to do this. So thank you everybody so much for showing up, helping out. And Spherical Rat here with a $100 US tip on tips.nasaspaceflight.com. Van Repair Fund. Thank you so much for that 100 USD. That means so much to the team. All the contributions you've been giving us will go such a long way and make our coverage of Test Flight 2 even better. So yeah, thank you so much to everybody. And as Adrian was just saying, we've got I think this is 110 Canadian dollars from Brett. Thank you very much for that. That's another big support there, if I'm getting my currency conversions correct. Thank you so much for that. That's another huge contribution from Brett there in Canada. I'm just looking through here to see if there's any other big contributions that we have missed, because we have been a little bit busy for the last hour and a half. But yeah, there's so many people with the store messages, buying off the store. So many people with super chats and tips, and yeah, I want to go through and thank you all, but we will be here for the next week, unfortunately, if I did that. But seriously, if you have contributed in any way, even just watching, sharing, all of that, thank you so much. It means so much, and that's what makes this possible. So, well, that was loud.
That was crazy.
That was from Jay out there. This is... Again, I'm just in disbelief. Like, looking at that replay, right? I just subconsciously thought it was a static fire, and I was surprised when it started launching. I forgot. I'm never going to get used to this. It is just incredible.
Yeah, that was... It's
Here
going
it is again. Jay, just shut me with that out in the field. Oh, I'm still not going to get used to that. That's just insane.
Yeah, that was excellent. I loved that. Every shot of that. And again, you can still see the tank farm is slowly spooling itself down, or continuing to spool itself down. Looks like it's just casually venting now, as it sometimes does. Still, after such a crazy, crazy day, I still don't have words to describe what just happened. And
oh, and we have a live shot here.
Uh-oh.
That's the van.
Welp, there goes the Nomad van. It had a
Yeah,
good run.
I'm looking at this right now with Daz next to me.
That tire's new. That's the tire I just replaced.
Do you think that tire replacement was worth it?
Yeah, it was
Good. So also, kind of funny story. We tried to open the windows today to make it better, give it better air circulating for the equipment inside there. Thanks for SpaceX, by the way, at this point to helping us to open these windows. It now has perfect air circulating.
Beautiful.
Perfect.
We're gonna get over there and see what it looks like.
Good luck, guys. And with that, we're gonna bow at Adrian. So thanks for being on since the launch. This is absolutely incredible. And good luck with the remote clear up.
Yeah, thanks for having me. I will help everybody here clear up some stuff on the roof because we still have to clean up all of this now. And look
if you
at
find
what
any little bits of debris or anything, try sneak them in your suitcase. I don't know if you can get them through customs, but it's worth a try.
I will do my best.
Don't do that, please, for legal reasons.
NASASpaceflight not responsible. Yeah. Thanks for having me. And I wish you all the best of fun in the remaining stream.
Thank you, Adrian. Have fun clearing everything up. Whew. It's crazy.
But we'll look through for some more questions here real quick. Or other kind of comments.
Yeah. Again, we're still showing some live views here. We're going to be cycling through some videos that we got from our remote sites and our cameras all around the Boca Chica area, so definitely stay tuned for those.
Jared is asking, I'm starting some failure analysis stuff. Where can I view your raw footage? Well, all of the replays we've been viewing are starting to get uploaded onto the channel, so if you keep refreshing the channel over the next few hours, all of the replays we have will be up there for your viewing pleasure. We already have one up. I believe that's edited by Sawyer, and we have another one going up very shortly. So if that's something you're interested in, that's coming up shortly. But of course, keep the stream open in the background. You want to hear what we have to say. And we also have a question here from Mario asking, can we get Alex on comms? I'm curious to hear his thoughts. And with that, I'd like to welcome Mr. Alex. I'm not going to try to pronounce your last name. How are you, Alex? How was that?
Oh boy. I still cannot believe we saw all of that. Like everything. From the good things, the bad things, the everything. It was holy cow. That was impressive.
And real
excitement
quick,
guaranteed.
We have a Jack cam up here. Camera feed from Jack right at the roadblock showing emergency crews getting ready to go in, or perhaps they were stationed there already. I don't know what the exact status of them.
If they're waiting to go in, they're nearly 2 hours late, so.
But anyway, it will be interesting to see what they do and when the road opens to them. Again, I'm sure SpaceX is closely monitoring the site, of course, by drone. And by the remote cameras, of course, that they have around the site.
Nathan asking here, did it lose a grid fin? Well, I'm pretty certain at the time of the FTS, yes. But before that, I don't think it did lose a grid fin. I think the loss of... Well, firstly, let's go through this step by step with Alex and Ian. Alex, firstly, the skid off the pad. We saw at T plus 15 seconds that 3 Raptors on one side of the booster had lost power. Is it safe to say that the skid off the pad could have probably been caused by some gimbaling to try and account for that?
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if that were to be the case. Again, we're sort of speculating here because obviously we don't know anything official from SpaceX, but it definitely looks like it. Especially once you lift off from the pad, you wouldn't want the whole thing to be sliding off because it will probably hit things that you don't want it to hit. But definitely seemed like it just was basically trying to straighten the lift. That was really crazy. When I saw that, it was like, wow.
Yeah. And later into flight, we saw a bit of a burp from the booster as the hydraulic power unit, we believe, or we suspect, basically went kaboom a little bit, and we lost that. So that would have meant from that point on, booster lost all hydraulic power, and the hydraulics on booster 7, just booster 7, control the gimbaling of the Raptor 2. So pretty much a loss of the hydraulic power unit, the HPU, means no steering for the booster. Luckily for future boosters, starting with booster 8 or 9, well, the next booster along is booster 9, that has electric thrust vector control. These are controlled by electric motors. They are not controlled by hydraulics. So if this was indeed a hydraulic issue, then that problem, again, we're speculating, would have already been solved for booster 9 and beyond. And then me and Adrian were also speculating earlier that the hooks to release the Starship might have also been under the hydraulics. So if they lost hydraulics, then that could, Alex, that could explain why the ship couldn't separate. But do you have any idea on what the hooks were actually powered by?
I'm not fully sure what they're powered by. It's also true that there's a lot of things on the interstage that are powered by electrical stuff, like the electrical motors on the grid fins, for example, are there as well. It could be an electric system, which either way, you could probably explain it through other kinds of things, like maybe a loss of electrical power or things like that. Like, there's so many things that, you know, this could be explained through right now that without any further data, we really don't have a full explanation about that, I guess.
Yeah, it's going to be a little while, and we're going to have to listen to for when SpaceX and Elon do give some official word on what happened with the vehicle. Seemed like probably like a lot of things happened at once that may have contributed to it failing in the end, between the Raptors and the HPU and all of that. But in the end, the vehicle did break up over the Gulf of Mexico. Now, again, some nice views here of Starhopper, of course, standing there eternal, immovable, the Starhopper. So at least Starhopper survived.
I'm just, well, the only way to say it is that I'm spamming through all of these supers. Again, sorry we can't read everyone's name. Thanks to everyone who's bought off the store. Thanks to everyone who's become a member. And thanks to everyone who's super chatted or left a tip over at tips.nasaspaceflight.com. Or everybody who's just watching. It all means a great deal. And again, sorry we can't read all of these out. We physically do not have the time to, because if not, we'll be here for the next week. Because we've just gotten so much support, and it is greatly appreciated. I'll say it again. I know it sounds a bit like a broken record, but it is the wholehearted truth. We appreciate everything everybody contributes, no matter if that's financially or purchasing through the store or sharing the stream or anything like that. We appreciate every single thing everybody does so much, because everything goes a long way in helping to not only grow the channel, but also grow our budget to help us make more cool stuff like this. And if you think this was cool, just wait till OFT2, because we'll be able to learn some lessons from this, just like SpaceX will. We'll be able to review our data, see what worked, see what didn't, and make it even better. So yeah, I'm just going through all of these different contributions here right now. There are so many. I don't know when the list ends. I'm being honest. The little scroll bar isn't getting any bigger because we have just got so much. Mike saying, who brought the Vandenberg? That's funny. But yeah, we've got so many different memberships and store messages and super chats. Just thank you so much to everybody. And Ian, I'll throw this one to you from Stephen Montgomery, asking, have we got any reports from SpaceX on the condition of the ground service equipment?
No, we have no official word from SpaceX. We can see here from one of our highway cams, the tanks, I guess the vertical tanks at the tank farm do look kind of dented, kind of beat up a little bit. Other than that, we really don't know too much as to what happened. There's debris seen around Highway 4. Of course, we've seen all of the concrete being kicked up, one of which hit the van cam.
Have we shown the crater underneath the launch mount yet?
There's a crater under the launch mount?
Oh my gosh. Yeah, I think it's one of the photos that SpaceX posted. I'm not sure exactly. Somebody showed it to me here. It's insane. It's utterly insane.
Interesting. We'll have to look into that then. But anyway, based on the fact that all the concrete there was kicked up by the plume of the vehicle as it lifted off, would not be surprised if there was a good nice amount of concrete missing around the site. We don't know the status of the launch mount itself. It looks relatively intact from a structural standpoint. We did see that there was a hatch blown off from the side of the launch mount, as well as a panel blown off from the booster quick disconnect. Other than that, we really don't have any information there. But it looks like the tank farm is operating still. It's still venting. As you can see there on the right-hand side of the screen, there's some roofing on that one building just behind the fence that was kind of torn up. There's a bunch of debris around Highway 4. So it's going to be quite the cleanup operation for sure by SpaceX.
Yeah. On the video that I saw before, sort of coming back on the debris part of everything, we were talking before of that video from Jay. That was quite an impressive video. I was actually sort of, was being told, hey, comms check and things like that. So I barely looked at it, to be honest, but I went back and kind of looked at the old, all the footage that we have replayed here. And it was amazing that I saw like a big piece of debris or something flying off. It lifted off like the whole booster length. It was incredible.
Yeah, it looked to me. I did a rough estimation against the booster. It looked about 8 meters wide. It was a huge chunk of something that just got blasted into the air. I've no idea what it could have been. Alex, do you know what it could have been, or is it just a sheet of metal left around? I don't know.
I can only think basically a big piece of concrete being flown off all the way up there. It is a very powerful blast though, because we're talking here probably 70-80 meters tall, high up in the air, right? Because it was sort of almost up to the top of the booster. And that is about 69 meters up to, from the bottom of the booster. But then again, the concrete is like, 20 meters below that, the OLM and everything. So yeah, and then we saw on the previous camera, we were basically looking at the entrance to the pad. The whole gate is blown up, all the gate there that they had. But this is to be expected. Like the bottom line I will say here is that the major parts are in one piece at least. At least to me, that is sort of the thing to take out from here, that it could have been way worse, right? And I think you guys could probably agree with me in this, that for being the first flight with a very experimental vehicle, because this was experimental. None of this has been done before. None of it. And it's mind-blowing that it actually went so far as to, even almost all the way to stage separation. That's sort of my takeaway from here, then. It was to be expected. A rod was expected. The pad was also expected to be basically a little bit punctured here and there, right? But yeah, I guess that's my opinion, because before we had a question of what I think, and I was sort of speechless there. That's my takeaway, I guess.
I'm just still running through all of these messages of contribution here. I've been clicking for, I don't know, the last 5-10 minutes, and the scroll bar hasn't got any shorter. That just shows how much contribution we've gotten, and every single penny is appreciated so much. So thank you to every single person who has been contributing here. And I think I've actually been pushing in so many. Oh, there we go. I thought I broke the software then. I've been pushing so many messages that it froze up for a couple seconds, but we're still going. We're fine. So yeah, just thank you to everybody who has been contributing. Yeah, it's just incredible. Absolutely incredible. I'm looking through for some more messages and questions here. If you have anything, tag us at NASASpaceflight. I'm looking through here. Hang on, let's grab that one. This is a good one. I'm trying to get it in. I think the ticker might be having a little bit of a moment here. Sorry, everybody. I've pushed through too many messages of contribution.
Actually, I have a question real quick right here, asking, do you think the first 5 engines were out at T0, so that there was a maximum of only 28 firing, or do you think it was all 33, and then the first few seconds after T0, they all started shutting down? So Ryan,
There were only 3 engines out at T+15, so there's no way 5 engines could have been out at T+5. That's according to SpaceX telemetry. So again, later into the flight, it seems as if the telemetry got a little bit wonky because it showed 5, then 6, then 5 out, but it looks as if 8 were flamed out. So yeah, I wouldn't trust the telemetry later into the flight, especially so on the graphics they had a little kind of like pitch indicator which way Starship was pointing. As soon as the ship went upside down, their pitch indicator flipped 180. So that graphic obviously was not ready for a Starship to be upside down, which was unfortunate. But yeah, so I wouldn't trust the telemetry really after that point. Everything seemed to be a bit inverted from there. But at T+15, 3 were out. So I'm going to guess either at the point of liftoff or at some point between liftoff and T+15, 3 Raptors were lost, which is 1 more than they lost on the 33 engine static fire attempt. 1 was shut down manually, 1 shut down itself. So yeah, definitely some data to review there to go back and work the problem for SpaceX. And James is asking here, do you think that all the debris flying everywhere will finally convince SpaceX to make a flame diverter? Alex, what do you think? Because they've got a deluge system being waited to install. Could that reduce any of this?
I think the issue to me at least is with the flame diverter, where do you divert all the flames? Because everything around the pad, it's just everything is around the OLEM, right? It's like if you divert that to sort of the way of the tower, there's a tower. If you divert it to the other way, there's a tank farm. If you divert it to one way, there's the inside of the launch site, and where all of the operations are held, and the other side is just march grounds and things like that. It's like there's maybe 2 places you could probably divert the flame, and maybe you don't have any issues with that. But yeah, when we saw this, because we've been having those Starbase updates episodes these sort of past few weeks, and we've seen parts for something that is labeled as flame diverter. And the reason why we were sort of how to say it, not convinced fully that it was a proper flame diverter is the shape of the pieces that were coming through, and that they were labeled in that way. It was also that it's like, where do you put a flame diverter? Because even if you were to say, okay, we're gonna put something like an hexagonal pyramid or something like that on the middle of the OLM, you still have the problem that you have to shield all of that hexagonal pyramid or whatever, and you have like a peak that it's very complicated, right? I don't know how that will work with this design of the OLEM.
I'm just going to go in here quickly. We've got 2 massive tips here from tips.nasaspaceflight.com. Demetrios with 100 USD. Thank you so much for that. Saying, great work, Team NSF. Can't wait for the next milestone. I'm personally can't wait for test flight 2 because I want it to get a little bit further than just before stage tap. I'm going to have to be honest. I did say anything past max Q was a bonus, but it seemed to be going all right until the hydraulics had a little bit of a burp. But fingers crossed, the next attempt, SpaceX can review the data and get a lot further. And we also have a £100 tip here from Bob D. Thank you very much for that, Bob D. Saying, been following since Starhopper, great work, keep it up. We certainly will, and it's contributions like these that help to keep that work up. So thank you, everybody who's been donating these huge sums. They really go such a long way to help us. And of course, to everybody who has been contributing, like gifted memberships, subscribing to the member program, or even just been sharing the stream around. It all helps such a great deal, and we appreciate every single bit of help that we can get, because I said it before, I'll say it again, if there's nobody to watch us, there's no point of us being here. So thank you, everybody, for tuning in. It's so good to see so many people so excited for this. And joining us now, I think we may have a Chris B.
I'm mentally destroyed. That was crazy. I'm going to tell you a few of the thoughts I've got on this straight away. I knew it'd be loud, but I've always been from the school of shuttle where they said, well, you'll never really experience a real loud launch until you've seen a shuttle launch, or in the SLS case, the SLS launch, because SRBs are well known to be extremely loud. They literally rip the air. That's how SRBs, solid rocket boosters, work. With this one, I was like, it blew out our microphones, but you could still hear it on other microphones. That was louder than SLS. And that might sound like, well, of course it will be, Chris. It's more powerful. It's the SRBs that make SLS so loud. And this was just roaring. And I was like, it didn't look anything like I'd expect it to look. Does anyone agree with that? It just looked different than what I thought it would look.
When you imagine stuff. Sorry, go ahead.
All we've seen is renders, you know, and the renders aren't a prop to like how far technology has come, but renders don't really match up to real life in the majority of circumstances. So, yeah, it looked different, but that's because we're so used to renders. That would be my take on it, at least.
It was surreal. I mean, my first thoughts were, okay, you've cleared a tower, that's good. And of course, afterwards, we've seen the events of it throwing debris everywhere, including poor little Van. But yeah, it's absolutely incredible what we've seen today, because it could have easily exploded on the actual launch pad. That's why, you know, the van was there, because we didn't want to put anything out more expensive there, because there's every chance we did a pad road, and that would have been like bye-bye tank farm. The tower bent like ML1.
Oh no!
Rude joke about the leaning tower of MLL. Starhopper might not even survive that one, the immortal Starhopper. But look at it. Look at the scene. I mean, yeah, there's some damage, but it's if you take the result of what it could have been, I think that's a huge success. So I'm really happy that it got so clear. It got some good first stage ascent. It lost some Raptors. We knew that was probably going to happen. And when I did that Spaces with Elon basically just said, "Oh, can we speak to Chris Berg?" And they're like, "What? Hey?" He mentioned that losing Raptors during first stage descent was like grenades going off in the aft. So that's amazing as well, because they lost several Raptors and it didn't rud the vehicle. It kept on going. That, I think, is probably one of the biggest take-homes out of this. I really do think that it could lose multiple Raptors and it could still keep on going. I honestly think that in the back of Elon's mind, he'd be concerned that they'd lose Raptors and it would just take the aft off. So that, I think, is a massive data point. And Ryan, you mentioned to me, because I was probably mentally gone by then, that they did call out Max Q.
Yeah, Max Q was well and truly passed. That's a big accomplishment, especially with Raptors spitting out.
Yeah, that is huge, because that you can go back to the Relativity test launch of Terran 1. They said all they wanted to do was get past Max Q. That was their biggest structural test. So they've passed the structural test as well. It'd be interesting to see what's caused the spin afterwards, because it wasn't really a spin, was it? It was more like kind of like whoa, lean, and then just started slowly toppling, didn't it? It was quite surreal watching it from the ground because you can never really get the proper vantage point from there. But it'd be interesting to see what caused that, because it was after max Q. So maybe it was just loss of steering authority because of losing Raptors. You do lose your TVCs if you lose center ones as well. So yeah, it could have been anything to do with that. Or even upper level winds, because it maybe needs so many Raptors to deal with upper level wind strengths. And if you lose some of those, then that's what's going to take you off course. There's so many data points to come. This is going to be a story we're going to keep following for days and days and days religiously, because there's so much going on. But yeah, I loved that. That was great fun.
The main kind of sorry, Ian, but the main kind of speculation we have at the moment is we saw the hydraulic power unit kind of go a little bit of a kaboom around T plus 30 seconds, and the hydraulic and the thrust vector control on booster 7 at least is hydraulic. So there's a theory out there right now that was what caused the inability to correctly steer itself once it started tumbling. And then there's also another theory which I came up with, which I'm not saying is correct whatsoever. I believe it's probably incorrect, but there could be the possibility that the hooks that hold the ship are also hydraulic, which is why the ship wasn't let go. But the engines also never truly turned off. There was never truly a BECO. So there are many different factors that lead into this.
And the good thing there is Booster 9's got a different TVC. It's got electric TVC. So a similar failure point would not be the same outcome. And that gives me some hope as well. There is upgrades. It's not just electric TVC. Some of the upgrades we simply don't know about. Elon already categorized them as upgrades. So it'd be interesting to see what additional factors of safety they've got with the next launch, and that's something we've got to look forward to in about 2 or 3 months' time, pending repairs to the tank farm and whatever they'll find once they get back to the launch pad, because obviously there'd be some repairs to do, let's face it. But compared to what could have happened, we could have been looking at a scene right now of just a fiery mess. it would have been about a year's delay, I would have said, if it'd been a rebuild of the tank farm. So the outcome is good. It's not perfect, but it's good.
And real quick, we do have some news here coming in, or a tweet from the National Weather Service using one of their GOES satellites. This may have been GOES 16 or GOES 17. And there were 3 things that were really cool here. Number 1, labeled on the graph, shows the rocket's condensation trail. Number 2, actually on the ground of Texas itself, you can see the shadow of that condensation trail. And then number 3, of course, that little green blob was the satellite's lightning tracker. It actually lit up from the explosion of the vehicle during flight. So some very cool shots there from what I would assume to be GOES 16 or GOES 18.
Oh, I've got a statement from Space Florida, which is interesting because they're a very powerful body in Florida, but because Starship will be launching from Florida. The statement is, we want to congratulate SpaceX on the successful launch of Starship, making spectacular milestone for the company and space industry. Today's Starship launch underscores the importance of an ecosystem that enables and supports fundamental change in how we do things. And we look forward to welcoming Starship to the Sunshine State. That's amazing, because that also kind of like maybe greases some of the local wheels there, who may be more kind of like, do we want this big rocket launching from our area? That's kind of like a hat tip saying, look, we're classing this launch as a success. We're looking forward to it being launched from Florida. So that's another future thing there.
And we have some word from Alex in the back channel that the HPU being destroyed seems to have been occurred. This is, I will add, this is from a very fuzzy, far away tracking shot. But it looks as if a Raptor basically stopped working in a fashionable style, and then that impacted the HPU with some debris flying out, and then that seems to have taken out the hydraulic power unit, which we suspect would have then taken out the ability to steer the Raptors, and could have potentially, depends if this is based on electrical motors or not, taken away the ability to separate the stages if that is hydraulic. Again, that is not confirmed. This is all speculation based off fuzzy pictures from the internet. But yeah, that's interesting to see that kind of being worked on or analysed at the moment by Alex in the back.
I was muted while I was actually talking. Oh god. Yeah, the thing that I was seeing there is that one of the engines blows up, and you can even see the shielding coming out from the engine, and like within a second the fire goes out to the HPU, and the HPU goes boop, and it blows up. It's like, yeah, it's what happens. You know, Elon actually talked about this, Chris, if you remember, with the Twitter Spaces, when he was talking about how Booster 9 has a way better shielding, that this was sort of like a retrofit for Booster 7. So it does show that this shielding wasn't probably up to the task, and definitely the one that we're looking now to be proven is that on Booster 9. Again, this is iterative process. They fly once, if something breaks, they fix it, and they fly better on the next vehicle, and obviously on the following ones as well. But definitely, you know, something, I believe this is actually one of the clips there. That's one of the Raptors going out, and then another one, and that produces the HPU burn. So that was,
yeah.
Yep, and you can actually see sort of that HPU kind of burning off there afterwards. So yeah, it's crazy. It's crazy.
I still think it's impressive that it kept on flying though. I mean, that's the beauty of it. It's like I mentioned before, and you referenced it there, Alex, that Elon said when you lose a Raptor, it's like a grenade going off in the engine section. It's like, you know, and it just kept on going. It's like, okay, that hurt, but I'm going to keep on going. I'm going to keep on going.
Oops, it tickles.
yeah, pretty much. Pretty much. That's what a big rocket like this brings you, because it has that ability to sort of like laugh it off a little bit, if I can say that.
And
apart from the FTS there, it doesn't laugh off the FTS, no.
And I think, to me at least, also something that I was talking about with other folks as well, that the whole vehicle stayed together the whole time.
Yeah.
The whole time. And we were, like, I remember when we were talking about the pins, you know, the hooks that hold them together and things like that. People were worried, like, oh, the wind shear and, you know, the accelerations, lateral movements and things like that. Well, you can see there, 3 pins, 3 little pins with the little 3 hooks. They were able to hold the whole thing together. It's kind of mind-blowing. If you think about the failure of the first Alpha rocket, when they were going through max Q, and, you know, it veered off course because it didn't have enough TVC, enough gimbal. The whole fairing just broke off from the vehicle. It couldn't hold the aerodynamic forces. This thing just pushed through. It just went on, and it, you know, the only time it broke off was because of the FTS going off. It's I mean, yeah, it breaks my mind.
About the
Looking through here for a
HPUs.
few more comments. Go on, Ian.
Oh, I think I'm lagging a little bit here, but we were talking about the HPUs. We've noticed in the past they've had some issues with the HPUs, having like fires in there on the pad. We saw even workers last night when we were streaming the Starship update at around like 6 p.m. Central Time. There were workers actively working on the HPU. They had scaffolding set up and everything. So it seems like the HPU was an often source of issues for them. And given the fact that it seems like there were some issues with it in flight, it kind of makes me feel a bit more hopeful for Booster 9, because it gets rid of those HPUs that have been causing them so many problems. So whether or not that was actually an issue or not on today's flight, there's another source of failure that they have lost now. So pretty good looking for Booster 9.
I just want to thank Philip here for the $50 super chat. That's another big contribution. And here's the replay from yesterday, the heart that the 2 workers made on the orbital launch pad in front of. So that big kind of rectangle cuboid structure to the left of the heart, that is the HPU with the triangular kind of pointy bit on top and the Starlink antenna there as well. So that's when we say HPU, that is what we are talking about, that kind of box there, which is just the shrouding for the hydraulic power unit. I'm looking through here, see if we've got anything else. Whoa, I can't believe I missed this. Sorry, Marion, $100? You need one of them armored tornado storm chasing vehicles. Well, first of all, thank you very much for the contribution. Again, that's a huge contribution. Thank you so much for that. That'll be put to good use, I'm certain, by the team down there and throughout NSF. So thank you so much for that, Marion. That'll be greatly appreciated. And we also have here, a massive contribution from Mega Mind, 300 Singaporean dollars. That's about 200 USD. So thank you so much. That's a huge contribution there. Thank you very much for that. Seriously, that is quite something. We are very, very grateful for that. Thank you so much.
Yeah, if I can just chip in, because I've been busy with the back end and articles and tweets and all that business, all the mundane tasks, that's my job now. Just watching the support come in, I want to stress this in order as well, because first of all, I think we got near 300,000 concurrent during the live stream, which is our record. So that was crazy. Every single one of those helps out. You know, it's numbers game. Let's face it with you. It's a numbers game for that. I don't particularly take too much stock in how many we get, as long as the stream's good. That's the important thing. Quality over quantity. But then to see the support rolling in, and I'm thinking, this is absolutely crazy, the amount of support we're getting. That allows us to do things like this. So if you enjoy this, you might not be able to afford anything, so just like the video. You know, that helps. Or just, you know, be subscribed, which if you're commenting, you are. Anything like that just helps. And, you know, you all help us in that way. And those people who can financially support us by the store or by literally by money with super chats and things like that, it really allows us to do this. And we can just build on it, because by the time we do more coverage, we've got more assets to do things. We can take hits like the van and keep on going. You know, that's what allows us to do it. That's why, you know, we can do these things. Without it, there is no ability, because the ads on the videos and stuff like that don't pay for this at all compared to what we pay out. So it's a lot of help. I'm probably mumbling that. In my head, I had a really good speech there, but I mumbled it in the end. But my bottom line is, we're ever so grateful, because this is what allows us to do this. And I can't stress how truthful that is. Without that support, without you people in now watching during these streams and during watching our videos, we literally would not be able to do this. Literally impossible to do it. So thank you.
So I've come up with a plan here that's been approved by Kevin, who's punching the show at the moment. We've got so many super chats and store messages that when I try and spam them through onto the ticker, it literally stops sending messages, because that's how many we have. So our master plan is, just like how when we ask you where you're watching from, you spam the chat. I'm going to give you all the names that we have in the queue at the moment. So if you do recognise your name, you're very welcome. But unfortunately, because of the sheer amount of support we're getting, we cannot send everything through to the ticker. So, thanks to David, thanks to Cliff Mooney, Xwood 4000, Joel, Seamus, Neil, Stephanie, Ad, Quinn, Ben, Brian Siddons, Vedul, sorry if I'm pronouncing it incorrectly, an anonymous store message, many different purchases from Carter on the store, RJ Ball, another anonymous, Carl B, Dylan, CRZ, thank you very much, Kathleen on the store, Brett, Dennis, Carl B, Paul, Gresh, Christian, Colonel Panic, Kevin Whitaker, George 2819, David Mitchell, Larry Hodgson, another anonymous one, Brant Barlow, Stephen, Jeff Wilson, Leandro, and Cameron, Christopher, Deborah, Brody, Martia, Jason, Peter, Andrew, Nathan, Daniel, Cindy, Francis, Stephen, Peter, Brett, again, Gavin, and Dominic, Philip, Michael, Scott, David, Tommy, Keegan, Barth, I think, sorry if I'm pronouncing it incorrectly, Ellie, John, Randall, Gresham, Jay, Jackie, Eddie, Albert, Steve, Amos, the Kaz, Caleb, Plush Vader, Jim, Kyle, Jonathan, Pamela, Nate, Patrick, Outdoors, Ricky, Antoine, Tim, Tony, Matisse, Taylor, Hiles, James, Aria, Michael, Wade, Ahmed, Ben, Herakali 1, Brandon, Kevin, Our Stories Untold, Vinod, Keith, Beth, Mechazilla, that's a good name, Andreas, Ryan, that's also a good name, Jonathan, Randy, Gaz, Ruben, Baz again, Stivian, Roland, Powell, I'm sorry if I'm pronouncing that incorrectly, Jonathan, Richard, Rick, Alan, Brenner, Eric, Harrison, Eric, April, Zimmy, Rice, Melissa, Martine, Anthony, Jarmo, I'm halfway, Jarmo, Playfan, Melissa, Jeff Pro, Shelley, David, Eric, Murray, Richard, Lex, Julian, Rez, Adrian, many purchases from Adrian, thank you very much, Stephen T, Sergey, Matthew, Lisa, Trent, Lon, Eon, maybe, sorry, Ion, if I'm getting that wrong, Daniel, Colin, Cynthia, Brett, Moogie, Josh, Jay, Michael, Thomas, Martin, Charlie, Laura, Daniel, Dave, Noah, Kenzie, Rebecca. Many purchases from Rebecca on the store. Thank you very much. Joe, Robert, Becky, Rekhan, Colton, Joanne, Julian, Matthew, Mr. One, Tyson, Prasanna, Patched Up Parachutes, Eric, Jill, Relit, Daniel, Radio Arts, David, Cole, Phil, Rick Sighted, Valtteri, Michael, Sally, Ted, Stanley, Ian, Tim, Kevin, Michael, Kevin Sibyl, Xenon, Tanner, with many purchases off the store, Karen, Aquila, Daily Dose of Space became a Padrat member, Andrew, Robert, John, Wendy, Thomas, Monica, Craig, Neil, Keith, Camille, Kylomatic, Vladislav, John, Monica, Joachim, Joseph, Andrew, UFO, Mike, Daniel, Tyler, Bill H, Jennifer, David, Mark, the KD80, Jacqueline, Dan Park, Andres Barcinas, Howard, Cameron, Paul Allen, Taras Shevchenko, sorry if I'm pronouncing correctly, Oscar, Dan Park, Curtis, many purchases from Curtis. We've got a Patrick, David, Adrian, Claire, Luca, Philip, Daniel, Isla, Harry, Cody, Michael, Peter, Supercalifragilistic, Karen, Kevin Hart, Drisbane, Jordan, Gavin, Vanessa, Ryokia, Alex Thomas, Barnes Mandy, Charles, many purchases from David, David Stens, Stephen, Dude 2, Maria, Jim Cavett again, Samuel Grayman, Sam Howarth, Sean Cart, Tyler, Canuck Peso, and finally Jeff. And my eyes have gone funny because I've been looking at a red scrolling message for the last, I don't know how many minutes that went on for. But seriously, everybody, thank you so much. Sorry we can't put them on screen, but as you just realised, we have got so much support and it is so greatly appreciated. I'm going to take a break.
That was a nice bathroom break for everyone. It was a long list. Oh,
yeah.
boy.
I cannot stress enough how long that list is, but you just heard it. I'm going to get to this question from Stephen Goose asking, curious if the rails for the chopsticks took any damage that would prevent the chopsticks from lowering. Alex, it's kind of hard to see, but do we think the chopsticks will be fine to go down? They're still in the same position they were in at the time of liftoff.
I do not see any sort of damage, at least from this distance and this vantage point. Definitely something that, you know, once people can actually definitely go out there, might be able to capture. But we'll see what happens. Yeah, I don't see any sort of weird. It actually seems to be fine. I don't really see any sort of damage there. The whole thing, like the whole tower, seems to have gone pretty much well. I don't think it's really that bad. It's mostly the OLEM where the actual thrust and all the exhaust was located. We saw all of those chunks flying off. That is definitely the thing that took the blunt of the force of the Raptors. But obviously we've also seen the tank farm with all the dents and things like that, and that's probably just because of the what is the name? The debris flying off, right?
Yeah. There's a question here from Rasmus asking, when will personnel head over to the launch site? Well, as we saw probably about half an hour ago now, the roadblock is still in effect. There's as far as I'm aware, Ian, there's no one going in.
Yeah, the roadblock is still in effect. The beach is still closed. We actually saw from Jack's camera, I don't know if we have it anymore, but we did see that there were several emergency vehicles lined up at the roadblock. So once the road does open, open in kind of quotation marks there, because it'll definitely open to emergency services and SpaceX personnel first, as happened after the suborbital tests. So it likely will open to SpaceX people and emergency services. They'll come in, do some initial assessments and cleanup as necessary before going ahead with fully opening the road for the public.
And we have a question here. This is a forward-looking question from Jeffrey Lewis, so I'll throw it over to you, Chris. When do we think SpaceX will use the chopsticks to catch a Starship or booster. Well, I'm just going to go off on a limb here and say, judging on today's flight, probably not anytime soon.
Well, you know what? On that spaces thing, again, I'll explain to people who might not understand what I'm on about with the space thing. Elon said I'm going to do a spacer thing for subscribers, so I thought, all right, that's worth $4. I'll subscribe to you, Elon. You've kind of helped us over the years. You can have my $4. So I went on there. We all went in there. There's thousands of us there, just basically as listeners. And he comes on, all right, so we're going to talk about Starship. I'm going to invite Chris Bergin to speak with me. I was like, what? Hang on a minute, I'm not expecting this. It's past midnight, I'm on my phone, I've got no microphone. Okay then. So there's me and him talking for 20 minutes on this basically this back and forth. And I was thinking, there's famous people in this. I'm thinking, I'm dominating it. They're all going to start throwing things at me if I don't, say, Elon, do you want to take some other questions? And he said, I don't know how to do it. So he made me co-host. And I invited Ellie from Space on, Zach, CSI Zach Golden on, one of the mainstream reporters, I forgot his name now, Jerry Roulette, there we go, and Austin from EDA. Because I thought, well, they're not Dodge people, they're obviously spaceship people, they'll be great to add on. So that's how it went. But one of my questions during 20 minutes, so I went on a tangent there, one of my questions was, if this flight is successful, and then I said, and by successful I mean max Q to staging, because that'd be a massive win. Elon goes, yes, that would be a massive win. So that's how we know today's flight has gone well. When do you expect to catch the boosters? I said 3 or 4 flights. And he went, 3 or 4 flights? Maybe. So he was kind of like, I don't think he's got an immediate plan, because he was kind of thinking about the question as I was asking it. So I think maybe, based on today, I think they want a soft water landing, let's face it. Remember the Falcon 9s when they first started landing? They brought them back to water landings, no drone ships. With water landings to get the accuracy, so they could work out the accuracy of it, and then they still lost them on the drone ships to initially start with. So I think maybe 5 or 6 time. If they get 3 water landings that are pretty accurate, I think that's when the point will go, okay, let's try and bring one back to land and try a chopstick landing. So I think it's a while off yet, but the fact that Elon was kind of thinking about it as well, rather than having an exact answer for me, suggests that they're still just taking it one step at a time. Remember, sorry, I'm going on for a bit here, but the chopsticks are already useful because they stack the vehicle. So they've already got a use out of the chopsticks before they even start catching it. They're not just sat there doing nothing. They are used for stacking and destacking, so they are still useful already.
And one thing to consider too with those water landings you're talking about is, as you can see on the screen here, several Raptor engines failed during flight, around like 8 or so we've counted. So the fact that engines are failing during flight, I think they really need to address that first before, going ahead with worrying about restarting engines in flight. Because even doing any kind of landing profile, whether it be a soft touchdown or coming back to the launch site, you're going to need to reignite your engines twice in flight. And if they can't even operate fully during flight, that's something that they need to work on, I think.
I'm just scrolling through Twitter again here to see if we've got anything, any new information. Doesn't look like it. What you're seeing right now is the replay from Michael of the vehicle going off course there, in a very spectacular fashion, may I add. Chris, how did you react when you saw the rapid? Well, it wasn't really unscheduled because someone obviously had to pull the FTS. But what were your reactions to the FTS being ignited?
That's a good question, because I liked it. as horrendous as that sounds, I liked it because it did the job. You could easily have, for a first-time operation, remember, they've got simulations of how things work, but this is all first real-time testing. The FTS seemed to take the booster out and took the ship out. It was like 2 different events, but it was very good. I didn't see any massive debris. Maybe I've got to watch it back again, but I didn't see any massive debris, which is what they always want to avoid with FTS. And I would assume the trajectory would have been well over the Gulf by then. So that's something as well. The only thing I've been hearing is, I think Tim has mentioned it, Tim Dodd, that there's dust falling everywhere on the South Padre Island, Port Isabel. So maybe that's related. I don't know. I have no idea. But the main thing is, we've got no reports of large chunks of booster and ship landing in populated areas, which is what the FTS is there to avoid. So it looked good to me, though. It did look good to me.
I'm still trying to catch my breath.
Yeah, I'm not surprised.
I'll just run through these quickly. Thanks to Simon, Iwan, Jordan, and Adam for the support. That's just coming in the last few minutes, as well as from Joseph, A, Jeff, and Tyler, Sean, and Sam. Thanks for all of that as well. Whew. Let's see if there's any more questions to answer.
While you do that, I'm gonna find it
Yep.
quite hilarious for the next few days. It's gonna be like a massive kind of like release of tension. I can imagine SBL just being kind of like,
Yeah.
it's all over. It's happened. But remember, Booster 9, Ship 26, they're not far away. This is not like SLS where it's 2 years gap before the next launch. The next launch could literally be months away.
I've got a question here from Ethan asking, do you think that if there was a flame diverter, the flight would have been more successful? Alex, do we think any debris caused by not having a flame diverter caused any issues? I'm thinking it, completely going out on a whim, thousands of miles long. Could some debris from concrete have pung back up into the Raptors?
Could be the case. It's also true that, you know, seeing all those debris flying off, it's definitely true that regardless of how successful this flight will have been, it probably begs the question whether you actually need a flame diverter or not for the next few flights, because then you're in a position where, like, if this is what it's gonna look like every single launch, even if the flight goes successfully, how do you even achieve a rapid reusability, right? And so that is sort of the thing that they are trying here, where they're looking at how everything works, not only the flight vehicles, but also the pads. It'd be like, well, maybe now we actually need a flame diverter or something similar, right? And actually, that was sort of the question that I wanted to bring up here. That how soon do you guys think the next flight is gonna be? Because maybe they're gonna have to work on that flame diverter and the deluge system before Booster 9 even comes here. To me, it sort of seems like a big question here.
I think if I'll give you three times here. If we are just going to launch Booster 9 without any kind of adjustments like a flame trench or a diverter or anything, I think if we're just talking about a data review process, 2 to 3 months. Hopefully the deluge system can get installed in that time. I think if we're going to get a flame trench, probably I'd add a month onto that. And if there are any kind of major repairs that need to happen, because we still have no official word on the tank farm or anything like that. So if there are major repairs, I'm expecting several months, just because of the sheer complexity of Stage 0. I mean, it's just, I still don't think that the majority of people fully understand just how complex that bit of kit is. Stage 0 is absolutely an incredible piece of engineering, and we can see dents on the outer shells of the tall cryo tanks there. Alex, what are those two tanks there? I've forgotten.
Those should be yeah, one of them is an empty water tank, and the other one was supposed to be a methane tank, then turned into water tank. I'm not sure if it's filled or not, but yeah, those two, boy, they took a beating.
Yeah, hang on, I'm just looking here. The second tank in from the left, it's got 2 pipes coming out of it. One of them continues down to the ground. Is the other one meant to stop?
Well, it's because it wasn't fully finished, because when...
Oh, okay, so that's not a bit of pipe that's been struck out by the booster launching.
What is to say this? The water there, the water tank was actually sort of in the way of being repaired. We actually saw a lot of pictures from Nick about that a long time ago of them working on that tank. But yeah, I'm not remembering now. I don't remember now if there's supposed to be any pipe there. I don't think so. I can look back though and tell you real quick.
Yeah, if you want to have a look. We have a question here from Joe asking, status of Hoppy. Looks like a little bit of damage, but hope he's still okay. Well, if we can get a close-up of Hoppy,
yeah,
that's what we can see. It doesn't look too bad, but of course, when the road opens for like remote collection and stuff, I'm sure we'll get some pictures of Hoppy more up close without the heat haze. Because remember, we are approaching. It's just gone past 11 o'clock local time at Starbase. We're approaching midday, the hottest point of the day. So the temperature, I assume, will be rising, which means our view will not get any better until temperatures start to cool down. But Chris, Hoppy seems to be able to survive nearly anything. There you go.
Yeah.
27 degrees.
Hopper's immortal. We know that already. And for people wondering, well, Hopper looks a bit warm there. Yeah, Hopper always looks like that these days. That's nothing new. That is pretty much how Hopper always looks. I'm looking at the top. I'm just seeing if any of the any equipment that normally is on top of the Hopper has been moved, been blown away, anything like that. His little hat, which sits on top of his dome, looks a little bit bent. It's hard to tell from this viewpoint if it is bent or it's just the angle, but yeah, as far as the structure goes, Hopper's still in one piece. Hopper continues to be immortal.
And I'm looking through here again, and just looking for questions really, because we've got a lot of people coming in and tagging us that someone's tweeted something and things like that, which we already know. So I'm just looking for some questions or other interesting comments. And yes,
I'm on DM 500 of people saying, "Did you know your van got hit?" Yeah,
I didn't know.
David is asking, I thought the QD was going to swing back after it disconnected from Starship, but I never saw it move. Ian, were we expecting the QD arm to move? Because it did disconnect from the ship. Did it need to move?
Yeah, so in theory, it should have moved back quite a bit. Now, from this point of view and from our camera views, it's kind of tough to see exactly what it did. It doesn't look like it moved away that much, if at all. Kind of surprising to me. I would have expected it to have swung back pretty quickly, pretty far. Again, it could just be the awkward point of view, not entirely showing the full picture there. You can kind of see it there in the upper right-hand corner. But yeah, that's something we're going to need to wait and see from either the remote cameras and also people photographing the pad after the road opens. So I don't think we have exact data on what happened there, but it looks like it didn't swing back that far if it did at all.
It did swing back. I'm looking at the other cameras, and yeah, you can see it there.
Okay, it did swing back.
It swung back. Yeah, and I was actually kind of paying attention when it lifted off, because I was like, well, I don't see the QD arm. But yeah, it was just basically the perspective from the cameras that was a little bit hard to see. And
Yeah,
also
and we also
the
have to-
dust cloud.
Yes, we have to consider that everything was concealed for a good, I don't know, first 15 seconds of flight, and it kept expanding, so seeing anything happen within that region would have been extremely difficult at the time of liftoff. So, yeah, that may have been why you missed it in there. We've got a few more contributions in here from Brady, Aaron Jones, Tom, who's bought some things off the store, Lee as well, who's bought off the store, and Tuan, sorry if I'm pronouncing that incorrectly, asking, did they get to max Q? Well, Chris, you didn't realise, but they did.
Sorry, I was completely doing something else. Can you repeat the question?
Did they get to max Q?
Yes, you were the person who told me, because I was like, well, I missed that part of the ascent because I was too busy doing 5,000 things at once, as I was just doing just then. And yeah, that is a massive thing. That really is a massive thing. So this is where we got to set expectations accordingly. It could easily have blown up on the pad. And that's something that was the risk. It was always going to be a risk. So the fact that it got out of the way of the pad, yeah, it's caused some damage, but it's not like it's blown up the tank farm or anything like that. There's some dents in the outer shells. Again, that's why the shells are there. The main thing was it cleared and it got a percent, and it still kept on going with Raptors out, which is again more data point, as I mentioned earlier. And it's got to max Q. So they got a lot of data from this launch, and that's what the test flights are all about, gaining data.
We have a comment here saying the onboard flap cam shows at least 4 missing tiles in flight. Well, Alex, I don't know if you've been reviewing the SpaceX feeds and data that we got, but have you managed to notice any tiles being lost? Because when I was looking, I was kind of looking at the external views, and it was impossible to see really, because of course the cameras were so far away.
Yeah, it's complicated to see anything from the distances that we had, right? I didn't see any flap camera. I think that was from the grid fins on the booster.
There was actually a flap cam shown very briefly on the stream. There's a picture of it circulating around, but it does show at least 4 tiles missing from right underneath the flap itself. But yeah, will be interesting to see what that is.
I'm still getting over this. I mean, it's just incredible, just incredible. Let's look through here. What have we got? Bjorn has an interesting point here, saying, I don't think Starship reached max Q. I think the commentators simply read what the timeline said. Ian, what do you have to say on that? Because we saw some aero effects coming off the vehicle.
So the ship did have a bit of a shock cone. I can't remember the actual name of it. I believe it's a shock cone. But that did show that it went supersonic. So supersonic, the call for Mach 1 usually happens about 10-15 seconds before max Q on most rockets. So judging by that range, it seems like around that time they should have hit max Q as well. Obviously I believe at that point they had 6 to 7 engines, or 6 to 8 engines out. There had been less thrust. I calculated about like 76% of thrust they would have been operating with at that point. So max Q would have come later because you have less thrust, you're going to have less velocity, less acceleration, so all the callouts will be a bit late. I don't know if they exactly did hit max Q, but it did seem like they got around that point right when the flip happened.
Can I be pedantic here?
Yes.
They reached max Q, 100%. There's no doubt.
Yeah.
Because the definition of max Q is the moment of maximum aerodynamic pressure on the vehicle, and it always have a maximum aerodynamic pressure on the vehicle, because that is sort of the definition of max Q. Now, difference is that Q, that pressure, was probably way different than they were expecting in a nominal situation, right? And the call out was actually not from commentators or anything. It was actually from mission control, just off of the telemetry saying max Q, so max Q was reached. And if that's what they saw on the telemetry, I will say that's probably what happened. Now again, they also called BECO for booster engine cutoff, and yeah, we saw all the engines still igniting up to that explosion. So I'm not sure of the fidelity of their telemetry. We also saw more engines going out than their telemetry was showing as well. So probably the telemetry went a little bit wonky at one point in the flight. Could be.
Yeah.
So
I'll also add
there's
that
the trade-off.
The flight also went a little bit wonky in the flight, so I think everything to do with this flight went a little bit wonky at some point. But it is the maiden flight of the vehicle, integrated all together with booster and ship launching off the pad together. That happening just under 3 hours ago now, although it feels like it was just 30 seconds ago still. If you would like to celebrate this departure from the pad of the ship and the booster, you yourself can head over to shop.nasaspaceflight.com, get yourself a little bit of the new collection we have, Starship Not So Orbital Flight Club, because it did fly, and it wasn't very orbital. So that's the merch we have out in celebration of this flight. That available at shop.nasaspaceflight.com. What do we got? We've got a T-shirt, I think that is, there with we've got the ship, the engine designs on there. We've also got the hoodie, and we've got some more T-shirts and jumpers and things like that. There's also the patch designs on there. We've got the static fire designs in that collection as well, and we've got the Falcon return, the Falcon Heavy as well. Loads of awesome apparel and things like that for you to wear and showcase your inner space nerd. And of course, we cannot forget the epic metal print of the launch coming in. These were up on the store, I think, within 30 minutes of the launch. So yeah, big props to the store team for getting these images in and getting them turned into metal prints on such a short turnaround. These incredible images. I believe this would have been taken from the. I'm not sure where this was taken from, but we had some. I know Nick had some of his remotes that were turned into metal prints as well. Just incredible detail here, kind of silhouetted against the sun. Ship 24 and Booster 7. So if you want to remember the ship and booster, this is from Jack. If you want to remember the ship and booster, which served us well for about 3.5 minutes, you can do so by getting a metal print of the launch. This incredible image here from Nick, I believe, of the launch from. Just look at that flame. Just look at it. It's just incredible.
The purple.
Yeah, it's just absolutely incredible. Yeah, and of course the remote here. Hoppy standing proud in the foreground. The most powerful rocket in the world launching in the background. Big juxtaposition there. The start of the program, the end of the program. Not the end of the program, where the program currently is. I hope it isn't ending. There you go. That's what we have available for you all over at shop.nasaspaceflight.com. Going to take a couple more questions here. Going to look through what we've got. The Devil Riser asking, that's the highest altitude of any Raptor so far, right? Chris, I believe I'm correct in saying this got much further than the 12-kilometer hops we've seen before.
Oh yes, indeed. The ship hops, and they did reduce the altitude actually for the later hops. They were averaging around 10 kilometers for those, and of course they were just one Raptor really pushed the limit because they do the engine outs on purpose to control the ascent, so they get to a point at around 10 kilometers where they could just basically tipple over, which is probably not a technical term for it, but just come on to its side to do the belly flop, and then the flaps would take over and then go for a relight with a flip and burn at the end. So that was an interesting flight, to say the least. I still remember it like yesterday because it was just so much fun to see it happen. But today we've seen the real power of the Raptors, and that's where we're really seeing them raw at full power without any, well, apart from the ones which went out on purpose because they were losing engines. But just imagine those launches on a regular occasion. 33 of these Raptors just firing uphill. The power involved is what's now been seen with Super Heavy, and I think that's what's really exciting. They've got the control of ship with the ship hops. They've proven that. Now it's about proving the Super Heavy booster. So that's what Booster 9 is now tasked with, going one step further.
And we also have a question here from John Wigg, also on altitude. Did it reach the Kármán line? So the Kármán line is 100 kilometers. Looking at telemetry from SpaceX, we just got a little bit over 30, didn't we, Alex?
Yeah, it was very far away from the, well, the Kármán line. It's probably a different one. I'm sorry, because I always do the joke because I'm a Spaniard, so Kármán line, it's sort of a funny thing that we have, and yeah, it probably reached that one because it's kind of spinning and dancing like a dancing, but not the Kármán line with a K, that we know is sort of 100 kilometers up in the atmosphere. Yeah, 30, 1/3 of the way, I guess, almost.
Looking here for a few more comments again. As we now approach 3 hours after launch, any questions? Tag us at NASASpaceflight. We'll do our best to answer. 100-yard glare here. Again, another altitude question. Brilliant altitude questions coming in. Was it high enough at 39 kilometers not to tear apart when tumbling? You think it would have stage separate from side force or G's? I'll also add in air pressure, Ian. Maybe would the thinner atmosphere cause less stress on the vehicle?
Yeah, I was actually wondering that because when you're up at, it was around 39 kilometers was the apogee it reached. Up there, the air is much, much, much thinner than it is here at the ground. Of course, there is still air to worry about, but it is much lower pressure. I would not be surprised if that played a very strong role in the vehicle not breaking apart. I think if it tumbled around the point of max Q or around the point of going supersonic, it would have broken apart. But yes, I think being that high up definitely played a part in the vehicle staying intact up until AFTS activated.
And there's also a question here from Blankron, sorry if I'm pronouncing that incorrectly, asking how long until people are deployed to check out the pad or what's left of it. Chris, have we had any word on when people will be returning to the pad, or is that something, the status of which we are still uncertain?
You know, the funny thing is, I was going to go from experience, but we're so used to people returning to the pad once the vehicle has been saved. It's been detanked and saved. There's no vehicle there.
I mean, it's been very saved because it doesn't exist anymore.
Exactly, yeah. That was the hilarious thing, that we haven't experienced this yet. We have seen on some of our cameras that they've got fire engines and fire trucks staging, so I'm sure they've got some safing team, some post-launch safing team that'll go out there. Probably not too distant future. We're talking about the tank farm right now out as far as safing, but we've seen the tank farm active with people around it on a normal day, so it's probably going to be quite soon when we see the fire trucks and the initial people going to the pad, and then probably by this evening and over tomorrow we'll start seeing workers going around and assessing the damage. So yeah, it's not going to be long.
And with that, I'm gonna start to thank everybody who was on today's broadcast. I'm gonna start with the top. The two people pushing the buttons, not taking a break really, and keeping this thing going, Mr. Kevin Michael Reed, and we also had Patrick in the background. Thank you, you two, for absolutely smashing out today's broadcast. It's been absolutely incredible, and the dedication is, thank you so much for that. Starting off the show, we also had Mr. Jack Beyer, we've had Ian Atkinson, we've had Sawyer, we've had Alex, we've had Chris B along with us as well. Of course, all of the photographers out in the field. We've had Das, we've had Adrian, we've had Adam, who came on to do a little bit of weather for us. Michael's been running the auto tracker as well. I really don't want to forget anybody, so if I have left out a name, please let me know very quickly in the back channel, but I believe I've hit most people who were to do with the broadcast. And of course, I want to hand out a big thank you to the Starbase live operators who were helping out to control cameras doing today's broadcast of Starship's first integrated flight test. Oh, and Nick and Sweeney. I completely forgot about Nick. I'm very sorry, Nick, who was with us around the start as well. So that's, I believe, everybody from there. And of course, big props to the store team for getting those medal prints from the photographers such as Nick and Jack out into the store as quick as they did. We'd also like to thank all the YouTube moderators helping to keep chat clean and friendly for all of us to go through, pick questions and all of that jazz. And finally from me, thank you so much everybody for tuning in. It's been a historic day, and we are very glad that you decided to spend it with us. So with that, I'm going to say we're now in the era where Starship is an integrated vehicle that has left the pad. Oh, it's exciting times ahead. It's finally happened. Thank you everybody, and goodbye.
And here we go. We have liftoff. Propulsion continues to be nominal.
R68 chamber pressure looks good.
Following up. Roger, with Planet.
Water towers fly! Yes!
Tango down to nominal. Flight downside speed off. Bring in speed off. It's orange! 145! Oh my god! Oh my god! Decollage! Put that in the big bag, Eagle.
343 unfolds to go.
Indeed. We rise together, back to the moon and beyond.
If there's methane, would be igniting in the flare, correct?